297. Destroyed, I'm tired. 2. There are a total of 5 people in this team of general stars that suddenly emerged. At this time, all the 5 people's attention was attracted by the dense gold nuggets around Lu Sheng, and their eyes were hot, and they were ready to move. It reminded Lu Sheng of the wild cat and wild dog who were with him half of the community when he was home with takeout in his previous life. Lu Sheng knew what they were thinking and said calmly, "Give the rest to you." He was anxious and had no intention of getting involved with these people, so he simply gave up the secret gold mine that had not been dug up later. Anyway, he can't take away the rest. Brother is kidding. A middle-aged man led by the team, with a well-proportioned figure, but a long horse-faced face stepped forward, glanced around him, and the rustling sound kept coming from the rolling black fog, and smiled. Your mining caused such a big noise, which attracted countless strange beasts. How can we dig the rest? It's better to. The man looked at the dense gold nuggets around Lu Sheng, and a trace of splendor flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said without a smile, "Give us some of the things in your hands, so everyone can go out together early." The horse-faced man said, and the team members following him took a tacit understanding. It appears in a fan shape, blocking the way Lu Sheng back tightly. The meaning of threat is self-evident. What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly. Lu Sheng's face was calm, and he took a step forward. Say it again. When Lu Sheng took this step, the people in the ma-faced men's squad felt that their heart was stomped by something, and they beat hard and tightened. But they haven't waited for any reaction. 21 boom! A huge strange beast, 7 or 8 meters long, flew out of the black fog and smashed heavily on the ground. After struggling for a few times, it gradually became cold. Immediately afterwards, the black fog next to it broke open to both sides. A towering and magnificent body, like a mountain, strode into the field. It was you who were beating and making a sound just now. The Kuiwei man glanced at the audience with his tiger eyes. His eyes stayed at the position of the dense gold mine, and his pupils shrank slightly. Then he returned to normal, and finally fell on Lu Sheng and spoke coldly. The appearance of Kuiwei's man made the faces of the horse-faced men's team suddenly change, and the few people almost subconsciously took 2 steps back. Taking a deep breath, he said a name with emotion. Ji-sun! The Kuiwei man's cold eyes swept over the horse-faced men and the others, and said with a blank expression, Do you recognize me? The horse-faced man smiled a little reluctantly. My sir, I'm joking. Ranking of the general stars list. Then do you recognize me? A sudden voice sounded, and the few people looked in the sound, and saw Lu Sheng's handsome face with a slightly frowning. You? The man with horse face pulled the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but he always felt that Lu Sheng looked familiar with him, and he didn't say the words. What are you? You deserve to be compared with Ji-sun. In his mouth. I don't know who you are, and I don't need to know who you are. I just know you just made a fuss about me, and it happened that I was in a bad mood. The Kuiwei man twisted his neck and made a crisp crack sound. Cracks of strange beasts roared from all directions behind him, but he didn't care at all, like a vaguely unafraid of the Arhat Vidra, emitting an inexplicable powerful power all over his body. Either leave all the secret gold mines or stay even with people. The Kuiwei's body completely stretched out, and his eyes fell on Lu Sheng, and he said calmly. The horse-faced man took a few steps back at the right time, with a bit of respect in his posture, as if he had specially given up a big enough stage for the high-quality man. Never mind. The horse-faced man waved his hands to the team and said helplessly, Next, let's watch Lord Ji-sun perform. I hope we can leave some soup and drink it. The others in the horse-faced men's team nodded tactfully. The way out of the cave was blocked by the Kuiwei man and the horse-faced team. There were strange beasts scattered under the cave. For a moment, Lu Sheng, who was standing alone in the place, seemed to have become a turtle in a jar. There is no way to heaven, and no way to enter the earth. Large pieces of black mist rolled over, as if they were about to swallow him soon. Bang! The secret gold nuggets floating around Lu Sheng fell to the ground one by one. The man with a high expression was cold, but the man with a horse face couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, this kid is still tactful, and he is still. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lu Sheng. Are you guys all the intuitions of martial arts? Lu Sheng rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers, trying to calm the thumping signal. Why can't you feel it? Lu Sheng raised his head and looked at the people in front of him with a very puzzled look. His eyes kept flashing, as if something was about to break out of his cocoon. I'm really anxious now, and very irritable. The invisible pressure on the field gradually fell, and the black fog that was rolling and flowing in the air suddenly stopped and became stagnant. The calmness on the Kuiwei man's face was a little loose, and the horse-faced team looked around with a slight expression. They felt as if there was an inexplicable danger approaching quickly, close at hand. Why do you have to pick and provoke me at this time? I have tried to give in. Lu Sheng said the last sentence, suddenly lowered the finger pressing between his eyebrows, and let out a long breath. The boredom and anxiety on his face all faded away like a tide and turned into calm again. The pressure spreading in the air also dissipated, as if everything before it was an illusion. The terrifying and uneasy feeling in the hearts of the few people on the field became stronger and stronger. For some reason, a word suddenly popped up in their minds, the tranquility before the storm. Next second. Bang! The communication watches on the wrists of the Malwei team exploded. But before they could scream, they saw Lu Sheng, who was not far away, also unbuttoned his communication watch. He pinched it and threw it on the ground. Never mind. Lu Sheng looked at the people in front of him and spoke with a very calm look. Since I want to die so much, I will give you my best. Destroy, I'm tired. Next breath. The ice layer quietly broke, and murderous intent like a tsunami erupted out of Lu Sheng's body. A circle of black fog nearly 1,000 meters dispersed and suddenly disappeared. The pupils of Kuiwei and the horse-faced team shrank rapidly, and finally, they all changed their expressions. We have already penetrated more than 30 floors of the underground cave. Dong Qingxue stood in front of a gray abyss and stared at it. This abyss has just appeared. No, we can't go any further. Dong Qingxue turned around and said with a serious expression. Lin Wanwan had just collected samples of the strange beast. Seeing Dong Qingxue like this, she nodded quickly. Yeah, okay, the samples have been collected almost all the time. On the other side, Dong Xingyi, holding a knife in one hand, looked in the direction of the depths of the cave, as if she was stunned. Dong Xingyi. Senior brother Dong. Senior brother Dong. Dong Qingxue and Lin Wanwan shouted several times. Dong Xingyi turned his head suddenly, and a trance flashed on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. What's wrong? I was thinking about things just now, but I didn't pay attention. What did you say to me? Dong Qingxue frowned and said, We think we can go back. These layers are constantly discovering new abysses. It turns out that there was no such thing as the trough right you mentioned. But I always feel something is wrong. Okay, Dong Qingxue. Before Dong Qingxue could finish her words, Dong Xingyi interrupted without hesitation. Your mission only needs to explore the way. I will naturally solve the problem of strange beasts or something. Who do you think you are? Don't use your mere 6th level martial arts vision to guess my strength limit. Okay, 697? Even if there is a riot in the cave, I am absolutely sure to take you out. Dong Qingxue looked at Dong Xingyi in front of her calmly. After a long time, she nodded calmly and said, Okay, I understand. 298. Remember my face and be afraid of me next time. 3. Call! The wind blew on the flat ground. Lu Sheng took a step forward, and this step directly crossed the entire distance between him and the Kuei man. His movements were not fast, and everyone could see clearly. Or it's almost to another extreme. At this extreme, time seems to be infinitely extended. The air was made of viscous liquid, and it was pulled by Lu Sheng's figure to create clear transparent wavy marks. The black fog 1,000 meters away was pulled and frantically poured in, forming a long conical black line. Kuei's pupils contracted into needles, and he tried to resist when Lu Sheng's body activated. But as he just raised his hand, Lu Sheng's palm was approaching him. Clang! The white and slender palms, the 5 fingers are clanging, and the trimmed and well-decorated fingertips bloom with the sharp edge of the blade. The hand leaned forward. Tearing the bulk force field around Kuei's man was like tearing a piece of crisp paper. Moving forward straight, the tough battle suits separated silently. Fingertips touched the flesh. The Kuei man could almost clearly hear the sound of the skin tendons on his chest breaking. Then the hand penetrated straight into it like a bamboo shoot. The seemingly slow process ended in a flash. When it fell into the eyes of others, the high-quality man seemed to be shot by an arrow and pierced by a gun. Then, boom! The 2 figures disappeared at the same time, and a huge sound came from the stone wall on the edge of the open space. The horse-faced men's team turned their heads to look stiffly. I saw a long trace left on the bumpy ground, and at the end of the trace, a huge pit that was unexplorable on the stone wall. There seemed to be a few unlucky strange beasts along the way, and they were forced into the giant pit together, making the strange beasts next to them retreat timidly. The horse-faced men's team looked straight at the black and broken pit like wood. Soon, they heard the sound of tiny footsteps coming from inside. The light in the cave was dim. They opened their eyes wide, and barely saw a slender and tall body walking out. He walked out of the pit by the gravel under his feet, and blood dripped from his naturally drooping palm. Lu Sheng shook his hand casually, and threw away the flesh and blood mix between his 5 fingers. This scene made the 4 men in the maw-faced men suck the cold air. A powerful electric current went up along their tailbones, pushing through the sky spirit cover, and their scalp became numb. Shocked. Ranking of the stars list. If this news spreads, it will probably cause a sensation in the entire eastern military region. But it seems that they have no chance. Everyone's communication watches were damaged. They died in the cave, and were eaten by strange beasts in less than half a day. No one would know their whereabouts. Even if I know. The eyes of the horse-faced men's team fell on Lu Sheng, and his heart was filled with sadness. Can the military region still hold accountable for a top expert who can kill Ji-sun in one move? Forget it. At this time, Lu Sheng suddenly spoke, and with one sentence, he pulled the hearts of the horse-faced team from hell to heaven. I'm almost gone. When the horse-faced team heard this, they suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Sheng firmly, with excitement and ecstasy on their faces. Thank you. The horse-faced man was about to come forward and say a few words of thanks, but he felt a wind blowing through his face, and a stinging pain came. Then a few screams of varying lengths came from behind him. The man with horse face turned pale and touched his face, feeling empty and bloody. Lu Sheng threw a few bloody ears to the ground, looking at the horse-faced team with a calm expression. Remember my face? Next time, you must be afraid of me. Do you understand? I understand. Sure. The horse-faced team covered half of their cheeks and nodded wildly, their eyes full of horror and horror. Lu Sheng was too lazy to talk nonsense to a few people. His mental power rolled up the dense gold nuggets on the ground, and he flashed and disappeared into the corridor of the cave. The uneasy signal from the immortal cells became stronger and stronger, and he could no longer delay it. "Oh, I'm still soft-hearted. I can't do it like Gu Xian. Killing people is like mowing grass." Lu Sheng sighed softly, and his voice dissipated in the wind. On this side, watching Lu Sheng leave, the four of the horse-faced team rushed up one after another, lying on the ground to retrieve their own ears. It's just a few ears, and it can be picked up in a short time. "I finally remember who this person is." A member of the horse-faced man team grabbed his ears and grinned his teeth on his face, saying, "List of the star list. 12.5 stars fighting power. So it's him." The horse-faced man knew why Lu Sheng looked so familiar, and said with a shocked expression, "No wonder that Dong Xingyi, the top 10 generals in the Eastern Military Region, has challenged almost all of them, but he just skipped this Lu Sheng. I guess I had known him a long time ago." Dong Xingyi defeated Ji Sun with one move, and Lu Sheng also killed Ji Sun with one move. The two of them are simply strong men of the same level. The few people on the field looked moved. The news was amazing. Who would have thought that there was such a super top expert hidden in their Eastern Military Region? The haze that belongs to Dong Xingyi shrouded over our Eastern Military Region is about to be broken, and everyone will be excited when they hear this news. Someone said excitedly. At this time, they didn't even think that it was a shame and anger to be cut off one ear, and they admired and became closer to Lu Sheng in their hearts. "Captain, that Ji Sun. Go over and take a look." The horse-faced man remembered what Ji Sun was like. He led the team and the others to approach the huge pit on the stone wall carefully. The pit was dark and could not see anything, and only a pungent smell of blood was smelled. Someone stepped out of his pocket and broke it and threw it into the pit carefully. The glowing rod drew a long arc in the pit and landed more than 10 meters away. In other words, Lu Sheng's attack just now forced Ji Sun to penetrate the stone wall more than 10 meters deep. Such strength can no longer be described as terrifying. The few people were even more terrified. Pressing the vibration slowly walked in. Several people were at the end of the pit and finally saw a figure embedded in the rock. The powerful and arrogant Ji Sun was sticking to the wall like a mural. Behind him was a pool of corpses of strange beasts squeezed into meat pies, and a shocking blood hole existed on his chest. You can even see the heart that is beating inside and slowly bleeding through that hole. The horse-faced man checked for a moment and said with a complicated expression, "That guy held back." He leaned a few inches away and rubbed his heart. At this time, Ji Sun looked at the rock wall above her head with a blank expression. His eyes were empty and lost, and there was still a hint of shock and disbelief on his face. "He is still alive, but it's like dead." "Brother Dong, we can't go any further." Lin Wanwan ran to Dong Xingyi panting and pulled his sleeve hard. Dong Xingyi ignored it and continued to walk straight down. At this time, Dong Xingyi's eyes were blurred and her expression was confused, as if she was possessed by a demon, and she only knew how to move forward. "Wanwan, get out of here!" Dong Qingshua's cold voice sounded behind Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan quickly moved away from her side. Dong Qingxua stood behind Dong Xingyi. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and dozens of hexagonal thorns shot towards Dong Xingyi, making a harsh sound of breaking through the air. Ding ding dang dang. The sword light was like a waterfall, and all the military sects shot down in an instant. Dong Xingyi turned around and looked at Dong Qingxua with an expressionless face, her eyes frightened by coldness. "Dong Qingxua, do you really want to die?" Dong Qingxua looked at Dong Xingyi without fear and said calmly, "Dong Xingyi, it's time for us to go back. Wanwan sample has been collected long ago." "Uh-huh." Lin Wanwan next to him nodded quickly. "Senior brother Dong, we really should leave. I don't want to stay here anymore." The coldness on Dong Xingyi's face seemed to loosen a little, but soon Goodly Zhao shook his head. You guys go back. 299. Dong Qingxua's death. Now I want to requisition this helicopter. 4. Dong Xingyi's body trembled slightly, and the invisible force field dispersed. The six-edged military stent shot by Dong Qingxua stopped when it was 10 centimeters away from Dong Xingyi's body, and it was difficult to make an inch of progress. With the strength of Dong Xingyi's top-level bulk, once the bulk force field is unfolded, even the super-strong sniper rifle bullets cannot be shot in. Dong Qingxua is a level 6 warrior and a level 3 spiritual master. It is difficult to touch Dong Xingyi's corner of the attack. Dong Qingxua obviously understands this. Her beautiful eyes flashed, and she began to control the six-sided army sect to shuttle in front of Dong Xingyi. The six-ring army pierced through the stone walls on the top and on both sides, knocked down rolling gravel, and landed on the way Dong Xingyi was advancing. A large amount of gravel was accumulated, and the road leading to the lower floor of the cave was gradually blocked, and Dong Xingyi stopped. Lin Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she rolled up her sleeves. Sister Qingxua, I'll help you. But before she could do it, a white sword light burst out in the dark. Boom! Long knife marks penetrated through the corridor, and the gravel blocking the road was emptied by Dong Xingyi. Dong Xingyi's figure remained unchanged and continued to move forward unswervingly. Lin Wanwan had just rolled up her sleeves and was stunned when she saw this scene. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and shouted, Senior brother Dong, if you don't come back, I will go back and tell my father and let him punish you. Dong Xingyi paused, but before Lin Wanwan could be happy, he continued to walk forward. Should you like, Lin Jingyue's Tao can only make him successful, not me. My way is ahead. After hearing Dong Xingyi's words, Lin Wanwan turned to look at Dong Qingxua and murmured, It's over. Senior brother Dong respects my father as much as he respects the gods. Now he can even say such words. He is really possessed. Could it be that we really just watch him go? Lin Wanwan looked back at the way, and his eyes were either blue, green, or scarlet, and after Dong Xingyi was away, the strange beasts, who were previously intimidated by his power, began to move. We both can't get out, let alone bring reinforcements. Is there really no other way? Lin Wanwan's face turned pale. There is another way. Dong Qingxua suddenly spoke. Lin Wanwan subconsciously looked at Dong Qingxua. I saw Dong Qingxua's expression slightly moved, as if something was brewing. Finally, she shouted the title that had not been called out for more than 10 years to Dong Xingyi's back. Second brother. This sound seemed to have some magic power, penetrating layers of barriers. Dong Xingyi's body, which had been walking firmly and steadily, trembled suddenly, and turned around. You? Dong Xingyi frowned and looked at Dong Qingxua steadily. Dong Qingxua looked calm and called out again. Second brother. Dong Xingyi's brows frowned even more, as if she was thinking about something. Second brother, this is already deep in the cave. There are so many dangers. The mission to surpass Lin Wanwan, the only daughter of the martial saint, has been completed. Dong Qingxua seemed to have found the trick, and she emphasized her tone on words such as second brother and beyond the martial saint. Finally, she said very seriously, Second brother, we need you to escort us back. Dong Qingxua's words obviously worked. Dong Xingyi woke up completely. Damn it! Dong Xingyi looked at her hands and probably recalled what she had done before, with an ugly face. How can I take you all the way here? What am I doing? It seems that someone has been calling me over, and there seems to be something I really long for. As Dong Xingyi spoke, his expression suddenly became a little dazed, his eyes began to be blurred, and a faint struggle flashed across his face. Dong Qingxua's expression tightened, and she noticed that Dong Xingyi was in a wrong state. She hurriedly stepped forward and spoke again. Second brother. Roar. A huge black shadow more than 10 meters long was like a giant whale suddenly erupting from the deep sea at night. It opened its bloody mouth and disappeared with a scream. One and disappears. There is also Dong Qingxue, who was standing there before, and was cold and beautiful. This scene happened too suddenly and quickly. It was so close that neither Dong Xingyi nor Lin Wanwan could react. When they came to their senses, the huge beast that swallowed Dong Qingxue had already sank into the abyss gullies in the center of the cave and completely disappeared into the darkness. Exclamation point. Lin Wanwan suddenly covered his mouth with both hands, and his already big eyes instantly opened wider. His eyes were filled with unexpected and incredible expressions, and he couldn't say a word. Dong Xingyi was stunned. He stared at the location where Dong Qingxue had just existed, and slowly stretched out a hand, as if he wanted to grab something. Unfortunately, all I can grasp is air. Dong Xingyi suddenly fell silent. A moment later, a roar full of endless regret and anger erupted in the depths of the cave. Spit out my sister! A little white light burst quietly, then quickly expanded to form a huge white energy round cover, and finally exploded with a boom. The white light illuminated the layers of caves in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the entire cave became restless. Bang! The sound of something breaking sounded in Lu Sheng's mind. He stopped suddenly, and stood there for a long time. The 3 immortal cells in the middle of the eyebrows were silent, and no longer sent a signal. Lu Sheng felt extremely strong. At this moment, something very important to me was quickly leaving him. Call! Lu Sheng rushed out of the cave, and landed steadily on the ground. His expression was gloomy. After a few seconds, the phone was connected. Hey Mom, I'm Xiaosheng. Bei. Oh nothing, just call back and ask, Dad is okay. Okay, then I'll die. Then, after confirming that he was fine one by one, Lu Sheng breathed a little relieved. My parents are at work and Lu Qinghe is in class. Both of them are very good. That's... Lu Sheng continued to search for his mobile phone address book and found Dong Qingxue's number and dialed it out. Sorry. Shut down. Lu Sheng's face darkened. However, in the military region, it is common for mobile phones to turn off, and the signals are not very sensitive in many cases. Something might not be the case. Find the next one. But before Lu Sheng could make the next call, someone had already called in. Caller ID Qin Xiaojun. Lu Sheng quickly connect. Hello. Qin Xiaojun's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. St. Lu, where are you? I am here. Lu Sheng reported his position and asked, What's wrong? Qin Xiaojun's voice lowered and said hurriedly, Come back quickly, something happened. Something happened to Dong Qingxue. Bang! Lu Sheng's heart beat hard, and then slowly sank. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. What's wrong? Say it slowly. Qin Xiaojun seemed to be calmer, adjusted her breathing and said, It may not be that something happened. Didn't Dong Qingxue follow her brother Dong Xingyi these 2 days? In addition to challenging the military masters, Dong Xingyi also brought someone to the military region this time. Beyond the martial saint's only daughter Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan was going to go into the cave to collect fresh genetic samples of strange beasts, so Dong Xingyi asked Dong Qingxue, the spiritual master, to follow her in and help explore the way. As a result, news just came. Qin Xiaojun paused and said in a low voice, The riot broke out in the crack of the double S level cave where they entered. Riot level. It's the highest level 10. Click. Several long cracks suddenly broke out from the special phone case in Lu Sheng's hand, and even the sound from the phone became rustling. Hey! Lu Sheng, is your signal not good? No. In which war zone is the double S level cave that Dong Qingxue and the others entered? Okay, I get it. I'll write 300.1. A riot of double S level caves has just been quelled, and it's another time. It's the highest level 10 riot. Towards. Yu Xinghai will release the orders one by one, the whole. However, judging from the on-site defense situation, the situation is still dangerous. The 10th level riot, God knows how much damage it will cause. Yu Xinghai rubbed his eyebrows and asked the adjutant beside him. Before the riot of the grottos, how many members of the General Star team were inside? The adjutant said in a deep voice. Report to the commander, at least 8 generals and star teams have not withdrawn in the cave. Yu Xinghai's heart was so sank, but before he could sink to the end, the adjutant's next sentence came again. The team that surpassed the martial saint's only daughter Lin Wanwan and the third disciple Dong Xingyi did not come back either. Good. His eyelids twitched. In the past few days, Dong Xingyi came to the east, defeated many top generals and stars in the eastern military region, and thoroughly cleaned up the face of the eastern military region. Many eastern generals, like Yu Xinghai, gritted their teeth when they mentioned the name Dong Xingyi. However, for the sake of surpassing the martial saint, he could only go there. Even if their military headquarters has any objections, they can only endure it. Who can make the military headquarters worse than others? And there is no real level 9 strongman standing up. But it is not pleasant to see it on the one hand, and it is another aspect that Dong Xingyi died in the military headquarters. Not to mention that it also includes a jewel in the palm of the martial saint, and a one-on-one girl. If something happens to the two of them in the military region, the consequences will be really serious. The thunder of a martial saint-level powerful man is furious. I can't imagine what the military headquarters will pay for it. Immediately mobilize the Jiangxing team to go to the cave to find the whereabouts of the two. The level 10 riot in the cracks in the double S cave is not as good as the anger of a level 9 martial saint. Yes. But not long after, the adjutant hurried back. What's wrong? Adjust the scene immediately. Soon, satellite surveillance video of the scene of the cracks in the double S level underground cave was presented to Yu Xinghai. In the picture, the once peaceful defense battlefield has been shrouded in the tide of strange beasts and artillery fire. In this battle, a white sword light suddenly rose, like a dragon, and 4 verticals crossed each other, clearing an empty passage on the anxious battlefield. In the air channel, a young man holding a knife in one hand slowly walked towards the defense line. Behind the young man, a girl shrouded in golden light was closely followed, and about a dozen generals with slightly embarrassed figures. Yu Xinghai stared at the scene and quickly said, "Take me to the scene!" Yes. 5 minutes later, Yu Xinghai finally saw Dong Xingyi and his party safely escaped from danger on the battlefield defense line. Yu Xinghai breathed a sigh of relief and completely let go of his heart that had been hanging. Just be fine. Whether it was Dong Xingyi or Lin Wanwan, neither of them was injured. Not only did Ping An come out of the cave, but he also brought out 3 General Star teams that were deeply trapped in the cave. But what happened to them? Yu Xinghai hesitated on his face and whispered to the adjutant beside him. After Dong Xingyi and Lin Wanwan came out of the cave, they sat on the ground, looking in a dismay. Lin Wanwan is just a little girl after all. But Dong Xingyi, as a disciple of the martial saint, this guy has such a bad mind and will. Yu Xinghai didn't believe it. It seems that it's because a man who went into the cave with them died inside and couldn't come back. The adjutant explained in a low voice. Yu Xinghai asked, "Who is the one who hasn't come back?" When Yu Xinghai heard this, his eyes suddenly relaxed. As long as you are not a person with a big background, you will die if you die. Level 7 masters often fall, let alone a small school official. Just when Yu Xinghai was thinking about whether he should go up to comfort the two of them, at this moment, a cold voice overshadowed the sound of fighting and artillery fire on the battlefield. Like the power of heaven, like muffled thunder rolling in. Where is Dongxingyi? Where is Dongxingyi? Everyone in this area subconsciously turned their heads, including Yu Xinghai. The next moment, their pupils were all contracting. I saw a figure falling rapidly from the sky like a meteor and a boom hit everyone hard. Collapse? The ground of the defense line cast by pure steel was smashed into a big pit, and the ground was shaken, and the soil was rolled over. A figure walked out slowly from the pit. He is a handsome young man who holds a spear in his hand, and exudes a sharp spirit all over his body. Who are you? Yu Xinghai frowned slightly, and was about to ask. The young man from Junwei glanced at him indifferently. The deep and cold eyes were filled with a biting chill and the sea of blood. Even if he was the body of General Yu Xinghai, he had experienced many strong winds and waves. Under such gaze, his heart could not help but tremble slightly and subconsciously took a step back. Dongxingyi. Lu Sheng's eyes were fixed on a young man sitting on the ground, with messy hair, embarrassed and depressed. The young man looked up at him with a confused look on his face, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Where is Dongxingyi? Lu Sheng asked calmly. This name seems to touch something. The long-haired young man and the cute girl sitting aside, with a dull expression, all trembled slightly. The two of them focused on him, and the girl's eyes quickly turned red, and she couldn't help but cry with a wow. Lu Sheng understood. He no longer asks. You brought Dongxingyi in, but you didn't bring her out. You have no choice but to do this, even if you are her brother. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and said calmly, Dongxingyi, don't you want to ask for martial arts? When I bring Dongxingyi back, I will interrupt your martial arts journey with my own hands. Lu Sheng fell to the ground and became a nail. After saying that, he turned around and exerted a little force under his feet. Boom! The white air waves visible to the naked eye exploded, and a shallow pit appeared on the ground. Please, flowers! Lu Sheng's figure flew high like a cannonball, flying towards the direction of the cracks in the cave. When he arrived above the crack of the cave, his figure fall down hard. In a blink of an eye, it sank into the rolling black fog and the tide of strange beasts. Wow! This scene caused many people on the battlefield to exclaim, and each of them showed incredible expressions. Who is that person? He's crazy? The Double S underground cave has riots at level 10. It's too late to run. Why is he going in? Are you looking for death? Madman. The people who witnessed Lu Sheng taking the initiative to join the cracks in this area were shocked and shocked. Even Dongxingyi, who had been in a state of dismay, was moved. She stood up and stared at the direction where Lu Sheng disappeared. Lin Wanwan suddenly covered her mouth, opened her eyes wide, and even forgot to cry. Yu Xinghai also took 2 steps forward quickly, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He had seen many people who were willing to die in his life, but no one had been as decisive as Lu Sheng, and he could hardly even hesitate. Check and check. Who is this Jiangxing from the east? 0. Hoo-hoo. The strong wind blew past Lu Sheng's ears, blew up the black hair on his forehead. The cracks in the cave were like open, constantly spitting out ferocious mouths of smelly black water, waiting for him to take the initiative to feed him. Lu Sheng was not only shocked the soldiers on the battlefield, but also attracted the attention of many strange beasts. At the edge of the crack of the cave, a huge and ferocious beast stared at him, opened his bloody mouth and roared at him. A pair of strange and ugly eyes showed a fierce light, as if they were waiting to completely tear him apart in the next second. Lu Sheng's face was extremely calm. He looked down silently, fell down, and then closed his eyes. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, falling into the cracks of the trough of rolling black smoke without hesitation. Disappear. A figure kept falling in the dark and dull cave. 301. Every move is a big move. Find. 2. Lu Sheng has one of the biggest advantages, which is that he can judge a person's status through the information in the dream space. Dong Qingqua's personal information in the dream space shows that her life is not frozen at 28. This proves she was just trapped in the ground cave and was not dead. But if it keeps dragging on, it's hard to say. Lu Sheng is now afraid that he will enter the dream space again, and what he sees is Dong Qingqua's completely changed destiny. So, as soon as possible. Roar! Squeak! Shit! The blank area that had just been cleared was quickly filled at this time, and the cave was rioting, and there were too many strange beasts underneath. Lu Sheng's mental power dispersed, and could be clearly observed. At this moment, almost every abyss gap in this cave was spewing out strange beasts and black mist wildly. More from the depths of the cave. There may be a huge gap there, in the future. Lu Sheng guessed. He even caught a strange fluctuation of consciousness. It's similar to the consciousness fluctuations he had encountered before, bewitching him and causing a group of evil masters to fluctuate. But it is not the same as 3, 2, and 3. This fluctuation of consciousness has begun to consciously contact him actively. It's okay, I can play with you. Now forget it. Lu Sheng was not as conscious as the bird's fluctuations, and his mental power continued to spread, looking for Dong Qingqua's whereabouts. Lu Sheng dared to enter the cave without hesitation to find Dong Qingqua, and he had the greatest confidence. It is the secret silver pendant that he once gave to Dong Qingqua that contained his martial will. The pendant hides his spiritual seeds, just like coordinates. Within a certain range, it can help Lu Sheng determine the specific location of Dong Qingqua. Roar! Countless strange beasts swarmed in, and the heat and fishy saliva sprayed out of their mouths were almost dripping on Lu Sheng's face. Two-pronged approach. I'm looking for Dong Qingqua, and I want her to see me as soon as possible. Lu Sheng thought to himself. In this case, that move is the most suitable. Next breath. Lu Sheng's calm voice sounded softly. Unparalleled. Boom. The four-color light energy bloomed under the dark and deep cave, and all the strange beasts shrouded in the light were torn, frozen, melted, or flew away. Boom. As far as I see, the steep and rugged stone walls protrude and collapse one after another. Lu Sheng took a step forward and swept his spear, just like he was destroying his home in the deep cave. Lu Sheng's idea is also very pure. I'm attracting more hatred from a strange beast here, and Dong Qingqua, located in a corner of the underground cave, may be less pressure. So, he just wants to make a fuss. The bigger the noise, the better. If possible, Lu Sheng even wanted to completely penetrate the cave. Roar! One beast with a size of nearly 20 meters long, a head like a shark, but 6 thick plush limbs rushed to Lu Sheng, opening his bloody mouth, revealing a circle of fine black fangs as thin as jagged. The smelly breath is like a strong wind, which can almost make people faint. Lu Sheng had no expression on his face, his wrists trembled, and he grabbed the body of the red crystal dragon-patterned spear with both hands. Used the gun as the blade and cut it diagonally. The red fireworks illuminate the cave for a moment. Swish! The huge 6-armed giant shark beast opened its mouth wide, and was divided into 2 halves 3 or 4 meters in front of Lu Sheng. The remaining momentum did not diminish, and he continued to rush back until he hit the rock wall where he didn't know where he stopped. It was like a huge locomotive suddenly split in front of Lu Sheng, and then the car was destroyed and people were killed. The way of killing. As soon as Lu Sheng raised his spear, he swept out a piece of fireworks and frost, either a huge light blue wind blade, or rolled up layers of earth and rocks. But no matter what kind of power it is, it brings a large amount of bloody breath. The unparalleled state is most suitable for fighting against small monsters in groups. In addition, killing monsters is really like mowing grass. Wherever Lu Sheng swept his spear, there were people and horses rushing over, and corpses were everywhere. Boom! Lu Sheng stepped on the foot and directly stomped a cave corridor. He flew up like a shell, and the spear stabbed out suddenly, shaking gently. Hundreds of strange beasts were torn to pieces and flew away. Every move he made was extremely violent. Every ordinary attack carries terrifying attack special effects. Flames, frost, and hurricanes stacked layer by layer on the outer body of the red crystal dragon pattern, blessing the red crystal dragon pattern into a brilliant splendor. It made Lu Sheng feel like he was holding a super magic weapon several meters thick and dozens of meters long in his hand, and the shadow of the master's will that was constantly overlapping behind him, so the battle scene could only be described as gorgeous. His advantages in martial arts were fully demonstrated at this moment. Even if you have a close strength to me, you can't even think of getting the effect like me. In the unparalleled state, several elemental energy burst out at the same time, and the lethality is really terrifying. What if an ordinary warrior is even a super top chump with dozens of stars of combat power? With one punch, one kick, one knife, at most, you can kill a few or more than a dozen, and dozens of strange beasts can be killed. It's not that they are not strong enough, but that the attack range is so large. But Lu Sheng is different. Elemental energy is the extension of his arm, and he still has mental power. Various attack special effects are superimposed together, and splash damage is also a disaster for low-level alien beasts, and the attack range is too large. Roar! Lu Sheng's body shook slightly, and a long sound like a long whale's hissing suddenly burst out from his body. Crazy! There was a sound of big waves slamming the reefs. Behind Lu Sheng, a light blue light gathered, which quickly outlined the immensely huge white whale's virtual appearance. There were countless waves gathering under the white whale, twisting slightly, and blue light spots flew everywhere like fireflies, appearing extremely mysterious and beautiful in the depths of the dark cave. But the next moment, the white whale gently lifted its huge tail and patted it gently. Boom! It's like the sky collapses. An indescribable terrible fluctuation spreads around with Lu Sheng as the center. The place where we passed, the cave walls and corridors exploded layer by layer and cracked. The strange beasts that rushed towards Lu Sheng were blown away by invisible huge force, rolling backwards like waves. This attack killed at least thousands of strange beasts. The power of the magic image of the divine whale. Lu Sheng rarely uses the martial arts ability that has been shelving the bottom of the box to eat dust, but now it bursts with unparalleled brilliance. Lu Sheng held a gun in one hand and walked forward quickly. Although I am in the dark and bottomless hell, and the ghosts and monsters are all over my body, I feel like I am strolling on the willow embankment in early spring in March, killing the spring breeze. He speared out with a random shot, and purple thunder tangled into a python, jumped into the darkness, exploded with a brilliant lightning. After slashing horizontally, countless frost condensed into edges, whistling out, raising layers of blood. I am carrying dozens of master's teachings, mastering dozens of master's skills, and all kinds of mixed abilities. Every attack of mine is equivalent to someone else's ultimate move. And my ultimate moves are so numerous that I can't use them all. You can take turns to do it, without any duplication. The combination of the immortal body of stars and the natural breathing method makes Lu Sheng's body almost endless, and even if he consumes more in the battle, he has not recovered. Bang! A black shadow shot out from the darkness, broke through the layers of barriers around Lu Sheng, and stabbed Lu Sheng's back. Lu Sheng stopped and his body shook slightly. He turned around expressionlessly and saw a strange beast that was only 1 meter tall, round, and had only a pointed mouthpiece on his face, like a 302, wife, I'm here to pick you up 3. In fact, Dong Qingxue is in good condition and is not seriously injured. The 8th-level beast that suddenly attacked her just swallowed her in one bite. After being blocked by the mental barrier emitted by the secret silver pendant given by Lu Sheng, it swallowed it whole into her stomach. The main injuries Dong Qingxue suffered were rolling in the esophagus and stomach wall of the alien beast, and was also squeezed. At this time, Dong Qingxue didn't know where she was in the body of a level 8 beast. She had just crawled out of her stomach, and there was strong sour everywhere, and the alloy boots on her feet were corroded. Exposing her snow-white toes, she simply took off her toes and curled up in a small corner. The sour water flowed out of the strange beast's stomach was gurgling more than 10 centimeters before her toes. Dong Qingxue leaned against the flesh wall, which was covered with ruler-long tentacles, and at the top were small mouths covered with teeth, like living things, looking extremely cunning and disgusting. I don't know if it's a parasite or something in the alien beast. These tentacles are constantly attacking Dong Qingxue, but they have been blocked by the mental barrier emitted from the secret silver pendant and are temporarily safe. But Lu Xingfeng's mental power is being consumed rapidly in the secret silver pendant, and I don't know how long he can last. Ahem. Dong Qingxue coughed a few more times. The air in the strange beast was so turbid. I guess if she was not a level 6 warrior and had a very strong physical fitness, she would have been suffocated to death by now. At this time, Dong Qingxue was controlling a 6-edged military thorn to dig on the flesh wall, trying to dig a hole so that she could escape. However, although the 6-ring military baton penetrates 22, it is good, its size is too small. The flesh wall of the level 8 beast was too strong. She accidentally got the 6-edged army slam into the flesh wall too deep. The muscles on both sides quickly squirmed and swallowed the 6-edged military spear in. Dong Qingxue's eyes flashed for a moment. She didn't say anything, but just fell silent. This was the last weapon on her. Dong Qingxue has never been a woman who gives up easily, but now she still feels a little deep despair. I guess I'm really dying here, Dong Qingxue said softly to herself, and she had no resentment towards Dong Xingyi. There is no reluctance or fear, just thinking. A little regretful. She reached out to Grop and took out her cell phone in one of her pockets. Click on the screen, and a glimmer of light lit up in the dim light. The phone has sufficient battery power, but unfortunately the signal has always been in a search state, and the internet does not have it either. Dong Qingxue found a person's contact information in the address book and clicked it a few times, but unfortunately she couldn't call it out. Her face was quite calm, and she was not disappointed, because it was expected. Click on the chat software again, and click on the chat box with the top contact. After thinking about it, I held my phone in both hands and started typing. The slightly bright light on the mobile phone screen reflects Dong Qingxue's face. She focused on clicking on the screen, writing a long letter, tilting her head from time to time to think. Donkinks on weekdays is too cold, like a bitter flower carved with ice. Now the ice shell is melting quietly, with a soft temperament and gentle eyebrows, just like a girl in an oil painting. Sometimes she would suddenly laugh, as if she was thinking of something interesting and beautiful. The corrosive acid flowed through her feet, but it made a pleasant sound of ding-dong spring water. The ugly tentacles hit the mental barrier around her, like lavender flowers dancing in the wind. Dong Qingxue is not hiding in the dirty and cramped beast, but sitting quietly on the grass on summer nights. She has a beautiful starry sky above her head, a gentle cool breeze in her ears, and a fireflies flying in front of her eyes. Time passed by bit by bit. The long letter Dong Qingxue wrote to someone finally came to an end. She gently clicked to send. The long article jumped into a green box, and a small circle was constantly rotating. It's just in line with Dong Qingxue's wishes. If she could send it normally, she would not dare. She gently put down her phone, and there was no regret in her eyes, and she felt dizzy at this time. The air in the alien beast's body was almost exhausted, and there was only a thin layer of mental barrier that protected her. Those tentacles that were used to eating carrion had long been coveting Dong Qingxue for a long time, and they were tangled up wildly, covering her little by little. Dong Qingxue was quietly half lying, her eyelids drooping, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. Her lips opened and closed slightly, and she couldn't hear the sound. If someone could get close to her mouth at this time, he might be able to vaguely recognize the two words she had been repeating. Lu, Saint! Unfortunately, I couldn't see him for the last time. Dong Qingxue sighed softly in her heart. Her eyes gradually became darker, and her consciousness slowly subsided. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in her vision. Is it the light of the dying moment? Dong Qingxue didn't care, but her consciousness sinks faster. But the light is getting bigger and bigger. It eventually became dazzling. Shit! A strange voice sounded in Dong Qingxue's ears. It was very faint at first, and very far away. But it quickly got closer and became harsh. Fresh air infused, and Dong Qingxue suddenly stood up like a person awakened in her sleep. Roar! Wu! A lot of noisy sounds penetrated her eardrums. It was the howling and roaring sounds of countless strange beasts. And the light I saw when I was dying did exist in front of her. She saw the flesh wall in front of her separate little by little to both sides. It was as if someone was trying hard to tear the hole open to both sides. The tentacles that grew on the flesh wall were like crazy, all twitching and dancing. Then the next second, tear! Accompanied by a shrill roar, the flesh wall completely separated to both sides, and a strong light penetrated. Dong Qingxue opened her eyes wide, and saw a slender and upright young man emitting a faint golden light all over her body. She tried hard to open the bloody crack with both hands and jumped in. He stretched out a hand towards Dong Qingxue, his eyes shining and a smile on his face. Wife, I'm here to pick you up. Buzz! In an instant, Dong Qingxue seemed to be hit by lightning, and she stood there motionless. Now 19, now ranked in the Eastern Conference General Star list. However, according to reliable sources, this person has just been. Ji-sun's combat power is more than 15 stars. The voice of the adjutant's report made everyone in this area look shocked and moved. Especially Yu Xinghai. 19 years old, General, kills Ji-sun with a combat power of more than 15 stars in one move. These halos are superimposed and gathered into a very important word, the genius. Top monster. And he is also a top monster who belongs entirely to their eastern military region. In terms of potential and qualifications, they are even far beyond Dong Xingyi, who appears in front of Yu Xinghai. Only seen in life. But it is such a top genius with talent that he just launched a suicide attack on the double-level S-level cave where a level 10 riot was taking place. Just under his nose. The key is that he hasn't stopped it yet. Yu Xinghai didn't know what to say. After a long time, I put on a sentence. Can you find out his whereabouts now? The adjutant shook his head regretfully. No, he took the initiative to damage 323 before entering the cave. And the commander, even if he could find his place in this case. The adjutant turned his head and looked at the increasingly intense battlefield of the alien beast and said, I don't recommend that the military headquarters send people to rescue. Why? Yu Xinghai sighed. He understands these principles more than anyone else. It's just a pity. Yu Xinghai looked in one direction. A young man with long hair and a smaller girl were staring blankly at the direction of the crack in the cave in the center of the battle group, and didn't know what he was thinking. Damn! Yu Xinghai cursed in his heart. The martial saint disciple, the Marsh 303. The sword light breaks through the ground, and the heaven and earth lose their voices. 4. Although thermal weapons are almost no threat to high-level alien beasts, even due to the existence of a regular force field, most thermal weapons will fail in the cave. But as the peak masterpiece of thermal weapons, nuclear weapons are still one of the trump cards of human beings. It's just that nuclear weapons have a hidden danger. Expanding the abyss gap allows more and higher-level alien beasts to join the battlefield, resulting in more serious consequences in the future. Currently, more than half of the 9S-level caves in the world are smashed by governments from all over the world with nuclear weapons. Smash once every time with a nuclear weapon. It can indeed eliminate a large number of strange beasts in a short period of time, which is quite convenient. But after a period of calm, the cave level will soar up wildly, expanding the disaster level. It's not very appropriate to describe it in an idiom. Drink poison to quench thirst. But even if you drink poison to quench your thirst, you still have to choose to use nuclear weapons when the riot is so fierce that it cannot be curbed. Even if you know the consequences are bad, even if you know it is poison, you have to bite the bullet and drink it. Yu Xinghai's idea was to use a small ton of nuclear weapons to detonate outside the cave to remove some alien beasts on the upper floor of the cave. In this case, if you are lucky, the military may have the chance to rescue Lu Sheng, who is trapped in the underground cave. Although this probability is similar to that of Lu Sheng, who survived alone in the depths of the cave for half a month, it is very slim. But it is also a miracle. Yu Xinghai hopes to create it himself. I'll ask the marshal. A top monster with the 9th level martial saint is enough for us to take a risk. Yu Xinghai made up his mind to ask the adjutant to answer the call from the marshal's command. At this moment, an officer hurriedly ran in from outside the temporary command center. Report to the commander. The situation of the battle has changed. Yu Xinghai reached out and pressed his hand, stopped the adjutant, who was about to call, and said in a deep voice, "What's the change?" The officer said quickly, "Every line of defense has found that the strange beasts on the battlefield tend to retract from the cracks in the cave." What? Yu Xinghai was excited and hurriedly spoke, "Calling out the battlefield satellite image for me." Soon, the satellite surveillance screen that looked at the audience was presented to Yu Xinghai. At first glance, the tide of strange beasts in the battle group was slowly retracting. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is indeed a manifestation of the strange beast tide being prepared to retract from the cave. Yu Xinghai's eyes were sharper. He saw something deeper. It's not a retraction nor a backward. Yu Xinghai frowned, stared at the picture with a burning gaze, and whispered, "It's a counterattack. It's a rescue. This is the nest of the strange beasts. The backyard is on fire." Everyone around was stunned when they heard this. Looking at the scene carefully, each of them suddenly became shocked. Really? After the picture was closer, they could clearly see that the strange beasts retreating from the front line turned and rushed towards the cracks in the underground cave. They are standing by one after another without hesitation. It's like, what's extremely scary? Just about to go from the center of the crack in the cave. Break free. The light silver alloy sword cut through the air, slashing out invisible ripples, and a white sword energy that was 7 or 8 meters long broke free from the alloy sword. Sweep. Leave a fuzzy floor. The man with a 2-meter tall height, tough appearance, and short hair like a steel needle raised, flipped his long alloy knife in his hand, and was about to take action again. But he found that the number of strange beasts around him had become much thinner, so he breathed out and jumped back to the high wall of the defense line, stepping on the alloy wall that was more than half a meter thick for a while. The tide of strange beasts seems to be retreating. A middle-aged man wearing a combat uniform similar to his, big and thick, and with short beards walked towards him with a big knife on his shoulder. The ordinary soldiers holding guns and cannons on the defense line saw the two, and their faces showed deep admiration and awe. Because the two of them are generals, grandmasters, and martial arts powerhouses, who could enter the battlefield alone and roam in the group of strange beasts. Uncertain. The tough man shook his head, leaned on the alloy knife with one hand, and said, "The level 10 riot is not so easy to calm down. It is probably only a temporary ebb, and the next wave may be 10 times more dangerous." The short-bearded man nodded and said nothing. He took out 2 cigars from his arms and threw them one at random. The Malaysian golden sword sat down beside him, rubbed his fingers, lit the cigar, looked at the battle group in the distance, spit out and muttered, "It's so unlucky to say that I just came out of the cave and didn't have time to take a breath. I was forced to the battlefield here. It's really—" The tough man also showed a little helplessness on his face. "When I thought of what happened before, I felt a sense of depression in my heart, pressing it against my chest, and couldn't spit it out. Their team was originally. But suddenly, a powerful figure was hijacked in the middle of the road, and the helicopter turned around and flew straight in." Looking back at the scene at that time, the tough man still felt numb and still felt scared. He is a level 7 master at least, and has a star-breaking combat power. Under the man's eyes, he didn't even dare to touch his little finger. The cold murderous intent that was overwhelming and almost condensed into substance was like a level 8 alloy knife, pressing against his throat tightly. He even doubted that if he said no, would the head fall to the ground in the next second? Powerful. Too powerful. He is definitely a big shot at the top of the general star list. I just don't know which one he is, and he has no impression of the other person's appearance and temperament. The short-bearded man probably was thinking about something similar to him, and suddenly said, "I heard that there is a big man from the top of the general star list who took the initiative to join the center of the riot. I don't know what to do. It's the same as suicide. Did you think it would be the one who hijacked us?" The tough man shook his head and said nothing. He also knew the suicide boss, mentioned by the short-bearded man. Many people witnessed the scene of the fallen cave, and no one knew what stimulation the other party was. The double S level cave riots are still level 10. The riots are about to go to the cave at this critical moment, which is exactly the same as taking the initiative to die. Maybe something extremely important has fallen into the cave. Even if you sacrifice your life, you have to find it. It's a pity that I can only lose my life. The tough man thought silently in his heart. At this moment, the short-bearded man sitting next to him smoking suddenly, and suddenly stood up from the alloy defense wall. His eyes stared blankly into the distance, as if he had seen an extremely incredible scene. The tough man also looked up, and his face immediately showed his shock. I saw that on the huge battlefield, the overwhelming group of strange beasts retreated like a tide. But they did not shrink back to the cave, but instead gathered at the edge of the cave cracks, stacked up layer by layer, forming a high wall of strange beasts, and then tilted downwards. After repeated this, it looked like the strange beasts were trying to extinguish something. Block what? What to intercept? These strange beasts are crazy? The short-bearded man was full of incredible face and murmured, "What a fucking thing I've seen for a long time." The tough man was also shocked and confused, and he was about to say something. Suddenly, a strange wave came from the cracks in the distance. As this fluctuation spreads, the next breath, the tough man and the short-bearded man's pupils suddenly contracted. They saw a scene that would never forget them forever. It's not just them, but many people on the battlefield at this time. Whether it is an ordinary soldier, an officer, or a general. even Yu Xinghai and others located in the temporary command center. Dong Xingyi, standing on the defense line, was stunned and out of sight. There are also some people who have just arrived for reinforcements on fighter planes. Different locations, different angle. 304. Compete with the King of Hell, the peerless general. 1. Bang! The command table standing in front of Yu Xinghai was suddenly divided into two halves by invisible energy. There are also some miscellaneous things, all separated to both sides, quickly clearing out a road. Yu Xinghai's figure flashed, and the man had already crossed nearly 100 meters and appeared on the alloy defense wall. His body leaned forward slightly, his eyes fixedly staring at the distance, with a shocked expression. Many people have performed similarly to him. Dong Xingyi stood beside him, holding the knife in one hand, her lips tightly pursed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The 1,000-meter sword energy that broke out from the depths of the underground cave seemed to penetrate into the hearts of countless people on the edge of the battlefield. Their blood stopped steeply, their brains stopped, and their whole body was penetrated by an inexplicable impact and shock falling from the sky, and their nerves were trembling. The sword weapon continued to push upwards, shaking gently. Thousands of strange beasts were cut into pieces and fell down one after another. In just a few moments, the extremely shocking black pot lid had become fragmented and invisible. Immediately, the sword trembled and suddenly exploded with a bang. A wave of air that could be seen in the naked eye spread. The black pot cover completely collapsed, and countless strange beasts were lifted out, like raindrops, and were spectacular. And the cracks above the cave were also solemn. Immediately afterwards, a small golden light spot flew out of the cave quickly. There are countless strange beasts chasing below. The golden light spot seemed to be stepping on the black wave, quickly breaking free from the constraints of the underground cave and flying towards the battlefield defense line. It's an individual! Countless people on the defense line were shocked and exclaimed, "He is actually flying!" For ordinary people, flying in the air is a mythical and legendary thing. Although it was the era of martial arts manifestation, even martial arts masters could not fly freely in the sky like birds. The generals and stars on the field were also moved. It is slightly better than ordinary people. Although the 763rd line of the 763 is amazing, it is not an extremely rare thing. A small number of warriors with special abilities can do it. For example, a talented warrior with great power in the wind element, a spiritual minder at level 7 or above, a legendary martial saint level powerhouse. What impacts the generals and stars is the 1,000-meter sword aura that looks like the mighty sky power. There is also the surging murderous intent that emanates from the sword, with a sharp edge. Can it be the one who took the initiative to join the underground cave before? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke. Many people were shocked when they thought of this. When the battle situation broke out most fiercely, a strong man turned into a meteorite and devoted himself to the cave without hesitation and the eyes of disaster. Many people have witnessed it with their own eyes, and many people even speculated about the reason and sighed for it. Almost everyone thought that one would die. When I think about it now, I suddenly felt like an electric current hitting their tailbone, and I could hardly help myself trembling all over. If it's true, then... A powerful general star spoke, but he couldn't continue the next half sentence because he couldn't find any words to describe it. The double S level underground cave entered the underground cave during a level 10 riot, and then came out one after another. It was like rushing into the gate of hell for a while, then killing through the 18 levels of hell and breaking through the ground and rebirth. Shocked. Unparalleled shock with D. The people on Yu Xinghai's side obviously realized this. Everyone was staring at the rapidly approaching black dot. Soon, the black dot approached. Many people see the full picture of the dark spots clearly. I saw that it was a young man shrouded in a light golden glow, with a tall figure, describing his handsome appearance. He held the gun in one hand, and gently lifted his other hand behind him. On his back, there was a beautiful and pale woman lying on her back. In an instant, everyone understood, and the many doubts in their hearts were answered. No wonder, expression appeared on his face, and then he turned into deep admiration and indescribable appreciation and admiration. The 6 armies cried, and all wretched, and they were angry, and turned to the beauty. In ancient times, in order to regain his beloved wife, the king made blood flow thousands of miles away, and the 6 armies were mourned. The one in front of me is so good. He rushed to the hall of hell and robbed people. Describing the handsome Lu Sheng who is carrying Dong Qingshua's figure, deeply imprinted into the minds of countless people on the battlefield. At this moment, a word popped up in many people's minds at the same time. A peerless charm. The peerless general. The moment Yu Xinghai saw Lu Sheng's face clearly, his expression became excited. Her lips were trembling slightly, trying to say something, and in the end. But he just turned into a loud laugh, and then immediately ordered, "The whole army is ready to counterattack the underground cave." "Yes!" The adjutant passed Yu Xinghai's orders lightly at the same time. Soon, the entire battlefield defense line became boiling. Morale climbed to an unprecedented peak. The double S level riot in the underground cave level 10, and it is already a victory to be able to barely guard the defense line. Counterattack on the underground cave. What a joke. Their eastern military region had a peerless general, who looked at the strange beasts in the cave as if nothing had happened, and they rushed in and out and returned all over. Why can't they counterattack the underground cave? Dry. Some generals with blood surging and their bloodlines were surging, jumping off the defense line, and actively rushed towards the tide of strange beasts that were rushing back in the distance. The sound of artillery fire and the shouts of killing vibrated the world. When Lu Sheng stepped on the land in the defense line with Dong Qingxue on his back, the battlefield behind him was already 10 times more intense than before. Lu Sheng carefully put Dong Qingxue down, and a petite figure rushed up quickly to support Dong Qingxue. Lu Sheng took a look and found that it was the cute girl who had been following Dong Xingyi before, the only daughter who surpasses the martial saint. It is precisely because of her that Dong Qingxue is deeply trapped in danger. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed for a moment, but he quickly shook his head and threw away the thoughts in his mind. He was crazy. What does this matter have to do with a little girl with no martial arts skills? The main reason is that Lu Sheng turned his head and looked at the person in front of him with a calm look. Dong Xingyi. At this time, Dong Xingyi was standing a few meters away from them. The move he pounced on just now was faster than Lin Wanwan, but hesitated when he got closer. Dong Xingyi's expression on her face was quite complicated. There is shock, joy, incredible, but there is more deep regret and confusion. He looked a little pitiful. But Lu Sheng did not sympathize with him. Lu Sheng did not forget what he had said. He walked slowly towards Dong Xingyi, and Dong Xingyi's eyes moved to him. When Lu Sheng walked in, he heard Dong Xingyi lower his head and said to him gently, Thank you for saving Qingxue." Lu Sheng frowned slightly and said, "Don't think I won't hit you if I say thank you. If you say you cut off your martial arts path, you cut off your martial arts path. You can't become level 9, and you can't become level 9 with me." Lu Sheng reached out and patted Dong Xingyi's shoulder lightly, saying lightly, "Prepare well on the ring of the Eastern Military Region competition. I'll do it very hard." Dong Xingyi suddenly looked up, her face full of shock. Lu Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to him, so he turned around and walked back to Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue's shoes were rotten, and she stood barefoot on the ground, weak, pale, and looked a little embarrassed. If Lin Wanwan hadn't been trying hard to support her, she would have almost fallen. Dong Qingshua's eyes were always on Dong Xingyi, and when Lu Sheng walked over, she turned to Lu Sheng. Dong Qingshua's face was very calm, and the look of looking at Lu Sheng was almost no different from before. Thank you, Lu Sheng. 305. The number 1 general in the east is Liang in the east. 2. As the commander-in-chief of this riot and suppression, Yu Xinghai made headlines in the newspapers at the military headquarters, and was well known as the attacking general, sounding the horn of humans to counterattack strange beasts. Even international military newspapers promoted his deeds, and the Eastern Military Region Daily even wrote a big book, taking out a whole page to introduce Yu Xinghai's outstanding performance in this battle. On the contrary, during the riot, he killed through the underground cave and shocked the 12th war zone in the eastern region. Lu Sheng, who was in the limelight, only had a few words in the newspaper, and just a few words were mentioned. It just jumped to the ranking of the generals, and stars in the army quietly. Although the onlookers were so excited that they were fighting in and out of the cave alone, the purpose was to save their wives, which was not so glorious after all. And it is understandable that personal heroism has always been the most taboo on the battlefield. Lu Sheng put down the newspaper. His expression was quite calm. In this matter, he seemed to be grabbing the credit by Yu Xinghai, but in fact, what Lu Sheng got in the end did not reduce at all. Military rewards. He's left in. Not only that, there is also a Diamond Dragon patterned War Merit Medal waiting for the military marshal to personally award him. The Diamond Dragon pattern medal is the highest level medal that the Eastern Military Region can issue. Further up, there is only the Purple Gold Dragon pattern medal. The Purple Gold Dragon pattern medal was approved by the Military Association and could only be issued by the government and military departments. So far, except for a few generals who made extremely outstanding contributions to the battle against alien beasts in the first year of martial arts, the rest were all deceased martial saint-level figures. It can be said that the Diamond Dragon pattern War Merit Medal has in a sense represented the limit of glory that ordinary people can obtain under the martial saint. There are only a handful of people who have received this medal from the entire Eastern Military Region, including several generals. Lu Sheng is the youngest one. It's also the fastest to get. This shows the importance the Eastern Military Region attaches to him. My knife should amaze many people. This Diamond Dragon pattern medal is mainly attributed to the ground-breaking sword that Lu Sheng cut through the underground cave. Not only did it amaze the entire Eastern Military Region, but even Lu Sheng himself was amazed. That was almost the strongest knife in his ultimate state. Invincible Posture Martial God State Calming State 2nd Level 3 Immortal Cells Martial Saint Skill Killing. Lu Sheng could no longer remember how much power he used, but only knew that the strange beasts in the entire cave were driven by the fluctuations of consciousness, and they were like crazy, trying desperately to keep him. The suffocation feeling like being entangled and bound by countless seaweeds in the deep sea of despair is simply impossible for anyone who has not experienced it personally. Then Lu Sheng used a gun instead of a knife, and God's will is like a knife, my will is like a knife, and human life is like a grass, was cut up. After slashing out with one sword, Lu Sheng almost exhausted. The first thing to be exhausted was his qi. Gongqi comes from qi and blood. A long time ago, when he first entered the Grandmaster realm, Lu Sheng did not have to worry about Gongqi, because he condensed a large blood pill as soon as he entered the Grandmaster realm, and the total amount of Gongqi was almost dozens of times that of Grandmasters of the same level. Wait until the immortal cells transform, then break and then stand, and achieve the immortal body of the star. The qi is so much more endless and endless. Coupled with the super replies effect of natural breathing method, Lu Sheng simply transformed into a permanent motion machine of Gongqi. I never dreamed that I would have one day to be drained. Then, there was mental power, and most of the mental power was drawn away to allow the second level of the emptiness and bright state to mobilize more elemental energy. Only then did the stunning knife come from behind. Otherwise, how can it be said to be the limit? If it weren't for the instantaneous recovery of some of the power of natural breathing method, he probably wouldn't be able to escape from the underground cave in the future. I wonder if my sword can match the power of the magic phase of the 9th level martial saint. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he guessed that he was almost there. The 9th level martial saint Dharma is generated, and all the energy of heaven and earth is mobilized. That is the effect of leveraging 10, swaying hundreds, driving thousands, and swaying thousands. No matter how much energy there is in his body, it will definitely be far from it. Manpower is exhausted, but the world is endless. It's too difficult to fight against the power of heaven and earth with one person. But I still have a lot of room for improvement. If I move up my strength, I may not have no chance to fight against the 9th level martial saint. When Lu Sheng thought about it carefully, he seemed that he had not even broken through the sect realm. The sect realm is not important. The path I took is different from that of ordinary warriors. But the two bridges of heaven and earth still have to try to open up. Just as the emptiness state is about to enter. 20 million of merits, plus the secret gold nuggets I brought back, it is enough to create a complete prayer heaven wish wheel knife. There are also many more to exchange for alien marrow liquid. When I think about Lu Sheng, I feel a little impatient. But not now. A slight footsteps came, and Lu Sheng saw Li Dai walking to him as gently and quickly as a cat, and whispered, "Sir, the kitchen has been ordered. All the things you asked for help are arranged." "Yeah, okay." Lu Sheng nodded, stood up from the chair, and walked upstairs. "Come here, and help me pick out my clothes." "Yes." Today is Lu Sheng. He attached great importance to it. "What do you think I'm wearing?" "Well, will it be better?" Lu Sheng opened the closet and saw the clothes hanging inside, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. There weren't many clothes in his closet. Apart from combat uniforms and military uniforms, there were only a few short-sleeved pieces he brought from his home to wear in summer. Lu Sheng rarely buys clothes, and every time he buys a lot of similar ones. The main reason is that his martial arts strength soared too fast. Sometimes, his clothes will be torn and ineffective in wearing when he takes action. So he always only looks at the quality of the clothes when buying clothes, and never cares about the color and style. It was a bit embarrassing to Li Dai to pick out a formal date outfit from a bunch of military uniforms and t-shirts. Fortunately, Li Dai has received professional training, and will not laugh unless it is funny. She quietly picked out a few sets of clothes from the wardrobe and placed them in front of Lu Sheng, saying, "These are all okay. Based on my understanding of Miss Dong Qingxue, she should prefer adults to wear this set." Li Dai recommended a white shirt with casual military pants, which looked simple and refreshing. Lu Sheng was quite surprised and looked at Li Dai. "Do you know Dong Qingxue?" Now, there are few people in the entire Eastern military region who don't know Miss Dong Qingxue. Who doesn't know that the peerless generals in the East have entered the ground cave for their confidant, fighting in and out, and even thousands of strange beasts cannot stop them? Li Dai showed envy on her face and said, "Miss Dong Qingxue can now be said to be the envy of all female soldiers and officers in the entire Eastern military region." Lu Sheng shook his head with a smile, suddenly remembered something, and asked casually, "Your parents' old comrade in arms seems to have been looking for you frequently recently. Is there anything wrong?" Li Dai's eyes flashed, and she said calmly, "Yes, he wants to pursue me and marry me." Lu Sheng was a little surprised. "How old is he this year?" Li Dai replied, "I'm still young, over 70. Lu Sheng didn't know what to say. he is this year. And in the future, they are all destined to become immortal species. In this way, he was a little worried about whether age would become an obstacle between the two, whether their parents could agree, what would their friends around him think, etc. Good guy. Li Dai's two people are about 50 years apart and 306. Backlash. Try to open up the double bridge of heaven and earth 3. During dinner, Dong Qingxue arrived on time. He was riding one of the 3 cars equipped by the military headquarters for Lu Sheng, the most expensive one. Lu Sheng had never sat down, but he simply swept through it with his mental power. He knew that the car had leather sofas, LCD TVs, wine cabinets. The shockproof and bulletproof systems were all top-notch, and the cab was completely isolated from the back, so quiet that there was no sound, and the riding experience was full. Before Dong Qingxue came, Lu Sheng was thinking in his heart whether Dong Qingxue would deliberately be late for a few hours because of the last time he released the pigeon. Now I feel that I am superficial. Dong Qingxue is not such a petty person at all. Even though he had already made up his mind, Lu Sheng was still stunned when Dong Qingxue got off the bus. Dong Qingxue actually wears a skirt. She actually wears a skirt. She also wore high heels. Lu Sheng was stunned. In his memory, Dong Qingxue was either in military uniform or in combat uniform, and he had never seen Dong Qingxue dress up any other way. Now when you look at it, Dong Qingxue, who took off her military uniform and changed back to women's clothing, could not describe it as the word top. Super top. Are you surprised? Dong Qingxue, wearing a white dress, long legs, and black hair as a waterfall, stood in front of Lu Sheng's, September 13th, and asked calmly. No. Lu Sheng shook his head and sighed in an unconcealed tone of appreciation. It's just amazing. Dong Qingxue pursed her lips and said, Eat. Good. Lu Sheng led Dong Qingxue into the room. Under the mental exploration, Dong Qingxue could clearly see that after he turned around, he immediately showed a relieved expression and quickly took out a small mirror from his handbag and put on makeup quickly. Under the seemingly calm appearance, the heart beats more than 18 times, and even the 2 long legs are trembling slightly when they move. This is Lu Sheng. I accidentally felt a little cute. After the 2 of them took their seats, Dong Qingxue sat opposite Lu Sheng, and she returned to her original calm and indifferent attitude. Lu Sheng didn't expose her, and she should eat and drink, and introduced the characteristics of a certain dish from time to time. Both of them were powerful warriors, eating a lot and eating fast. The supper was over only took more than half an hour. Go to watch a movie? Lu Sheng wiped his mouth and asked Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue was also simply nodded. Okay. The 2 went out immediately. To be honest, as the most legendary couple in the Eastern military region, if those outside who have imagined countless romantic scenes in their minds can see that the way they get along with each other is like this, I guess I will be so shocked that I doubt my life. Incredible. 2 maids in the manor watched Lu Sheng drive out of the manor murmured. Are they actually having a partner just now? It's really hard to see. Who said no? Next time, let me hear you talking about the adults behind your back, so just go to the military prison to report it. A cold voice sounded behind the 2 of them. The 2 maids turned around and saw Li Dai standing quietly behind them with expressionless faces, looking at them coldly. The 2 of them turned pale, and they quickly shut up and lowered their heads and left quickly. Li Dai stared at the 2 of them for a long time before retracting her gaze, and looked at the direction where Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue were heading far away. Immediately afterwards, she quickly walked out of the manor, stopped not far from the manor wall, where a middle-aged man in military uniform was standing. You're here. When the middle-aged man saw Li Dai, he threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, and said casually, When are you going to do it? That one is almost unable to wait. Li Dai frowned and said coldly, This is the Eastern Military Region. Lu Sheng is now the most talented general in the Eastern Military Region. How do you ask me to do it? Can I still walk out of the military camp alive after doing it? Then what are you going to do? This kid has improved his strength so fast. He is only 19 years old now. In a few years, the middle-aged man's eyes showed a little cold look and he whispered, I'm afraid the genetic venom extracted from the 9-level alien beast can't kill him. Rest assured, Li Dai said lightly. There are a few days left to the Eastern Military Region competition. At that time, he will definitely represent the Eastern region to participate in the military exercises in the entire military region. I will do it on the way, so it will be convenient for me to leave at that time. Just have an idea. The middle-aged man reached out and gently pressed on Li Dai's shoulder, and smiled and said, After finishing this, if you are determined to do martial arts, then you will naturally arrange for you to enter the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, and your status is equivalent to that of a disciple of the martial saint. If you don't want to, you will get a lot of money, and you will never spend all your life. Of course, if you have other ideas. The middle-aged man looked up and down at Li Dai's body, and his smile was quite obscure. Li Dai frowned, and an unconcealed look of disgust appeared on her face. Give your dirty hands! Don't come to me again in the next time he has noticed it. After saying that, Li Dai turned around and left. Bah, bitch! Even the benefactor can backfire. Do you really think you will have a good end? The middle-aged man looked at Li Dai's back and spat hard, leaving quickly with a gloomy face. The moonlight shines like water on the secluded and uninhabited path in the military district. Two figures walked side by side on the road. The man was wearing a simple white shirt, handsome and upright. The woman was wearing a white dress, which was elegant and refined. Neither of them spoke, but they both enjoyed the quiet and beautiful time. Finally, when I reached an intersection, the girl stopped and said, I'm here. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, with a little regretful expression, and nodded. Okay, then I won't send you up. Dong Qingxue lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something, and suddenly said, A few days will be the Eastern Military Region competition. I know what you're going to say. Lu Sheng thought for a while and said, I promise you that I won't hurt Dong Xingyi. But Lu Sheng's tone became firm. Some things are wrong, and if you are wrong, you have to pay the price. I said that if you want to cut off his martial arts path, you will cut off his martial arts path. Anyway, he will never be level 9 in his life, so I simply let him give up early. Dong Qingxue was stunned. Although it is not very clear why Lu Sheng is so sure that Dong Xingyi cannot enter the 9th level, he does not know how Lu Sheng interrupts Dong Xingyi's martial arts journey without hurting Dong Xingyi. But he nodded and said softly, If you want to do it anyway. I will always be on your side. The last half of the sentence seemed to have exhausted all Dong Qingxue's courage. After she finished speaking, she turned around quickly and disappeared. Lu Sheng looked at Dong Qingxue's back as he left, still recalling what she had just said, and his eyes gradually became gentle. I didn't expect that I could actually get my teacher. Lu Sheng couldn't tell what it was like, and he felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart. Suddenly I remembered something, and my face changed drastically. Oh no, I just forgot to hold her hand. Alas! Lu Sheng hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and walked back while dialing someone's phone number. Instructor Qin, it's me, Lu Sheng. I just got careless and didn't seize the opportunity. When do you think it's more appropriate to take action next time? Dong Qingxue entered the door barefoot and threw the high heels in her hand aside. Then he walked to the corner of the bed and sat down with his legs in his arms. Thinking back to all the things I had about today's date, A little shyness flashed across my face from time to time. Half an hour later, Dong Qingxue slowly calmed down her restless heart, and her face returned to calm. She thought about it, and took out her mobile phone to search female. It is more appropriate to meet parents after several dates. Dong Qingxue looked at it very seriously. She quickly sat at the desk and found a notebook. 307. The third level of the emptiness and brightness, the third form of the 10 perfect martial arts. The sun and the moon compete for brightness. 4. After entering the second level of calming state, Lu Sheng's brain cells became active, 10 times or 100 times more than usual. The speed of thinking is also accelerated. The 5 senses are all enhanced and become more sensitive. At this time, he could clearly see that there were a large number of different colors of light spots all over his body. These are the cosmic energy scattered in the nature of the world, and are also the source of power controlled by the land saint element. To a certain extent, I am now infinitely close to the enlightenment state of ordinary warriors. No matter what I do, my efficiency is 10 times or even dozens of times that of my usual state. When Lu Sheng's mind was slightly circulating, it seemed as if countless inspirations burst out. In this state, the attack moves you will be more exquisite. There are often wonderful blows, like an antelope hanging its horns. Although Lu Sheng has entered the second level of the emptiness and brightness level for countless times, he will still sigh at its mystery whenever he enters this state. With the 10 full martial arts, Lu Sheng thought, and then began to try to communicate with the double bridges of heaven and earth according to the information searched in the dream space. The bridge of the sky is above the head, and the bridge of the earth is in the spring of the foot. Both Lu Sheng knew about these 2 acupoints, and the way to open up the 2 bridges of heaven and earth is also very simple. The mental power hits the bridge above the head, and the chi and blood hit the bridge below the ground. If you accumulate enough, you can break free naturally. If you don't accumulate enough, you will feel many obstacles, and it's as difficult as climbing to the sky. Lu Sheng controlled his mental power to gather, and slowly rushed towards the top of his head. The blood and blood sink and gradually gather towards the soles of the feet. This reminded him of it. I don't know if it was written in the novel of previous life or in natural breathing method. The clear air rises, the turbid air sinks, but after 23 years, use force and release. Concentrate your mind and calm your energy and eliminate distracting thoughts. Lu Sheng hurriedly threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. It is not good to think too active, and you will easily think of where you don't know where you go if you are not careful. However, this sentence did give Lu Sheng some inspiration. It's a bit like the scene of creating the world in myths and legends. If it's clear and turbid, wouldn't it be possible to open up a world in your body? This idea just popped up in Lu Sheng's mind. It was like a thunder suddenly slashing through the dark sky. An endless spiritual light burst out. Flowers, plants, birds, animals, mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, starry sky, earth, cities, satellites. Countless messy scenes passed by Lu Sheng's mind. Within 1,000th of the breath, hundreds of millions of frames jumped. In the end, all these pictures were broken, and with a boom, they turned into chaos. In the chaos, there was a gray roulette rotating, and endless light spots emanating from the roulette. In a blink of an eye, the light filled the sky, turning into a vast starry sky, a picture of the boundless universe. This is only when Lu Sheng's consciousness returned to its original speed was he suddenly discovered. I have inexplicably entered the state of emptiness. At this level, his brain cells have increased by more than 10 times more. His thinking is more than light and electricity. Every second, countless inspirations burst out, countless thoughts emerge, and countless thoughts are lost. In this state, Lu Sheng examined his martial arts cultivation again. Many details, flaws, and some slight obstacles are all clear at a glance. It can no longer be described as a high-level view, but it's like the feeling of college students correcting homework for first graders. And the speed of advancing with the trend is also much faster. This means that if I keep it empty and bright, even the realm of the field in the future. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. His 10 perfect martial arts are stuck. It's not that he doesn't want to improve, but that it's extremely cumbersome and difficult to improve all martial arts from meticulous to control. He also has to find a master or sect hunter who specializes in practicing a certain martial arts. There are many too unpopular martial arts, and there are quite a few low-level martial artists who practice it, but they are very few when they reach the advanced level. Otherwise, why do you say it's unpopular? It's naturally because the higher you go, the narrower you walk. In addition, Lu Sheng has emerged with various powerful new abilities along the way, so he temporarily put aside the practice of this large-scale project and planned to wait until he has time to complete it slowly when he has time. Now empty and bright. In the lifetime when I became the 10 complete martial saint, if I could understand the state of emptiness and brightness. After just a while, Lu Sheng was distracted while thinking about other things. There are several martial arts stuck in the micro-level realm, and they can successfully break through to the control realm. It's too fast. I finally saw the 10 perfect martial arts. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. The 10 comprehensive martial arts entered. After comprehension of the unparalleled posture, the combat effectiveness of the martial god state soared once. What was strengthened that time was the power of the martial god state. This time, I guess what I strengthened is the skill in the state of the god of war. The state of the martial god is to fully utilize all the abilities of Lu Sheng to reach a theoretical limit. And this extreme height is closely related to Lu Sheng's basic abilities. The thicker and larger his foundation, the higher the limit of his ability to exert. The ability to control elements has also improved a lot. Lu Sheng observed around. The light spots of different colors seen in the second level of the calming state have now become bands of light and light groups. He used the same mental power to activate the elemental energy. He could at least 10 times more. The radar in the body has been upgraded, and the ability to receive cosmic energy signals has naturally become stronger. This also means that Lu Sheng's unparalleled posture has become stronger. At this moment, Lu Sheng felt a huge stream of energy pouring into his body from the hearts of his feet. With the assistance of this energy, the blood pill in his heart, which was the size of a mung bean, quickly grew bigger, as if he had knocked medicine. So the 2 bridges of heaven and earth have been opened. Only then did Lu Sheng realize it. He stood up from the ground and felt as if he was connected with the heaven and earth. The ground under his feet continued to emerge, injecting into his body, and a cool energy flowed down from above his head, causing the starry sky universe in his mind to gradually change from illusion to reality. Lu Sheng disappeared into the martial arts practice room in a flash. When it appears again, it is already standing on the roof of the manor villa. He looked up at the moon above his head, and the night sky with stars. Open your arms, like embracing a starry sky. Very wonderful, very powerful. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and said softly, If I keep in this state, and there is continuous energy flowing in, I can accumulate enough blood pills to temper the minimum amount of immortal cells in almost half a month. 1 immortal cell in half a month, 2 in a month. There are 12 pills in half a year, and 24 pills in a year. In less than 5 years, I can reach 100 immortal cells. Cracked the martial saint. Lu Sheng stretched out a hand, held the air in vain, and squeezed out a small white air-burst cloud in the night. It's just a matter of time, Lu Sheng said with a calm expression. Tomorrow, let Wang Yi send some level 8 alien marrow fluid, and you will go into seclusion in the next 2 days. Lu Sheng flashed, and the figure in the moonlight disappeared. Following the riot of the double S-level caves, the cracks in the caves guarded by the 12 war zones of the Eastern Military Region seem to have completely entered a period of slowdown. The atmosphere in the military region gradually became more comfortable. Many generals and stars turned back from the cave, and a grand event was quietly kicking off. Eastern Military Region Competition. Compared with previous competition, 308, the competition begins. The whole army idol will give Lu Sheng a stage. 1. There's something wrong with this woman. Lu Sheng looked at Li Dai's departure back calmly. He is now in the state of the third level of emptiness and brightness, and the two bridges of heaven and earth are connected all the time. The level of thinking is hundreds of times more active than that of ordinary people. In this state, it is said that it looks petty and clever when viewing palm lines. It should be said that it is. Wearing a microscope to look at people. The subtle changes in Li Dai's eyes and expressions, the differences in physical movements when walking and their usual situations, are clearly conveying a message to Lu Sheng. She was guilty. When will ordinary people feel guilty? Of course, it is time to do bad things and want to do bad things. Lu Sheng was quick thinking, so he naturally thought of the old comrade in arms, who had been in frequent contact with Li Dai before. Let Wang Yi help me check it out. He didn't take it too seriously. A conspiracy that is seen through is not called a conspiracy, it is called free. Lu Sheng thought outwardly with a little bit of Li Dai's line, and then he created dozens of possibilities. Then, a little screening is made based on rationality and logic, and the possibility that is closest to the truth is quickly stripped out. Then I feel. It's tasteless. If this is true, it would be too uncreative. Lu Sheng shook his head slightly, and walked downstairs. Lu Sheng's actions of going downstairs were also quite wonderful. If someone was here and staring at him for a long time, he would definitely be shocked. Because every move and every step he took seemed to have accurately measured it with a surveying and mapping tool, no matter how small it was. It is almost impossible for normal people to do this. Even if you do it, it will make it as stiff and rigid as a robot. But Lu Sheng made every move and walked as natural as the flowing water, without even a trace of deliberate smell. It seems that should be. That should have been. This is to cultivate martial arts skills to the point where you are as meticulous as your heart and control your body to the most exquisite level. Emptiness and brightness. Lu Sheng's comprehensive strength has also achieved a transformation, like a complete transformation. Going down to the second floor, Li Dai had prepared military uniforms for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng asked her to serve her, and then walked to the door. Wang Yi was already waiting by a military vehicle. At this time, snow was floating in the sky, and a thin layer of snowflakes were accumulated on his military uniform shoulders and hat. Please, Lord Lu. Wang Yi saluted Lu Sheng, and then respectfully invited him into the car. Wang Yi didn't have to come here in person. But he came. Lu Sheng got into the car, and sat in the back seat of the car, and the heating in the car was turned on, in an appropriate size. Wang Yi asked the driver to drive, and then took the initiative to say to Lu Sheng, Mr. Lu Yu. Lu Sheng nodded. Then Wang Yi began to introduce the relevant rules and practices of the military district competition. Lu Sheng listened intently, but in fact, most of his mind was falling outside the window. After a few days of this snowfall, white can be seen everywhere in the star area. But you can still see people walking by in single clothes as if nothing happened on the road. Although Baiha City belongs to the eastern part of the country, its climate is suitable and snowfalls rarely occurs. Lu Sheng remembered his parents and Lu Qinghe, and when he thought of waiting for them to come, he didn't know if he could get used to living. After the Eastern District competition, the entire military region will perform martial arts, and we will go to the Central Military District. The Central Military Region is next to Kyoto Province, and the guard is Long Goksinku. If you have time, you can go home. Do you want to bring Dong Qingxue? Lu Sheng thought to himself. Before I knew it, I arrived at the competition venue. Previous Eastern Conference competitions were all placed. The Grand Bike venue is located. At this time, the martial arts venue was full of people, and only colonel-level officers were qualified to come and watch the competition on site. Armed helicopters flew past the sky from time to time. In such a huge martial arts venue, no snowflakes fell around. Before all the snowflakes fell to the ground, they were evaporated and disappeared by the blood emitted from countless warriors. There is also an oversized display screen hanging above the martial arts field. When Lu Sheng got off the car, he found that several cameras were aimed at him, and his face was immediately presented on the display screen in the center of the martial arts station. It's hard to describe the feeling of watching your big face appear on the oversized display. Anyway, Lu Sheng was quite speechless. Then he immediately became turbulent around the martial arts venue, and countless eyes looked at him. Star list. Really, where? Where? You can see a big fuck when you stand up. They are not here. Look up at the big screen. In a military camp, in the field with large screens hanging, countless soldiers wearing blue recruit uniforms rushed to stand up one after another. Looking at the beautiful face of Zhang Jun's face on the big screen, the face showed a light of excitement and admiration. Among the crowd, a young man with a shaved skin, dark skin, thin cheeks, but a spirited look at someone who appeared on the big screen in front of him. His lips trembled, and his indescribable excitement and joy were suppressed. Next to him, a recruit wearing glasses and looking at the weakened recruit was shouting to several people around him. Lord Lu Sheng from Liang in the East District is Lu Qiming's high school classmate, or is he his brother? Brave. How is that possible? Can a master of level 8 of martial arts be a brother to a recruit? I was so laughing. How dare I brag about any kind of awesome? The people next to me laughed, the weak recruits were anxious, and tried hard to argue. I didn't brag. Lu Qiming showed me the photos. They looked exactly the same as Liang in the East District. If you don't believe it, please let him take it out and see it. As he said that, he violently went to beat the young man's shoulder in the seat. Lu Qiming, take out the photos quickly. Hurry up. The young man pursed his lips and shook his head slowly. No, you're wrong. How can I know such a big shot? Then you told me every day before that you have the best buddy named Lu Sheng, and you will become a general in the future. The weak new recruits were anxious. The young man said lightly, I brag. Don't you allow me to brag? What about the photos? What about the photos I showed me before? I pee myself. The weak recruit was completely stunned. He sat down depressedly in the ridiculous words of people around him, glaring at the young man from time to time. The young man turned a blind eye to it, and just looked at the big screen until the familiar face with a little strangeness disappeared. He lowered his eyes. The young man quietly took out his cell phone and turned on the screen of the phone. Looking at the photo of two teenagers holding their shoulders and laughing on the background of the screen, I thought silently in my heart, how can the stones in the mud pit be brothers with the stars in the sky? Wouldn't that make people laugh? It's enough to see it with your eyes looking up. The young man pressed the screen and sat quietly on the chair without saying a word. We have indeed not had such an idol in the entire army in our eastern military region for a long time. Facing the highest stands in the martial arts venue, the majestic old man in military uniform and with various medals almost half of his shoulders looked at the commotion of the audience as someone appeared below, with a faint sense of relief and emotion on his face, and said certainly, this is a good thing. 5 generals of the eastern military region and commanders of the war zone sat on both sides of the elderly. Someone nodded and said, although personal courage is not recommended on the battlefield, it can play a great role in the entire military region in normal times. This Lu Sheng is an excellent leader, and he may even lead our eastern military region into the top 3 of the military's martial arts exercises in this army. He is worthy of being set up as an idol and an example. Since that's the case, it's better to just give him a good job and give him a stage. The old man Huafa's eyes flashed, and he looked at the person who 309. Unprecedented rules. One person can stand alone to block thousands of troops. 2. Lu Sheng has been looking for Dong Qingshua's location. I found it soon and sat with Lin Wanwan. Dong Qingxua looked at him, then turned her head back to speak to Lin Wanwan. Lu Sheng's eyes moved sideways and landed on Dong Xingyi further away. Dong Xingyi was wearing a snow-white martial arts uniform today, with a sign that surpassed the martial arts hall on her left chest. With black hair shawls, she sits quietly in a separate position with her eyelids drooping, and there is no sign of joy or anger. Lu Sheng glanced at him and then withdrew his gaze, not caring. Dong Xingyi is quite strong, but he has never regarded him as an opponent. Dong Xingyi is like a towering mountain that many people look up to. And Lu Sheng is the sun. When the sun passes by the sky, it will only look down at the mountains below, and may also praise the majesty of the mountains, but it will never be compared with the mountains. There is no same level between the two. Lu Sheng thought casually, and reached out to gently rub his eyebrows. Keep it empty and bright. Fortunately, after the bridge of sky was opened, Lu Sheng's mental power was growing all the time, and this situation was gradually easing. The state of the martial god is similar to that of me now, but the level is much higher. I guess I have to process more information every second when I am in the state of the god of war than I do in a day now. Therefore, the CPU is easily overheated, resulting in a very short time to maintain the state of the martial god. Lu Sheng thought that at this time someone walked to the middle of the martial arts venue and spoke loudly. Everyone is quiet. The huge martial arts field immediately became quiet, and you could almost hear the sound of snowflakes falling from the sky. The Eastern Military Region's entire army competition is about to begin. Now we invite the marshal and commanders to speak. This General Star Lu Sheng, who was in charge of the presidency, had met him. It was Su Xian, the 5-star general, who had previously expressed goodwill to him at the 730th General in the General Star Center. After Su Xian announced, several generals sitting in the highest stands, as well as the marshal of the East District in the middle, spoke one after another. Lu Sheng didn't care what they said, and focused more on the appearance of several people. Among the 5 generals of the Eastern Military Region, he only met Yu Xinghai and He Dingjun. The other 3, one of them is a woman, looks heroic and feminine. There were also 2 people with square faces and moles on the corners of their eyebrows, looking quite cold. The other one has a deep and tough facial features, which seems to be a bit mixed. As for the East District Marshal sitting in the middle of the stands, he looked like an ordinary old man with a somewhat majestic temperament, nothing surprising. But Lu Sheng knew that the other party was one of the group of people standing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts pyramid. In addition to the 3 martial saints, the strongest ones are the marshals of these major military regions. It can almost be called the representative of the combat power ceiling under the martial saint. Maybe you can find an opportunity to fight with the military martial level strongman to use this to estimate the true combat power of the 9th level martial saint. Lu Sheng looked at the old man who was talking. His eyes flashed slightly. The combat effectiveness of the military region marshal is conservatively estimated to be above 50 stars. I wonder if my current combat effectiveness has reached 50 stars. Lu Sheng tapped his eyebrows gently with his index finger. The number of immortal cells there. There have been more than 3. Okay, now the military competition has officially begun. When the Eastern Marshal finished his speech, Su Xian loudly announced the start of the competition. The first thing to start was the competition between the school officials under the star. Although Wang Yi had already introduced the rules of the competition to Lu Sheng on the way before he came, now he saw it with his own eyes, that Lu Sheng could not help but sigh that the military competition was unique. It is completely different from the one-on-one ring competition at the National College Student Martial Arts Conference that he has participated in. The military competition in the military region is directly a big melee. All those who participated in the competition entered the martial arts field and then fought freely. They were not allowed to carry weapons, but could attack any opponents around them. Once knocked down, it will be eliminated. He kept playing until there was only one person standing on the field. Simple. Rough. But it is full of the unique rough style of the military headquarters, which is quite in line with Lu Sheng's taste. What if someone cheats? Just join forces with your opponent to kill the strongest one, or simply bribe someone to protect yourself and directly send it to. Lu Sheng casually asked Wang Yi, who was beside Ho. Wang Yi smiled and said, "What the Lord said. After all, wisdom is also part of strength. As for this happened before, even if this kind of person is taken. The strength cannot convince the public. If you are beaten too much, you will know that the whole district will compete." Later, there were few people who tried to make a false name. Lu Sheng understands it. After all, the military region is different from other places. The martial arts style is rich, and there are too many martial arts madmen. You want to be, unless you are so strong that everyone is afraid of you and dare not challenge you. Otherwise, it will be abandoned sooner or later. So this whole district competition is the same rule for the competition between the star team? Lu Sheng asked Wang Yi. Wang Yi hesitated and said, "The General Star Group is not like this. After all, the General Star has fewer people, not as many as the school officials. In the past, they were all drawn in one-to-one lottery form." Okay, it's a return to draw lots again. Lu Sheng shook his head helplessly, and his eyes fell back to the martial arts field in front of him. At this time, thousands of school officials and warriors were fighting in the martial arts field. Among them, the worst ones are level 5, the strongest ones are level 6, the 6th level peak, and even the quasi-Grand Master. Thousands of warriors fought together, the white chi collided with each other, the blood of the chi, sep, was surging like a river, and the sound of the flesh fists. The onlookers were excited to see. Only in the military can you see such a spectacular and shocking scene. Hundreds of referees wandered around the martial arts field, and once they found that they were injured and fell, they immediately rushed in and pulled him out. The injury is first, and then the end is sent. During the process, I found that some people secretly brought cold weapons to the field, those who were secretly injured, those who used poisons and drugs, all of them were found and sent to the political department for awaiting handling. The number of people in the martial arts field is rapidly decreasing. From 1,000 to 100, and then to 10, there were only 3 people left. The 3 of them looked in a good state. They had blood on their bodies, and their chi and blood were strong without exception, reaching the level of a quasi-Grand Master. The 3 of them looked at each other, and there was no joint force, and they fought together in an instant. A moment later, a figure was thrown out of the battle group and a figure fell down. The winner was a handsome man in his early 40s. Although his face was pale, he raised his fist with his right hand high. The strongman roared at the sky with a hoarse and coughing blood. All the school officials watching on the side of the martial arts field stood up and shouted. The sound shook the sky, and the snowflakes falling from the sky were shattered by the sound waves through dozens of meters. The surging and boiling blood gathered together like a huge burning fire. In such an atmosphere, a new force suddenly rose from the strong man in the middle of the martial arts performance venue. The essence and wolf smoke suddenly rose, and an inexplicable force field broke out from the body. Grandmaster. The strong man is the strength of a quasi-grandmaster, only one step away from the level 7 master realm. Now, taking advantage of this trend, I directly broke through the shackles and promoted to the 7th level master realm. The shouts on the sidelines were even more enthusiastic, and countless people's faces turned red, and they fell into 310. In the prosperous era of martial arts, Dongxing, please open your eyes and look at it. How can I interrupt your martial arts journey step by step? 3. In ancient times, there were martial arts masters, and they took the heads of the generals from millions of troops as if they were taking objects. Thousands of troops are unstoppable. And that was an era when martial arts were not revealed. Now that martial arts are prosperous, the 7th level master is even more 10 times stronger than the masters of the ancient martial arts era. Qi and blood are like a furnace, essence and energy are like wolf smoke, the force field is manifested, and it is difficult to enter swords and guns. A modern army with excellent equipment may not be able to stop a level 7 master with full strength. Not to mention the 7th level master general, who was struggling with cold weapons in his hands, and fought from life and death on the battlefield. A 7th level general can be worth at least 5 or 6,000. There are 12 war zones in the eastern military region, and the number of generals and stars in each war zone ranges from dozens to hundreds. Depending on the level of cracks in the war zone guarding caves, the fewest ones are 20 or 30, and the more 6 or 70, such as the oldest and most powerful ones. In this military competition, more than 80% of the generals and stars were present. Except for some who are inconvenient to appear due to special reasons, there are more than 400 generals who actually participated in the martial arts performance. If one general of the 7th level can be considered as a 5,000 army, it is equivalent to 2 million army. This is not all. A single level 7 master and a group of level 7 masters have completely different concepts, not to mention that there are some level 8 level chunks among the more than 400 generals. The number still needs to be turned upward. If it is true that General He Dingjun said, letting Lu Sheng fight against all the generals alone, it is equivalent to one person resist millions of troops? Everyone looked shocked and almost thought they had heard it wrong. More than 90% of the people in the entire martial arts venue stood up in a flash, and the crowd was in agitation. At the same time, in various military camps, the officers and soldiers who were watching the contest through broadcasts all stood up. It was noisy and in an uproar. History of the Eastern Military Region. No, there has never been such an example in the entire history of the Dragon Department. Let more than 400 masters and generals work together to siege one person. Going crazy. Even the top chunks must be submerged in the sea of people. In a new recruit camp, a dark-skinned, thin and tall young man suddenly stood up and stared at the big screen. Dong Qingxua and Lin Wanwan, who were sitting next to the martial arts court, stood up suddenly, looked at He Dingjun first, and then quickly turned to Lu Sheng's direction. Even Dongxing, who had been lowering her head before, and was quiet and peaceful, raised her head, with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. In the highest stands, facing the uproar, He Dingjun's expression was extremely calm. He glanced at the many generals below and spoke again. "This is an order." The commotion gradually subsided, and everyone's faces showed complex and indescribable expressions. They began to turn their attention to a figure in a certain position at the edge of the martial arts field. "General Lu, do you have any objections?" He Dingjun also looked at Lu Sheng with his eyes burning. This is a big show he has fought for Lu Sheng, a stage that is spreading. It depends on whether Lu Sheng dares to take it or not, and whether he can catch it. If you can catch it, that is to go straight into the sky and travel around the 9 heavens. Many years later, some people in the Eastern Military Region will continue to celebrate the name of Lu Sheng, thinking of this unprecedented and prosperous martial arts show that has been recorded in history. The big trend. If you can't handle it, then let's not mention everything. Just use it as a topic of conversation after dinner. At this moment, countless eyes gathered on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng slowly stood up in the eyes of everyone, and there was no trace of turmoil on his calm face. The wholly no objection. Lu Sheng looked up at Yi Dingjun. His eyes lit up slightly, as if something was quietly igniting. The holy Xingjue competition is boring, and congratulations to this move is in line with the holy will. A strong and powerful light burst out from Yi Dingjun's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised, and he laughed. Okay, it's so good. Whether it was the martial arts scene or the broadcast scene, all the onlookers looked complicated. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng really answered. Unbelievable. Regardless of the result, this name is enough for them to remember. The many generals, commanders, and the marshal in the middle of the East District looked at Lu Sheng with a hint of appreciation. Facing more than 400 martial arts masters and millions of soldiers, they can still say the 4 words, "Just in my wishes," in such a calm manner. Such ambition, courage, and pattern. It's hard for ordinary people to be the case. Then get ready to start. Yi Dingjun spoke and ordered. All generals and stars enter the venue. Military orders are like mountains, and even generals have to follow. More than 400 famous generals and stars entered the field, and their expressions were very complicated. They would never have thought that as a military general, they would even join forces with more than 400 masters of the same level to fight against one person. Siege the martial saint? A fantasy picture. But it happened really. Most of the generals carried cold weapons and entered the martial arts field one by one, finding a suitable place to stand. Lu Sheng also began to prepare for entry. Someone was sharp-eyed and saw Lu Sheng Kongkong's hands, and couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Sheng came on the court with open hands. Don't you bring weapons? Yi Dingjun also discovered this, and couldn't help but order. Who will get the weapons for the general on the land? Wang Yi. No. Lu Sheng interrupted. A group of people looked at him in surprise. Then Lu Sheng said calmly, If I use weapons, I'm afraid there are few people here who can survive. Just empty-handed. When Lu Sheng said this, the martial arts fair that was originally rustling and noisy suddenly became quiet. The stars who were still entering the venue paused, twisted their necks, and looked at Lu Sheng. The onlookers were also stunned. If I use weapons, I'm afraid there are few people here who can survive. A big tone. Great killing. There is a chilling meaning in the plain words. If I were to say this person, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been laughed at. Can be said from Lu Sheng. But it gives people a feeling that it is taken for granted. But even so, Mini Jiang Xing was filled with anger on his face, and was ready to rub his hands, and he couldn't help but not vomit. This guy is good? In the highest stands, the old man Huafa smiled and said, I'm starting to look forward to it now. Really? A general smiled bitterly and shook his head. We have underestimated him before. Before we knew it, this East District competition was pushed to an unprecedented. With more than 400 star players entering the field, the atmosphere in and on the sidelines also became tense and exciting. The war has not begun, but it already makes people feel that their breathing is accelerated and their blood is swelling. Countless people stared at the field. The momentum of more than 400 generals and stars, and the power fields of more than 400 martial arts masters are superimposed together. More than 400 qi and blood furnaces, more than 400 channels of essence, wolf smoke. The shocking scene was simply indescribable. Not to mention entering the market, ordinary people may be bounced away and trembled away just by approaching this area, and vomiting blood and flying back. Even ordinary masters are difficult to insert into. More than 400 Grand Masters and top generals, like the Eastern Qi Yao, the Qi of the Qi locks one person at the same time. Even if each person only has a ray of energy, it is also enough to create a huge force and a huge mountain. The master will also be frightened, and be defeated without fighting. It is a huge test for Lu Sheng. 311. Power, the strongest spear. Defense, the strongest shield. 4. There was no light of the Qi, nor any momentum. But it was like a black hole, and everyone's eyes were sucked by it. They saw Lu Sheng's right arm tremble like a big dragon, and the dragon's scales opened and closed. There was a terrible force, like magma flowing underneath. The moment Lu Sheng punched, the air around his right fist had become distorted. Moreover, this distortion is constantly expanding, extending everywhere like a vein. Lu Sheng's punch seemed to contain a mountain, a sea, a star that was about to explode and burst out. On and off the court, countless people were moved by it. 2-inch-long sperm light burst out from Dong Xingyi's eyes, and her body suddenly became tense. It seems like he is imagining how to deal with this punch in person. "It's pure power!" someone exclaimed. At this time, Lu Sheng's punch had been completely shot, compressed to the extreme power. It really exploded, but it was silent, like a great terror flowing in silence. Layer after layer of milky white sound cone clouds, the tips of the fists spread out one after another. It's like a dozen overlapping white cloud rings. A seemingly slow punch, but in fact, I don't know how many times the speed of sound is more than a few times. The twisted waves of 750 can be seen from the naked eye. A terrifying invisible shock wave formed and rushed out like an angry dragon. When Lu Sheng was about to punch, the generals standing in front of him had already released their master's power field, Qi, and so on. Seeing this punch terrifyingly, it was even more open. Many masters, the white energy is like a tide, layer by layer, gathering into a wall. With the master's power field, it is more than 100 times harder than an ordinary copper wall. Now even if a 200-yard high-speed dump truck rushed over, it would hit fans. But under this invisible shock wave, this white energy field wall that is more solid than the iron wall of the copper and iron walls is like crisp paper. Boom, and it was torn apart. It's a mess. As soon as the faces of the first few generals changed, they were blown away by the invisible shock wave. The subsequent Grandmaster General Star also threw away everywhere like the scarecrow. All those who witnessed this scene with their own eyes only have a few words constantly popping up in their minds. It is like a broken bamboo, destroying the dead. The subsequent generals saw that the situation was not good, so they hurriedly avoided to both sides. After the invisible shock wave knocked away dozens of generals, it continued to move forward and a military car parked on the edge of the martial arts field suddenly blew and flipped over. Skipped 7 or 8 meters away, the wheels rotated, and the smoke body broke into a deep depression. Guru! Many onlookers were straightened and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Is this the destructive power that pure can cause? Someone murmured. Not only the onlookers, but also the many generals and stars in the martial arts are almost irritating. Starting from Lu Sheng, a terrifying trace of hundreds of meters long appeared in the huge martial arts field, like a giant beast plowed by it. The brick and stone floor rolls to both sides, with a depth of nearly half a meter in the middle, extending to the position of the military car that rolls over. Shocking. This is still a trace of the invisible shock wave edge swept. The power center. Just look at the generals who were knocked out, and you will know. It's just using pure power. It can no longer be described as horror. Outrageous. It's really outrageous. Even the generals in the highest stands were moved, and the look of Lu Sheng looked at the monsters. Although after entering the Grandmaster realm, the pure power is no longer the main body of the warrior's combat system. Gongqi and martial arts are the main directions of practice. This is also one of the reasons why the power-based talented warrior became popular in the late stage. The power limitation is too great, and the attack distance is the biggest shackle. No matter how long your arms are, can you still have the energy to grow? But now Lu Sheng broke this common sense and told them, "What is to be king with power? What is the ultimate power to break through the limits? This kid is simply a monster with human skin," a general commented. Lu Sheng looked at his masterpiece of this punch, and his face was quite calm. During the period when he was in seclusion before the Eastern Military Regions competition, he exchanged a large amount of level 8 alien marrow fluid with his meritorious efforts, and had already pushed the immortal cells to 6. He also really pushed the 10 comprehensive martial arts too. All martial arts enter the control state. In addition, it has been useless for a long time, but has quietly improved to 50 times the force of the stars. There is also the power of the magic image of the divine whale. Emptiness and brightness. With the superposition of various abilities, the effect of this punch can only be said to be reasonable. If Lu Sheng was willing, he could completely rely on his pure power to sweep the group of people in front of him. He has this confidence. But since we want to interrupt Dong Xingyi's martial arts journey, we can only follow Lu Sheng's original idea. Step by step. Take away his will. He can't let him exert all his strength. We can join forces to fight against one person, so how can we be beaten passively? In the martial arts field, a burly and strong man with a beard gritted his teeth and said, "Go together and take the initiative to attack." The battle intuition of the Grandmaster General Star, who has been through the battlefield for a long time, is not comparable to that of ordinary warriors. Lu Sheng was as powerful as a dragon, and he started with one punch, and no one dared to win over his sharpness. Many masters on the field immediately dispersed, using the strongest chunk-level powerhouse as the sharp sword, attacking Lu Sheng from all directions and in all directions. More than 400 masters, the combined momentum of the momentum is already terrifying enough when they are still. Now that the offensive has been unfolding, the energy is moving, and the huge martial arts field is like a storm. A little turbulent gives people endless palpitations. It's more than 10 times more, 100 times more terrible than before. For a moment, Lu Sheng was like a small boat in the stormy waves, as if it would capsize and be swallowed up at any time. Lu Sheng's face was still calm. He didn't even look at those people, but turned to Dong Xingyi on the side of the martial arts court and told him what he had done after entering the court. "Dong Xingyi, defend." After saying that, Lu Sheng moved slightly and his feet spread apart. In an instant, the momentum on Lu Sheng's body changed. His whole body seemed to be completely integrated with the martial arts performance field beneath him. His figure quickly rose, became majestic and majestic. A mountain-like aura emanated from him. If Lu Sheng was a stern boat in danger amidst the storm, then now he is the unmoving rock in the sea of anger, an immortal lighthouse, and an absolutely calm eternal eye. Boom! Boom! At least dozens of masters have bullied the star close to Lu Sheng's body, either fists or feet, or cold weapons. Nearly 100 master-level attacks fell on Lu Sheng. Each attack has more than 5 million combat power. The strong enter the stars, and even the stronger ones even have a few stars. In just a moment, Lu Sheng was flooded by the surging white chi tide and black shadows. All the onlookers were in a thorny heart, and many people couldn't help but take a few steps forward, with an extremely nervous look on their faces. Nearly 100 masters worked together to siege. Not to mention the Grandmaster, even the top chunks, the former East. There are so many ants that can kill the elephant, let alone. He is a level 7 martial arts master who is not in a million. Once you meet, you will be seriously injured and even be beaten up. At this moment, even the generals in the highest stands, and Dong Xingyi with bright eyes, their faces became solemn. How is this possible? Suddenly, a voice full of incredible, and even trembling came from the black tide of white light that drowned Lu Sheng. The onlookers tried hard to see clearly, but were blocked by hundreds of master figures. 312. Are you scratching me? A group of people should be neatly one. Many generals and stars were intimidated by Lu Sheng's power, and retreated in a terrifying expression. Just now, the scene of Lu Sheng shaking his body and exploded hundreds of people was really shocking. That unstoppable and unrivaled aura makes people unable to resist for a while. Among the crowd, a slender, handsome man with a slightly feminine temperament flashed in his eyes. He was holding a black spear in one hand, and his body was like a ghost passing by the figures slowly retreating. Suddenly he stood up and stabbed Lu Sheng at the gun. The chi of the handsome man's whole body belonged to the spear like flowing water. The black spear tip burst out with an unimaginable sharp edge, with dazzling light. In just a moment, this little star light crossed the distances of the martial arts field and rushed forward to Lu Sheng. When the spear entered the master's power field around Lu Sheng, it slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The layers of invisible forces formed a terrible obstacle, blocking the spear. The handsome man took action too quickly, and he was almost ready to wait until his attack fell, and the onlookers reacted and recognized his identity. Li Qi Shan, one of the 7 stars in the East. Ranking the star list. His combat power is as high as 14.5 stars. And the blessing of cold weapons. Even Lu Sheng's master's power field cannot be broken through? The expressions of the onlookers have become a little scary. At this time, new changes arise. The handsome man's body was tense, and the veins on his forehead burst out one by one, and his face turned red. He put both hands on the handle of the spear, and the terrible power was transmitted to the spear along his arms. The handsome man had a ferocious expression and a tide of momentum. He shouted, "Break it for me." The roar seemed to crush the last straw that broke the camel's back. The sharp edge on the tip of the spear suddenly surged by several points. As countless eyes were gazed, they broke through the obstacles of the invisible force and stabbed Lu Sheng hard on the chest. Everyone's eyes lit up, and many Jiangxing subconsciously clenched the weapons in his hands, and his spirits were greatly boosted. Ah! Lin Wanwan on the sidelines exclaimed softly, and covered her mouth. Dong Qingxue also took a sudden step forward with worry in her beautiful eyes. A smile appeared on the handsome man's face. He succeeded. Who said this is the strongest shield? He broke through this strongest, and Lu Sheng was not unshakable. But the next moment, clang! The spear stabbed Lu Sheng's chest, pierced his short shirt, and made a crisp sound, like the sound of a bell from an ancient temple. Invisible waves spread out from the tip of the gun. Then the whole black spear bent from the middle and collapsed into a bow shape. The smile on the handsome man's face instantly freezes. Lu Sheng lowered his head and glanced at the spear pricked on his chest, looked at the handsome man in front of him, and spoke calmly. Are you scratching me? He gently grabbed the tip of the spear with one hand, squeezed the dazzling cold light at will, and then shook his wrist. The terrible shock force was transmitted back along the gun body. Collapse? Like a dragon turning over. The spear immediately broke free from the handsome man's hands and bounced back and hit him in the chest. Puff! The handsome man was hit hard, and he flew backwards dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string. It fell to the ground and stood up with difficulty, with both arms dripping blood and trembling. Hiss! There was a sound of gasping in the air on and off the court. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and stared at the part where Lu Sheng had just been stabbed by a spear. The short shirt, there was a small piece of damage, revealing the skin inside. It was smooth, with a slightly sunken red dot, but it was recovering quickly. Even the skin was not pierced. What kind of martial body is this? In the stands, more than one general stood up from his position. His expression vibrated. Dong Xingyi's expression was also stunned, and she subconsciously looked at her hands, feeling a little lost. At this time, Lu Sheng just stood there quietly, but gave everyone in the audience a strong suffocating pressure. There is no need to fight this anymore. How can I fight this? The top general star cannot even break Lu Sheng's defense, and it is already a matter of time before the rest of the people are solved. The glory of the immortal body of the star appears at this moment. In order to build this martial body, Lu Shengtian knew how much resources and effort he had spent on it. Now, it finally shines with its original dazzling brilliance. Invincible defense that makes people desperate. But for Lu Sheng, this is just the beginning. Lu Shengping spoke lightly. Attack! After saying that, Lu Sheng took a step forward. With this step forward, the huge competition venue seemed to suddenly rise with an extremely brilliant golden sun. Almost endless golden energy squirted out from Lu Sheng's body, every pore squirting out. It was snowing heavily, and the sky was drizzling. But at this moment, there is a bright light between heaven and earth. Lu Sheng. That's where the light source is. Lu Sheng's figure was set off by infinite golden light to an extremely majestic height. 6 immortal cells shine in the Seal Hall Divine Palace on his eyebrows, giving birth to endless qi. His figure stretched out, and his whole body was like a sun sucking in fog. Every move could bring about alternating changes in light and darkness. Boom! In such a huge competition venue, there were a circle of injured generals and stars watching the scene, school officials, and officers and soldiers watching the broadcast in front of the screen. It was all sensational at this moment. The generals in the highest stands were also stunned, and their expressions were shocked, including the Huafa old man in the middle, and the marshal of the East District. 2 rays of light burst out in his eyes at this moment. Gongqi is the true manifestation of a warrior's true strength. The total amount of qi that Lu Sheng displayed now has far exceeded the imagination of a large number of them, and it is even a bit beyond common sense. How many stars of combat power does this require? 30 stars? 40 stars? Or 50 stars? The hearts of the military generals were trembling slightly. The golden sun shone brightly throughout the audience. None of the 300 masters left in the martial arts performance were moving, all standing there stupidly motionless. Lu Sheng didn't be polite to them. He crossed 100 meters in one step, like a golden arrow shooting into the crowd, and the sun penetrated through the dark clouds. He raised his arms. The brilliant golden energy rises like the waves. Boom! Dozens of unexpected Grandmaster General stars were shot away directly. Wait until the rest of the people reacted, Lu Sheng's. Whether it is a level 7 General Star or a level 8 General Star, the white energy bursting out from them is as fragile as a foam board under Lu Sheng's golden energy. It was shattered after a slight touch. The mass of Lu Sheng's star qi is too high. The foundation of the 11th level exercises is not something these people can imagine. Lu Sheng almost didn't need to use any movements, he just simply raised his arm and slapped his fist. Wherever the golden energy swept, the stars of the generals were like the seaweeds that were beaten by the huge waves, flying everywhere. Grown-ups! Suddenly, Lu Sheng saw a woman with a pale face and trembling all over her body appear in front of him. Standing in front of me, looking at me pitifully. Zhang Hongyu of the Tiger Scorpion. Zhang Hongyu was originally huddled at the last head of the star cluster, but Lu Sheng rushed around the crowd. In the blink of an eye, she came close to her and she had no time to dodge. Lu Sheng touched her eyes slightly, and immediately understood. Clear! Lu Sheng responded casually, and the energy surged wildly, and he knocked Zhang Hongyu to a certain position with one palm. There were already 2 members of the Tiger-Scorpion squad lying there. A small team of people should be neatly arranged. Isn't Zhang Hongyu the meaning of that? Off the field, seeing Lu Sheng's move of knocking Zhang Hongyu without any mercy, Dong Qingshua's originally tense face quickly relaxed and became nothing. 313. The peak of skills. If you retreat, you will be a handsome man, and if you advance, you will be a saint. 2. The martial arts attainments in the 3rd level, and the martial arts attainments in the 4th level. They are 2 different concepts. The 3-level martial arts are the ultimate control of one's own strength, and the 4 realms are the extension. The power of control is expanded and extended until one area is created that I am invincible. The attainments of the 4 realms of martial arts also have another name in martial arts. The pinnacle of martial arts skills. It represents the limit of skills that humans can achieve. Ordinary warriors have never heard of it, and even at the 7th level of master level, few people have heard of it. Not to mention seeing it with your own eyes. Now, this legendary peak skill, shown in Lu Sheng's hands. Compared with the domineeringness before, Lu Sheng is currently not covered with a trace of fireworks. He only relies on a pair of flesh fists to fight the rest of the people. There is no terrifying golden energy, no excessive power, nor does it show the will to martial arts. Even the master's field was removed. He advanced and retreated in moderation, had a graceful posture, and had an extraordinary temperament all over his body. Every punch and every palm he made was like an antelope hanging its horns, with no trace to be found. There is an inexplicable surprise in the dullness. After staring at it for a long time, it feels as if a brilliant light of inspiration burst out from Lu Sheng's hands, making people dazzled and indulged. Lu Sheng was besieged by dozens of sects left, but no one could touch the corner of his clothes, including the top 10 generals, the 7 stars in the eastern part, etc. There seemed to be eyes behind him, and every step he took was in a place no one would think of. The places where Lu Sheng walked through seemed to have become his soil and obeyed his orders. There are top generals and stars of the eastern 7 stars who are played with by Lu Sheng like a doll, and then throw them out like garbage. At this moment, Lu Sheng was like a high-ranking master walking in the clouds. No one can touch him, only he can touch others. Dong Xingyi stared at Lu Sheng for a long time, and his face became paler. A large drop of cold sweat rolled down from my forehead. He is the descendant of the martial saint. He has a deeper background and broader insight than ordinary masters. He saw that. Not only did Lu Sheng reach the 4 levels of boxing, but he also reached the 4 levels of body skills. Extreme! In the highest stands, the East District Marshal Huafa's eyes were brilliant, and he did not hide his admiration and appreciation for Lu Sheng off the court. The many war zone commanders and military generals around him stood up straight, looking at Lu Sheng in the field with a steady look. It seems like watching an extremely gorgeous performance. Even ordinary warriors can see the mystery. I didn't expect Lu Sheng to beat him so beautifully. Lin Wanwan, who was standing next to Dong Qingxue, was dazzled and said, "It looks as good as my father." Dong Qingxue was slightly excited when she heard this, and said nothing. For those generals who fight against Lu Sheng, the biggest feeling is frustrated, humiliated. Especially the 8th level generals, and the 7 stars in the eastern part. As top chunks, they have absolute confidence and arrogance. Even though he had been defeated by Dong Xingyi in 1 or several moves before, he never expected one of the 7 stars in the East, he would one day be played like a baby in the martial arts competition. Win or lose all depends on the other party's thoughts. They even wanted to touch each other. The martial arts gap brought about by absolute skills is like an extremely huge gap, crossing between them and Lu Sheng. It was a deep sense of despair and powerlessness from the bottom of my heart. It's like you're fighting the sky above your head. It drops thunder and flames at you, and you besides slamming fists into the air. Nothing can be done. Damn it! A top general among the 7 stars in the eastern part seemed to be unable to bear such torture again. His eyes were red, and he roared suddenly. The whole body suddenly expanded, and an unparalleled and powerful will emerged from his body, and then it all came to the long alloy sword in his hand. Several generals from the 7 eastern stars around him understood the truth and rushed towards Lu Sheng in an instant. This was almost their last try. The top star list of the gambling generals, a siege of the glory and dignity of the 7 stars in the east. Almost everyone burst out with their own extreme combat power and a strong blow. Various crypto-level martial arts wills are as bright as stars, shining brightly. Facing the siege, Lu Sheng did not hide this time. It's the last respect you have. Lu Sheng's eyes were like quiet water, and he spoke calmly. He stood there, raised his right arm, his 5 fingers clanging, and his palms formed a knife. Then, slashed the surroundings casually. In an instant, a bloody breath burst out. At this moment, the people onlookers seemed to see the scorching sun in the sky, and in the golden wheat fields, the sweaty farmer raised the sickle in his hand high. In a trance, the heads flew up. Blood gushed like a pillar. After recovering from his senses, he realized that the battle on the martial arts field had already ended. As the 7 stars in the eastern part of the last standing in the field, they all stood in the field at this time. His body was straight, and his face was dull. Lu Sheng walked through the encirclement of several people with a calm expression. Behind him, some part of the body of several people suddenly broke and fell. Either it is a piece of collar, a piece of scalp, or a button on the shoulder. The huge martial arts performance venue was silent, sinking into deadly silence. The snow is getting heavier and heavier. After the number of masters decreased sharply in the martial arts field, snowflakes as big as goose feathers began to fall into the field. So far, the prosperous martial arts performance belonging to Lu Sheng has come to an end completely. This is an unforgettable battle that countless people remember forever. This battle, Lu Sheng vividly interpreted. What is the star of the east, and what is the sun of the east? What kind of distant distance is there between the sun and the stars? There is also the sentence Lu Sheng said at the opening ceremony, if I use weapons, I am afraid that few people here will survive. It turns out, yes, if Lu Sheng really has the intention to kill, he will have the weapon in his hand. In today's battle, the Eastern Military Region General Star District will flow into a river of blood, and every family will be covered with white. Lu Sheng himself felt a little regretful. In the end, he still didn't fully reveal his background. Many abilities are useless, such as the 4th level gun technique, the 4th level sword technique, the 8th level mental power, the heavenly vow wheel sword. The main reason is that it is the most convenient to make a knife with both hands. If you get used to using a killing knife, you will choose the most convenient one to use. Not fully enjoyed. The person has already fallen. The quietness in the field lasted for a long time, and Ding Jun forgot to stand up and announce it. He was numb to see it, too. I thought I would give Lu Sheng a huge stage to build momentum for him, and to create an idol of the entire Eastern Military Region. Never thought. It created a god. The myth of generals in the Eastern Military Region. Lu Sheng walked out of the martial arts field in a distracted state, step by step, towards Dongxingyi. At this time, Dongxingyi was standing there. Her originally straight figure was bent a little at some point, and her head was lowered. He looked at Lu Sheng walking from the heavy snow, with a little daze and confusion in his eyes. His mind has been taken away. The martial arts journey was broken. Hesitated. I looked confused and didn't know where the way was. But Lu Sheng felt that it was a little bit short. Dongshingi, do you think it's enough? Lu Sheng stood in front of Dongshingi, only 30 centimeters away from him, looking straight and saying calmly. The confusion on Dongshingi's face dissipated in an instant, his spine was straightened, and a stream of stubbornness and pride surged up, and the last light burst into his eyes. Not enough. Dongshingi gritted her teeth and shook. 314. Tianshuixing rock-crushing fist, martial saint wasting face. Level 8 inner wheel knife. 3. Dream space. Lu Sheng strolls on the dilapidated street. He held the long black sword he had inherited from Gu Xian, the killing martial arts saint, and saw a zombie appear. He slashed it out with a casual knife. The golden sword aura flew out of the air. Killing zombies was like cutting grass, sweeping a large area. The black smoke gathered in the air into a thick and long, and kept jumping into his body. Although the two bridges of heaven and earth are opened, as long as they remain empty and bright. But it's always empty. Lu Sheng also rests occasionally. Lu Sheng harvested all the way, and occasionally encountered master-level or chunk-level zombies. He would be a little more serious. The 6 immortal cells are used, and combined with the killing path, the battle will usually end within a few breaths. After sweeping away several long streets in a row, there are several more master's martial arts wills in the gray roulette in my mind. Now the Lu Sheng Shirquan Grandmaster Dao has covered nearly 30 kinds of Grandmaster will, and the duration of the martial god state has also increased to nearly 3 minutes. It's close to the average length of adult men in Long Country. Come on, Lu Sheng, you can. Before he knew it, Lu Sheng came to his destination for this trip. This street is more broken than any street Lu Sheng has walked, which means that extremely fierce battles have erupted on this street. The style of this street is also quite old and nostalgic. Lu Sheng even found many architectural features before the first year of martial arts. The martial arts street will be in the future for 10,000 years of martial arts. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he quietly looked at this ancient long street from the future. Those who can open a martial arts hall in the future 227th martial arts school will almost be the masters of the same genre or the minor ones. In the next 10,000 years, your strength is too poor, and you are not qualified to open a martial arts school. The World Martial Arts Alliance will not give you a martial arts school certificate in case you mislead your children. After all, in the future, practicing martial arts is no longer simply strengthening the body. You have to defend your country and kill the enemy on the field. The threshold is too high. If you want to open a martial arts hall, you must also have a level 9 martial saint. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh. This is also the reason why he came here. This Wugwan street almost brings together all the 7th and 8th level, and even 9th level martial saint masters on the outside of the base. Moreover, there are quite a complete range of martial arts schools, although most of them are just level 9 martial saints. But it is a very good addition to my 10 perfect martial arts. 10 full martial arts entry. Then naturally start to consider promotion. If you are a level 9 martial saint and have not been able to practice a martial arts skill to the 4th realm, it would be too useless. Can you have the nerve to come out and invite disciples? After opening up this Wugwan street, almost all the powerful people in the central and peripheral areas of the number 1359 base were scanned by Lu Sheng. He checked on the map, and most of the strong people gathered in the area where he is now. Because this area is directly opposite to the buffer zone after the base exterior wall is broken. Martial Hall Street is opened and digested by this part of the fruit. My strength should be almost in line with the martial saint. At that time, you could enter the central area and challenge the 10-level strong men there. After finishing, leave the base and go to the CFFG place to go. It is best to find the remaining will of the 11th level warrior. Lu Sheng's idea is quite clear. Since you have planned it, just move forward step by step. So, Lu Sheng's eyes swept across the dilapidated streets of Wuguan Street and stopped at the ancient martial arts halls. Finally landed on the street. The signs of this martial arts hall have almost all been broken, leaving only the word fist hanging on it. Lu Sheng checked the information and knew the origin of this martial arts museum. Tianchuixing Broken Rock Fist, founder, Wang Yi. The relevant information about this martial arts hall was passed through Lu Sheng's mind, and he carried a knife in one hand and walked towards Wuguan Street with big strides. The moment he stepped into Wuguan Street with his right foot, the zombies wandering on the entire Wuguan Street suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Sheng in one go. Hundreds of empty and godless eyes stared at Lu Sheng, and the picture was so gloomy and weird. At the same time, boom! The roof of a martial arts hall burst open, and a figure flew out of the house. Then, boom, boom, boom! Just like setting off firecrackers, more than 80% of the roofs of the entire Wuguan Street were broken. One by one, 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 one by one. For a moment, Lu Sheng was terrified. There are dozens of martial saint-level masters. There was only a time for Lu Sheng to have a thought to flash through his mind. Damn. The same spirit is connected? Is the entire Wuguan Street one? He poked the hornet's nest. As soon as the next breath, the figures on the roof rushed towards him at a very fast speed. Lu Sheng's eyes shone. He held the black long sword tightly, and then turn around and run away. The green mountains remain unchanged, and the green water flows forever. Dear heroes, let's take one step first. We will have a date later. Call. In the martial arts room, Lu Sheng opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Although he had already escaped from the dream space, there was still a trace of lingering fear on his face. How do you feel if you are being chased by dozens of level 9 martial saints? Although no one is as good as Gu Xian, the way to kill life, it is more than 10 times more terrifying than Gu Xian alone. Even if I become a martial god, I will probably be beaten to death within a few seconds. A martial saint and a group of martial saints have completely different concepts. And it was when his strength was only barely equal to the martial saint-level zombies. Lu Sheng finally knew how it felt to face his enemy with the Breaking Void move. Martial saint washes your face. A few drops of urine will be scared. If you can't find a way to defeat each one, you can only die slowly. Lu Sheng stood up and thought silently while walking out the door. At this time, it was almost a week since the Eastern Military Region competition ended. The snow in the Eastern Military Region was getting heavier. Looking out through the window of the martial arts room, the white area was covered with white ice. The room was as warm as spring, and the heating was fully on. Lu Sheng walked out of the martial arts room and saw Li Dai standing obediently at the entrance of the stairs on the 3rd floor, waiting for him. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he walked over. When he got closer, Li Dai said obediently, "Sir, Colonel Wang Yi has been waiting for you downstairs for more than 2 hours." "I see." Lu Sheng nodded, too lazy to change his clothes, so he went downstairs. In the living room, Wang Yi sat half of his butt on the sofa and was drinking tea. The weather has become cold recently, and he, a level 6 warrior, has also started to change into winter clothes, and his body looks a little bloated. Seeing Lu Sheng coming, Wang Yi immediately put down his teacup and stood up to salute him, his posture more than 10 times more respectful than before. The current Lu Sheng is in the Eastern Military Region. It's a living myth. If it weren't for the strict order of the Marshal, and kept it confidential for the time being, the Eastern Military Region Daily only briefly mentioned the results of the Eastern Military Region competition. Lu Sheng is probably now completely accused of the entire Dragon Division. 3:15. Look at the beautiful flight attendant in the car. Warning 4. Wang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "The military exercises of the entire army will start around January 8th. If adults want to go there on their own, it should be fine. But it must arrive one day or a few days in advance." January 8th. It's December 26th. Lu Sheng calculated that there were about 2 weeks left. You could arrive in one day by plane from the east to the middle. Then he has plenty of time to sit on other things. For example, go home. Okay, I get it. Then I won't bother you, I'll say goodbye first. Lu Sheng nodded and said to Wang Yi, "Go back and say hello to the congratulatory throne, and Yuan Shui for me." "Yes." Lu Sheng asked Li Dai to send Wang Yi out. While sitting on the sofa while thinking about going home, he played with the inner wheel knife he had just bought. He placed the inner wheel knife on his arm and gently stroked it. Gradually increased the force. It's not because Lu Sheng is perverted and has a tendency to abuse himself. Instead, we use this to test the sharpness of the inner wheel knife and explore the defense limit of the immortal body of our star. After Li Dai sent Wang Yi back, she walked to Lu Sheng with a snowflake and whispered, "Sir, you go to the Central Military Region competition. Li Dai wants to accompany you." Lu Sheng looked up and glanced at Li Dai. He saw that Li Dai's expression was very calm, and his expression and movements were extremely natural in all aspects. "Can." Lu Sheng nodded and agreed readily. "Thank you, sir." A hint of joy flashed in Li Dai's eyes. "What do you thank me for?" "You will serve me." Lu Sheng looked at Li Dai and said meaningfully, "It should be me who thanks you." Li Dai was stunned for a moment, and many muscles on her face and body couldn't help but tense. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said nothing. He got up, picked up the dark blue tweed windbreaker hanging on the living room hanger and draped it on his body, and walked out of the house. "I'll go out, you can prepare well." Li Dai's expression returned to normal. Seeing Lu Sheng gradually disappearing, his eyes flashed, and he said softly, "Yes." Snowflakes fell down, swaying slightly in the wind, like white elf. 2 figures strolled on the remote path that the military district had not been swept yet, stepping on the snow to snuggle with each other. Lu Sheng held Dong Qingshua's hand. He is now over 1.9 meters tall, but he is only 1 head taller than Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue has an excellent figure, and is the type with perfect proportions. Both of them are all the most beautiful characters, walking hand in hand, with very many pictures in the girls' comics. The military exercises in the entire military region are about to begin. I will take this time to go home. Do you want to go with me? Dong Qingxue paused and stood there, and shook her head gently. I'm afraid it won't work. You interrupted Dong Xingyi's martial arts journey. Your family already knows it. I have to go back. Lu Sheng looked quite emotional. Dong Xingyi is indeed quite miserable, the descendant of the martial saint, and the son of the genius. The hiding front has been for decades, and once it was born, it was a test of martial arts in the world and made a great success. But it's just starting. Do you want me to accompany you back to your boss? Lu Sheng said. In fact, Dong Xingyi's current situation may not be all bad things. His heart is higher than the sky, and his path of seeking holy is invincible, but he doesn't think about whether his talent or strength is worthy of going on this path. Even if I don't meet me, sooner or later, someone else will fail to give him a defeat, making him stumbling all the way, and there is no hope for level 9. Now I completely interrupted his path, making him lose his heart. If he could find another way, break it, and then build it, there might be a turning point. Dong Qingshua's eyes showed a thoughtful look. After hearing Lu Sheng say it seriously, I don't understand everything you say, but I will tell Dong Xingyi the truth. Lu Sheng nodded slightly, suddenly remembered another thing, and said seriously, this military exercise will most likely meet your elder brother Dong Potion. Why don't you say hello to him first? It made him a little mentally prepared. Otherwise, if I beat him up at that time, he would probably be as autistic as Dong Xingyi. My elder brother he is. Dong Qingxua subconsciously wanted to refute, but when she thought of Lu Sheng's strength, she swallowed the words and nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll tell him when I look back. The two of them were talking casually and gradually walked away in the snow. Chief, please come here. On the high-speed rail platform, a tall and pretty station attendant walked lightly and smiled and led the two towards the carriage. Behind her, two people were walking in front and behind. A man was tall and straight, wearing a dark blue military uniform inside, a black tweed coat outside, shiny alloy combat boots under his feet, and a military cap on his head. His face is extremely young and handsome, and his eyes are calm, giving people a strong aura and temperament with a dignified and majestic nature. The other person is a woman with short hair, handsome appearance, cold and capable temperament, following closely behind Junwei's man in military uniform, with the attitude of a servant. In the future, there are some high-speed rail station staff. They are all strong men, carrying large and small bags in their hands, responsible for helping with things. The others were fine, but a male squad member holding a silver weapon box looked very troubled, and his face turned red when he walked. Hello, Chief. At the door of the high-speed railcar, 7 or 8 train conductors with slim figures and excellent appearance and temperament were standing, each with a respectful and enthusiastic smile on his face, giving people a pleasing feeling. When Junwei's young men in military uniform approached, they bowed and greeted each other, and there was a pleasant voice of orioles and swallows. It seems like a spring breeze blowing in this snowy winter day. Lu Sheng couldn't help but take a few more glances, smiled casually at one of the girls, and then walked into the car. Li Dai and the staff responsible for moving their luggage immediately followed quickly. When everyone walked into the carriage, the 7 or 8 beautiful flight attendants at the door immediately jumped excitedly. Wow! Is this the leader we are going to receive this time? It's too handsome. So handsome. So young. Exactly the same as the young handsome guy in the comic. I love you. So I said that all the top handsome guys are in the military headquarters. They are handsome and go to practice martial arts, and only when they are ugly, they become celebrities. The key status is still high. I heard that the identity of the chief this time is much higher than the general we received last time. This line is specially open for him. Several beautiful women were wearing thin flight attendant uniforms with their calves exposed, standing in the cold wind chatting and discussing, not feeling cold. The girl who had smiled at Lu Sheng before was so excited that her pretty face turned red with excitement. There were stars in both eyes, and I didn't know what I was fantasizing about. It was not until an older flight attendant came over and scolded him softly that several people hurried into the carriage. Under Li Dai's service, Lu Sheng took off the outermost military coat and looked at the environment in front of him. The interior of the entire car is red, giving people a sense of dignity and luxury. There are TV, computer, massage seats, table, bed, separate bathroom. All kinds of facilities are available. There is also a martial arts room and a restaurant in front, for complete cars and dozens of train attendants, all of whom are dedicated to serving Lu Sheng alone. Even this high-speed railway line from the eastern military region to Baihe City was specially opened for Lu Sheng. I will not stop by passing the station along the way, and it takes a total of 4 hours to arrive in Baihe City. This is the arrangement of the military chief. Lu Sheng sighed in his heart, and sat down on the chair beside him casually. The beautiful flight attendant in a red uniform and black stockings immediately came up and whispered to him whether to drink tea or coffee or something. Including Li Dai, 7 or 8 people were busy in the carriage. 316. The Saint's sorrow is very interesting, right? Wu, brother Sheng, when will you go back to school? I miss you. Cry. This is a message Lin Zhe sent to him, and there have not been dozens of them read. A figure with a round face and a slightly fat man running around with a big gun on his back appeared in Lu Sheng's mind, and he couldn't help but laugh. After thinking about it, I replied, I will pass by Kyoto in a while, and I will tell you when the time comes. The news was sent, but Lin Zhe did not reply. I guess he is practicing or something. He is now in his freshman year, and his studies are the busiest time. Lu Sheng did have the idea of going back to Kyoto province to find an old friend to gather, because the competition venue for the entire military exercise is located in the central military region, which is very close to Kyoto province. Adjacent to the Dragon Kingdom Sea, there are the most numerous cave cracks in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and the most dangerous, Haiyuan Cave. Whether it is a thermal weapon or a warrior, his ability to fight in the water will be greatly affected. The strange beast comes out of the water, it is hard to guard against, and it is extremely dangerous. It is said that most of the venues of the World Military and Military University exercises are island terrain, and the competition form of the entire military exercise is also related to the rules of the World Military and Military University exercises. It is a preview of the World Military and Military University exercises. I don't know what the Haiyuan Cave looks like. 657. Lu Sheng tapped his fingers on the armrest of the seat, thinking casually. He showed the messages from Yang Yuan, Lu Qiming and others, and replied a few words as appropriate. I originally thought of going home and giving my family a surprise, but after thinking about it, I still said in the group. Then I received dozens of messages in 1 minute. My father Lu Dahai and my mother Zheng Yufan seemed to be afraid that they would not see the news, so they had to tag him with punctuation marks, which made Lu Sheng's head hurt. After briefly talking about the time of going home, Lu Sheng lied that there was something wrong and hurriedly closed the family group. Then he casually flipped through his friend's circle. Nothing good to look at either. Junior high school classmates, college classmates. No matter which circle it is, Lu Sheng is out of place with them. Compared with ordinary people, he has long been a person from another world and another level. Lu Sheng suddenly came to a circle of friends, which came from Heilingsu. There is only one photo in the circle of friends. In the photo, there is a plane ticket in one hand, and the background is Baihe City Airport. Kyoto Province. Lu Sheng was a little surprised to see the destination of the ticket on Heilingsu's photo showing in Kyoto. There are also people who Lu Sheng knows commented and liked by Heilingsu in this circle of friends. Lu Qinghe, Sister Lingsu is going on a business trip to Kyoto? Let's play with my brother. Get a meal for him. Heilingsu replied, Haha, I pay for the bill every time I ask him for dinner. Speechless. Lu Qinghe, really and false. My brother is such a person? Heilingsu, that's not true, he usually hides deeply. It seems that Lu Qinghe's task is still lighter. He still has time to browse the moments in chat, and every message is replied in seconds. Lu Sheng looked expressionless, and watched the two women discuss dozens of comments about his stingy or not. I think I have to modify Lu Qinghe's daily training tasks after I go back this time. It's 5 times more weight. At this age of Lu Qinghe, who only has such a little strength, how can she sleep at night? And why does she have the face to browse her phone during the day? Lu Sheng thought to himself and called Lingsu. The phone was connected soon. Hello. Lu Sheng didn't say nonsense, so he asked straight to the point. In Kyoto? What are you doing? A little business thing and... Lingsu's voice hesitated for a moment and whispered. The old man of the Chen family is about to celebrate his 90th birthday, and the Chen family invites me to come. Chen family. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he said calmly, Do you need me to do anything for you? Need not. Lingsu's tone was quite calm. The Chen family was quite polite to me, and did not make things difficult for me as expected. Since Lingsu said that, Lu Sheng didn't say anything else but said, Come to me anytime if you have something to do. Also, I will come to Kyoto in a few days. If you haven't returned yet, we will meet together. Good. On the other end of the phone, Lingsu hung up the phone and slowly put down the phone. A young man in a white suit and handsome face sitting opposite Lingsu flashed his eyes and asked, Is it Mr. Lu? Lingsu nodded. The man in white suit said, If you have time, please invite Mr. Lu to your house to sit there. Many elders at home are quite interested in him. Lingsu's expression was faint. Let's talk about it. He has been busy with martial arts and has not much time at all. Oh, right. I just said that, ha. The man in white suit chuckled, picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip of it, with an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. The Chen family actually invited Lingsu to attend his birthday, took the initiative to show his goodwill, and let him return. Is this a big deal about the output value of Lingxing Pharmaceuticals? It's so hard that it's starting to be soft. Lu Sheng hung up the phone, with no expression on his face. He wasn't worried about anything. Lingsu is a smart person. He can see the Chen family's little thoughts, and Lingsu can naturally see it too. Besides, 90% of the equity of Lingxing Pharmaceutical is in his hands. Even if Lingsu was defeated by Lingxing Pharmaceutical's emotional card, no one could do anything without him. Take a step back. With the power I have in my hands now, I am just a Kyoto Chen family. Lu Sheng shook his head, too lazy to think about his brain cells anymore. He can probably have more than 10,000 ways to solve this problem. Lu Sheng just bored to pass the time in the car. About half an hour later, Li Dai, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, stood up, walked to him, and asked, Sir, can you have a meal? No, I'm not hungry yet. Lu Sheng gently touched the teacup with the back of his fingers and said casually, The tea is cold, pour me a new cup. Yes. Li Dai picked up the teacup and walked quickly towards the tea table. She turned her back to Lu Sheng, and soon poured a cup of hot tea and brought it to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng too didn't raise his head and continued to brush his cell phone. Li Dai sat back on her original position and lowered her head. The light from the corner of his eyes kept falling on the teacup placed beside Lu Sheng. Time passed by minute, and Lu Sheng focused on the phone in his hand, without any intention of drinking tea. 3 minutes later, Li Dai finally couldn't help but speak. Sir, the tea is about to cool down. Oh. Lu Sheng looked up. A hint of suddenness appeared on his handsome face, as if he had just remembered that he still had a cup of tea. Lu Sheng picked up the teacup casually, opened the lid, and blew it gently. As long as he drinks, my mission will be completed. Li Dai stared at Lu Sheng's actions with her eyes fixed on her face, thinking silently in her heart. But as Lu Sheng's lips were getting closer and closer to the edge of the teacup, suddenly, Lu Sheng stopped and looked up at Li Dai. Li Dai hurriedly lowered her head. You never seem to have urged me to drink tea before, Lu Sheng said lightly in a half-joking tone. Li Dai quickly replied, There are not many top-quality teas I brought out this time. I am afraid that it will be wasted. I have no choice but to drink it from behind. That's right. Lu Sheng nodded, then took a sip of tea and said, You are still determined. Li Dai watched Lu Sheng's Adam's apple move up and down, and completely let go of his heart and returned to peace. This tea is good, better than ever before. Lu Sheng put down the teacup, and the tea in the teacup was half reduced. As long as you like it, sir. Li Dai felt completely relaxed. She stood up and said to Lu Sheng, Sir, I'll go to the bathroom. Lu Sheng nodded casually. 3:17. Adults asked me to help him do the last thing too. Li Dai stood beside the tea table, looking at the end of the carriage that was still dozens of meters away, and her palms were scalded red. On the tea table, there was a clean empty teacup, and a few tea leaves were scattered in the teacup, and there was no time to add water. It turned out that she didn't even pour new tea on Lu, let alone walking out of this carriage. Li Dai felt a storm in his heart, but he had to be calm and forced a smile to Lu Sheng. Adults are good at martial arts. Li Dai has really gained his knowledge today. Lu Sheng also smiled, then stretched out one hand, flipped his 5 fingers, and a small glass bottle of 4 centimeters high appeared in his hand. The bottle contained half a bottle of dark green liquid, which looked almost the same as a bottle of used eel essence. I've also gained some knowledge today. Lu Sheng looked at the bone oil essence in his hand and sighed. I didn't expect that in 300 years of martial arts, level 9 potions have appeared, and they are poisons that can poison the martial saint. Seeing what Lu Sheng was in his hand, Li Dai could no longer remain calm, and her face changed drastically. She subconsciously grabbed a pocket on her body. Soon, she relaxed and her face calmed down. She knelt obediently in front of Lu Sheng and said, Please kill me, sir. Lu Sheng grabbed the dark green glass bottle casually, stretched his body, and leaned slightly backwards. An inexplicable aura emanated from him, covering the entire carriage. Sit. Lu Sheng spoke lightly. Li Dai, kneeling on the ground, stood up obediently and sat down next to the tea table. I know what the adults want to ask, but I don't know much. I only know it is. The people from the Jidao Martial Arts Museum asked you to do this, right? Lu Sheng took her words and said casually. Li Dai suddenly looked up, looking at Lu Sheng with a little shocked look. When did the adults discover it? Li Dai hesitated and asked this question. Lu Sheng put one hand on the armrest of the seat, tapping his fingers gently on the smooth armrest, and said casually, It was about half a month ago. It didn't matter. I just want to have a good chat with you now. Li Dai had a complicated face, and a feeling of not knowing how to describe it. Fortunately, they have been plotting quietly for so long, and it turns out that everything has long been under Lu Sheng's expectations and control, and my previous dream-like experience. At this moment, Lu Sheng was already a ghost-like existence in Li Dai's heart. Can you tell me what good are they promised you? Lu Sheng is really curious about this. Naturally, he wouldn't say nonsense like, I treat you well, or something like, I'm not too fond of you. Whether you are thin or not is not your final decision, but the feeling of being treated. He just felt that as the most promising and dazzling star in the Eastern military region, it is not an exaggeration to say that the military headquarters will hope for the future level 9. If you are conspiring to murder a person like yourself, you can even think about it with your heels, and you can know what the consequences will be. What price did that woman Lian Su pay to make Li Dai willing to take such a big risk to do such a thing? By the way, I also look at the weight of my current heart. Li Dai hesitated for a moment, and said a number. This number made Lu Sheng frown slightly, and he was a little dissatisfied. This thing should be very expensive. Lu Sheng picked up the bone oil essence in his hand and asked. Li Dai nodded. One drop costs hundreds of millions, and there are at least 15 drops here. That's really a huge investment. When Lu Sheng heard the specific price of the Saint's Sorrow, he immediately felt relieved again. To be honest, a peerless person like him is indeed worth the price. At this time, Li Dai said softly, "In fact, it is not the main reason why they give you a high reward, but what I can lose, there are really few. I don't care anymore." Lu Sheng's eyes were stunned, and he didn't say anything. He remembered what Li Dai told him, that her parents had long died, and there were no relatives or friends other than that. Living alone in the world. Yes, as Li Dai said, there are too few things she can lose, and at most it is just this life. Seeing that there is a suitable opportunity, I naturally did it without hesitation. I know that my sins are unforgivable. After a long silence, Li Dai suddenly knelt down in front of Lu Sheng again and whispered, "Please kill me, sir. Please ask me." Li Dai pressed her forehead tightly against the floor of the carriage. "Don't send me back to the military district." Lu Sheng looked down at Li Dai, who was crawling on the ground, and his expression of pity appeared on both sides. "I won't kill you, and I won't send you back to the military district. But you need to help me do one thing to make up for the mistakes you made." Li Dai raised her head, her face full of incredibleness. Lu Sheng leaned close to her cheek with a calm expression and said softly. The expression on Li Dai's face began to change violently, and finally returned to calm and nodded firmly. "Yes." Wu. With the sound of whistle, the snow-white high-speed train slowly entered the station. As well as the flight attendant, 8 excellent crew members stood at the train exit again and lined up in 2 lines. Junwei, young man in military uniform, walked out of the train, and a neat and pleasant sound came from his ears. "Chief, walk slowly." Junwei's young man showed a smile on his face and looked in a good mood. He waved his hands to the young and beautiful flight attendants, then said a few words to the woman in military uniform who came up behind him, took the silver weapon box from the other party, and then walked out of the station with great strides. There were people there who had been waiting for him to pick him up. A group of young and beautiful flight attendants reluctantly watched the perfect Prince Charming in their minds go away, and each of them looked a little dejected. The older flight attendant looked at the group of guys with a funny look, but when he looked at Lu Sheng's back as he left, he felt a little emotional. "She has a life of such a young and handsome chief." Although she was laughing at the idiotic little girls, she didn't have that little thought in her mind. She even secretly prepared the entire set of tools, but unfortunately she didn't use it. "Regardingly, young people should like mature big sisters," the flight attendant muttered, turned around and suddenly saw a figure standing on the edge of the platform, motionless. It was a female officer who came with the young leader. Even if he is just a subordinate of the leader, he is still an amazing figure in the eyes of these flight attendants. As the saying goes, the third-rank official in front of the Prime Minister's sect may also be the chief's guards in the future. The flight attendant was excited and walked up quickly, put on the most polite and respectful smile, and asked, "Leader, is there anything I can help you?" Li Dai, who was standing on the edge of the platform, was silent for a moment and asked, "When will the next train pass by?" "Go through." The flight attendant was surprised by the other party's question, but still looked at the watch on his hand and replied, "About 5 minutes later, there is a line of K3598 that will pass by Baiha Station, but will not stop." Li Dai nodded, turned around and stopped talking. Seeing that the other party had lost interest in talking, the flight attendant walked away with tactful thought. Not long after she walked away, she saw a middle-aged man in black coming out of nowhere, and walked towards Li Dai quickly. "Damn it! Why is that kid still alive?" The middle-aged man walked into Li Dai and asked with an ugly look on his face. Li Dai said softly, "I didn't find a suitable phone call." 530. The middle-aged man frowned. Then what are you doing now standing here? Why don't you keep following him? Sir, please let me do something for him. Li Dai raised her head and answered, but her eyes passed the middle-aged man looking behind him. The middle-aged man looked back and saw nothing, only a high-speed train was coming towards this side quickly. What's the matter? Forget it, it doesn't matter, the middle-aged man said coldly. Don't blame me for not reminding you that the person's patience is not very good, and there is not much time left for you. If you can't do it, return the things as soon as possible, and we will implement the next plan. Hear you, the middle-aged man said, but was suddenly interrupted by Li Dai's sudden words. 318. The spiritual illusion will control Xia Pingnan for free. 3. A general in charge of the Dongning provincial military region, wearing military uniform, sat opposite him. He is over 50 years old, with the rank of Major General, and the body of a master. At this moment, he was straight and his face was full of respect. Of course he knew what the person he was following during this trip was. This Eastern Military Region Competition General Star Group. The Eastern Military Region's idol was personally ordered by the Eastern Military Region. The strength of the super top bulk is too young. It's only 20 years old. When the general manager thought of this, he couldn't help but tremble both physically and mentally. His grandson is more than 20 years old. It is unimaginable that he is younger than his grandson, but he has reached a height that even he can't look up to. No wonder this one is known as Liang in the East District, in the military region. Such a peerless charm is indeed like the scorching sun in the sky at noon, with dazzling light and dazzling brilliance. And the most important point is, this person is also from Baihe City, Dongning Province. If he can grasp it well when he comes back to visit relatives. The general manager couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he might take this opportunity to hold such a thick thigh. Lu Sheng didn't pay attention to the emotions of the person opposite him. He kept thinking about his own affairs. Li Dai must have completed what I told her at this moment. Lu Sheng was not worried that Li Dai would escape or something. In addition to Li Dai's character of being soft on the outside and hard on the inside, there is also Lu Sheng's soda seed in Li Dai's heart. The seed of mental power. It can also be said to be psychological suggestion or hypnosis. Mental power is really interesting. Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Entering in the clear state. I have learned a lot of messy, weird, incredible, interesting and practical skills to use mental power. In the future, martial arts will last 10,000 years. Spiritual thought masters can be reborn by practicing martial arts. The spiritual power has been played with by many people. Only then did Lu Sheng realize that he had ignored such a big treasure before. I can use many skills at level 8. If I can develop my mental power well, my comprehensive strength will be greatly improved. Lu Sheng has gone from an ordinary martial arts student with a qi and blood value of 0.8 to now shining on the fiery sun in the east. It only took more than a year in the middle. He is like a crazy growing sapling, which spans the rest of the saplings in a very short time, which takes decades or even hundreds of years to grow into a towering tree. In this case, it is already a great thing to ensure the solid and stable trunk. I don't have much energy or time to grow dense enough branches and leaves. Lu Sheng needs time to settle down. Mental illusion will control. These two are two mental skills that Lu Sheng has used just now. In fact, it is not a small skill. It is all inherited by the top spiritual thought masters found after level 7. It was just that it was in the Tinder plan, so it was classified by Lu Sheng in the little skills column. As the name suggests, the former is to use mental power to deceive the other party's 5 senses and build a world where you want the other party to see, hear, smell, and perceive. Just like a dream. The true degree of this dream depends on the mental strength of the spiritual mind master, the ability to control mental power, and the degree of restoration of various details, etc. It's not too easy to build a small carriage with the level 8 of Lu Sheng. Moreover, Lu Sheng was not built temporarily. From the moment he and Li Dai walked into the car, a dream he woven specifically for Li Dai has quietly unfolded. Lu Sheng. Especially when the dream is broken, it is really shocking and impactful, and Lu Sheng, who is the creator of the dream, is even more fulfilling. As for will control, the means are alleviated, psychological suggestion, consciousness hypnosis. If you are more rough, you will directly use your own mental power to suppress the opponent's defense line and forcefully manipulate everything about the opponent. Of course, this consequence will be worse. The manipulated will collapse, and at the least it will become a madman, and in severe cases it will be brain death. In fact, the seed of spiritual power planted by Lu Sheng in Li Dai's psychology is very simple: atonement. Do something for him that would clear her sins. Driven by guilt, regret, fear and other emotions, the only thing Li Dai can do is probably to sacrifice his life. Whatever the reason, it's wrong. Since you are wrong, you will naturally have to pay the corresponding price for making mistakes. This is Lu Sheng's usual rule. This is true for both Dongxing and Li Dai. Looking at the cold and hard winter scene flying past the window, Lu Sheng suddenly realized the subtle change in his personality and mentality. My heart seems to have become much harder. If this can better protect the people around you from being hurt, Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart, then get harder. Swish. The small window connecting the cab in front of the car suddenly opened, and a young officer holding a cell phone leaned in half and whispered in the ear of the Major General of the Dongning military region sitting opposite Lu Sheng. The latter's expression changed suddenly, and he reported to Lu Sheng, "We a little ugly. Zhu Lu, the guard you accompany Li Dai, just committed suicide by lying on the track." Lu Sheng looked, surprised, on his face, and quickly asked a few simple questions to the Major General of the Dongning military region, then ended the topic, and looked slightly dark. In fact, there was no turmoil in my heart. After all, it was expected. At this time, Lu Sheng suddenly felt the 6 immortal cells in his eyebrows conveyed a trace of warning to him. Just like the last time Dong Qingxue encountered danger in the underground cave. After the number of immortal cells increased to 6, this sign became much clearer. Lu Sheng could already know that the warning was about him and his family. And it is still very weak at the moment, far less intense than last time. It seems that after Li Dai failed to poison, Lian Su had other means waiting for me. Lu Sheng looked calm, then reached out and rubbed his eyebrows gently, asking the Major General of the Dongning military region, "How long will it take to get to my house?" The Major General asked about the cab and received a reply quickly. "Half an hour." Lu Sheng nodded, took out his cell phone, and dialed Dong Qingxue's number. The phone was connected and Dong Qingxue's calm voice came. "Hello, Qingxue, it's me." Lu Sheng looked out the window, and the scenery reflected on the car window passed by quickly, pulling into cold gray lines in his eyes. "Do me a favor." "Lian Su, right? Since you want to play, just play with you to the end. Solve it at one time." Huafu Community Lu family. More than a dozen black cars were neatly arranged in the driveway in front of the Lu family villa. It is the first extended sedan with a small flag and license plate number Dong D00001, which is particularly eye-catching. The Lu family once again became the focus of many people in the community. Anyone who has experienced the last 9 whistle sounds, and Yi Danglong incident knows. This is the governor of Dongning province, and he has visited the Lu family again. Sit. Xia Pingnan, who was still dressed in Zhongshan costume, stood in the living room of the Lu family, smilingly greeting Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan and his wife to sit down, as if he was the owner of the family. All of you are old friends. Why are you still so restrictive? Mayor of Baihe City and President of Baihe Martial Arts Association Xiao Yue. Basically, all the well-known figures in Baihe City have arrived. It is even more lively than the last time Lu Sheng climbed the dragon nationwide. Oh, Xia Provincial Supervisor, why did you go there in person again? Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan were full of excitement and joy, and they were both a little incoherent. Lu Dehai slapped his forehead and urged Lu Qinghe, who was standing aside, to say, Xiaohe, go and make tea for the guests. Why? Lu Qinghe responded and ran away. Xia Pingnan sat down on the sofa and said with a smile. 319. The top figure from the Eastern Military Region, Lu Sheng? 4. Xia Pingnan actually doesn't pay much attention to Lu Sheng. But every time I think about paying attention, the results I get can startle him. The last time, I followed Lu Sheng alone to wipe out the gang of bandits across the country. Last time, Lu Sheng pushed forward the Seven Saints Great and broke the records of the Seven Saints Great Martial Saint Towers in one breath. Last time, Lu Sheng defeated the Gemini and surpassed the Holy Miao at the National College Student Martial Arts Competition and won the National College Student Martial Arts Competition. The news that was more and more shocking was that Xia Pingnan even felt that he might not be too surprised to hear the news that Lu Sheng was promoted to the Grand Master next time. Instead, he might say, "Oh, it's almost time for the Master." It feels outrageous if you think about it. When Lu Sheng climbed the dragon nationwide, Xia Pingnan personally congratulated him and gave him many benefits, including a valuable quasi-level 7th spear. Although he is full of sincerity, it is more of Xia Pingnan's habitual investment behavior. Make some potential martial arts geniuses in advance, pay a little price in the early stage, and when the other party grows up, they can often get 10 or even hundreds of times the reward. Knowing the kindness of meeting is to be a horse that is thousands of miles away. Many warriors in high positions will do this. This is how many relationship networks and connections are built. 10 years ago, I watered and fertilized a seed, and in 10 years, I couldn't fully harvest a tree of fruits. Xia Pingnan has made many similar investments, but Lu Sheng is definitely the one who surprised him the most. The daily limit will rise every once in a while, and the daily limit will rise every once in a while. That speed of growth, good guy. This is also the biggest reason why Xia Pingnan came to the Lu family specially this time. The relationship cannot be broken. Those who have similar ideas to Xia Pingnan also include a 50-year-old man standing behind him now, with a red face and full of energy. Xiao Yue, President of Baihe Martial Arts Association. Xiao Yue has begun to enjoy his early investment in Lu Sheng's return of 400. Recently, the Kyoto Martial Arts Association Federation intends to appoint Xiao Yue as Vice President of Dongning Martial Arts Association. From the city to the province, Xiao Yue finally broke through the shackles of his career. If you can be promoted to the Grandmaster in the future and reach the height of Xia Pingnan in the future, it is not impossible to be the governor of a province. Grandpa Xia, please have tea. Grandpa Xiao, drink tea. Mayor Bai, drink tea. Lu Qinghe held the brewed teacup and handed it to the people in the living room one by one. He was well-behaved and sensible, and at first glance, he was particularly likable. Xia Pingnan saw Lu Qinghe handing tea to 7 or 8 people in the living room. His hands and feet were steady and orderly. His eyes lit up slightly, and he stretched out his hand to gently press Lu Qinghe's arm, and quickly retracted. He turned to Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan, and said with emotion, "You are so lucky. In 2 years, the Lu family may want more martial arts top scholars from cities or provinces." The youngest daughter of the Lu family is only a few years old this year, and her qi and blood have already broken through level 2 and headed towards level 3. Moreover, the foundation is solid and stable, without any sense of slightness, which is even more rare. How long has it been since I last met this little girl? This progress rate is really not slow. Lu Dehai and Zheng Yufan and his wife smiled and said, "It's all my fault for her brother. They sent back various tonics and other things. They often urged her to practice when they were at home. She herself is very naughty and knows how to play with her phone every day." Xiao Pingnan nodded and said, "With Lu Shengwu Taoism in front of you, you should be more relaxed." How come the two ordinary little citizens, Lu Dehai, Zheng Yufan, are compared with promising genius warriors like Lu Sheng, who can easily earn resources that ordinary people cannot afford to save for their entire lives or even for several lifetimes? In this case, it is obviously much easier to cultivate another martial arts master, not to mention that Lu Qinghe, the little girl, is not bad at martial arts talent. It's no exaggeration to say. The Lu family's lintel must be upgraded to many levels because of Lu Sheng. In the future, it is not impossible for a wealthy family to become a martial arts family. "Did Lu Sheng say when will he get home?" Xiao Pingnan took a sip of tea and asked Lu Dehai and his wife casually. Lu Dehai said, "Xiao Sheng rushed back from the military region. Calculate the time, it should be soon." "Military region?" Xiao Pingnan was stunned and said a little surprised. "As Lu Sheng entered the military region?" "That's right. I said it was boring at school, so I went to the army. Some time ago, I asked us to move to the Eastern Military Region. Alas, you said he was a nonsense. He had only been to college for less than half a year and ran to the army again." Lu Dehai looked a little worried. Xiao Pingnan was quite surprised. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng had already joined the army. But thinking about it, he has become king in youth martial arts. Even the stage of the Holy Martial Arts University is a bit small for him. If you want to pursue higher breakthroughs, you can only go to the military battlefield. "It seems that Lu Sheng is doing well in the military region if he can bring his family here." Xiao Pingnan thought about it, and thought that he had to ask friends from the Eastern Military Region to inquire about Lu Sheng. "This kid now that the dragon enters the sea, it will not take long before it can completely soar into the sky." Xiao Pingnan sighed a few words in his heart, and then talked to Lu Dehai and his wife about anything. He was a provincial governor, and talked to the two about topics such as whether the pork price has risen recently, and the salary of express delivery employees needs to be increased. It's also difficult to do it. As we were chatting, a sound of a loud horn suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but turn their heads to look. "Is Xiao Sheng back?" Lu Dehai and his wife stood up with surprise, and Lu Qinghe's eyes were also shiny. Xiao Pingnan didn't say anything. Someone hurriedly walked in from outside the door and whispered a few words in Xiao Pingnan's ear. Xiao Pingnan nodded slightly, and the aura that belonged to the governor of a province appeared again, with a very solemn and majestic expression. "It's the car of a major general of the Dongning military region. I guess he came to me," Xiao Pingnan said to Lu Dehai and his wife. "I'm afraid I can't eat this meal today. This time, a big man from the Eastern Military Region came to Baihe, so I have to go and receive it in person." Oh! Lu Dehai and his wife suddenly realized and said, "Old Xiao, you are busy, don't care about us. When Lu Sheng comes back, I will pick up some time to visit." "Sure, certain." Xiao Pingnan was sent out of the house by Lu Dehai's family. The group arrived outside, and saw two more cars outside the yard of the Lu family villa. In the eyes of some people, one of them has a greater deterrence in terms of appearance specifications and license plates. SDS 0001. Major General of the Dongning Provincial Military Region, the car of the Supreme Commander. The two top figures in Dongning Province were all arrived. At this moment, an officer in a car behind him was already in a military uniform ran down quickly. The few people had a scent of iron blood on their bodies, which was completely different from that of ordinary warriors. Standing like a benchmark. He is straight and his eyes are like nails. From the perspective of Xia Pingnan and others, you could only see the silhouettes of two people on the left and right sides. The footsteps of these officers were as if they had been measured with a ruler, and were accurate to millimeters. Old Qian's podium. Xia Pingnan, standing on the steps, couldn't help but sigh. I'm really envious of you when I see you. Lao Qian is the general manager of the Dongning Provincial Military Region and an old friend of Xia Pingnan. An officer opened the door. 320. The Major General handed over his clothes, and the provincial governor looked up to me. I am in love. 1. The man who got out of the car looked extremely young. He looks like he is about 20 years old. He wore a military cap, had fair skin, delicate and bright facial features, like a gorgeous cold weapon hanging on the wall. His eyes were as calm as water, falling lightly on Xia Pingnan and others. Xia Pingnan, Xiao Yuhe, Baihe city mayor and others were all stunned. The appearance of this military major makes them very familiar. In addition to some differences in appearance details, there is also a gap in aura, which is almost the same as Lu Sheng, a son of the Lu family, who was remembered. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Xia Pingnan was also the governor of a province after all, and soon came back to his senses from his surprise. Xiao Yuhe and others behind him also tightened their faces, with a strange look in their eyes. Lu Qinghe hid behind the crowd and looked out. When he saw the young Junwei, who had just gotten out of the car, his eyes lit up, and he was about to blurt out, "Brother, what?" But he was immediately pulled back by a pair of big hands covering his mouth. "My little aunt." Lu Dehai looked nervous and lowered his voice. "That's a big man who even the provincial governor must look up to. No matter how powerful your brother is, can he compare with such a big man? Don't shout it out loud. But it really looks like a little saint." Zheng Yufan muttered quietly from the side. "Okay, stop talking," Lu Dehaiqing said to the two of them, and pulled them to stand honestly in the corner. But when he said this, Lu Dehai looked at the big man with his own eyes and was both surprised and confused. Too much like his son. Are there really two people in this world who look so similar? Zhua Lu. Ho was outside the car door of the military region Lao Qian, holding a military coat in both hands, and respectfully handed it to Junwei young man. Lu Zhu. The major general handed over the clothes. Xia Pingnan and others felt another shock in their hearts. There was no longer any delay at this moment, and they all walked towards each other quickly. Lu Sheng shook his head casually at the coat handed over by the Major General of the Dongning Provincial Military Region. "It's right at the door of my house. What other coats are there to wear?" At this time, Xia Pingnan and others had already walked closer. Xia Pingnan, the governor of Dongning Province, has met the military general, the army chief. Xia Pingnan's voice is loud and his posture is straight, neither humble nor arrogant, and he is obviously respectful. After years of hard work, Xia Pingnan has long been at ease with such occasions. But he never thought that the young man standing in front of him, with just one look and showing his aura, Xia Pingnan, who was the master, was trembling in his heart. Suddenly he smiled slightly at him and said, "Old Xia, why? I haven't seen you for half a year, and I don't know me anymore?" "Well?" Xia Pingnan was stunned. The next moment, Junwei young man said, "I am Lu Sheng." "I am Lu Sheng." In an instant, everyone present, including Xia Pingnan, felt as if they were hit by the thunder in the sky. Their bodies trembled violently, and their minds were like a big bell ringing, buzzing. Lu Sheng. It's Lu Sheng, the top figure in the Eastern Military Region, who was wearing a top general uniform, with a diamond dragon pattern medal in his chest, and had countless stars on his shoulders, turned out to be Lu Sheng, not looking like alike. That is, even though he was the governor of Xiaopingnan province, he was in a high position and his emotions almost broke through the threshold. He would never have thought that a martial arts genius who invested casually half a year ago would grow into a towering tree in a blink of an eye, reaching a height where even he had to look up. What exactly did Lu Sheng experience in the military region? Also, the dazzling stars on Lu Sheng's shoulders representing combat power. How did he practice? Two questions. Xiaopingnan and others were in a state of excitement. It was like countless planes rumbled against their scalp, flying back and forth.
Brother! It's my brother!
Lu Qinghe's voice sounded, full of cheerful voices.
I just said it! It's brother!
Lu Qinghe broke free from the shackles of Lu Dahai, rushed up like a lark, and ran to Lu Sheng. Looking up at him, the stars in his eyes popped out one by one, full of worship.
Brother, you are so handsome in this outfit.
Lu Sheng reached out to touch Lu Qinghe's head and smiled.
He has grown a lot taller.
He has indeed grown taller, and Lu Qinghe is almost 1.7 meters tall. Qiao Shansheng stood in front of Lu Sheng, feeling a bit graceful. It seems that in the blink of an eye, the shriveled and green little girl in summer grew into a big girl. Even Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel the speed of time passing. After a brief shock, Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufan could also come back to their senses. After all, my own son, who is thicker than water, dared not recognize him at first. Now that he has confirmed his identity, he doesn't care about the big guy or not. The family stood at the door and talked, and Lu Qinghe's silver bell-like laughter kept ringing. The door of the villa next door opened, and the old professor wearing glasses poked his head out and took a look.
Oh, Wu Xixing from the Lu family is back. This show is even bigger.
Xiaopingnan and others stood by and watched. At first, he was shocked and stunned, but later he came to his senses, felt incredible, and then became silent. I feel mixed feelings, and no one can say it.
Let's go in and chat. It's cold outside.
Lu Sheng greeted his parents in. Although it has not snowed in Baihe City, it is still cold. After all, it is winter.
Well,
Lu Dahai and his wife were happy and greeted Xiaopingnan and others, as well as the Major General of the military region, who had been holding military coats for Lu Sheng.
Let's go into the house together, leaders.
Never mind. Xiaopingnan smiled bitterly and declined.
Lu's what has just returned, so we outsiders won't disturb your family. Come and visit you again another day.
After saying that, he looked at Lu Sheng. It mainly depends on Lu Sheng's meaning, and Lu Sheng's words are bigger than anyone else. But Lu Sheng did not try to keep him, nodded and said,
Old Xia, Mr. Xiao. Please give you some tea some other day.
Xiaopingnan nodded, and Xiao Yu's face turned red, and he was quite excited. It seems that it is extremely honorable to be able to remember the name by Lu Sheng now, and mention it alone.
Oh, it's great to stay for a meal. I've bought all the dishes.
Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufan looked regretful, but they didn't say much, and were sent into the house by Lu Sheng. Major General Lao Qian of the military region kept holding Lu Sheng's military coat, and sent it into the door respectfully before turning around and leaving. It looks like the guards next to the chief. When the gate of Lu's house was closed, the group left 2 officers to guard the gate of Lu's house, and the rest quickly got on the bus. Xiaopingnan got into the car that the military region sent Lu Sheng to him. As soon as the car door was closed, the shock on Xiaopingnan's face was revealed little by little.
Old Qian, tell me quickly what is going on in this Lu Xun. What's the situation?
The military Major General Lao Qian asked the driver to drive, and thought of something, and said in surprise,
Don't tell me the martial arts genius you valued before is this.
Xia Pingnan's expression was complicated.
Or what do you think? Damn!
Lao Qian swears, stunned for a few seconds, then looked at Xia Pingnan with an indescribable extreme envy and said,
Old Xia, you will be prosperous when you reply.
The black sedan convoy slowly drove out of the community, carrying the aftertaste of shock of cars. Lu family.
Brother, why did you become a general in the military region? When did it happen? Yes, Sheng. Why have you become a big shot in the eastern military region? Even the provincial governor has to be so polite when he sees you.
As soon as Lu Sheng entered the house, he was surrounded by his parents, Lu Qinghe and others, and 321. Dark Club, congratulations. I want to ask you for a favor too.
Yes, Auntie. Although we are a military region, we have everything. Shopping malls, supermarkets, cinemas, hotels are also close to several fifth-level tourist attractions. Come and I will take you to visit. I will come tomorrow morning. Whether it is a plane or a high-speed train, I will arrive in the afternoon, so I will pick you up. There is nothing to bring, and the military will be fully equipped.
On the sofa in the living room, Sheng Yufan held a cell phone in both hands, smiling so hard that wrinkles appeared on her face.
Okay, must come.
Lu Dehai was next to Sheng Yufan and burst into laughter from time to time. Although Lu Qinghe had been thinking about matching Lu Sheng and Yang Yuan, he was a little depressed at first. But after seeing Dong Qingxue in the video, these emotions immediately dissipated. In the video, Dong Qingxue showed elegance, beauty, intelligence, and generosity. Even Lu Qinghe had to admit, although senior sister Yang Yuan is good, there is really a gap compared to such a woman. In comparison, Lu Sheng, who is now wearing military uniform and has a very similar image to the young warlords in the girl cartoon, is also more compatible with Dong Qingxue.
I knew this method was feasible.
Not far away, looking at the 5-3 family members who were having a great time chatting with Dong Qingxue, Lu Sheng felt very at ease. Lu Sheng's idea is very simple. Let's scam my family to the military region first, and then he will completely solve the problem on Liansu. When they want to come back, they can either settle in the military region. With his own strength, it is obviously difficult to convince his parents within half a day, and he doesn't have that much patience and skill. So Lu Sheng thought of a good idea in the name of seeing the future.
Daughter-in-law.
He asked Dong Qingxue to invite them over. The results were unexpectedly good. What Lu Sheng didn't expect was Dong Qingxue's performance. Be graceful and generous. In the video, she is wearing simple home clothes, but she shows her temperament and demeanor as a lady, which is deeply loved by her parents and her family.
It's really good to go to the hall.
Lu Sheng didn't bother with his mother and others, so he quietly went up the second floor. I haven't been home for several months, and the room on the second floor is still neat and clean, without any dust. It was probably because my mother had cleaned it before she came back. Lu Sheng sat at the table, entered the third floor of Kongming, and began to think about the next plan and steps.
It has been almost 2 hours since Li Dai's plan failed. If nothing unexpected happens, even Su's follow-up methods are about to follow up.
A small dark green bottle as big as a wind oil essence appeared in Lu Sheng's hand, turning casually between his white and slender fingers.
Even for this bottle of Saint, she wouldn't give up so much.
Although this small bottle of things is estimated to be worth more than 5 billion. Even Lian Su, who is the wife of Marshal Saint, has to feel sorry for her.
I just don't know what her follow-up method is. I'm stupid. It's not difficult to know this.
Lu Sheng sat on the chair and closed his eyes. A minute later, he woke up again. Opening his eyes, a strange light flashed in his eyes.
Dark Club.
Lu Sheng never expected that Lian Su's back would be the Black Demon Club. Lu Sheng is not unfamiliar with this organization. When he came into contact with Ringing, he read through all the information of similar international organizations. The Dark Club is more mysterious than the Ring Seal and the Dark Star, and few people know the details. But in the Tinder Resource Library, there is no secret to it. The Dark Club is an international terrorist organization with cult elements, and is extremely keen on human body transformation experiments for alien beast genes. They claim to be the demon god, and even use Solomon's 72-pillar demon gods as the code name for the most powerful one in the organization. Among them, there are even a level 9 martial saint level powerful people. Behind the Dark Society there is the shadow of the Lion Kingdom, which is one of the reasons why the Dark Society has always existed in the world.
Unfortunately, the information does not describe exactly which demon gods Lian Su invited to intercept me. But it doesn't matter.
Lu Sheng's eyes were calm, and he looked at the
Saint of the Saint
in his palm and whispered,
"Anyway, whether it is now or in the future, Nevermind is going to die. It proves that this attack is doomed to fail."
Ding dong. The phone I kept at hand rang. Lu Sheng gently put down the
Saint of Saints,
and then picked up his cell phone. The news was sent by Dong Qingxue. Nailed it. Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows and gave him a behaved expression. Dong Qingxue quickly replied with a rolling eyes expression and said, "What are you planning for yourself?" Lu Sheng calmly replied, "As long as the family enters the military region safely, I will solve the rest myself." Dong Qingxue was silent for a while, and then a message came back. "Careful. I can help with anything, tell me directly." Lu Sheng smiled, then exited the chat box and made a call. Soon, the phone was answered.
"Eastern Military Region. I am Lu Sheng, and I will pick up Commander He Dingjun for me."
The voice on the other side of the phone immediately rose a few degrees and said eagerly,
"Should you wait?"
10 seconds later, He Dingjun's voice rang out on the other end of the phone.
"Sheng Lu, I am He Dingjun. What's the matter?"
Lu Sheng looked at the Saint Sorrow in front of him and said calmly,
"Congratulations, I want to ask you for help."
The Lu family has 3 big and small bags, dressed neatly, and looks like they are traveling. There were already several military cars waiting at the door. The officer in military uniform quickly came up to snatch the luggage in Lu Dehai Zheng Yufen's hand and carefully moved it into the car.
"Brother, are you really not going with us?"
Lu Qing had asked for leave from the school overnight, and was in the excitement of going out for a while. He just pouted a little unhappy when he learned that Lu Sheng was not walking with them. Zheng Yufen also nagged.
"Yes, I thought you were coming back to pick us up."
Lu Sheng explained.
"The military headquarters has a task, so I have to go there. But don't worry, Qingxue has everything arranged in the military region. You will take her to play for 2 days first, and then come back immediately after my mission is completed." "All right."
Lu Qing had grabbed the sleeve of his military coat and felt depressed. Lu Dehai was happy.
"The country's mission is above everything else. You must understand, Xiaosheng. Son, go and perform well. Dad is proud of you."
Listening to Lu Dehai's slogan that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile. Then I personally took them into the car and watched them leave. After several cars left their sight, the smile on Lu Sheng's face gradually became restrained. His eyes became sharp again, and his aura was strong and cold.
"Well, Lu, your car has been arranged, and you can set off at any time."
An officer next to him walked up and lowered his head to report. Lu Sheng nodded.
"Then let's go." "Yes."
The last car took Lu Sheng and drove out of the community and headed in another direction. The car drove into the main lane, and more than a dozen cars parked in the main lane immediately started and guarded it. Form a rather spectacular black convoy and head towards the center of the city. Lu Sheng sat in the car and dialed a phone number on his mobile phone.
Congratulations. Don't worry, Lu Sheng, the military region specially sent a General Star team and fighter planes over. In 2 hours, your family will arrive at the military region safely. Thank you for congratulations. As for the dark club you mentioned, I have already greeted the local military regions along the way and will fully cooperate with your plan. By the way, Lu Sheng, I really don't need to report to you higher. Will I send an expert to help you?
He Dingjuan's voice became a little low and said,
The strength of the terrorist organization of the Dark Demon Society cannot be underestimated. 3 years ago,
322. The plan begins and impacts the 7th immortal cell. 3. Now Lu Sheng's mental power is radiating with all his strength, enough to cover a range of nearly 30 kilometers. Any corner or location is clearer and more comprehensive than satellite surveillance. In addition, the increase in thinking ability of the third level of Kongming state makes it easy to find a few suspicious characters in a nearby area of several kilometers.
Sure enough, it's already here.
Lu Sheng found a skeleton tattoo pattern with sheep horns on the target character's arm to confirm his thoughts. This is one of the symbols of Dark Club members. Unfortunately, this guy is too poor, only the strength of a level 6 warrior, and probably only has characters such as peripheral members and minions. Lu Sheng didn't pay much attention to it, and glanced at it, and withdrew his gaze.
Okay, then follow your plan. I have arranged for people to cooperate with your plan and actions this time to help you dispatch people from the local military region. Thank you for congratulations.
After hearing Lu Sheng's calm words, He Dingjun hung up the phone. His expression was a little complicated. After thinking quietly for a while, He Dingjun suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly.
He Dingjun, you are a military general, but now you are not as decisive and courageous as a 20-year-old man? Really? Just by the strength that kid showed in the military competition, what if the top 10 demon gods in the Dark Club come here? Not necessarily his opponent. It's hard to come two of them, and you can escape even if you don't help. Since that kid could think of using his body as bait, he naturally had enough confidence. Worry about him.
Thinking of this, He Dingjun felt relieved. 27. When Lu Sheng used his own strength to defeat the entire Eastern Military Region General Star Group in the military region, the scene of interrupting Dong Xingyi's martial arts journey without a single move is still vivid in He Dingjun's mind. That was a terrifying strength that even a powerful general like him was frightened by. Just as the marshal said, if Lu Sheng retreats, he becomes the commander, and if he advances, he becomes the saint. What's the point of worrying about such a demonic character? What I should be worried about is the group of people who are preparing to intercept Lu Sheng's Black Demon Club. Baihe City District. A man wearing a tight black battle suit, tall, blonde hair and blue eyes, and a high-nosed bridge stood on the roof of a tall building. Looking at the black convoy slowly driving on the street in the distance, he put down the telescope in his hand.
Find the target.
The weird language is spoken from a man, not the language of the Dragon Kingdom. The man had an invisible communicator stuffed into his ears, and the communicator made a sound in the same language as him.
Follow closely, and report the target route at any time. Okay.
The strong man said something, then jumped directly from the edge of the roof. He took advantage of the air conditioning units on the wall of the building, and went down from the roof to the bottom of the building in just a few breaths. Then quickly get into a car parked on the side of the road and drive quickly towards the location of the target convoy in memory. In the car, the man skillfully controlled the steering wheel and shuttled through the traffic, while talking to the voices in the communicator.
By the way, Jay, Do you know what the goal is this time? I heard that all the top 10 adults came for this.
The voice of the communicator quickly replied,
More than just one adult is coming. Good guy.
The man yelled in surprise and sighed.
Is our target this time the Dragon Kingdom Martial Saint's biological son? It's more precious than the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Saint's own son. It is one of the Chi stars recognized by the Dragon Department as the most likely to become a Martial Saint in the future. It seems that he is only in his 20s. His estimated combat power is above 30 stars, and he ranks with our Dark Club.
20 years old, 30 stars fighting power, comparable to. The man exclaimed and smacked his lips.
Who wants him to die? Such a genius is a valuable asset to any country or organization.
The voice in the communicator laughed and said,
Jeros, no country or organization in the world can be a solid piece of iron. To some, he is a treasure. But to others, he is poison. So we must eradicate this poison before it is completely brewed.
The voice in the communicator muttered.
The main reason is that the price paid by the person who wants him to die is too high. So big that we can't refuse. Alas, you don't understand what I'm talking about these things. Screw you.
The strong man slammed his hands on the steering wheel, and the car was shuttled beautifully in the traffic flow, and there was a sound of horns, and yelling, and scolding immediately around him. The man didn't care either, and his eyes just stared at the black convoy ahead, keeping a slow speed. Soon, the convoy stopped near the high-speed rail station. The man parked the car more than 200 meters away from the convoy and took out his telescope to observe. He saw a large number of soldiers coming down from the convoy, surrounded by a young general carrying a silver weapon box that was walking down from the middle of the car. The young general walked slowly towards the high-speed rail station as the stars stood in the moon. The man quickly reported to the communicator.
The target person entered the high-speed rail station and was judged to take the high-speed rail and leave Baja City. The destination was unknown. Received. Continue to follow up and track. Yes.
The man got out of the car and pretended to be nothing, and walked slowly towards the high-speed rail station. At this time, the target young general, who had been staring at him, was about to enter the entrance of the special passage of the high-speed rail station. When the young general was about to enter the door, he suddenly turned his head and took a deep look in his direction. The cold eyes passed through 1,000 meters and landed accurately on the man. The strong man's scalp was numb in an instant. It was as if someone suddenly had a gun pressed against the middle of his eyebrows.
Oops!
He subconsciously turned around and ran away, and the next second, an extremely fast invisible sword wave passed by in the air. Swish! The man's forward-rushing posture was frozen, and a big head flew up.
8,000 meters away from the direction of 7 o'clock, there is a terrorist. I have already solved it, so I will send someone to clean up immediately.
Sheng withdrew his gaze and instructed the Major General of the military region, who was following him. The Major General of the Dongning Provincial Military Region was stunned, and subconsciously turned his head to look towards 7 o'clock. Sure enough, he saw a figure lying in a pool of blood. Before he could be shocked, he hurriedly ordered the officers around him to deal with it. Then, he hurriedly followed Sheng and walked into the high-speed rail station. Looking at the upright body walking forward 1 meter ahead, the more shocked the military major general walked. The method of beheading the enemy silently 1,000 meters just now was simply unpredictable. If he hadn't known Xia Pingnan for many years, he would have personally admitted it. He really didn't believe it. Such a super top star with terrifying strength was even less than 20 years old this year. What kind of world is this? The military major general only felt internal agitation, and the masters will tend to be slightly shaken. Sheng walked with a calm look on his face. He walked through a special passage opened specifically for him by the military, and there was no one there. He was about to board the high-speed rail. It was estimated that the spy from the Dark Demon Club had already passed on his whereabouts, and the other party was so close, he simply wiped it out. At a distance of 1,000 meters, with his current mental strength, he used the invisible sword wave of the Chikin Wishwheel sword. It is really not too easy to kill a warrior with level 6 strength.
Please, Chief.
Thinking of this, Lu Sheng had already walked to a high-speed rail line. It was the same as when I came. This high-speed rail was specially prepared for him alone. It took 1 day and 2 nights to go to Kyoto province.
This time, this distance, should be enough to lure those mice out.
Lu Sheng walked into the high-speed rail and received similar treatments as he came. But the difference is that Li Dai is no longer around him. And in the 323, a picture comparable to a science fiction movie. 4.
Damn it!
In a small dim room, there are a large number of computers and various electronic devices. A young man in his early 20s with slightly curly hair sat in front of the computer, pulled off the headphones from his head, and looked behind him with an ugly expression.
Jiro's signal was cut off, and he might have been dead.
The woman leaning against the edge of the table and burying her head to eat instant noodles, raised her head, put down the instant noodles in her hand, wiped her mouth with her cuffs, and walked up quickly.
How is the target now?
The woman walked up to the dark-skinned young man, supported one hand on the table, and stared at the computer screen. She has very beautiful red hair, but unfortunately, she doesn't look great, and has some freckles on her face. The dark-skinned young man typing on the keyboard with his hands and quickly said,
According to the last message from Jiro's, the target should have taken the high-speed rail to leave Baiha City now. He has a special identity and must take a special high-speed rail route. I retrieved the latest temporary changes to all high-speed rail trains in Longwa and calculated the target's forward route. His destination should be Kyoto province in Ryuko, as we expected.
The red-haired woman stared at the high-speed rail route map on the computer screen, her eyes staying at several positions.
Is the total time more than 2 days? It seems that there is plenty of time.
The red-haired woman muttered to herself a few words, then said lightly,
Send me this picture. Adults have already arrived near Baiha City, if everything goes well.
The red-haired woman walked back to her original position and picked up the instant noodles she had not finished.
We should be able to go back soon. Yes.
A trace of excitement flashed across the face of the dark-skinned young man. His hands were placed on the computer keyboard, and his 10 fingers were jumping like flying.
Click!
A small black box fell to the ground, making a crisp sound in the quiet carriage. Guiying, sitting in the seat, hurriedly bent down to pick up the small box on the ground. When she finished picking up her things, she found that the young man Junwei, who was lying on the seat beside her, was already alarmed and quietly opened her eyes.
Sorry, Chief. I'm disturbing the Chief's rest.
Guiying stood up in a flash, her face full of nervousness. Lu Sheng shook his head, stood up casually, walked to Guiying and patted her shoulder twice. It seemed that there were invisible ripples, like water waves appeared from Lu Shenglu's hand. Guiying's whole body trembled slightly, and it seemed that a string was being plucked in her mind. Buzz? Her whole body relaxed. Her tight body and nervous emotions were perfectly released in an instant.
Call.
Big One breathed a sigh of relief.
It's still a long time, and you can't keep going like this.
Lu Sheng said softly, then walked to the edge of the tea table, poured himself a cup of hot water, and sat back on his seat. I picked up a newspaper in front of me and looked it out casually.
Yes.
Guiying's face turned red, and she stammered. When he found that Lu Sheng ignored her, he relaxed a little. Guiying sat in front of the computer, but found that she had nothing to do. she was urgently assigned to this task. The above only told her that the person she needed to cooperate with this mission was a big man with extremely terrifying status, and she had to follow the other party's orders unconditionally. Apart from this, Guiying knew nothing.
What is the task?
Guiying thought in her mind. She looked at the surrounding environment carefully. Except for her and the overly young leader in front of her, there were only flight attendants and a few soldiers and officers on the entire train. I can't see how cautious it feels. The terrifying leader, the leader of the big man, has been drinking tea and reading newspapers leisurely since he got on the bus, and he has no sense of urgency that he should have in a task.
Maybe I'm really too nervous. It's just a simple escort mission.
Guiying comforted herself in her heart. She completely relaxed. She turned her gaze away from the computer screen in front of her, and turned to look at the scenery outside the window next to her. At this time, the high-speed train was passing through a mountainous section, with rolling hills and woods along the way. Although it was winter and many hills and forests were bare and not so beautiful, it at least relieved Guiying's nervousness, making her spirit, which had been tense before, relaxed and casual. Guiying looked at the monotonous and similar scenery that kept passing through the window. The complete relaxation after being highly tightened makes a trace of sleepiness gradually come. Guiying's eyelids kept getting heavier. She supported her cheeks with one hand, looked out the window, and kept approaching her dreamland, approaching. Sudden. Swoosh. A strong feeling of uneasiness pulled Guiying out of her half-dream and half-awake state. She suddenly woke up, her face turned pale, and she looked up with sweat. She saw the extremely young leader leaning halfway on the chair, his eyes closed, and he didn't know if he was asleep or something. There was no one else in the entire carriage except them, and it was very quiet, and everything seemed calm and normal. Guiying's feeling of anxiety became stronger and stronger. It feels like something extremely bad is about to happen, and a disaster is about to come. The incomparable clarity made her feel inexplicably panicked. Guiying quickly looked at the time, and found that she had only had less than half an hour of sleep. She kept searching for the source of uneasiness that brought her. There was nothing unusual in the carriage, and Guiying got nothing. She looked at the sleeping young leader, and thought in her heart whether she should report her nonsense to the other party.
But what if it's just an illusion that I'm emotionally nervous? It will become a big mistake. I'll slander the military, and I might be driven out of the car at the next stop.
Guiying was struggling and accidentally turned her head and looked out the window. At this time, the sun was bright outside the window, but it was not dazzling. The train was passing through a valley plain section, with several high mountains not far away. Guiying suddenly saw a black dot appear in her sight. She was a little curious and couldn't help but get closer to watch. The black dot flew from the air at a very fast speed and became clear in a short while.
It seems it's something flying towards the train.
Guiying stared at the black dot intently. It felt like a black shot put was flying towards the high-speed rail. But who can throw the shot put so far? It's not a cartoon. Guiying felt funny for a moment and continued to look at the black spot. But as the black dot approached and the shape became clearer, Guiying's feeling of anxiety became stronger and stronger. She stared at the rapidly enlarged black dot, and the doubt on her face became stronger and stronger. Swoosh! The black dots cut through the sky. Guiying finally saw the whole picture of the black dot. It was 30 centimeters thick, 3 meters long, and all over the body. Conical missile. The black missile sprayed a thick tail flame, and it was approaching in an instant. Guiying's eyes widened, her pupils contracted, and her expression gradually became dull. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment. Guiying watched helplessly as the black missile got closer and closer to him. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. In the end, it was even less than a meter. She could even see clearly the white demon head painted on the black missile was smiling silently at her. Guiyang's emotions instantly broke through the threshold, and she could hear the sound of her heart beating slowly and slowly. She wanted to stand up and remind the head behind her, who was sleeping peacefully. At this moment, she finally knew why this task was ordered to be level 3S by her superiors. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Guiyang can't do anything. I could only watch the black missile approaching the window of the high-speed railcar. The uneasiness in my heart surged into a tide, completely swallowing her up, and my mind was blank. Bow. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps broke all Guiyang's fantasy before her death. A slender and tall figure walked to Guiyang in a calm pace, stretched out a finger and gently tapped the window. Dong. The invisible fluctuation quickly spreads out with a light point of 324. The sincerity of running for 8,000 miles. The last words were too long one. The moment Lu Sheng detects the missile attack, the mental power that was originally radiated to the surroundings in a light source manner quickly shrank, entangled with each other, condensed. The trajectory of the missile is formed one after another. At this time, the strength of Lu Sheng's mental power was completely revealed. In my mind, the translucent mental human figure shines brightly, emitting even more dazzling glory than diamonds. The human figure is dark and golden in its entirety, with almost 1/5 of it revealing a luster and color like amethyst. From crystal humanoids, to diamond humanoids, to gold obsidian humanoids. The last to the present amethyst human form. After 4 transformations, even Lu Sheng didn't know what level of his mental power quality has reached. 10 times more than an ordinary 8th level spiritual master? Or 100 times? He didn't know. The speed of the black missile continues to weaken under the buffering of mental power, showing an effect that is like time slowing down and finally stopping. When the missile speed is completely zero, the mental buffering power set by Lu Sheng was also completely compressed to the extreme. It's like it's countless bowstrings that are pulled. Let go. Collapse. Black missile returns on the original route. Lu Sheng didn't expect this method to solve the other party. If it is really solved, he will find it boring. He walked to the connecting position of the carriage with a brisk pace, and then in the shocked eyes of a beautiful flight attendant next to him, he reached out and opened the door of the high-speed railcar. Ah! Even though he knew that the other party was extraordinary, the flight attendant couldn't help but scream in a low voice, and his face turned pale. But the various scenes of the strong wind flowing backwards were expected not to happen. Everything was calm after the door opened. Outside the car door is a quickly passing scenery. But there seemed to be an invisible transparent isolation layer between the scenery and the car, so that no trace of wind blew in. I'll come back later. Remember to help me open the door. Lu Sheng casually told the flight attendant around him. The beautiful flight attendant nodded stupidly. The next second, her eyes widened, and she saw Lu Sheng stepping out of the open train door in disbelief. It disappeared in a flash. Bang! Looking at the train door in front of him, that was closed again, the flight attendant began to wonder if what he had just seen and experienced was true. On a hill more than 100 meters high, a light brown hair, gray-blue pupils, more than 2 meters tall, and a well-proportioned and toned foreign man staring at the direction ahead and below. The man was carrying an oversized missile launcher in his hand. The object weighing several tons was held casually by him with one hand, and his expression was relaxed, like a plastic toy. The man's eyes were staring at a fast-track train 10 kilometers away. He has no telescope, but his eyesight is still amazing. At this moment, a bit of confusion appeared on his face, and a rapidly enlarged black dot was reflected in his gray-blue pupils. Damn it! The brown-haired man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he threw away the missile launcher in his hand and jumped directly from the hill more than 100 meters high. Sifk, at the moment his body fell, a black shadow that broke through the speed of sound was almost passed by.
Boom!
This small hill was directly covered by a small cloud of mushrooms, and the entire hill was smashed. The fire was blazing, and countless broken rocks and wood splashed everywhere, rolling down. The brown-haired man's body fell in midair, but his face was not at all panicked. He walked forward step by step. Every step you take, a white cloud of sound cone explodes under your feet, and a sound of a sonic boom is heard. This powerful recoil force that stepped out of thin air not only completely offset the gravity of his falling, but also supported him to climb up. It's like a rocket jumping up on the spot. The brown-haired man stepped on the air step by step, walked to the opposite hill, and fell steadily on a rock.
Yes, I'm a little capable. It's worthy of being the target of that price.
The brown-haired man stared at the mountain where the fire was exploding in front of him, and there was a fierce light like a beast in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something and turned around quickly. The next second, his pupils shrank slightly, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. I saw a young man in military uniform walking towards him step by step, just like he just did. But it is different from his rockets that jumped up and exploded into the air. The young man in military uniform left without any fireworks. It presents a sense of ease like eating and drinking water. The brown-haired man couldn't help but think of what he described in the novels of Long Country that he usually read. The scene of an immortal walking in the wind.
Spiritual thought, master.
The brown-haired man's eyes flashed. His smile became stronger and stronger, and he said,
No wonder, it's really interesting.
The young man in military uniform stopped dozens of meters away from the brown-haired man. He was straight, not wearing a military cap, and showed a well-proportioned black hair. His appearance was extremely handsome, his temperament was cold and unparalleled, and his calm eyes fell on the brown-haired man, just like the long and light golden cold weapon in his right hand. Sharp. Gorgeous.
You're here just right.
The brown-haired man smiled and said to the young man in the military uniform in front of him,
I was just thinking about how to go in and kill you, but I didn't expect you to run out by yourself.
Brown-haired man stretches his body. He was already tall, and after his limbs moved, his muscle groups seemed to be stretched. The whole person swelled and grew a little, and the sound of kick, like a heavy mecha, was activated from his strong body.
You remind me of the last time I came to Longwa, those in military uniforms. They are as beautiful, young, heroic, and...
The brown-haired man flirted with a difficult-to-mouth Mandarin, with a cruel and fierce light in his eyes, and said in a cold tone,
It's as tender and fragile as fresh grass stems. It's really fascinating to tear it up.
The brown-haired man grinned and showed his teeth that were as ragged as Tyrannosaurus.
I forgot to say it, I'm the Dark Club. At this time, the handsome young man who stood opposite him and kept looking at him quietly said,
Are you finished speaking?
The brown-haired man was stunned. Then he saw the other party lower his head and glanced at the watch in his hand, shook his head and said,
1 minute and 20 seconds. Your last words are really long.
The brown-haired man raised his eyebrows and instantly became angry.
Boy, I won't let you say your last words.
Before the brown-haired man could finish his words, his heart suddenly felt like he was clenched tightly by an invisible big hand. An unprecedented sense of terrible crisis suddenly pierced into his brain like an arrow, his eyebrows pounding wildly. His pupils contracted, and he had no time to react. Almost subconsciously, the muscles around the body rolled layer by layer like waves. Pieces of black like scales proliferated from the bottom. It seemed that something was about to break out of his body. Then,
swish,
a slight sound of the wind. The black waves of the rolling muscles stagnated, and the brown-haired man's figure was frozen. It stagnated for a second or two. His whole body split into two halves with a slam. The smelly black blood fell down with his organs. He fell to the ground with a bang. The thing that had not yet been broken into the brown-haired man's body. Just now, a gap was raised from the box, and all the ceiling boxes outside were chopped. Lu Sheng's figure dissipated like a bubble in the sun. Another Lu Sheng quietly emerged several meters behind the brown-haired man. Lu Sheng lowered his head to check the inner wheel knife in his hand, and his whole body was covered with a faint golden sacred glow. He casually shook off some blood stain from the inner wheel knife, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. In my mind, 7 immortal cells are emitting divine light. It gives birth to a vast ocean of chi and blood. Level 8 inner wheel sword, 7 immortal cells, plus the 4th level sword technique, killing path. Lu Sheng turned around and looked at the broken body. 325. Before the sun rises, we will come back with his head too. I don't know either. The beautiful flight attendant stood at a loss in the compartment, facing the questioning of a group of soldiers and officers, and was almost crying. That leader opened the car door and jumped out in a flash. Are you kidding? A cold officer standing in front of her frowned and said coldly, "This is a high-speed rail, not a bus. You can get off just by thinking about it." The flight attendant next to him also echoed and comforted. "Yes, Xiani, have you read it wrong?" The beautiful flight attendant opened his mouth, not knowing how to defend himself, and his eyes suddenly turned red. At this moment, the train door next to several people suddenly opened. A tall figure strolled in. He entered so naturally. Open the door, walk in, and close the door again. If it weren't for the ground shaking slightly under the feet when the train was driving, the people gathered in the car almost thought that it was not on the high-speed train running at high speed, but in an office on the flat ground. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then several soldiers and officers reacted and saluted Lu Sheng. "Have you met the chief?" Lu Sheng nodded. His eyes fell on the beautiful flight attendant, who was red and wronged, and smiled and said, "Why are you embarrassed about a little girl? It was my fault that I didn't say hello to you." "Chief," the officer who was ordered to be a red face, and immediately apologized to the beautiful flight attendant. After giving a few simple instructions, Lu Sheng walked back to the carriage. After he left, the flight attendants and officers showed inexplicable expressions on their faces. Look at his back. It's like watching a living god. Gui Ying sat upright at the computer desk and returned to her original state. Since Lu Sheng left, she kept thinking about the scene of the missile attack just now, which was close to her face. She only now knows how dangerous this mission is. It can even be said to be magical. Gui Ying couldn't describe her inner feelings now. She just felt her mind was messy, and her thoughts were complicated. Paida. The crisp sound of footsteps sounded at the end of the car. Gui Ying came to her senses, and saw Lu Sheng walking slowly towards her. She quickly got up and saluted. "Chief!" Lu Sheng nodded lightly, walked to her, and placed the inner wheel knife in his hand on the table. Gui Ying saw the long sword eyelids with light gold all over the body, and still had traces of blood on the blade, and leaped hard a few times. She remembered what Lu Sheng said to her before leaving. "You are waiting here. I'll do something, and I'll be back in a while." The tone was casual like what her father said when she was in school. "You're waiting here. I'll buy some oranges, and I'll be back in a while." The difference is that Gui Ying's father is going to buy oranges for her, while Lu Sheng is going to. Gui Ying didn't dare to think about it. "You can help me send coordinates for the local military headquarters, and ask them to send someone to come." Lu Sheng reported a coordinate, and issued an order to Gui Ying. "Yes." Gui Ying was excited, and immediately got this after stepping into the carriage. "Okay, Chief. What's the next step?
Gao Ying looked at Lu Sheng with bright eyes, looking solemn.
Next? No next step.
Lu Sheng shook his head and patted Gao Ying on the shoulder.
You have a good rest. I will tell you if you need it later. All right.
Gao Ying felt like she had enough force but punched her in the air. Lu Sheng ignored her and sat down in his old position, calling the flight attendant to pour him a cup of tea. The person who poured the tea happened to be the beautiful flight attendant who almost got cried by the bear just now. This young girl in her 20s kept secretly looking at Lu Sheng when she poured tea, her eyes full of bright colors. Lu Sheng smiled gently at her and watched the other party walk away quickly with a red face in his arms. I thought it was quite interesting, but suddenly I thought of Dong Qingxue and quickly calmed down. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but send a message to Dong Qingxue, and Dong Qingxue replied in seconds. I guess I've been waiting for his news. I have already received my uncle and aunt and sister. Everything is fine. How are you doing there? Lu Sheng felt a little relieved, and thought for a while and replied, Drink tea and read the newspaper. There was nothing, and he arrived in Kyoto soon. That's good. After a brief chat with Dong Qingxue, Lu Sheng put down his phone. He took out a bottle of level 8 alien marrow liquid from the suitcase he carried with him and poured it into his mouth. Now Lu Sheng drinks this thing as a drink. After the Eastern Military Region competition, the military department rewarded him with another 10 million merits. Lu Sheng was exchanged for all the 8th level of alien marrow fluid. He estimated that with the effect of the double bridge of heaven and earth, after all these alien marrow fluids were drunk, the number of immortal cells would be conservatively estimated to be more than 10.
It's time to focus on mental power now.
Lu Sheng reached out and pointed his temples. His eyes flashed slightly. This Liansu incident made him deeply aware of the strength of his mental power.
It has a wide range of uses, and its methods are far more than those of a simple martial arts master. If I had not had the mental power of level 8, I would not be able to sit in the carriage and fish in the carriage like this.
Lu Sheng thought and closed his eyes. After obtaining the amethyst humanoid chapter of crystal visualization, he did not put too much energy into it. It only converted less than 1/5 in such a long time. Of course, there are also reasons why it is more difficult to build amethyst humanoid. It's just right to take advantage of the opportunity now to think about your mental power.
I remember that I had never learned a spiritual skill called will simulation before, and I had never learned it. I always feel that it can bring me different surprises.
Splitting. The dark-skinned young man quickly typing on the keyboard with his hands, his eyes staring at the computer screen. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a strange scream came from his mouth.
WOC.
The red-haired woman sitting behind her paused a little while eating, and raised her head and asked,
What's wrong?
The dark-skinned young man said tremblingly,
Mr. Ben Ming, S live signal fluctuations have completely disappeared. What?
The red-haired woman quickly threw away the snacks in her hand and rushed to the computer like a gust of wind. She looked serious and stared at the computer screen for a while, with a touch of emotion in her eyes, but soon calmed down and said,
Continue to keep monitoring.
Then walk aside and connect a number.
Bai Ming is dead. I don't know the process. We will try to retrieve the satellite surveillance of the Dragon Kingdom, and there will be results. No matter what, you should pay attention to it. This time, the goal seems not as simple as it seems.
After the red-haired woman finished speaking, a chuckling sound came from the opposite side.
Please, don't compare us with that idiot Baimon. That guy, who made such a big noise in Long Country earlier, probably has been on the list of people's key attention. It is normal to be killed by someone who is still swaying over. Rest assured.
The voice on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, then rang out.
We will come back with the target's head before the sun rises tomorrow morning. Good.
Red-haired woman hangs up the phone. He didn't say anything, but continued to walk to the table where he was sitting, grabbed the same food on the table, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. There seemed to be a bottomless hole hidden in her small body, no matter how many things were filled in. None of them can be filled.
There is an order coming.
In a military region of a certain eastern province, an officer sitting in front of a computer suddenly stood up and quickly reported behind him. The officers and generals, who had been waiting in the command center for a long time, were all excited, and their expressions became serious. Since they were ordered to cooperate with the action of a major figure in the eastern military region in the morning, they have been waiting here. Even going to the toilet was a turn, for fear of missing any order. After all, this time, there is an unprecedented SS-level military mission. The commander-in-chief of the military region, a middle-aged strongman with a national face and a powerful man without anger, read the orders in his hand carefully and quickly. 326. I don't know, maybe I asked us to clean the floor 3
years ago, there was a terrorist attack on the Dark Club in the southern military region. At that time, as one of the members of the anti-terrorism team, I followed the military region troops to suppress the encirclement and suppression of the Black Demon Society. Do you know how many people we dispatched that time?
Captain Wolf-Tooth asked Blade. Blade's curiosity was aroused and he asked,
"How many?"
Captain Wolf-Teeth stretched out a palm, shook it in front of Captain Blade, and said in a deep voice,
500. We, the Counter-Strike team members with an average strength of level 5 or above, have more than 500. This does not include the elites of the armed forces dispatched by the southern military region. In that operation, there were more than 20 level 7 martial arts masters led by the team, including 5 level 8 masters.
Captain Blade's pupils shrank slightly. Such a lineup is really amazing. There are 25 masters of level 7 and level 8 sects alone. How many martial arts powerhouses are above level 7 in the entire Dragon Kingdom? The population is billions, only a few thousand. The southern military region is amazing. Moreover, most of them gather on the ground cave battlefield, and this time, they probably use nearly 1/10 of the top-level force. It is probably the largest anti-terrorism operation in Long Country in recent years. But I haven't heard of it anymore.
I haven't heard of it before, right?
Captain Wolf-Teeth seemed to see Captain Blade's doubts and smiled bitterly.
That's because the detailed process of the anti-terrorism operation was blocked by the military. Only international news simply mentioned. During that encirclement and suppression, the southern military region lost more than 300 elite troops. 3 people fell and 7 people were seriously injured, including a level 8 chunk. The key is that the key targets we encircled and finally escaped. You said, can this news be spread? It is definitely a shame to the military.
Shit. Captain Blade could no longer contain the vibration in his heart, and made a sound of gasping in the air. His face was filled with shock and horror, and he could hardly believe it. 20 martial arts masters, 5 8th-level masters, and thousands of troops encircled and suppressed them. Such a large-scale suppression operation could kill so many people. Even one of the top military masters died. In the end, I haven't left my goal yet. How terrifying were the targets they surrounded and suppressed that time.
That Dark Club is so strong?
Captain Blade looked in disbelief. Captain Wolf-Teeth looked worried, and seemed to be immersed in the tragic tragedy of the 3 years of battle. He was silent for a long time, and finally he only spit out 2 words.
Monster.
He also seemed to think that these 2 words were not enough to describe the other party's horror, and whispered,
The leaders of the Dark Club are not humans. It's not a metaphor, it's really that he has left the category of normal people and has become a monster-like existence, much more powerful than ordinary warriors.
Captain Blade stopped talking. Captain Wolf-Teeth also completely lost the conversation. The two of them sat in the helicopter and looked at the sun gradually sinking in the distance, and their hearts were filled with heavy weight for a moment. Another operation against the Dark Club. Last time, many Grand Masters led the team, and the results were so tragic. This time, only a few of them special elite teams. God knows that a few of them can come back alive. The atmosphere in the cabin is extremely depressed. Soon, the helicopter landed at the target location. A hill was blown away, half of the hill. The captains of the two elite squads looked at each other, and they both saw a solemn look in each other's eyes. Suddenly, a team member was sharp-eyed, pointed to a small hill next to the blown mountain, and shouted in a low voice,
"Captain, there seem to be 2 corpses."
The two of them looked along the way, and saw traces of corpses and blood on the top of the hill.
"Go down and take a look."
Give the order decisively. The helicopter approached, and several people discovered it. It was not 2 corpses, but one, but it was a tragic death, as if it was chopped into 2 halves. 2 teams landed on the helicopter, centered on the body, and patrolled everywhere on guard. Blade and Captain Wolf-Tooth approached the body. As soon as he approached, his pupils suddenly contracted. When you see dark red and almost black blood beads, large and small, scattered all over the ground. There is also a dark red blood bead that is as big as a fist, which is quite eye-catching, but it has been divided into 2 halves.
Coagulate blood into beads. And there is also a blood pill. The one who died is a level 8 martial arts master.
Captain Blade's expression was shocked, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Level 8 martial arts masters, how many are there in the world? One of them died here, and they were killed in such a violent way. If it spreads, it will definitely be a big news that will cause a sensation across the country."
Fortunately, I'm not from long.
Captain Blade pulled out a cold weapon and flicked back and forth on the corpse, but he didn't notice that the expression on Captain Wolf-Tooth standing beside him was getting stranger.
Is this guy still a human?
After checking the body, Captain Blade couldn't help but sigh. I saw that the 2 halves of the body on the ground were all extremely strong. The muscles everywhere are not as developed as humans, and something like animal scales is even grown on the surface of the skin. The knife was scratched on it, and even the white marks could not be left behind. The bones are several times thicker than normal humans, and the bones are metal like lead black and even have bone spurs. Captain Blade used a cold weapon to hit the exposed bones of the 2 halves of the corpse for a few times, and could make a sound of gold and iron. This can be called a monster.
Monster Grandmaster. Grandmaster Monster.
Captain Blade remembered what Captain Wolf-Tooth had told him about the Dark Club, and casually said,
"This guy should be a member of the Dark Club you mentioned. It's really inhuman."
Halfway through, Captain Blade couldn't help but say,
"But the one who killed him is truly inhuman. This great master of the Dark Club was cut open from it with a sharp weapon. I probably haven't reacted before I died, and there was no trace of pain or horror on my face. It's really unbelievable. How strong should a person who can instantly cut such a Grandmaster-level monster into 2 halves with one knife?"
Captain Blade tried to imagine the scene, but found that his poor imagination and shallow martial arts knowledge could not be imagined at all. Only give up. Captain Blade had a look of emotion and complexity, and suddenly realized that Captain Wolf-Tooth had not spoken since the discovery of the body. I couldn't help but turn my head to look. Captain Wolf-Tooth stood there, staring straight at half of the corpses on the ground, and seemed to be in a state of dazedness. Captain Blade looked at him curiously. What I saw was a tattoo on the right arm of the corpse. The tattoo style is very strange. It is a demonic image wearing a crown, not a woman, sitting on a dromedary camel.
"What's wrong?"
Captain Blade asked. Captain Wolf-Tooth raised his head, with a strange expression on his face that could not be described in words. He pointed to the corpse on the ground and said quietly,
"This person is the head of the Dark Society who was in the southern military region 3 years ago, and we lost 2 masters and one of the corporations. I remember the tattoo on his hand, exactly the same."
Buzz. Captain Blade's pupils instantly dilated, and his whole body seemed to be hit by lightning, froze and motionless. The two of them were stunned at the body like clay figures for a long time. After a while, Captain Blade couldn't help but open his mouth and then moved again.
"You mean someone cut the head of the Dark Society, who was not left behind by one sword, in half, with thousands of people in the southern military region, including 20 masters and 5 masters of martial arts?"
he murmured, slowly twisting his neck and looking at Captain Wolf Teeth, and a strange question suddenly popped up in his mouth.
"Why did that lord, after killing the head of the Dark Club, let us come to this coordinate for?"
Captain Wolf Teeth was silent for a long time. Finally, he 327. "I am a night wanderer, and you are waiting for the rats. Why don't you die quickly?" 4. Will projection. This is a technique recorded in the Master's chapter of Crystal Visualization. The effect is to simulate any martial arts will you know. But because it is more complicated and has no substantial use, it is not as good as hunting master-level zombies in the dream space. So Lu Sheng has always regarded it as a useless skill. After reading it once, he has not studied it. Now that he realized the power and wonder of mental power, Lu Sheng picked up this skill again.
Even powerful mental skills such as spiritual illusion and will control have not been included in the Tinder plan. There is no reason why will projections are weaker than them.
This is Lu Sheng's idea. Sure enough, after careful consideration, Lu Sheng discovered the new continent.
It's my own thinking that something is wrong with the effect of the will projection. I only see simulations and do not consider them from another perspective. Simulating other people's martial will is indeed cumbersome and useless, but what if you simulate your own will?
This idea suddenly opened up new ideas for Lu Sheng. In other words, it is to let Lu Sheng finally find the real way to open the skill, will projection.
Use mental power to build your own will clone outside the body. The original body remains unmoved, but the will clone can walk thousands of miles, and it can be retracted in one thought. This is not a mental skill. It clearly belongs to the category of martial arts and magical powers.
2 incredible means. As for what can be done by projection of will, too many. Many things that are inconvenient to do, or are difficult to do, can be completed by the projection of will. For example, flying in the sky, hiding in the ground, passing through the wall, entering the women's bathhouse. For example,
Kalensu.
If the will projection is used, killing Rinsu will undoubtedly become too simple and too hidden.
No one will know that it was my move, although it's okay even if someone knows it.
Lu Sheng's weight is much more important in the eyes of the military department now than before. What Lian Su has done to him is obviously beyond a certain limit, and is not in line with the rules. Even if she is the martial saint, some consequences are not something she can bear.
Actually, it's easy to understand. When the Jidao martial saint feels that the price it takes to get into evil with me, and the forces involved in me, is more than the value of Liansu to him, then Liansu's so-called title of martial saint lady becomes insignificant.
Lu Sheng read his and Lian Su's life experiences several times. Lian Su's death did not cause too much wave. He is wise, and can easily be associated with it. This may also be related to the madness that Lian Su is showing now.
This woman took out the saint and colluded with the Dark Demon Club. The price she paid behind this is probably very dissatisfied with the Jidao martial saint.
The 2 reasons make Lu Sheng so confident and psychologically burdened about what he is about to do. So Liansu can die. She was damned too.
First try to see how the will projection is effective.
Lu Sheng activated his mental power. His mental power radiation range is about 30 kilometers.
Use mental power to simulate my own will image outside the body.
This is undoubtedly much easier than simulating others, because everyone knows themselves best. In the dark night, a high-speed train heading forward 30 kilometers ahead, a little light appeared. Immediately afterwards, more and more spots of light emerged in the darkness, like fireflies gathered in the dark night. These light spots quickly gathered together, gradually outlining the outline of a human figure. This human figure is more than 3 meters tall. At the beginning, it was just a vague human form, after Lu Sheng's mental power was constantly invested. This 3-meter-high figure gradually became plump and clear. The human figure began to outline a series of crystal-like structures, emitting a faint dark golden luster throughout. Not long after, a brand new human figure was completely born in the darkness. This is a dark golden human figure more than 3 meters high. The whole body presents various dark gold ridge-shaped shapes, but the eyes appear light purple, like the best amethyst. The body is translucent and shines in the darkness. The human figure looks very similar to Lu Sheng, but his face is expressionless and his eyes are indifferent, as if he has no emotional warmth.
It's probably equivalent to 30% of my mental power. Of course, there is still room for improvement.
Lu Sheng stood 30 kilometers away from the high-speed rail and scanned the surroundings. In the dark night, the surrounding scenery is coming in a tiny bit. It is no different from the mental power exploration, but it feels even more wonderful. It was as if Lu Sheng was standing there personally. Moreover, the will projection can still radiate the mental power in his body. The radiation range is extremely high at about 7 or 8 kilometers. In other words, Lu Sheng's mental radiation range uses this method to create an additional upper limit of 7 or 8 kilometers.
Can the will projection project a new will projection?
Lu Sheng suddenly thought of the idea of an infinite doll. He tried it, and it seemed that there was a certain feasibility. But he's now. Lu Sheng tried to exercise. Dark golden crystal figures run along the high-speed rail tracks in the dark night. Leave your feet off the ground and walk without wind. There is nothing to hinder, nor any resistance, and the speed is more than several times faster than Lu Sheng usually. There are no stars or moon in the night. On the wilderness railway tracks, a dark golden 3-meter human figure was flying forward. Like light and light, it is like a god traveling at night.
I wonder how powerful this will projection is.
Lu Sheng walked for a while, and got tired of walking, so he began to think about how to experiment with the strength of will projection. He looked around and his mental power spread out, looking for a suitable target. Suddenly, Lu Sheng found 2 figures that were approaching this side at a very fast speed. They were 2 figures, one tall and one short, one with black skin and a huge body like a tank. The other one is tall, slender and blonde. Neither of them are from Long Country.
The Dark Club.
Lu Sheng's dark golden human-shaped eyes flashed slightly. Feeling the powerful qi and blood emitted from the other person, it was as eye-catching and hot as a miniature sun in the dark. Lu Sheng's mind moved and suddenly had an interesting idea.
It's coming just right.
The dark golden figure turned into a ray of light and flashed in the darkness. 2 figures ran in the darkness. They are extremely fast and cannot be captured by normal people's naked eyes. Even if they are missed, they will only feel like wind is blowing.
It's almost done.
The middle-aged man wearing a khaki windbreaker and blonde hair and blue eyes stopped by the railroad tracks, looked at the darkness, where the railroad tracks were extended, and said lightly,
"Just do it here."
A fat black-skinned man, who was more than 2 meters tall, and his waist was more than 2 meters thick beside him nodded. He grinned and a thick qi flowed out of his body, which was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary chunks. Step by step to the edge of the railway tracks, ready to take action. But at this moment, A golden light suddenly lit up in the darkness in the distance. The sudden appearance of this light immediately attracted the attention of the two men.
"Pal, wait!"
The man in the windbreaker whispered, and the latter stopped his hands, but the energy flowing from his body became stronger and stronger. Soon, the golden light was completely presented to the two of them. Both of them shrank slightly. In the darkness, a golden figure more than 3 meters high was running quickly in the air. This human figure is tall and strong, with handsome facial features as beautiful as the creation of the heaven. The whole body shines, and every move gives people an inexplicable majesty and a sacred and inviolable sense of awe. 683. A word suddenly popped up in the minds of the two people. God?
The black demon is above, this is.
The black-skinned man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face showing shock and moving expressions, and blurted out,
Marshal St. Clown?
The man in the windbreaker also had a shock, but he quickly calmed down.
No, it's not the Marshal St. Clown.
328. Are you ready to welcome the arrival of the immortal? 1. The dazzling sword light cut through the night, and burst into two brilliant lights in the darkness. Cut like a roulette, cutting out a knife way visible to the naked eye in the air. Praying for heaven wish wheel knife. But there are no wheels and no knives.
Snort!
The man in the windbreaker and the fat man in black skin reacted very quickly. The moment Lu Sheng took action, unimaginable terrible energy burst out from the two of them. Their chi is liquid, extremely thick, and dances like water waves all over their bodies. Every time it ripples, it emits extremely terrifying shock force, stirring up twisted lights in the air. The man in the windbreaker and the fat man in black skin raised his hands, almost without distinguishing between two waves of sword wheels slashed out from the dark golden human arms. The arms as thick as crystals were held by the two of them, and the sword waves in their palms whirled wildly, cutting them on the liquid energy of theirs, igniting starlight. It's like a cutting machine's roulette is cutting steel. A cold light flashed in the man in the windbreaker's eyes. He stretched out his right hand, and his arm made a sound of bones clashing, which swelled up sharply. A ferocious and sharp hand suddenly stretched out under the sleeve of the windbreaker, making a sharp whistle toward the air, and grabbed the dark golden human form straight. But before the man in the windbreaker could catch the dark golden human face, the latter retreated back in a flash. The speed was so fast that neither the man in the windbreaker nor the fat man in black skin could react. When they came to their senses, the dark gold humanoid had already stood dozens of meters away from them. It is still the majestic posture that is high and sacred and inviolable.
Don't be arrogant when you are rats. I will invite the immortal to come now and kill you on the spot.
After saying that, the dark golden human figure suddenly disappeared. No signs. It was like a glowing light bulb suddenly turned off the switch, and it was extinguished with a bang sound, without a trace.
WOC.
The fat man with black skin finally couldn't help it, and slapped his bare forehead with a big hand, looking puzzled.
What the hell is this? Is it a Halloween prank? The people of Long Kingdom don't have the habit of celebrating Halloween.
The man in the windbreaker's face was also shocked and suspicious. He thought,
but I have heard of the word.
Just night tour god.
It seems to be an image of a god in the folk legend of the Dragon Kingdom. You mean?
The fat man with black skin looked absurd.
We met the folk gods of the Dragon Kingdom in the middle of the night? I just said that I've heard this word, but I didn't say it. If that guy left, he seemed to have gone back to bring reinforcements. What's the name of Shang? Don't worry about him. You can just kill someone who is so weak that you can kill him if you come.
The man in the windbreaker waved his hand impatiently, looked at the watch on his wrist, and said,
Do it quickly. Don't wait until that guy Babados arrives too. Then you have to give him a copy of the things. You're right.
The fat man in black skin quickly looked around the darkness around him, and then quickly walked to the middle of the railway track. His waistline of more than 2 meters wide was almost impossible to fit the rails. I don't know how I squatted down. The fat man with black skin grabbed two black hands on both sides of the railway track, grinned, and his expression suddenly became ferocious. The next moment, a terrifying wave emanated from him. Something seemed to be breaking out of the body of the fat man in black skin. His arms suddenly became thicker than the small water tank, black tendons as thick as fingers raised, and layers of scales grew. Within a few breaths, the fat man in black skin completely transformed into a terrifying monster that was more than 3 meters tall and did not look like a human figure. He spitted out white smoke from his mouth and nose, and he growled. He raised his arms up the rails. Crazy. He lifted 2 high-speed rail tracks, crashing and collapsed. The nails on the rails bounced up one by one and flew away, constantly extending to the front and back sides. In the end, he pulled the nearly 1,000-meter railway track by himself, grabbing it in his hands like 2 hemp ropes and playing with it casually. Swish. Sheng opened his eyes suddenly. With the return of the projection of will, he felt his own perfection again.
The will clone with 30% of the mental power is almost the same as the average top chunk, less than the 30-star general. But it is enough to kill Liansu.
The test results satisfy Sheng. The will clone with top-level bulk strength can do too many things. Moreover, he can still control the strength of the will clone, and the upper limit of this strength can be further pulled up. When the mental power becomes stronger in the future, the projection strength can become stronger.
Now is not the time to summarize. Let's solve the 2 mice first.
Sheng grabbed the inner wheel knife on the table and moved his body. The whole person passed through the carriages in a very short time and came to the high-speed rail control room in an instant. For the others in the other cars, there was a sudden gust of wind in the car. When they came to their senses, they suddenly found that the aisle doors of the carriage were all opened. In the cockpit, the conductor in uniform was sitting on the seat, monitoring the dashboards and data in front of him at will. Suddenly, a wind blew behind me. The conductor felt strange and was about to turn his head to look at it. A peaceful voice was already ringing in his ears.
The road section ahead has failed. Stop the train immediately. Who?
The train conductor was startled, stood up suddenly, saw Sheng clearly, and immediately saluted again. Sheng nodded casually, and then repeated the order.
But,
seeing the train conductor's face showing a look of embarrassment, Sheng was too lazy to talk to him, and his eyes flashed slightly. With a little trick of will control, the conductor immediately looked excited and turned around to operate it quickly. After doing all this, Sheng walked out of the cockpit. I picked a nearby car door and opened it and walked out. In the night, the cold wind whistles. Sheng stood in mid-air, and the high-speed rail was moving forward under his feet. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his excellent eyesight could clearly see the 2 members of the Dark Club who had been with him once before. Sheng slowly moved his body, and there seemed to be a halo around his body expanding, and the light and darkness stretched.
You are ready. Are you welcome the arrival of the Supreme Immortal?
Next breath. A big sun rises in the darkness, piercing through layers of night, exceeding the high-speed rail, illuminating the darkness ahead. As day comes? Ha ha. The muscles all over his body are tangled and his body is swelling for many rounds. The fat man with black skin, like a monster in a special film, grabbed a few pieces of rails and danced wildly in his hands, with his voice spreading 4 times and demons dancing around. The man in the windbreaker looked forward, looked down at the watch on his wrist from time to time, frowned and said,
It's almost the same time. It should be here.
Just as I was thinking, a strong light appeared in the dark tunnel ahead. The man in the windbreaker looked excited, and a smile appeared on his face. He no longer looked at the watch on his hand. turning his head, and shouted to the fat black-skinned man, who was almost having fun.
"Pal, come, stop playing."
The fat black-skinned fat man, who was half human and half demon, turned his head toward the tunnel when he heard this. A pair of red eyes stared at the direction from the light source, and a hideous smile appeared on the ugly face of the lizard.
"Come on, come and throw yourself into the arms of the demon god, pal."
He threw away the rails at his hand and sank his legs. Boom! Two thighs that were as thick as water tanks, with twisted muscles, were deeply engulfed into the soil. The whole person half squatted, making a posture similar to a sumo wrestler, facing the tunnel. It's like, always be ready to compete with the whistling high-speed train head-on. The man in the windbreaker said nothing when he saw this scene. The fat man in black skin is not a fool either. He tore off the railroad tracks a few kilometers ahead. I guess the high-speed rail had rolled over and rushed to where he rushed before he could. Even if he could come to him, the remaining impact would not be enough to 329. You are really a talented person. I was almost cheated too. The man in the windbreaker stood there for a while. My mind hasn't been turned around for a long time. What's the matter? What's the thing just now? Swish. Is the top 10 demon gods among the 72 pillars of the Dark Demon Society missing? Countless people suddenly popped up in the mind of the man in the windbreaker. At this time, the infinite communicator in my ears rang out.
"What's going on, Warliver? How did Par's signal of life disappear? Is he dead? Who is it? Who killed him? In such a short time. What is the situation now for you?"
The man in the windbreaker was silent for a while and hesitated.
"It's hard to explain to you. If I say it might be a traffic accident, do you believe it?"
At this time, the light lit up from behind the man in the windbreaker and cast a long shadow under his feet. The whistling sounded again. The man in the windbreaker looked tight and immediately cut off the contact with the communicator and turned his head to look. A figure bathed in his body in a brilliant golden light, walking slowly towards him like the sun. The figure was wearing a military uniform and had a well-proportioned posture. His facial features are as handsome as the masterpiece of God, and his eyes are as calm as the deep pool of eternal ones. With every move, a sacred and inexplicable aura was exuded. He stepped on the void under his feet, several meters away from the ground. He held a knife in one hand and was accompanied by Jing Hui, as if he had walked out of the urban god from the movie. The man in the windbreaker noticed the other person's appearance, and his pupils shrank violently. Suddenly I remembered a strange creature before. Subconsciously blurted out,
"So it's you?"
"Meet it. Everything is up to date." For 27 the dark golden human figure was as thick as crystals before, and he hadn't recognized it yet. Now when I see myself, I immediately find. It turns out that this guy is the target they are going to kill this time. The genius star in the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Sheng walked to the man in the windbreaker, looked at him from a high place, and said calmly,
"Don't you kneel down when you see the immortal coming? Do you want to die?"
The man in the windbreaker's face changed and looked ugly. He felt like his IQ was insulted. On the one hand, he was shocked by the other party's strength. Not anyone can do it to kill Par in an instant. But no matter what, now I can only bite the bullet.
"Pal was just caught off guard. I just need to be careful. Not to say that I can kill him. At least there should be no problem with escaping." "Damn! When did this level of monster appear in the Dragon Kingdom? No wonder the offer was so high this time, and it was miscalculated."
The man in the windbreaker didn't talk nonsense and let out a low voice. There were sound waves that exceeded the limits that ordinary people had to bear from him, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air. Immediately afterwards, white energy as thick as lead and mercury surged out from his body. The man in the windbreaker also made crisp sounds. He is thin and tall, and now his body looks even longer, almost like a bamboo pole. The length of the limbs is more than twice that of ordinary people, and even many sharp bone pieces and nails grow. Even the eyes have become re-education, giving people a feeling of evil and sarcasm. The man in the windbreaker completely stretched out his body, and an unprecedented cold and murderous aura suddenly scattered. It gives people the feeling that they are facing countless sharp guillotine gears, and they feel a tingling feeling of being cut off at first glance. The aura is more than several times stronger than before. The continuous power flowing deep in the genes makes the man in the windbreaker feel like he is dominating everything. The hidden confidence returns again. I had no idea of escaping before. Now, he just wants to cut one by one.
Are you finished?
Suddenly, a voice broke the thoughts of the man in the windbreaker. He narrowed his eyes and saw Lu Sheng, who was bathed in golden light, looking at him calmly.
When you finish, come up and die soon. It will take so long to transform yourself into a body, and you don't think it's much more powerful after you change. It's really incomprehensible.
Well, the man in the windbreaker suffocated his tone, and soon became angry.
I will let you know what the price you will pay for saying this.
After saying that, his figure disappeared. The night seemed to have become heavier suddenly. The sound of wind sounded, with a deep sharpness that blew across the ground, and the hard ground silently appeared deep scratches. There is great horror hidden in the darkness. Then, Lu Sheng raised his hand and slashed the inner wheel knife to a certain position. 7 immortal cells bloom with glow for level sword technique, 10 perfect martial arts. The killing path condenses like the real murderous aura bursts out, and it will be retracted as soon as it is released. The night was cut open by this knife, leaving behind a long-lasting cold sword light. Lu Sheng put away his knife with a calm expression. There was a dark red blood stain on the blade. Pooh! The 2 halves of the corpse fell from mid-air and fell in front of him.
I should have the strength of a general. After using the genes of the alien beast, my combat power is estimated to be around 35 to 40 stars. Pity.
Lu Sheng sighed softly.
Marson, I am not already.
At that time, an immortal cell could allow Lu Sheng to fight 12.5 stars of combat power. Now 7 immortals. Although combat power cannot be superimposed so simply. But the 7 immortal cells are in the body, and they also have the immortal body of the star, and the bonus of various attribute abilities. Lu Sheng has long passed the threshold of 50 stars. After dealing with the 2 guys from the Dark Club, Lu Sheng used his mental power to search for the bodies of the 2 and found some scattered things in it. CJ was flipping, and suddenly his mental power found someone next to him. Slashed away with a casual knife. Swish. The sword light penetrated into the darkness, silent. Immediately afterwards, a crisp clapping sound came from the darkness. Smack. A foreign man, with a handsome appearance, well-proportioned figure, and profound facial features clapped his hands, while walking out of the darkness. There was a faint smile on his face, and his every move exuded a calm and confident temperament. The aura is strong and pure, and it has a sense of déjà vu that dominates everything. He looked at Lu Sheng with a condescending attitude, and his eyes were full of appreciation.
Awesome! You can kill the 72 pillars of the Black Demon Society with 1 sword, ranking among the 72 pillars of the demon gods. Your strength has been recognized by me, and you are a respectable strong man.
The handsome man put down his hand, looked at Lu Sheng quite friendly, and said with a smile,
I don't think we need to continue fighting, otherwise we will only lose both sides.
Lu Sheng looked at the man, with his eyes slightly narrowed.
You're right.
Lu Sheng nodded. A bright smile was about to bloom on the handsome man's face. Suddenly a sword light burst into front of his eyes, which was more than 10 times more amazing than the previous sword. The handsome man's face changed suddenly, and he showed a horrified expression on his face. He turned around and ran without hesitation. But his body seemed to be injured. He didn't run far away, and was divided into two by the sword light, and died on the ground. Lu Sheng walked over, and cut a pair of trousers on the lower half of the handsome man, with an inner wheel knife. He couldn't help but sigh at a fresh, bloody wound on it.
What a talent! It's so similar. If my mental power hadn't captured the abnormal heartbeat frequency, my pores were sweating all the time, and my feet were injured. I almost got deceived by you. A respectable opponent? Both sides suffer? How could you have the face to say it?
Lu Sheng was amazed. I have to say that this guy has really strong psychological qualities. I was injured by myself with one knife first, but I didn't want to run away. I could still walk out with the courage to scare myself away.
I want to steal a chicken, right?
Lu Sheng was quite speechless. Take a look at these three people, write down the coordinates, and turn around and turn back. I soon returned to the location, 3:30. She has always been with us, and the fourth demon pillar has arrived. 3. There is a map in Lu Sheng's mind, where he finds the coordinate locations of Kyoto province and his current location. Draw a straight line with 2 points. Okay, the best route planning is completed. Lu Sheng jumped into the sky below a black ravine, and his powerful mental power radiated forward, paving an invisible spiritual path. Then, enter the third level of emptiness and brightness. Switch, the breath of the wind. Use it, the new moon god is romantic. For realms of body skills. Lu Sheng's speed was incredibly fast. His figure merged into the wind, and the golden energy formed a long tail flame behind him. The whole person was like a brilliant golden meteor, rushing out of the valley, crossing the night sky, and heading towards Kyoto province. Lu Sheng took out several small wireless communicators from his pocket while rushing to the road.
If the guys from the Dark Club use this thing to contact us, they should also have a positioning function. I brought this thing with them. They should be able to find me easily.
Lu Sheng glanced at his watch and said softly,
If there are still people who are not afraid of death, come quickly. After the sun rises tomorrow, I will not be in the mood to play with you.
Lu Sheng calculated the time, and at his current speed, he could arrive in Kyoto in less than 5 hours. If you give your all, 2 hours will probably be enough. Faster than flying. However, this trip is to kill Liansu, just in case of emergencies, so you must ensure that you are in full condition. On the other hand, I also want to wait for the people from the Dark Club. I am afraid that the speed is too fast, so the kids of the Dark Club cannot catch up.
One more thing.
Lu Sheng was thinking about it.
Although the consequences of killing Liansu are nothing, she is a woman of the Jidao Martial Saint after all, and she still wants to give Jidao Martial Saint some face on the surface. It cannot be done too obviously. At least you can't let others think I did it at first sight.
Want others to feel that they are not doing it yourself. Actually very simple.
Just have a full alibi. It's better to make some big noise in another place when Rensu dies. The bigger the better, the more sensation the better.
With Lu Sheng's bug-like speed, you can completely fight this time difference. So the key now is, where should I go to find such a stage where he can perform his best? Lu Sheng was active in thinking, and soon thought of someone. Lu Sheng took out his cell phone, and called a phone number. The phone rang 3 times, and a calm female voice rang out there.
Hello. Healing Su, when is the birthday of the old man of the Chen family?
Lu Sheng asked straight to the point. Healing Su was obviously stunned for a moment.
Just tomorrow night. What's wrong? I'm worried that someone will bully you.
Lu Sheng casually said.
At family birthday party like this, there may be some ugly second and third generations who are not eye-catching will come out to suppress you. Isn't it all written in the novel? Your identity is simply the perfect template for the protagonist of a female novel.
Ling Su on the other end of the phone looked dark, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice,
"No, I am just a little transparent in the Sheng family, and I will not have the situation you said. Okay, that's it. I am on the plane now, and I will show up on time tomorrow night to support you. Remember to send me the address. That's all."
Lu Sheng hung up the phone. Over there, Ling Su was a little confused when he heard the beep sound coming from his phone.
"Can you still call me on the plane? What exactly does this guy want to do?"
On this side, Lu Sheng stuffed his phone back into his pocket with satisfaction. Very good, perfect plan. At that time, I just need to kill Ling Su, then quickly arrive at the Sheng family's birthday and try to make some noise. As for whether Ling Su needs it, this doesn't matter. The place given by Brother Sheng, the thug given by Brother Sheng. She has to pretend if she doesn't want to. It must be caught, and it must be handled firmly.
Wow, bang, Suzizi.
A cup of steaming coffee fell on the computer keyboard and spilled everywhere. But the dark-skinned young man sitting in front of the computer didn't care at all, but just stared at the computer screen in front of him, and was stunned, as if he was stupid. The red-haired girl behind her put down the hamburger that had been chewed in her hands, walked up quickly, and calmly asked,
"What's wrong?"
The dark-skinned young man turned his head blankly, and something seemed to be stuck in his throat. Adam's apple rolled up and down, and said with difficulty, "Lister.
Add to the previous Lord Par. The time when the life signals of the three demon god pillar disappeared was not more than 3 minutes in total."
The dark-skinned young man's heart was trembling slightly when he said this. For him, the top 10 demon pillar lords in the organization are all god-like figures. Everyone controls the extremely terrifying body of a strange beast. Once unblocked, it is much stronger than ordinary martial arts powerhouses. The Dark Club's fierce record that shocked the world countless times was all achieved by these top 10 demon pillars. And now, 4 of these powerful Lord Demon Pillar died in this operation. 1 died before. Now it is even more outrageous. 3 people fell in a row within 3 minutes.
Did the Dragon Kingdom dispatch the martial saint-level powerhouse?
The dark-skinned young man murmured. The red-haired girl standing in front of him flashed her eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Her eyes were also moved, but compared to when she died at first, she heard that the 3 demon pillars died suddenly, but she was much calmer.
It cannot be a martial saint. The 3 martial saints have little connection with the target person this time. There are no martial saint-level powerful people in the military headquarters. There is only one possibility that this result is now.
The red-haired girl didn't know whether to tell her or explain to the dark-skinned young man.
That's why we have misjudged the person we are targeting this time. The target person is not the general level, but Marshal.
The dark-skinned young man opened his mouth and said in shock,
"Career level, but the information shows that he is only 20 years old. There are always so many martial arts monsters in this world who break the common sense."
The red-haired girl's eyes flashed and said,
"The top 10 demon pillars of the 4 top 10 demons are lost. No matter how much profit this action is, it will not make up for our losses. What should we do now?"
The dark-skinned young man said in confusion.
"Go back? Stop the loss in time? It's a stop loss. But it's not going back. Instead, continue to complete the task."
The red-haired girl said lightly,
"Our Dark Club has been chasing him for so long. Do you think, will you consider finding the place after he has completely grown up? Then we will contact the organization to call support right now."
The dark-skinned young man subconsciously sat back in front of the computer and placed his hands on the keyboard. The red-haired girl shook her head and said calmly,
"No, there is still ranking."
With her strength, she should be absolutely sure to kill the target. Can you still locate the exact location of the target now?
Yes. The dark-skinned young man glanced at the computer, nodded, and then couldn't help but be confused.
But the organization did not give us Lord Semenkina's contact information.
0. Yes. The red-haired girl nodded.
Because there is no need.
The red-haired girl said calmly,
Mr. Semenkina, I've always been with us.
After saying that, the red-haired girl knelt on one knee, held her hands above her head, muttering to the ceiling above her head in an extremely pious and enthusiastic manner.
Please. The dark-skinned young man felt a chill when the red-haired girl said the words.
She has always been with us.
Just like that, terrifying. When the red-haired girl kneels down, her hands and eyes are looking upwards. He couldn't help but look up at the ceiling. He didn't notice it. Under sight, the red-haired girl kneeling on the floor, her face was moving little by little and twitching. The body kept making crisp, cracking sounds. Even the short hair, that was originally full of ears, began to grow rapidly. When the dark-skinned young man reacted, his eyes moved down. 331. The 9-level road, you should feel lucky for. Late at night. A mountain top in a certain province, city and suburbs. The two of them were wrapped around like bears, snuggling outside a tent, with an astronomical telescope in front of them. It's a young couple in their 20s.
It's so cold.
The girl put her hands to her mouth, and her face was red with cold. She looked up at the night sky and couldn't help but complain to the boy beside her.
Are you lying to me? There aren't even stars tonight, and there will be a meteor shower?
Of course I'm lying to you. How can you come out and spend the night alone if you don't lie? How can I have a chance if you don't lie to you? The boy thought to himself but said,
How could it be? I looked at the weather forecast specifically and said that there will be a once-in-a-thousand-year meteor shower in the Piranha that will be there tonight. It's too cold outside, right? Why don't I accompany you into the tent? 2 people can be a little warmer.
The girl glanced at the dark night sky and waited for the middle of the night, and was really unwilling to give up like this. But the wind on the top of the mountain was so cold that I couldn't stand it. After thinking about it, hesitating for a while, nodded.
Okay then.
The boy smiled and hugged the girl's shoulders. When the two were about to enter the
680
tent, a ray of light suddenly passed by the corner of their eyes. The girl turned her head suddenly, her eyes widened instantly, and her face showed an expression of excitement and surprise.
Meteor! Golden meteor!
The boy turned to look. In the dark night sky, a golden meteor cut through the sky, pulling out a long and gorgeous golden tail flame from behind, which is extremely beautiful.
Damn it! There are really shooting stars.
The boy was shocked.
Make a wish.
The girl had already closed her eyes at the meteor in the sky. The boy glanced around and suddenly saw the astronomical telescope that was a few steps away. After thinking about it, I walked over quickly and put my eyes in front of the telescope. At this glance, his whole body trembled violently, as if he was touched by electricity. He fell to the ground behind him, sitting stupidly on the ground, not coming back to his senses for a long time.
In the golden meteor, is it a person?
When Lu Sheng was tired of his legs, he simply let his mental power and qi combined to push himself forward. He was covered in the surging golden energy, flying in the air in a slightly forward posture as his body was tilted forward.
Is there any strongman flying in Dragon Ball that looks very much like the one in Dragon Ball?
Lu Sheng felt it was very similar to him, and he even considered whether he could produce an effect similar to Guibua Qigong if he pushed out the gongqi with his hands. I thought about it for a while. The 7 immortal cells on the forehead suddenly came a slight warning.
It seems to be coming.
Lu Sheng immediately knew it. He distributed some of his mental power to expel it. There was not much tension, so I continued to keep my route and flew towards the established direction. After flying for about 10 minutes, a faint pressure fell on Lu Sheng's heart. It's like the low pressure before the storm comes, giving people a slight chest tightness. Boom! There was a roar of planes flying overhead. Lu Sheng stopped and looked up into the night sky. After waiting for about 1 minute, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air coming from the top of my head. In Lu Sheng's vision, a little red fire pierced the night sky and magnified quickly. A woman's figure, like red mercury, was reflected in his eyes. The woman had long, bright red hair, fair and delicate face, and her purple eyes stared at Lu Sheng, emitting a charming and cold light. She fell from the sky like a meteorite, and the chi and the air rubbed at high speed, igniting a raging flame around her body. In just a moment, it quickly enlarged in Lu Sheng's eyes. Lu Sheng's pupils contracted slightly. Boom! The red fireball falling from the sky collided fiercely with the golden light ball in the air. A circle of air waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions, causing a strong wind to rush. A golden ball of light suddenly fell from the air. It hit the ground heavily, smashing a huge pit that was more than 10 meters wide and unreal. The fire dissipated, and the red-haired woman stepped out of white clouds in the air, as if she was stepping down from the air step by step. Her body exuded an extremely terrifying aura, distorting the air. A beautiful long red hair was automatically blown away from the windlessness. The woman landed gently on the ground, walked forward gracefully, stood on the edge of the huge pit, squinted her eyes, and looked quietly at the bottom of the pit. Suddenly, her expression moved. The next breath, a golden light bloomed in the huge pit. A figure bathed in a brilliant golden color slowly rose from the bottom of the pit. I didn't expect I was hit by this trick from the sky. Lu Sheng, who was slightly embarrassed, appeared in front of the woman again. Lu Sheng was holding a silver weapon box in one hand, and with the other hand, he casually unbuttoned a few buttons at the collar of the military jacket. His calm eyes fell on the woman and said lightly, "Are you the backhand of the Dark Club? It's interesting." The woman showed a little surprise in her eyes, and she tilted her head to look at Lu Sheng. Suddenly, the whole person disappeared into the air. Bang! The golden aura on the left side of Lu Sheng suddenly exploded, and a figure flashed away. Then, there is the right, the lower, the upper. The aura and energy that enveloped Lu Sheng's body continued to explode. The figures of the woman were connected into pieces, turning into dark red lightning, constantly whipping down Lu Sheng's whole body. Her speed was extremely fast. The attack power is also terrible. The physical body, chi and martial arts are integrated into one, and some kind of wonderful qualitative change has occurred. Lu Sheng's master and mental power field that was unable to break even hundreds of masters in the Eastern Military Region competition was now quickly disintegrated like an avalanche under the extremely high frequency of attacks from women. But Lu Sheng had no idea of fighting back. His eyes shiny slightly. The woman's strength is obviously at the level of a martial, and she has begun to try to touch the realm of a level 9 martial saint. The authority in the 10 resource library has not been improved, and Lu Sheng's way of promotion to the 9th level martial saint has always been at a relatively vague level. He only learned something from the memory of the killing martial Saint Gu Xian. The key to the 8th level sect's impact on the 9th level martial saint is to completely melt the 3 spirits, energy and spirit, to communicate with the world, and to build your own martial arts and dharma image with the energy of the natural universe. To put it bluntly, level 8 to level 9 is a further sublimation of the will of martial arts. Clarify your own Tao and then create a symbol that belongs entirely to you, which can also be said to be a martial arts imprint. Then, with this symbol and branding, we borrow the energy of the natural world. Thus, It burst out with powerful destructive power of more than level 8,000 or even thousands of times. The promotion of the warrior to level 6 to level 7 is a sublimation, and the promotion of level 8 to level 9 is another. This time it is also more important, and many incredible martial arts and magical methods are also revealed in this realm. If the gap between the 7th level master and the 8th level corpus can be measured, the gap between level 8 and level 9 is completely unrecognizable. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the gap between heaven and earth. This is also why the 8th level strongman can only be mastered. However, the 9th level strongman is a martial arts saint. The biggest reason why it is to be respected and believed by hundreds of millions of people is the biggest reason for being called the god of the human world. More than 3,000 years later, the first year of martial arts. Level 9. It has always been the limit of martial arts recognized by all mankind. The woman who is standing in front of Lu Sheng and attacking him crazily is already at the true peak of the Grand Master. The 3 elements of energy and spirit are melted into a furnace. The next step is to create your own martial arts symbols and martial arts imprints. Although it seems to be clueless at the moment, 332, after all, I am also the one who is about to touch the dome one. The woman's skin is whiter, but now it's whiter. The fading freckles on the cheeks disappeared completely. The whole body exudes a jade-like luster. Her eyes became slender, and the corners of her eyes stretched toward both sides. The bridge of the nose becomes higher, and the chin is pointed and smoother. Her waist-length red hair grew wildly, and her limbs became longer and more symmetrical. The stars in the sky seemed to be amazed by her beauty, and secretly cast a few rays of starlight from the haze of the clouds and fell on her. When the woman's complete transformation ended, her brilliant red hair had reached her ankle. She was like a charming and beautiful red fox, standing gracefully in front of Lu Sheng. This is the most perfect woman Lu Sheng has seen so far. None of them. The woman's purple eyes fell on Lu Sheng. Her eyes were flowing, with affectionate feelings, like the gaze between lovers, and even her speech seemed to be seducing.
Are you ready to welcome the arrival of death?
Unfortunately, the cold murderous intent in the words destroyed the beautiful atmosphere. The woman's figure slowly dissipated. Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment. The next moment, an attack like a high-speed drill bit came from the side of his face.
Bang!
Lu Sheng flew out sideways. But before it landed, it was knocked away again. Lu Sheng was like a ball, being hit by terrible attacks coming from different angles. The woman was so fast that nothing could capture her. So much so that Lu Sheng seemed to be hit by the invisible air. The muffled bang sound kept ringing on his body.
Boom!
Suddenly, the sound of sound barriers bursting out suddenly came from the air. Lu Shengru was hit hard, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. In an instant, he arrived at a place that flew hundreds of meters away and hit the side of a hill heavily. Boom! The shell shot into the mountain wall, and the soil and rocks collapsed. Lu Sheng's figure was deeply trapped in the rocks, silently. The woman's figure reappeared, step by step, walking gracefully towards the pit position. Her hands naturally drooped, and her blood-red nails popped out from her fingertips like a blade, shining with a dark red light in the darkness.
It's over,
the woman said lightly, and the expression on her face was calm and natural. It seems that I had expected this to be the result. Not surprisingly expected.
Kaka!
At this time, a tiny sound suddenly sounded in the pit on the mountain wall. The sound became louder and louder, and a large number of rocks were rolling down, and someone was walking out of the pit. The woman stopped. A slight curve was pulled up at the corner of his mouth, and he looked at the pit in front of him with interest. Soon, a figure slowly walked out of the pit. Lu Sheng looked very embarrassed. His military uniform was ragged and covered with dirt and dust. The skin exposed under the clothes was also blue and purple, and even purple marks were found on the face. If the previous Lu Sheng statue was hung on the wall, a gorgeous and precious cold weapon. Now, this cold weapon has been covered with dust and rust attached to it, making it look broken. But Lu Sheng didn't seem to care about the injuries on his body at all. He looked at the red-haired woman in front of him calmly, with a little disappointment in his eyes.
So, is the so-called transformation just slightly increasing the upper limit of the sect realm? There is no substantial change. Even that level is not touched.
A hint of astonishment flashed across the red-haired woman's face, then she frowned and sneered.
That's also a height you can't reach. The person standing at the foot of the mountain looked up and still felt that the mountain was not high enough to reach the dome? It's ridiculous. Instead of considering these meaningless issues.
The woman's eyes were quickly attached to coldness, and her murderous intent rose.
It's better to think about your last words and your way of death.
As he said that, the woman took a step forward. The figure dragged out a long and gorgeous red shadow in the darkness, and the nails of both fingers were sharp, cutting the air, and shooting straight towards Lu Sheng like an arrow. The final sprint in the woman's body. Lu Sheng's low voice sounded in the night.
How it makes no sense. After all, I'm also the one who is about to touch the dome.
Lu Sheng slowly stretched out his body, and the soil, stone, and dust stained on his body fell one after another. Even the blue and purple bruises on his body disappeared quickly. It's just a time to breathe. Lu Sheng's whole body became bright again, flawless, as if the rusty cold weapon had completely faded away the rust and burst out with gorgeous light again. Lu Sheng stared calmly at the woman, who was shooting straight in. The woman's figure was incredibly fast, and the distance of hundreds of meters was only a moment. Just the moment, the woman rushed to Lu Sheng.
Lu Sheng said calmly, "You are worthless to me."
In my mind, 7 immortal cells bloomed. The calm blood instantly skyrocketed dozens of times. The divine shines on the Pluto Sutra, and 60% of the increase in chi and blood.
Boom!
An unimaginable terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Lu Sheng's body. It seems like 1,000 volcanoes erupt at the same time. The heat waves gushing out from countless pores all over the body exploded in the air, with countless white circles visible to the naked eye. The terrifying invisible aura spread out, and the momentum that forced the red-haired woman to the extreme was blocked. There is less than a second of blockage and freeze. Then Lu Sheng raised his hand. He grabbed the red-haired woman's neck suddenly. He carried her in front of him, as if he was pinching a chick. At this moment, the exquisite face that was so beautiful was filled with extreme shock and incredible expressions. The woman probably can't understand it all. Why is the weaker, who has been beaten up by me just now suddenly taking action? It is such a terrifying absolute suppression. Lu Sheng was shrouded in a faint sacred light. He pinched the woman's neck and approached him. Looking at the beautiful purple eyes gradually crawling with fear and panic, he calmly said,
"It's time to say goodbye to this world. If you have good luck, maybe you can still travel through time."
The red-haired woman looked shocked, and she hadn't figured out what he meant. Lu Sheng was hit by his head. Bang! A bloody fireworks bloomed on the beautiful and exquisite head. The blood clotted into beads and rolled down. Lu Sheng threw the woman to the ground casually, as if he threw away a cluster of fiery red roses that he accidentally crushed. Dark Club.
Die!
Lu Sheng pulled off his broken military uniform and took out a new military uniform from the spare space of the silver weapon box to replace it. Anyway, I am not afraid of being seen in this wilderness. He took out his cell phone casually and sent a coordinate to the military headquarters to report the location of the woman's body. Finish all this. Lu Sheng was in his military uniform, picked up the weapon box, and continued to step into the sky with a calm expression, flying towards the target. The posture was calm like a hurrying traveler. Because of some trivial matters, he now boarded the train and started rushing. This interception by the Dark Demon Club also made Lu Sheng fully recognize his strength limit.
If you have pure chi and blood, the blessing of 7 immortal cells, plus the increase in the Divine Light Pluto Sutra, the combat power in all aspects can almost reach the level of 70 or 80 stars. The defense of the star immortal body can almost block the attack power of the 60-star martial. If other states are fully opened, the ultimate combat power will probably reach 100 stars. But 100 stars, how far is it from the true martial saint level?
Lu Sheng didn't know. What he has now is extraordinary and terrible combat power that breaks common sense is brought by his extremely profound background. His true strength level has just entered the sect realm. The spirit and spirit have not begun to melt. Not to mention thinking about martial arts symbols, martial arts imprints, and impacting Dharma images.
The martial saint, there is still a long way to go.
The night wind blew on Lu Sheng's face, leaving traces of coolness. Lu Sheng's heart calmed down a little. He felt that he was a little too hasty. 333, Killer 2.
What?
Lian Su opened her eyes wide and screamed.
You want me to add more money? And it's 20 times? Of course, any of the 3 top demon god pillars enter the Dragon Kingdom, which will cause great turmoil in the international situation, and may even attract the attention of the 3 9th-level martial saints of your Dragon Kingdom. This involves a lot, and it is difficult to explain it clearly to you in 1 sentence or 2. After all, our Dark Club is not a pure killer organization. What I will help you this time is for the sake of the one behind you. Dear lady.
Lian Su was so angry that her chest was so intense that she was so angry 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 that he gritted his teeth and spit out a word.
Get out! Okay, madam. By the way, for this operation, we need to make some subsequent compensation for the losses of our Dark Club. How much is the specific compensation? I will send it to your email in 2 days. Please do it in time.
Lian Su directly cut off the phone and no longer wanted to say a word to the other party. Tuck. The knock on the door sounded, and several old mothers stood carefully at the door with a few plates full of food.
Madam, it's time for you to have a meal.
Lian Su's anger that had been buried in her heart was finally unable to contain it, and she yelled at several servants.
Get out! Get out of here! Don't bother me! It's madam!
Several old mothers quickly left the room, moving quickly but not panic. They were obviously already familiar with the moody and unstable of the master. Lian Su's anger calmed down a little, but she was still so angry that she gritted her teeth. No one knows how much she paid this time. She can even say that she is almost touching the bottom line of him. But what I got was this result. Even Su couldn't accept it, and felt a slight swelling and painful chest. In fact, when it comes to feelings, Lian Su and Lian Jibei and his father and son don't have much relationship. Even the family is mean by nature, selfish, cruel to others, and not much better to their own people. At the beginning, Lian Su was simply because of face. She couldn't even kill the family members by a grassroots who came out of nowhere. She didn't even make any noise, right? It's unreasonable. So she said Tong Kuishing, and to some extent, this behavior was also supported by him. If that grassroots family was killed honestly, then everything is easy to say. She even had the face of Su in Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and everyone was very happy. But not only did the grassroots not die, but even had no family and friends around her, but they also killed Tong Kuishing, whom she sent out. He even received strong support from the Dragon Department, and even he gave in and warned himself to give up. The tone in Lian Su's heart. I really can't swallow it. So she paid an extremely huge price, and took risks to send people to poison and contact organizations, like the Dark Club, to implement it. I thought everything would go smoothly, but I never expected. The strength of that grassroots rebel thing was far beyond his expectations, and even the Dark Demon Club was broken in his hands. I don't even understand the things in martial arts practice. She only knew that she was very angry now, and wanted to roar hysterically, want to destroy, and want to attract the attention of his. She is the wife of the dignified martial saint, and he is the favorite one. But she couldn't even kill a small character with yellow mud on her legs. How could she accept this? Lian Su crunched her silver teeth and, like crazy, destroyed everything she could see and destroy in front of her. He vented his inner anger and dissatisfaction. The servants outside the house all looked sad, but they had long been used to it, and could only silently treat it as if they could not hear it.
Madam often does this, just wait until the madam's anger comes out,
they thought to themselves. After a few hours, the sound of falling things coming from the room gradually subsided. Some servants took the courage to approach and wait and see. Seeing the room in a mess, Lian Xuan was lying quietly in the center of the big bed, sleeping peacefully. The lady is tired, and the lady is asleep. The servant breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly greeted the others. Several people quickly walked into the room, carefully tidying up the things on the ground bit by bit, and changing to a batch of new ones. There was almost no sound during the whole process because it would make a sound. Several groups have died long ago. After packing up everything, the servants quietly exited the room. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at Lian Su on the bed for a second time, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
Madam is really beautiful after she fell asleep. She is like a fairy in the sky. No wonder even the martial saint likes.
After leaving the courtyard gate, the servants breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the fine sweat from their foreheads, as if they had just walked back from the tip of the knife.
How long does it take for the lady to sleep? The time must be blocked, otherwise the consequences will be serious.
A servant couldn't help but speak. One of the servants with a slightly higher status thought for a while and said,
The wife seems to have been a little sleepy lately, and she may be at night when she wakes up. Prepare more batches of food, so that the lady can eat hot no matter when she wakes up. Yes.
The servants scattered. Lian Su fell asleep, and the light seemed to be brighter in this deep and quiet manner.
Lian Su, Lian Su.
A wave of slight call awakened Lian Su from half-dream and half-awake. Lian Su opened her eyes, held her forehead with one hand, gently shook her groggy head, and looked up in the direction where the sound came.
Who calls me?
When he saw this, Lian Su was startled and almost couldn't help but scream. I saw a man with a slight appearance and blood all over his body standing by the bed, looking at him with a smile.
Lian Jibei, aren't you dead?
Lian Su's face turned pale, and she shrank back frantically. The bloody man showed a sudden look on his face, and said to himself,
Yes, I'm dead. I'm not even on my head.
After saying that, the man's head exploded with a bang, and all kinds of red and white liquid splashed so much that Su's head, face, and body were covered with her body. Lian Su's expression was dull for several seconds, and her body trembled slightly. Then the next second, a burst of collapsed scream erupted from the bottom of my throat. Ah! Lian Su suddenly woke up from the bed, panting heavily, her face turned pale, and her head was covered in cold sweat.
It turned out to be a nightmare.
Lien Su looked at the familiar room and finally calmed down a little. But thinking of the dream just now, Lien Su's face couldn't help but turn pale again. She actually dreamed of the dead Lien Jibei. What a hell! Is it because I have been thinking about how to retaliate against the guy who killed Lien Jibei recently that it caused this nightmare? Lien Su shook her head and calmed her mood a little. Then he shouted at the door.
Come on! I want to drink water!
As usual, within a few seconds, a servant came in quickly with his head down and his water cup.
Madam, drink water.
Lien Su nodded lightly, took the cup and took a sip. But I felt that the water smelled cold and fishy, and had a pungent and strange smell.
What kind of water is this?
Lien Su frowned and saw a bloody piece in the water cup, and an eyeball floating up and down.
Ah!
Lien Su shook off the water cup with one hand, and her whole body was trembling with fear. At this time, the servant who stood in front of her, and kept his head lowering slowly raised his head. A face that looked like a smile was missing, with only a blood hole left, and said to her softly,
Aunt Su, is my blood delicious?
Lien Su screamed like crazy.
Hoo-hoo.
Lien Su? It was the room she knew again. But this familiar scene has a strange smell. 334. I'm looking for a glittering unlucky guy. 3. It was a faint tingling feeling like a knife pressing against the middle of the eyebrows. The warning signs delivered by 7 immortal cells. This time it was against him. And more than any previous one.
Only the martial saint can do what can bring me this feeling.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he quickly figured out the whole story.
I almost forgot that since I can give signs of the crisis that I might encounter, and those around me, then the 9th level martial saint must have similar abilities.
The strength of martial arts has reached the level of martial saint. The human body treasure has been greatly developed, and many incredible magical abilities will be awakened. It is normal to have this ability.
That's all we can change the plan.
Lu Sheng looked at Lien Su in front of him, walked forward with a calm expression, reached out to pinch her silky smooth swan neck, and used a little force. Click! Lien Su's head tilted to a strange angle, completely freeing from the endless nightmare. Originally, Lu Sheng wanted to cut her flesh with a dull knife and slowly torture her to death, but now he can't. If you continue, it is very likely to cause the attention of the Jidao martial saint, and it will be embarrassing to turn around and block yourself here. After Lu Sheng simply killed Lien Su, he suddenly felt that the warning signs from his eyebrows were much weaker. While killing Lien Su, Lu Sheng carefully looked at the woman in front of him. To be honest, Lien Su is beautiful enough. In all aspects, both appearance, figure and temperament are the only ones that Lu Sheng saw in his life. No matter what is in this world, after reaching a certain height, it can produce unimaginable power. The same is true for appearance. The beauty is in trouble, so this is probably the case with 413. Not to mention hurting such women, even if they get a little closer, they will feel strong inferiority and fear. But Lu Sheng's heart was not fluctuating. The backhand of the dark club is also amazingly beautiful. He would kill him if he didn't say anything. Killing a beauty of this level gives the feeling of breaking a priceless, exquisite porcelain with your own hands, and crushing a beautiful butterfly with colorful wings with your own hands.
It has a certain tempering effect on my martial will,
Lu Sheng thoughtfully said.
Is this the so-called killing a sister to prove the truth?
Lu Sheng shook his head, and quickly eliminated the idea. He was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would gradually move towards a perverted direction. The projection of will faded like light, and Lu Sheng completely disappeared into the room. Just a few minutes passed. A servant in his 40s walked to the door of the room lightly, and quietly looked inside. Seeing Lien Su lying on the bed, she was about to retreat. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong again, so I turned back and walked into the room, and took a closer look. The next second, a panic and terrifying scream sounded in the mansion of the rich, trembling and deformed.
Madam is dead.
30 kilometers away, Lu Sheng slowly walked out of a hidden bush. A completely relaxed expression appeared on his face.
The information in the dream space has not changed. Everything is as expected.
The warning signs from the eyebrows almost disappeared, which further proved that things were going smoothly. Lu Sheng looked down at the time.
It's almost time for the Chen family's birthday, and it's time.
Daff, Lu Sheng looked in a certain direction and suddenly jumped into the sky. The speed was extremely full, like light and electricity, and disappeared in an instant. Kyoto Province, some manor. The huge manor is brightly lit tonight, just like an ancient imperial palace. There were luxury cars at the door, and men and women with exquisitely dressed and well-manned temperament got out of the car. He was respectfully introduced into the manor by a handsome or beautiful waiter. What a scene of a high-class dinner! A beautifully dressed socialite entered the venue, whispering to bite his ears while walking.
What a big show! Absolutely. Can Mr. Chen's birthday not be very popular? Although the Chen family cannot be compared with the top families at the foot of the imperial city, it is definitely a perfect behemoth in the circle outside our Kyoto province. How many people live by relying on their breath? It is not surprising that such a scene is. Good, master of martial arts.
A Yuan suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a suit wearing a diamond badge on her chest strode into the manor, and couldn't help but exclaim softly. The companion looked at her contemptuously with a look of,
"You are from the countryside,"
and said speechlessly,
"What is the master of martial arts?" Mr. Chen himself is the master of martial arts. And I know many big names and friends. As far as I know, several of his old comrades are big names in the Wushu Association, the government, and the military department. There are even many level 8 masters. Level 8 Grand Master.
The celebrity face showed a look of surprise and murmured,
I have never seen it in reality in my life. See some tonight?
The companion raised his chest, made a perfect but elegant smile on his face, and his eyes searched the audience like a radar.
Come on, Jimei. It's a great opportunity tonight. If we can be taken by a big shot, then we will win the first prize.
The two of them were like big roosters trying to show their feathers, raising their chests and buttocks. While trying to highlight their advantages, they tried to make an elegant posture and slowly walked into the manor. On the side, Healing Su, who had just gotten out of the car, looked at the two of them with exaggerated postures and was speechless.
Is this the upper class?
Healing Su couldn't help but hold his forehead and suddenly regretted coming to attend this so-called birthday party.
Ling Su, what's wrong?
A handsome man in a snow-white suit got off the side of the car and asked with concern.
Don't feel well?
Healing Su shook his head.
It's nothing. It's blown down by the wind. It's just a little cold. Then you put on a coat first. Don't catch a cold.
The handsome man looked solemn, and immediately took off his suit jacket and put it on Healing Su. Healing Su took a few steps back and avoided the handsome man's concern without leaving any trace.
No need to cousin-y. I'm not that cold.
Healing Su's face showed a polite and distance-filled expression.
By the way, I have to wait for a friend. If you don't help me, cousin, you can go in first. I'll just come in later.
The handsome man's eyes flashed for a moment, and he slowly put his suit jacket on his hands casually and smiled and said,
I didn't expect, Ling Su. You have friends in Kyoto. I'll see it well later. Okay, then you should pay more attention. In this weather, you can't stand the physical shape of a level 2 warrior. I know it in my mind.
The handsome man didn't say anything else, turned around and walked towards the manor led by the waiter. Healing Su looked at the other person's back and breathed a sigh of relief. The man's name is Chen Yi, and he is a cousin of her in the Chen family. Since Healing Su came to the Chen family, The other party's attitude towards her has been quite enthusiastic. He Lingsu's understanding of the Chen family, and the attitude of the Chen family towards her were mostly learned through Chen Yi's mouth. Although Chen Yi has been considerate of her for a while, He Lingsu doesn't know what, and always feels.
Not a good thing, there is another idea. Right.
He Lingsu blurted out.
That's what it feels.
After saying that, he suddenly realized and turned to take a look. I saw a tall and handsome young man standing behind her with a calm look on his face.
It's you?
He Lingsu was shocked.
You are really here? I said I will come to support you. Since I said that, I will do it.
Lu Sheng glanced around with his eyes casually. From Liansu Manor to the Chen family banquet location, the straight-line distance between the middle is about 1,000 kilometers. It took Lu Sheng less than 5 minutes to complete the entire journey. Extreme speed. More than 10 times the speed of sound. A terrifying speed that is astonishing. Under the martial saint, only Lu Sheng can achieve it. After changing his clothes in a hurry, Lu Sheng rushed here, and it took less than 7 minutes in total.
I said, I don't need your support. It's not as novel plot as you imagined.
He Lingsu looked helpless and muttered.
Actually, the Chen family is quite nice to me. Although they are still a little unfamiliar at the moment, they have already begun.
335. I'm so sad. This is what I wrote in the novel for. Lu Sheng came to the Chen family dinner this time purely to find a sense of existence. He crossed 1,000 miles in 5 minutes, so naturally it was known to people. Then, call a card before entering the market. It is very necessary. Lu Sheng was just looking for a suitable check-in partner. Now he found it.
Who is that guy?
In the direction Lu Sheng's eyes pointed, a silver supercar that was extremely cool slowly entered the field. A young man in a silver suit with his hair dyed silver looked pretty good, but looked dumb. The young man held a beautiful woman with charming body in both hands, giving people a sense of arrogance from head to toe. Not only Lu Sheng noticed the young man, but many people outside the manor saw it. Obviously someone recognized the identity of the young man, and several people walked quickly towards the young man, chatted with him diligently, and handed over the business card. However, the young man always had a rather casual and impatient expression on his face, and his posture was high.
It's the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuming.
He Lingsu began to show her gains in Kyoto province these days. She glanced at the silver-haired young man and said quickly,
The Zhou family is on the periphery of Kyoto, and is also one of the best big families. The influence is even a little bigger than our Chen family. But this is not good for Zhou Yuming. He is just a playboy. His brother Zhou Jilin is.
Before He Lingsu finished speaking, he saw Lu Sheng smiling at her.
Our Chen family.
Lu Sheng accurately captured this word in He Lingsu's words. He Lingsu felt that he was speechless and looked embarrassed and could not speak. Subconsciously, He Lingsu has already regarded himself as a part of the Chen family. But Lu Sheng doesn't care. He Lingsu wanted to return to the Chen family, but she was not willing, as long as the Chen family wanted. You have to ask him first.
You are entangled and bound by meaningless things. They will only hinder your path to becoming stronger, but don't worry.
Lu Sheng patted He Lingsu's shoulders gently, and Yun Danfeng said,
I will help you solve all this perfectly.
He Lingsu blinked.
What do you mean?
But Lu Sheng obviously did not mean to explain in detail to her. He moved his feet, and walked towards the silver-haired youth. Lu Sheng was not too slow, but his speed was very fast, and he appeared in front of the silver-haired young man in a blink of an eye.
Mr. Zhou, I am heading real estate development. Mr. Zhou.
2 middle-aged men in suits and ties, big belly, and the boss-like appearance was standing in front of the silver-haired young man, nodding and hunching. The silver-haired young man looked impatient, and suddenly felt a black shadow flashing in front of him. When I looked up, my expression was stunned. I saw a tall figure appearing in front of him. This is an extremely handsome young man wearing a simple black suit and a white shirt. Without a tie, 2 buttons were unbuttoned on the neckline of the shirt, revealing the tough collarbone lines inside. He stood in front of Zhou Yuming casually, exuding a powerful and inexplicable aura all over his body. This aura made the 2 middle-aged men who were talking in front of Zhou Yuming unable to help but shut up and retreated to both sides with a slightly shocked expression. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that the man in front of me is definitely the most perfect male character Zhou Yuming has ever seen in his life. Whether it is body appearance, temperament, and aura, they all brought him a great sense of oppression that was so strong that it was suffocating.
Who are you?
Zhou Yuming subconsciously hugged the beauty on both sides of his side and looked at Lu Sheng with a nervous look. Lu Sheng's eyes gently swept over the silver-haired young man in front of him, and finally landed on the super-cool silver sports car behind him. Lu Sheng walked over and reached out to cover the supercar slowly.
Your car?
Lu Sheng looked at him casually.
So what?
Zhou Yuming was a little confused.
It's so cool, so beautiful.
Lu Sheng looked at the car with a slightly envious look and asked,
How much?
Zhou Yuming blinked his eyes before he understood what the other party was doing. It turns out that he was attracted by his new car. Zhou Yuming couldn't help laughing and said,
That's natural. I bought it for more than 80 million. There is only one in the entire Dragon Kingdom. More than 80 million.
Lu Sheng smacked his lips, as if he was a little surprised. He turned his head, looked at Zhou Yuming calmly, and said,
I'm sour.
Zhou Yuming didn't react at once. The next second, Lu Sheng gently pressed his hand on the front cover of the car. Cruff. The front cover of the sports car quickly sank, making a tiny crunch. Then it touches the entire body of the car. In just a few seconds, the front of the entire sports car was pressed to the ground by Lu Sheng, close to the ground. Most of the car body was raised, and the front half was directly pressed into a discus state.
Boom!
A small spark burst out from the sports car, igniting. The flames reflected Zhou Yuming's face that was stuck in a dull state. Everyone around was stunned. Su, who had just followed up and was about to get here, was stunned and his steps were frozen. Lu Sheng clapped his hands, glanced at Zhou Yuming, and breathed with a relaxed look.
It's much more comfortable now.
The 2 beauties beside Zhou Yuming all looked at Lu Sheng with their eyes wide open, and their expressions were like seeing a ghost. Zhou Yuming's body trembled slightly, and his skin twitched one after another. His face changed a few colors. Finally, he took a deep breath, stared at Lu Sheng, and said in a deep voice,
Brother, what do you mean? Who is your brother?
Lu Sheng walked to Zhou Yuming with a smile. The cold aura surging on his body made Zhou Yuming's face turn pale, and he couldn't help but retreat in panic.
My name is Lu Sheng, and my friend of Su of the Chen family. If you feel unhappy, please feel free to come to me.
As Lu Sheng said, he turned around and pointed to Su, who was confused and said,
Oh, that's Su.
Su?
Su of Chen's family is right.
Zhou Yuming dynasty, Su took a deep look and gritted his teeth.
Lu Sheng, right? I remember.
Su? Why do you remember me? What's up to me? Just as he was about to go up to explain, Lu Sheng, who had already walked back, hugged his shoulders and walked towards the manor.
Let's go!
There are quite a lot of people greeting and getting off the bus at the entrance of the manor. Zhou Yuming has an extraordinary identity and a cool appearance, which has attracted a lot of attention. This caused a lot of sensation on the court. Zhou Yuming, the second young master of the Zhou family, was smashed on the spot. The news spread rapidly around. Zero asked for flowers. Many people also recorded the names, Lu Sheng, and Su, and began to inquire secretly. Who is the sacred person who dares to provoke the second young master of the Zhou family, and almost stumbles on Zhou Yuming's head? It's so awesome that people still want to enjoy it.
What the hell do you want to do?
Su was pulled into the manor by Lu Xingqiang, and his whole mind was still confused, wondering if he was dreaming. Lu Xing just inexplicably went up and smashed the second young master of the Zhou family's car. If Zhou Yuming took the initiative to provoke Lu Xing, it would be fine. The key is that they didn't do anything? And, after Lu Xing smashed the car and slapped the face, he took the initiative to report his name. This is a dam. Don't you want to cheat her to death? When Su thought of the possible consequences in the future, his mind was almost blown up.
It's nothing. I just want to help you stand out.
Lu Xing was calm and casual in his attitude, as if nothing had happened. After entering the banquet hall, he even ate his food on the independent platform without restraint. 0.
Help me stand up? Why do you help me stand up? At least you should give me a reason first, right?
Su is about to go crazy.
Reason?
Lu Xing casually stuffed a cake-like snack into his mouth, thought for a while, and said seriously,
That guy doesn't look like a good thing, a playboy. You are dressed so beautifully today.
336. You won't regret today's choice. You will destroy it. 1. Lu Xingtong's 100-star combat power is called by the leaders every day in the Eastern Military Region. Maybe he didn't even pay attention. He had long developed the aura of a top figure. This aura is mixed with his own martial arts aura. Sometimes you don't even need to do anything. Just a look can make your scalp numb. For example, now, a man in a white suit standing in front of Lu Xing. Lu Xing said something lightly. The man in the white suit immediately felt a terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xing's body, which made him almost unable to breathe, and he took a few steps back. His face was full of horror. After all, he is a high-level 6th-level warrior, but he can't even bear the other person's look. What a joke. The man in white suit resisted the excitement in his heart and said gloomily,
Saint Lu, I know your background. But you have to figure out that some things cannot be solved by force. Do you think the martial arts master is very powerful? That's just in the eyes of you ordinary people. The Zhou family is an idiot level 8 master of
4 and 5-7,
who can't afford to offend a huge monster. You will regret everything you have done today.
The man in white suit finished speaking coldly. He looked at Su next to him again, turned around and left. But as soon as he took a step, he felt his neck tightening and his feet floated. The whole person was grabbed back by a big hand.
Did I let you go?
Lu Xing pinched the neck of the man in white suit and raised him in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at his face that had been gradually occupied by horror, and said lightly,
I am discussing your connotation with you. What messy things are you talking to me? Lu Xing.
Su next to him was stunned. He finally reacted easily, screamed and said anxiously,
Let him go.
Lu Xing glanced at Su indifferently and said,
As you wish.
After saying that, he threw the man in a white suit out casually. A white figure flew out quickly and smashed the crowd in front of him with a bang. The remaining momentum continued to drop, and then fell to the buffet table, and it was so terrible that it was so much soup that it knocked down.
Ah!
A woman's scream sounded in the banquet hall. The sudden movement caused a riot in the field, and countless eyes gathered on Lu Xing. Su was completely confused. Looking at Lu Xing in front of him, his face was shocked, surprised or strange, and the man in a white suit flying out. In a moment. I just feel that I have worked hard these days, and I still have everything I have been looking forward to. They all collapsed with a bang at this moment. Groups of people rushed over. There are people from the Shen family, and people from the Zhou family. Zhou Yuming stood among men and women with exquisitely dressed and well-mannered temperament, pointed at Lu Sheng with a hostile look on his face, and said viciously,
"It's him!"
The group of people's eyes suddenly became unkind when they looked at Lu Sheng. The other group of people was led by a middle-aged man in his 40s in his suit.
What the hell happened?
The crowd was in agitation, and a man in a messy white suit limped up from behind, saying quickly in the majestic middle-aged ear. While speaking, his eyes kept staring at Lu Sheng, and there was a flash of resentment. Soon, Lu Sheng's identity and previous actions were all exposed one by one. The majestic middle-aged man looked at Lu Sheng and sneered.
It turned out that he was just a young man who was ignorant of the world. He really thought he had won some national martial arts competition. Hee hee.
At this moment, Zhou Yuming from the Zhou family also screamed, and was so angry that he gritted his teeth.
Fuck, I was frightened by him.
Before, seeing Lu Sheng's appearance and temperament were extraordinary, and he deliberately made excuses to smash his car when he got up. Zhou Yuming thought the other party had an amazing identity. Unexpectedly, I was just a friend of a child from a foreign surname in the Chen family. If the Chen family had not been interested in accepting the property of the child of the other surname recently, the other party would probably not even be qualified to come in for this banquet.
Damn it!
When Zhou Yuming thought that he was slapped in the face by such a little bastard, he didn't dare to give up a single fart, so he wanted to vomit blood. At this time, a figure in the Chen family's crowd quickly walked out and shouted at Healing Su.
Healing Su!
This is a middle-aged beauty in her 40s, fair skin and quite elegant. Her appearance is 3 or 4 minutes similar to Healing Su. She stared at Healing Su coldly and said,
Where did you get such a friend? Why don't you drive him out quickly?
Healing Su looked at the middle-aged beautiful woman and opened her mouth, wanting to say something. In the end, I could only shut up and lower my head. At this time, a voice sounded in Healing Su's ears.
I'm right. It's exactly the same as what I wrote in the novel. The heroine with a template like you will definitely become the target of public criticism when she comes to such an occasion, and will be targeted and suppressed by everyone. Fortunately, you have me.
Healing Su had no idea what to say at all. She was completely amazed at Lu Sheng's shameless ability. Fuck, what happened eventually turned out like this. Isn't it because of Lu Sheng? If he hadn't done these things like he was nervous, would they be treated coldly by everyone now? The middle-aged beautiful woman, who scolded Healing Su before walked to the majestic man and communicated quickly. When she turned around, the expression on her face seemed to ease a little.
Ling Su, listen to your mother and draw a clear line with you, your friend now. Come here obediently and promise what I told you before. The family will naturally guarantee you nothing and forgive you for your mistake this time. This woman is your mother.
Lu Sheng glanced at Healing Su and shook his head.
To be honest, you mother and daughter really don't look like each other.
Healing Su ignored him, but lowered his avatar and was thinking about something. After a while, Healing Su looked up and said calmly to the middle-aged beautiful woman,
Sorry, Ms. Chen, I'm afraid I can't agree to your conditions.
You? The middle-aged beautiful woman looked ugly and shook her hand hard. Her expression quickly became cold and thin. She took 2 steps back and returned to the crowd. Her eyes looked at Healing Su as well as other strangers. The majestic man led by the Chen family said nothing, waved his hand casually and ordered,
Catch these 2.
A large man in black suit immediately walked out of the crowd. Everyone was strong and full of energy and blood. He quickly surrounded Lu Sheng and the others. Everyone around them scattered around, and each of them showed expressions of pity, gloating or watching a show. Looking at the big men in black suits pressing step by step, Healing Su's pretty face turned slightly white, and he took a few steps back in panic. But soon a big hand gently pressed against her back. Healing Su looked up and saw Lu Sheng with a casual face
and a calm expression. You won't regret the choice you made today.
Lu Sheng looked at Healing Su and said softly to her with a smile.
Next, the most exciting and refreshing, the process of counterattacking and slapping the face.
Healing Su was stunned, and then saw Lu Sheng walking forward. There was an invisible power emitted from him, and the men in black suits, who were trying to approach him, were like scarecrows in a tornado under this force. They were thrown out one by one and smashed heavily into the crowd, causing the banquet hall to be filled with people and screaming in chaos.
Is this kid a master?
Someone showed a look of emotion on his face. The majestic man's face changed, and he quickly ordered. On the Zhou family, a handsome young man with short hair with a tall figure lit up his eyes, and he rose into the air like a big bird and landed in front of Lu Sheng.
Interesting.
The handsome young man's appearance is similar to Zhou Yuming, who was previously aura of Lu Sheng, but his temperament is very different. A powerful and invisible aura emanated from his body, standing steadily like a rock. He was wearing a decent blue suit, with a slender and upright body, and was as virtuous as jade. But the most eye-catching thing was a diamond badge on his left chest. Shining brightly under the light, it shows his identity and strength. Level 7 Martial Arts Master.
I didn't expect that, Zhou Jilin. I came to attend a banquet with no time, and could still meet
337. General of the 5th War Zone of the Eastern Military Region, met Lu Zhua. 2. From the orders of the majestic man in the Chen family to the action of Lu Sheng, Zhou Jilin, and other martial arts masters ended, and finally the battle ended. It sounds quite long, but in fact, it only takes more than a dozen breaths. When the onlookers realized, there was only Lu Sheng left in the field. Many people were stunned. Those who can enter this banquet venue will have their status and experiences, so they will naturally not be missing. The men in black suits in front were fine, but Zhou Jilin, who came on stage later, and the 2 worship assistants invited by the Chen family. The diamond badge on the chest is dazzling, but they are all real. They are level 7 martial arts masters certified by the Martial Arts Association. But the 3 of them were in Lu Sheng's hands, but they were no different from those black suit minions before. They were beaten by Lu Sheng in 3 or 2, and vomited blood and flew out. To be precise, I haven't been able to use it for a few or 2, and everyone has it. All in a flash. A level 7 martial arts master in an instant? How strong should this young man in front of him be? Many people suddenly feel their scalp numb when they think of this. I couldn't help but retreat. The Chen family and the Zhou family all showed unbelievable expressions on their faces, and their expressions were horrified. The look of Lu Sheng's eyes was like looking at a monster. Especially the man in the Chen family's white suit, and Zhou Yuming from the Zhou family. The eyes were almost protruding from the sockets.
How old is he? How is it possible? No wonder he is so confident.
Healing Su's mother, the middle-aged woman, hid in a panic.
Master! Who else is the master friend who is willing to take action with righteousness? My Chen family will be rewarded today.
The majestic man shouted loudly to the crowd around him. Among the crowd, several middle-aged men with extraordinary dignity quickly covered the diamond badge on their chests with their hands and quietly retreated to the crowd. The majestic man from the Chen family shouted several times, but not only did no one stand up, but the crowd around him shrank further behind.
Did you see it? Healing Su.
Lu Sheng pointed to the faces around him with fear and panic, and said to Healing Su with a calm expression,
This is the aristocratic family you have always wanted to be a vassal.
Healing Su's expression was a little dumb, and he didn't know if he could listen to Lu Sheng's words. At this time, a commotion suddenly came from the door of the banquet hall. A vigorous and powerful voice came.
Who dares to make trouble at my Qinjinnan's birthday party?
Hearing this voice, Everyone in the Chen family showed surprise on their faces, and everyone in the banquet hall looked towards the door. The crowd blocking the door automatically separated from both sides. I saw more than a dozen figures walking quickly from outside the door. Almost every one has strong chi and blood and great momentum. Some are in suits, some are in military uniforms. More than one person wore a diamond badge representing the master of martial arts on his chest. The three are the leaders, and they are even more extraordinary. The man on the left has black hair, looking at him in his early 50s, wearing a white martial robe, and being arrogant without anger. He looks a bit similar to the majestic man led by the Chen family. Everyone is extremely familiar with this person, and he is the protagonist of this birthday party. Mr. Chen Jingnan. The two people standing next to Chen Jingnan were even stronger than their aura. One person in the middle was wearing a dark blue military uniform, half-dress Medal of Merit, and 7 golden stars on his left shoulder shining brightly. Military General. One person on the right is dressed in Zhongshan outfit, with a childish face, and his eyes are as bright as jade, and his aura is not inferior to the general in the middle. Someone recognized the identities of several people, and screams kept ringing in the crowd.
Military General. Hissing, I didn't expect that the Chen family's old man actually has the relationship with the military. The 7-star general is also a top figure in the military. There is also Vice President Jiang Hejiang of the Kyoto Martial Arts Association. He is also a long-famous 8th-level master. The Chen family has a deep foundation.
Seeing this, the people on the Chen family showed excitement and ecstasy on their faces. The majestic man, who had been forced to ask for help from the guests before, turned his head and looked at Lu Sheng suddenly, sneering. The expression and posture seemed to be constantly talking to Lu Sheng.
You're done.
These 3 words. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 people coming towards him. His eyes swept past the military general Sheng in the middle, and did not stop for much. Instead, it fell on Jiang He, who was wearing Zhongshan's suit. Jiang He was hosted by the National College Students' Martial Arts Conference. He killed Lin Jibei in front of him, and almost started fighting with him. I didn't expect that I could meet again here today.
Lu Sheng.
A figure rushed up quickly, pushing Lu Sheng's arms and back with both hands.
Go away quickly and escape immediately before they can react.
Healing Su suddenly returned to the calmness and decisiveness of a strong woman in the past, and quickly analyzed.
I will stay here. I will be responsible for helping you negotiate with the Chen family. Don't worry, if my mother has the relationship, I can pay a little price. This matter can be settled.
2 level 8 masters and a group of level 7 masters entered the venue. Even if Lu Sheng showed his strength before, Healing Su didn't think he had any chance to turn the tables, but Healing Su pushed hard for a long time. But Lu Sheng's figure was unmoved, and he was firmly fixed on the ground like a rock.
Go away! What do you want to do?
Healing Su was so anxious that he almost cried. He swept around and saw that the Chen family and Zhou family had sent some personnel, and the direction of the various exits of the banquet hall was faintly blocked. I don't want to stop Lu Sheng. I just need to stop him for a moment. The majestic man led by the Chen family walked quickly towards Mr. Chen. Healing Su was almost desperate. Turning his head and looking at Lu Sheng, he found that he was actually smiling.
You can still laugh?
Healing's aura came and almost collapsed.
You really want to die? The Chen family will not let you go. It's fine.
Seeing that Healing's was about to shed tears, Lu Sheng quickly curled his smile and said casually,
Don't look at the large number of them. If you really want to start, no one will be my opponent. Healing Su, you are the protagonist template. As your backer, how could I be defeated so simply? Don't worry.
Lu Sheng reached out and patted Healing Su on the shoulder, comforting him.
The real big, it's just started now.
Healing Su opened her mouth and couldn't speak in a daze. At this time, the majestic man had already walked to Mr. Chen, not shy away from the rest of the people, and even deliberately raised his voice and quickly explained the matter of Lu Sheng. In an instant, 3 cold eyes looked at Lu Sheng. Accompanied by these 3 gazes, everyone's eyes in the banquet hall also gathered in Lu Sheng again. His eyes, which were full of awe and fear before, have become gloating again. When it comes to changing faces, everyone is a master. While thinking in his heart, Lu Sheng walked towards the 3 of them casually.
It's your lord who makes a big fuss about my Chen family dinner? Disrupting my birthday?
The old man Chen of the Chen family frowned and stared at Lu Sheng coldly. Lu Sheng ignored him and turned to look at the 2 beside him. His eyes fell on Jiang He, and he smiled and said,
Vice President Jiang He, don't be fine. I didn't expect it was you, Lu Sheng.
Jiang He obviously recognized Lu Sheng's appearance, and his expression was a bit complicated. He still had a deep impression of Lu Sheng. Kill the Grandmaster in public. Even the scene of Jubei's tragic death is still vivid in my mind, and it is hard to remember Lu Sheng.
Old Chen, this is me.
Jiang He paused and said to Mr. Chen,
My friend, for my sake, why don't you care about him today?
After all, Lu Sheng was also a martial arts genius, who was highly valued by the martial Saint Tanzhongyu. 338. I don't usually have this. I have an inexplicable premonition. 3. Can you still meet people from the Eastern Military Region here? Lu Sheng blinked. That's a coincidence. Seeing that Lu Sheng was hesitant and confused on his face, the general who bowed quickly said,
During the competition, I was hit in the chest by Lu Zhuo with a punch, and I was eliminated. Lu Zhuo forgot? Oh.
A look of suddenness appeared on Lu Sheng's face, and he nodded and said,
I remembered it, sorry.
It's a big deal to remember. At the Eastern Military Region competition, Lu Sheng beat more than 400 generals with his pair of flesh punches. How could he remember his face? Du Linjun was excited and said,
Lu Zhuo's glow shone in the east. I really didn't expect to see Lu Zhuo here. I didn't expect it.
Lu Sheng sighed in emotion. The 2 of them chatted with each other. The expressions of the people around him seemed to be seeing a ghost, and he wanted to slap himself 2 big mouths on the spot to see if he was dreaming now. Chen Jingnan looked stunned. He looked at Lu Sheng, and then looked at Du Linjun, who looked like a subordinate in front of Lu Sheng, calling Lu Zhu respectfully and admiring Du Linjun. He really didn't know what to say. Jiang He was also stunned, but fortunately he relaxed quickly, so he couldn't help asking,
General Du, do you know Lu Sheng?
Du Linjun nodded and said naturally,
Zhu Lu is the most dazzling son in my Eastern Military Region, the king of generals and stars in the entire Eastern region. This time, the entire military region will perform martial arts. We will come here. It is just for Zhuo Lu to accompany him.
Du Linjun said something, and everyone in the banquet hall trembled violently, and a sound of gasping in the venue sounded. The most dazzling son in the Eastern Military Region. King of General Stars. These 2 titles. The big one is really scary. Not to mention ordinary people. Even Jiang He was almost stunned. Looking at Lu Sheng, I couldn't believe that this was the high-spirited young man who stood in the venue of the National College Students' Martial Arts Competition and said to himself with a bright look,
Chairman Jiang, do you want to fight me too?
How long has it been? It's not even half a year. Lu Sheng has just entered the Grandmaster from the beginning and reached the level of a top-level strongman among the 8th-level masters? Average speed. Mr. Chen Jingnan and everyone in the Chen family were dizzy at this moment. 7-star General Du Linjun is already an extremely amazing figure to the Chen family. If Chen Jingnan and Jiang He had not been old friends for many years, Jiang He would have been familiar with Du Linjun.
It happened that Du Linjun came to the central military region to participate in the military exercises and passed by Kyoto. Where did he get the face to invite the general of the military to attend a birthday party? And even such a big man has to respectfully call Lu Sheng, Lu Zhua, and his admiration is beyond words. Even if you were familiar with Lu Sheng after being punched by Lu Sheng, it seemed as if you were so glorious. How high should such a person be? Qin Jingnan is now really struck by 10,000 grass mud horses at the same time. Looking at the Qin family members under his command, they even have the desire to kill. These trash bastards are really capable. Even such a military rail dragon can be provoked. It really gives him a face. The majestic man in the Qin family had long been as beautiful as earth, and he didn't dare to say a word. The man in the white suit in the crowd, and Zhou Yuming from the Zhou family were so scared that he shivered all over. I thought the other party had at most Zhang, which was amazing. I didn't expect it to. Once it turns out, it's the deputy king. The others had nothing to say, and they all lowered their heads and didn't dare to look directly at Lu Sheng. Qin Jingnan smiled even worse than crying and said dryly, "It turned out to be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Lu Sheng glanced at him and wanted to say something, but for a moment he felt distracted. He simply turned around. Actually, this is also good. Save yourself to do it yourself. Anyway, my goal has been achieved tonight. The Qin family is just annoying, and it is not a big deal. There is no need to force them to death. In the field, He Lingsu stood alone at the center. The shock she was suffered today was so great that her mind had long exceeded the threshold and was in a downtime. Lu Sheng walked slowly to her, looked at her silly, and said half-jokingly, "Let's go is over. It's time for us to leave too." "Oh." He Lingsu nodded, followed Lu Sheng straight, and walked out of the banquet hall. In the crowd behind him, a middle-aged woman held her hands tightly, her expression struggling and hesitating. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and quickly chased after him. Lu Sheng stood outside the dim lights, looked at the night sky, and waited for a while. Then I saw He Lingsu walking quickly in his direction. Behind him, the middle-aged woman kept shouting, "Lingsu! Lingsu!" He Lingsu seemed to have not heard it, so he quickly walked to Lu Sheng and said, "Let's go!" Lu Sheng nodded, and the two of them walked aimlessly forward like this. There are rows of street lights on both sides of the road, and the street lights fall, casting long shadows behind the two. Lu Sheng glanced at He Lingsu. Today, He Lingsu wore an off-shoulder evening dress. The weather this month was really hard for her, a second-level warrior, to be trembling in the cold wind. Lu Sheng simply took off his suit jacket and put it on He Lingsu's body. He Lingsu paused and said softly, "Thank you." Lu Sheng smiled and shook his head. "I am a level 8 master. I stand in the snow at -40 degrees Celsius without feeling cold for a day and a night. This is not a big deal to me. I'm not referring to clothes." He Lingsu glanced at him. Lu Sheng was stunned and nodded immediately. "Fine." He Lingsu showed a complicated look on his face and said softly, "You are right. False family affection has no meaning to me at all. My dad and I have been here like this for more than 20 years. In the next 20 years, 30 years, without her, we would still be able to live a good life. I was so stupid. This is He Lingsu I know." Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said to He Lingsu, "How is the plot I arranged for you today? Are you happy? Do you feel like being the protagonist?" He Lingsu gave him a blank look and muttered, "The protagonist is you, okay. I guess most of the Kyoto people in tomorrow will know that Lu Sheng, the general of the Eastern Military Region, has made a big fuss in the Qin family's birthday party. This is exactly what I want to achieve," Lu Sheng said softly. What did you say?
Healing Su didn't hear clearly.
Nothing.
Lu Sheng shook his head casually and said,
Actually, I am not like this usually. I have always been a very reasonable, humble, and low-key person. Today, I'm making an exception for you.
Healing Su rolled his eyes, took 2 steps forward quickly, and took an attitude that he didn't want to listen to him nonsense. Lu Sheng smiled and walked forward step by step in Healing Su's shadow. Gradually, the smile on his face slowly calmed down and his expression became solemn. From using one's body as bait to lure and kill the Black Demon Club, then projecting the will to kill Liansu, and then rushing thousands of miles to deliberately smash the Chen family's place, Lu Sheng thought that the plan he had made was perfect. Whether it is face or introspection, it has been considered in all aspects. The plan also implemented very smoothly. But I don't know why. Lu Sheng always felt a feeling of anxiety in his heart. It seems that some extremely important details have been ignored by me. He made a big mistake. But the 7 immortal cells on the forehead were quiet, and there was no warning. When he walked out of the Chen family manor, he also checked the information in the 10 resource library again, and there was no problem. But I just think something is wrong.
Hopefully, I just thought too much.
Lu Sheng shook his head, thought for a while, and shouted at Healing Su in front.
Healing Su, how about the next prescription? Real?
339. Test poison with your body and surpass the power of genetics. 4. The 2 were chatting, and a group of soldiers in the manor walked out, their steps neatly, and the alloy combat boots made a crisp sound when they stepped on the floor. Although there are not many people, they give people a sense of iron and bloody murder. Most people dare not get close to each other, even if they are seeing each other off. They just follow them from afar. The person in charge is Du Linjun, who has the 7-star eavesdrop. Seeing Du Linjun come out, Chen Jingnan and Jiang He hurriedly greeted him.
General Du, will the general stay for a while? The dinner has just begun. No, the military headquarters still has something to do.
Du Linjun shook his head, thought for a while, and explained to Chen Jingnan.
Mr. Chen, don't blame me for not standing up in time for today's affairs. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet Lu Zui here, and I was shocked. I dared to confirm it after carefully deciding.
Chen Jingnan waved his hand quickly.
General Du was joking. If you hadn't come forward today, my Chen family really wouldn't know what the situation would be like.
Although Chen Jingnan is a few years older than Du Linjun, he is just a master after all. The other party is also a military general, with a high position and a powerful position. Compared with the other party, the clan leader of his family is not a person on the same level. This time, I was able to invite Du Linjun over, but it was thanks to my old friend Jiang He. Du Linjun could explain a few words to him, which was already very considerate. Jiang He also said,
Thank you very much for General Du this time.
Du Linjun nodded and said with a careful look,
Before the military exercise, some things were still in the temporary confidential stage, and I can't reveal too much to you. I can only tell you that Zhualu's strength is far beyond your imagination. Now, many people are optimistic about the military headquarters. Zhualu will be in the future.
Du Linjun glanced at Jiang He and said meaningfully,
Maybe he is comparable to the one behind Mr. Jiang.
Maybe the one who is comparable to Mr. Jiang. When Du Linjun said this, Jiang He's body trembled violently, and Chen Jingnan next to him showed a shocked expression on his face. Jiang He is the vice president of the 030th General Association of Kyoto Martial Arts Association. Who can stand behind him? Of course, he is the current president of the Martial Arts Association, and one of the 3 martial arts saints in the Dragon Kingdom. Du Linjun means that Lu Sheng is very likely to reach the 9th level martial saint realm in the future? And it is not the kind of exaggerated rumor. It is indeed favored by many military leaders. His Qin Jingnan couldn't help but sucked in the cold air, and waves of vibration appeared on his face. He originally thought that he had overestimated Lu Sheng's identity, but now he realized that Lu Sheng's true background is far more powerful and exaggerated than he imagined. In time, if it really is like Du Linjun said, then the Qin family doesn't have to live anymore. Even if Lu Sheng had forgotten what happened today, there would naturally be countless fans rushing to pounce on him and crush the Qin family's little insect that once dared to have an unhappy relationship with the martial saint. And if the Qin family could hand over Lu Sheng in advance. Qin Jingnan instantly remembered the child of the Qin family, who had been following Lu Sheng before.
Now, make up for it, and work well, there may not be no chance.
Thinking of this, Qin Jingnan couldn't help but become anxious and excited.
Okay, that's all I have to say, I'll leave first.
Du Linjun put on his military cap and said hello and walked out. Qin Jingnan hurriedly followed quickly.
I'll send General Du.
Only Jiang He was left standing there. Jiang He's mind was still echoing what Du Linjun just said. He really couldn't imagine how the young man who had just revealed his strengths reached the current level in a short period of time. It's simply shocking.
Anyway, you have to tell the martial saint to know. Maybe the martial saint has already known.
Jiang He shook his head and disappeared into the night, not even greeting anyone. Lu Sheng and Yiling Su broke up at the door of the hotel where she was staying. Before leaving, Lu Sheng gave Yiling Su the formula of
level 4 golden ambergris.
On the one hand, Lingsheng Pharmaceutical has developed to the present, and it really needs a real high-end product to support the scene, demonstrating the company's strength and heritage. On the other hand, Yiling Su chose to stand on his side without hesitation when Lu Sheng became the target of public criticism today, which also proved his loyalty. Remember the last one who used a similar method to win Lu Sheng's trust, or when Lu Sheng fought against the crowd at the freshman conference, Lin Zai's calves were trembling. He dared to stand in front of Lu Sheng and shouted at the freshman's thorns.
I'll fuck your whole family.
It is truly the highlight of his life. Thinking of Lin Zai, Lu Sheng considered that he should also meet a few old friends in the next few days. Half a year in the military region seemed to be longer than in several years in other places, and Lu Sheng missed them a little. After contacting the military headquarters for a little while, a special person immediately came to take Lu Sheng to a high-end hotel designated by the military headquarters. It doesn't matter whether Lu Sheng was good or bad. After checking in, he took a shower first, lay on the bed, and reached out to take out the
Saint of the Saint
he had obtained from Li Dai before. A small bottle of things similar to Fenglu. During this period, Lu Sheng turned to the battlefield and had no private space, so he had never carefully studied this thing.
A super potion that can even kill a level 9 martial saint.
Lu Sheng was quite curious. In fact, he searched for information about
the saint's sorrow
in the dream space, and the results he got were quite surprising. This poison is really amazing. Even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, it can still cause great lethality to the top martial arts powerhouses. There were even incidents of level 10 strongmen being poisoned, which caused a sensation. Lu Sheng stared at the wind oil in his hand for a long time, and finally couldn't help but feel curious, and a crazy idea came up.
Or try.
If you can't even stand the poison of the level 9 martial saint, if you can withstand it yourself, is it more awesome than the level 9 martial saint? Moreover, Lu Sheng was really curious. How did this poison, DBFH, kill the martial saint?
Not to mention the 9th level martial saint, the body of the 7th level master is enough to be immune to more than 99% of the poison in the world. Drinking Paragrax as water is not something you can say casually.
The immunity, cell activity, and metabolism speed of hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary people. the general poison may be metabolized before it has been exerted. Even if you perform successfully, the damage caused by the Master Warrior can quickly complete self-healing with the super strong body of the Master Warrior. As introduced in the 10 resource library, this toxin extracted from the body of a strange beast above level 9 involves much deeper than the genetic level. What is deeper than the genetic level? Lu Sheng didn't know either. It is said that it will cause permanent damage, but sooner or later, all the cells in my body will be replaced with immortal cells, and it doesn't matter. And there is also the Star Immortal Body bonus. Of course, Lu Sheng is not stupid either. After trying it, he couldn't drink all the bottle of Fengyu oil. Take a little bit, 10,000, or even 100,000, and just feel it. Dilute it first. Lu Sheng poured a cup of water with a hotel teacup, then opened the lid of the fume oil essence, took a trace of dark green liquid with his mental power, and gently threw it into the water cup. The dark green venom is completely integrated into the water, and it becomes colorless and has no smell. Lu Sheng tried to pick up the whole bottle of Fengyu essence and pour it into his mouth. As a result, the 7 immortal cells on the forehead did not react at all. Very strange. It's colorless and tasteless. The mental power exploration cannot find any clues. Even the warrior's instincts do not respond. No wonder even the martial saint can be hit. With a special mood, Lu Sheng drank all the water mixed with the saint's sorrow in his hand. After 340, rules killing, another ultimate path 1. The poison that Lu Sheng just took was pitifully low, and perhaps he could not get the full picture of the saint's sorrow. Lu Sheng thought about it, gritted his teeth, and used his mental power to get a whole drop of saint's sorrow. He pointed to a knife, controlled his muscles, cut a hole in the palm of his left hand, and then carefully dripped the dark green liquid in. It's probably enough now. Although it is only a small drop, it is worth hundreds of millions. A whole drop of the saint's sorrow entered the body, which was indeed much stronger than the previous effect. Lu Sheng instantly felt that his whole left arm was hot quickly, as red as a soldering iron. When it came into contact with the air, it made a hissing sound. The severe pain of swords, and swords came from the palm of his palm. Lu Sheng frowned slightly, ignored it, and continued to stare at his palm. He saw that the wound in the palm of his left hand was constantly closing, and was constantly being stretched open by another force. There seemed to be granulation on the inside of the wound to grow, but it was curved again and again. This process lasted for a while, with two forces tug-of-war, and the battle situation became more and more intense. Lu Sheng began to see brilliant golden lines on his left arm. It is not his meridian, but some kind of pattern root system that grows in flesh and blood and bones. When the Star Immortal Body was born, Lu Sheng discovered that some of them were similar to the Tao pattern, described in fantasy novels, but in fact they are traces after the aggregation of cosmic energy and arranged in an orderly manner. There is no response or even no trace of it. Now he was forced out and began to join the battlefield in his palm. After the star pattern joined the battlefield, Lu Sheng's own genetic power immediately gained the upper hand. The power of the Saint's sorrow is constantly suppressed, and the wound in the palm of his hand is about to heal. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly made a crazy decision. He wants to intervene in the battle and help Saints win this battle. The huge mental power and martial will control the flesh and blood cells in the arms and inhibit the surge of their own power. The Saint's sorrow has a chance to breathe. The wound in the palm of the left hand cracked again, and the subcutaneous granulation surged. Lu Sheng watched helplessly as his fair and smooth skin became thick and thick, and the cortex quickly hardened, forming obvious keratin and floating, gradually turning into dark green scales. In the end, a coin-sized eyeball even grew from the palm of Lu Sheng's left hand. It suddenly grew out, staring at Lu Sheng straight at him and stared at him. Lu Sheng can also see things through this eye. This feeling of looking at me is quite wonderful, as if I have been schizophrenia. At this time, Lu Sheng's left palm had completely become inhuman. 5 fingers are thick and long, each finger has more than 5 knuckles, and the nails are sharp, like cold weapons. There is a pitch-black eyeball on the palm of his hand, and dark green scales are covered with the back of his hand, which looks extremely weird and scaly. But it gives people a sense of explosive power. There is a clear dividing line between the wrist and palm. The dividing line between man and demon. The alienated cells in the palm tried to continue to infect the remaining cells of Lu Sheng's body, but were tightly resisted by the power of the star immortal body, and could only hold a position in the palm. Swish. Lu Sheng waved the palm gently. Right ahead of him, the marble T platform several meters away from him was silently cut into several sections, and collapsed with a boom. Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly changed. Tuk. A knock on the door immediately sounded. Lu Sheng walked over and opened the door. The officer guarding the door saluted him and asked, "Chief Yu?" Lu Sheng hid the alienated demon hand behind him, and said as usual,
"It's okay if you accidentally break something. Do we need to replace it for you?" "Tomorrow." "Yes."
Close the door. Lu Sheng looked at his alienated demon hand again, his eyes full of amazement.
"Horrible destructive power.
Even in some aspects, it is stronger than the immortal body of the star." Lu Sheng used his mental power to explore the cell composition of this alienated palm. He saw black cells full of destructive and destructive.
"It seems to be somewhat similar to immortal cells."
Lu Sheng's eyes lit up.
"It's just that immortal cells pursue ultimate perfection, immortality. And this black cell is following the path of extreme destruction and destruction."
It can be understood as 2 branches on a skill tree, the same cells, different extreme evolution routes, and the final endpoints reached are also completely different.
But they are all existences far beyond the level of ordinary human cells. No wonder the strange beasts are so powerful.
However, although it is somewhat similar to immortal cells, the gap between alienated palm cells and Lu Sheng's immortal cells is still too big. After all, immortal cells were born from a single transformation billions of times, and if they were alienated into a whole palm, the power of
Saint of Saints
was greatly diminished, and the number of transformations was estimated to be not even 1,000,000 times. At this time, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in Lu Sheng's mind.
"Yes, if I invest all this alienated gene energy in one cell and let it transform into billions of times, can it give birth to another extreme cell at the same level as immortal cells?"
Once this idea emerges, inspiration comes out like a volcano erupts. All kinds of wonderful ideas collided in Lu Sheng's mind. He thought that if this idea was feasible, the drawbacks of physical alienation might be solved. While exploring another extreme, it can retain the form of a normal person. Lu Sheng was very excited. This excitement even infected the eyes in the palm of your hand. The eyeballs were also so happy that they turned happily. But just as Lu Sheng was preparing to conduct the experiment, a severe pain suddenly came from his left palm. The pain was almost unbearable even his will, and he almost fainted.
"Damn it!"
Lu Sheng held his left wrist tightly, and looked at his left palm. I saw that the left palm, which was just full of luster and explosive power, was shrinking rapidly, rotting and collapsed. A strong look of horror and despair appeared in the eyes in the palm of his palm, and he begged Lu Sheng frantically. This kind of pain, fear, despair, and complex emotions of begging filled Lu Sheng's heart, making him almost unable to distinguish between reality and illusion for a moment. He extended his mental power. I saw that the alienated cells in the left palm were dying quickly one after another. Aging, dying, and withering in a very short time.
How could it be?
Lu Sheng was shocked and suspicious.
It was obviously full of vitality before, and the lifespan of cells at this level could not be so short.
Just like immortal cells, their vitality is more than billions of times that of ordinary cells. 0 Please flowers. Although alienated cells are not as good as immortal cells, it is impossible for them to wither in such a short time. Don't say that the other extreme is to sacrifice cell lifespan for more powerful destructive and destructiveness. If this is true, the strange beasts in the cave would not be still alive now. The vitality of the strange beast is even stronger than that of the warriors of the same level.
What the hell is that?
Lu Sheng couldn't understand. His mind quickly turned, and in the process, he watched his left palm continue to decline. The eyes in the palm of the palm change from clear to turbid, then to aging, and finally rot and become suppurated. Finally, Lu Sheng found the answer. His eyes flashed slightly, and the 7 immortal cells at the center of his eyebrows emitted a divine glow. The immortal body of the star on the wrist quickly extended to the left palm and regained the dominance. With the help of the divine glory and the division and proliferation of its own cells, the decaying left palm is revived. Once again it became full, rosy, strong and energetic. But the traces of alienation have completely disappeared. Lu Sheng's left palm changed back to his original left palm. The freshman's palms are whiter and weaker than the rest of the body, but they will soon return to normal. Lu Sheng slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and thoughtfully read out the answer he found. Rule 341. The God of the world, mortal, stop. It turns out that I, Zhao Ji, once had it. 2. Lu Sheng subconsciously shattered the blood pill. In an instant, blood and blood surged out, like a craziest wave of sea waves eroding the whole body. Under such erosion, the star patterns rooted in the flesh and blood of Lu Sheng grow rapidly. Every time Lu Sheng breaks the pill, Lu Sheng's star immortal body can make a great progress. I don't know what level I will grow to in the end. Soon Lu Sheng felt the strength that had been greatly increased again, and his expression was a little confused and stunned.
Where did that energy come from just now?
Actually, you don't have to think about it. If it is not the sacred sage, what else will it be?
Although alienated cells are wiped out by the power of rules, the vitality energy they contain still exists. That's why this kind of feeding back happens.
Lu Sheng thought for a moment and instantly figured out everything. Then it seemed like a new continent appeared in front of me.
Then I can use this method to practice with the Saint Sorrow.
Lu Sheng has the immortal body of the star and immortal cells, and the recovery and regeneration ability of the martial body is dozens, or even hundreds of times that of ordinary warriors. The physical trauma left by the
Saint of Saints
was nothing to him. It only consumed some of the physical strength and energy.
A drop of the energy of the Saint Sorrow can give birth to an immortal cell. This small bottle of the Saint Sorrow has more than 15 drops.
Lu Sheng's eyes shone. He only now realized that the biggest gain of his own series of plans to kill the Dark Club and kill Rensu was actually this little bottle of erection. Sheng Lu did not delay, and directly used his mental power to remove a drop of the Saint Sorrow. It was still the palm of his left hand, and he put this drop of the Saint Sorrow in it with ease. The results obtained by similar processes are different. This time, Lu Sheng's left palm was alienated into a dark red, with 5 fingers and curved sickle-like appearance, looking like the claws of a demon in the anime.
It seems that the effect of each alienation is different. We can use this to test it out and figure out the possibility of individual cells being alienated to the extreme.
Although he knew the existence of the power of rules, Lu Sheng did not give up. Rule? Isn't the rules just for breaking them? Will the rules take effect on you? That only proves you are not strong enough. As the highest altitude peak in Longwa, Tianshan Mountain attracted countless extreme sports enthusiasts and mountaineering enthusiasts to flock before the first year of martial arts. After the rise of martial arts, there were more warriors who came to challenge them. At this time, 2 men in mountaineering suits had just climbed to the top of Tian Shan Mountain, standing at the peak, overlooking the snow under their feet, and the sea of clouds churned in the distance. Although there is no sun or moon facing this magnificent scenery, there is an inexplicable passion surging, and my heart is filled with excitement. At this time, a wind blew. One of the 2 climbers saw the sea of clouds surging ahead, gradually revealing the outline of a mountain. That mountain was like a sharp sword that penetrated the sky, much higher than the peak they are now trampled on, and the worldly recognized as the peak. There is a vast sea of clouds in the middle, and the birds are extinct, hazy, as if they are not in reality.
It turns out that the rumors of Tianwai Peak on the top of Tianshan Mountain are true.
A strong-looking mountaineer looked at the mountain peak that was floating into the clouds in the distance and said,
"The place we are stepping on now is not the real peak at all. There is the real peak."
The companion used his hand as an umbrella, put it on his eyes, and looked at it for a while, and smiled and said,
"Did you know that everyone who has climbed the Tianshan Mountains once know it? There is a Tianqi on Tianwai Peak, and the god who lives by the Tianqi Lake is the world. Mortals, stop. The god of the human world, mortals, stop."
The climber opened his eyes wide, as if he had thought of something from this, and he couldn't believe it.
"Can it be that one of the 3 adults in our dragon kingdom?"
The companion raised his fingers, gently placed them on his lips, and let out a shhh, then nodded and said,
"It's good that you know. Don't tell the name of that adult."
The climber nodded, but his face showed many emotions. In the era of the great rise of martial arts, many deeds that could only exist in legends before are now reflected in reality from fantasy. He lives on the top of the Tianshan Mountains all year round, accompanying the heaven, earth, natural universe, overlooking the countless beings under his feet, and is respected and worshipped by countless people. It is indeed an existence like a god in the world. It is impossible for ordinary people to guess. The 2 climbers didn't know that in the direction where their eyes were, on the peak of Tianwai covered by layers of clouds. At this time, 4 figures were climbing upwards at a rapid speed. These 4 people have a blood like a 1,000-degree furnace, and their bodies are like big birds flying in the air. Occasionally, I will take advantage of the force on the ice rock cliffs. The most amazing thing is that the 4 of them carried a golden and red coffin on their shoulders. The lid of the coffin is made of crystal, and you can clearly see a beautiful woman in big red brocade lying on it. His eyes were closed, his lips were slightly pursed, and he lay quietly in the coffin, as if he was asleep. 4 people carried the coffin and soared up. The cold wind and blizzards raging around Tianwai Peak could not have any effect on them. I don't know how long it took, but the 4 of them reached the top and finally arrived at Tianwai Peak. Compared with the harsh environment before, the top of this peak is extremely calm. In the layers of clouds, the golden sunlight projected down without any obstacles and fell on a thick piece of qin shui who had accumulated for countless years. There is also a small pool in the middle. The surface of the pool is almost completely frozen, and it looks like a perfect mirror in the sun, reflecting the color of the sky. This place looks like a real fairyland. 4 figures, including men and women, carried the coffin and walked step by step to the edge of Tianqi. They gently lowered the coffin on their shoulders, and a middle-aged man in the lead stepped forward and shouted softly at the pool,
"Sir!"
In the ethereal mountain top, the sound seemed so clear, as if a stone was thrown from a calm water surface. Not long. Strange things happened. I saw that on the smooth mirror-like water surface of Tianqi, golden sunlight quickly gathered, condensing a clear golden human form. The human form appeared, and the 4 men and women immediately showed extremely respectful expressions on their faces and fell to the ground with one knee.
The body of the fifth lady is brought.
The man in charge spoke in a low voice. When the golden human figure heard this, he slowly walked out of the water. A semi-vague golden human figure appeared in the air, and his face was hard to see clearly, so he could only vaguely distinguish the outlines of his limbs and body. But this is also magical enough. If someone is present, he will be so shocked that he will fall to his knees and shout that the spirit is obvious. The four men and women were not surprised, but just pressed their heads lower. The golden humanoid walked to the coffin and stretched out one hand to grab the sleeping woman inside the coffin. His arms directly penetrated the crystal cover on the coffin without any obstacles, and gently touched the woman's beautiful cheek.
Do you know how she died?
The golden human figure spoke lightly, and the sound was clear, with a bit of ethereal feeling. The leading man said,
I was broken by someone and died. Why?
The man in charge hesitated for a moment, and then said what Lien Su did during his lifetime one by one in great detail. After saying that, he heard the golden humanoid sigh softly. The golden human-shaped gaze fell on the woman in the coffin and sighed softly.
That's what she deserves to die.
The man in charge said quickly.
The man Mrs. Su was targeting was thousands of miles away when Mrs. Su died. It probably wasn't his own hands. But Mrs. Su's death is definitely unrelated to him.
The golden human figure pulled the corners of his mouth, not knowing whether it was mocking or contempt. But he ignored it and just said casually,
Since everyone is dead, then let it go.
The man in the 342, falling on the shore of Ninghai at the age of
23. Brother Saint, tell me quickly, what does the underground cave battlefield look like?
In a small milk tea shop, Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe and Yang Yuan were sitting opposite each other and chatting. After experiencing the excitement of meeting, Lin Zhe pulled Lu Sheng and asked non-stop. After not seeing each other for half a year, Lin Zhe became much darker, and became taller and stronger. It can be seen that he had worked hard in martial arts in the past 6 months. Yang Yuan has not changed much, but her dress has changed a little, and she looks more like a college student. The one who changes the most is Lu Sheng. When we first met, whether it was Lin Zhe or Yang Yuan, or I didn't dare to admit it. Faced with Lin Zhe's various strange questions, Lu Sheng occasionally replied a few words, while Yang Yuan did not say a word, holding a cup of milk tea, and sat quietly beside Lu Sheng, listening to the two of them chatting. Time flies fast. Prepare for a point in Linza.
Never mind.
Lu Sheng glanced at the time on the wall of the milk tea shop and suggested,
Go to have a meal. Good.
Lin Zhe immediately stood up and volunteered.
I know there is a barbecue restaurant which tastes very good.
Lu Sheng looked at Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan naturally had no objection. So the three of them walked out of the milk tea shop, and Lin Zhe took out his cell phone to call a taxi. The taxi in the university town is quite easy to use, and the car arrived in a short while.
I'll sit in front.
As soon as the car stopped, Lin Zhe immediately rushed into the passenger seat of 01, then shook his eyes and said,
Brother Sheng, please sit in the back with your sister-in-law.
The sister-in-law made Yang Yuan's pretty face turn red, but she didn't say anything. She opened the door of the back seat and took the lead in. Lu Sheng shook his head. He was a little worried about how to deal with Yang Yuan's affairs. Isn't Lin Zhe causing trouble? Just as he was thinking, Lu Sheng was about to get on the bus. But when my hand just touched the car door and one foot was about to get into the car, sudden, it seemed that an invisible lightning struck Lu Sheng, and his body trembled slightly invisibly. Lu Sheng's actions were frozen for a long time. The taxi driver was impatient when he was so long that he turned around and asked,
Young man, are you going to get there?
There was an inexplicable light in Lu Sheng's eyes, and then he quickly calmed down. He took a step back and closed the car door casually.
Saint brother?
Lin Zhe and Yang Yuan both looked at him with surprise, wondering what was going on. Didn't you just agree to go for dinner together?
Suddenly I remembered that there was something that needed to be dealt with quickly. You two can go and eat. I'll look for you again.
Lu Sheng explained briefly, and then turned around and walked in one direction without waiting for the two of them to react.
Saint brother! Saint brother!
By the time Lin Zhe and Yang Yuan chased from the car, Lu Sheng's figure had completely disappeared.
Hey, it's hard to have a meal with Brother Sheng now.
Lin Zhe couldn't help but sigh.
I miss the days when I was having dinner together in the Shengwu cafeteria.
Yang Yuan looked at the direction where Lu Sheng's back disappeared, dazed, and didn't know what he was thinking. Lu Sheng walks on the bustling streets of Kyoto. His speed was extremely fast, and the pedestrians on both sides and the tall buildings were tugging into blurred shadows. He crossed the road, and the vehicles were running around him, without whistling, without surprise, and no one even saw his presence. Lu Sheng walked faster and faster, gradually leaving the downtown behind. He came to a location close to the suburbs, slowed down and walked into a park. Lu Sheng quickly walked through the lawn and artificial lake, and walked straight into the grove deep in the park. There was a young couple sitting in the woods chatting. Lu Sheng walked inside, and walked to a secluded corner deep in the woods, sitting down under the poplar trees surrounded by people. At this time, the expression on Lu Sheng's face became solemn. At the temple of the seal hall on his eyebrows, 13 immortal cells were shaking violently. It was like the 13-wheeled little sun, flashing rapidly and brightly. An unprecedented sense of crisis, like a dangerous omen, like a sword coming, repeatedly hitting Lu Sheng's mind. And there is a tendency to be intensified.
Why? What happened?
Lu Sheng closed his eyes, and entered the dream space, with a heart full of doubt. Familiar dream space scene. 7 or 8 blocks away from Wuguan Street, Lu Sheng found the light brain he had here, and then called out his personal information. Soon, Lu Sheng's personal information was presented to him. Only, the information has been changed. The photos displayed on his profile are almost exactly the same as what he looks like now. His eyes are deep, his facial features are handsome, and he is as young and sharp as a cold knife. There is also a light green stubble on the lips and chin. The personal profile photos of the Tinder resource library are basically selected from recent photos of the character before his death. I remember the last time when Lu Sheng checked the information, he saw his old and clean appearance. Now, it has become so young. Doesn't it mean? Lu Sheng's eyes moved down. The text on the information jumped out one by one. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Life, martial arts month. Lifespan, martial arts month. When Lu Sheng saw this line of words, his pupils shrank violently. Born in martial arts month. And this year, it's martial arts. Today is also January 2nd of the 317th year of martial arts.
That is...
Lu Sheng was stunned and said to himself,
I will die this month.
Lu Sheng seemed to be hit hard by something, and his body, which was more solid than the rock, shook slightly. He once thought that his will was already indestructible and unshakable. But at the moment when I learned that my death was approaching, I still inevitably had a moment of trance. But soon Lu Sheng got rid of the emotion that he couldn't tell what it felt, and returned to calm.
At least, I have to know how I died,
he said calmly, and continued to look down. My life experience is not much different from what he saw last time. It's just a little richer. Since he joined the military region, he has had various tough results. Logically speaking, if this trend continues to develop, it will inevitably usher in a more brilliant and legendary future. But the legend just started, and came to an abrupt end. In Ninghai in the central area, He was killed by the Jidao Marshal Saint Zhao Ji at the age of 20. Enjoy the new year. 20. The last end means that Lu Sheng's life has completely ended.
Are he really the extreme martial saint?
Although I had already guessed something in my heart, I couldn't help but feel excited when I saw the final answer.
Why?
A trace of confusion arose in Lu Sheng's eyes. He had clearly thought it very carefully. I think everything is in my control.
The extreme martial saint is only a level 9 martial saint, not a level 10, and cannot cover the sky with one hand. Why did you still attack me even though you knew I would be protected by the military, and there was no evidence on the surface that I killed Lian Su? Is this woman Lian Su really so important to him?
That.
Which link has made a mistake?
Lu Sheng's level 8 mental power, brain domain development is more than 100 times that of ordinary people, and his intelligence is close to the demon. And there is also a clear state. He felt that he had already taken all aspects into account and controlled the situation and psychology in all aspects. It seems like a bold behavior. It seems like the decision to dance with a sharp sword. In fact, if you don't say you have 100% certainty, you can get at least 90% of them. But now, Lu Sheng lost everything. For a moment, he couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. In my mind, the gray roulette representing the master Lu Sheng Shirquan was slowly vibrating, and there seemed to be a series of invisible cracks appearing on it. Lu Sheng exits the dream space. But he didn't have the intention of getting up at all. He was still sitting under the poplar tree, his eyes drooping. 343. The truth? A fooled butterfly. 4. Halfway through, the man suddenly stopped.
I breathe. This person is still alive.
As you get closer, you can clearly see that the young man sitting under the tree was breathing in his mouth and nose.
Why have you been sitting here for several days? I guess I was stimulated. Love breaking up or something. Can you even break a heart when you look like this?
Although the young man lowered his head halfway, the woman could still see his amazing appearance. The man glared at the woman with annoyance, thought about it, and in the spirit of humanitarian care, he went forward to ask 2 steps.
Brother, what's wrong with you?
This sentence seems to awaken the sleeping young man. He gradually woke up and slowly looked up. The two saw an extremely young and handsome face, and a pair of confused eyes. Junwei's young man's eyes fell on the two of them, and gradually became focused.
It's nothing. I'm thinking about something, but I haven't figured it out.
Junwei's young man's voice was a bit dull and hard, perhaps because he had not eaten or spoke for too long.
Good guy, I couldn't figure it out after thinking for 3 days.
The man smacked his lips, touched his pocket, took out a box of cigarettes, and handed it to Junwei young man.
If you don't mind, tell me what's wrong?
As he said that, the man handed the woman a look. The latter was reluctant, and walked to the side, and left the space for the two of them. Junwei young man took the cigarette, but did not lit it. He was silent for a while and said,
There is one thing I think I have planned very well, and I am sure to win and even. I have repeatedly verified it with the most authoritative institutions several times. As a result, something unexpected happened. The result was very different from what I expected. I think what's the matter?
The man lit a cigarette, took a sip, and smiled.
You said it was an accident. Since it was an accident, it was normal. But I have verified it with the authority, and the authority told me that there will be no accident. That only means that the authority you are looking for is not authoritative enough. Maybe it's even a liar.
The man replied casually. This sentence made the young man Junwei stunned.
Not authoritative enough, I'm a liar.
These two sentences seemed like a flash of lightning flashing through his mind, illuminating many details that he had once ignored in an instant.
As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 things that are not satisfactory in life.
The man held a cigarette in his mouth and wanted to reach out and pat the young man on the shoulder. He reached halfway through his hand, but he couldn't help but retract it.
Sometimes, why do you think so much? If you fall, you get up, and if you fail, you start over. It's a very simple thing. There's no need to be too complicated. You are right, because I think too much every time, because I am smart.
Junwei's young man's eyes gradually lit up, and there seemed to be drastic changes in it. The leaves and dust on his body fell down thinly, and he stood up from under the tree. The whole forest seemed to have light. In just a few breaths, the young man under the tree completely completed a gorgeous transformation. It was like a diamond buried in the soil, wiping away the soil and dust stained on the body, and becoming brighter again. This magical change stunned the man, with a cigarette in his mouth, standing there stupidly, forgetting his words.
Thank you.
Junwei young man smiled at the man, and then his whole body melted into the light like a bubble. Pooh! The man's mouth was wide open, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Looking back, he faced his girlfriend's equally terrifying and shocking face. The two looked at each other.
Damn it! I'm scared in broad daylight? Hello, Chief.
When he walked into the hotel, the officer guarding the hotel door immediately stood up and said hello to Lu Xingxing. Then quickly report.
The military department cannot contact you. I want you to go to the Central Military Region to report as soon as possible before the day after tomorrow. Okay, I get it.
Lu Sheng nodded, walked into the elevator with a calm expression and went upstairs. Entering the hotel room, Lu Sheng took out his cell phone to check the missed calls and unread information accumulated in the past 3 days. The main thing is the phone number from the Eastern Military Region. I guess I can't find myself in 3 days, so I'm a little anxious. But now that I show up, there is no need to go back. Then, there was a call from several important people. Lu Sheng picked the most important call back.
Lu Sheng.
Dong Qingshua's familiar and slightly cold voice came from the other side of the phone, as if it was accompanied by a slight relaxed sound.
Sorry, I encountered something and didn't receive the call.
Lu Sheng explained.
Dong
Qingxue responded softly, and then said,
Uncle and Aunt are living a good life here, and have a great time having fun. Has your affairs been completely solved?
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he nodded with a smile.
It has been solved. That's good.
Dong Qingxue didn't know what Lu Sheng was doing during this trip, but judging from the recent days, the Eastern Military Region has become more and more respectful to Lu Sheng's parents and family. What Lu Sheng should have done should be a big thing, and should have succeeded. Since the matter has been resolved, there is no need for her to ask again. Dong Qingxue has never been a curious person.
I may not be able to come here for the whole army to exercise this time. It's okay, just help me take good care of my parents.
Lu Sheng paused and said confidently,
You can handle it yourself.
Dong Qingxue didn't hear the strangeness in Lu Sheng's words, but replied,
Then that's it, I'll die first. Goodbye.
Lu Sheng hung up the phone and held his cell phone to chat with his parents Lu Qinghe and the other two in the family group. Seeing them praising Dong Qingxue's goodness, they were quite satisfied with the life of the Eastern Military Region, especially Lu Qinghe, who was a little overjoyed. Lu Sheng couldn't help but curl up a little. My parents should have known that Lu Sheng represented the Eastern Military Region to participate in the military exercises, so they did not urge him to come back. Instead, they made him relax and perform well. Lu Sheng replied,
I understand.
Then exit the chat. After staring at the family photo on the mobile phone wallpaper, Lu Sheng turned off his phone and sat calmly on the chair.
I was wrong.
Lu Sheng spoke to himself. At this moment, the confusion and hesitation in his eyes disappeared, and all that was left was calm and reflection.
I don't know when my thinking started to deviate.
Lu Sheng remembered his original self. The mind is pure, and the thoughts are pure. One thing that is to become stronger. When encountering the difficult obstacles on the road ahead, just hit it with one punch. If it is broken, it will continue to move forward. If it is broken, it will continue to blow until it is broken. Now, he doesn't know that his brain domain is constantly developing, his intelligence is improving, and his omniscient and omnipotent state of the martial god, and his hiding world is like observing the palm lines. The way he handles things has become more and more complicated, and he is increasingly dependent on wisdom. Not your own fist.
Maybe it was the time when I killed Yin Jibei and his son that I tasted the sweetness of planning and began to go astray. Until now, it's deep in the mud.
Lu Sheng looked down at his hands.
Sometimes, it's better to be more reckless.
This is a problem with Lu Sheng himself. And then, the problem with dream space. Two rays of light burst out from Lu Sheng's eyes, and his expression suddenly became cold and fierce.
I am too superstitious about the future shown in the dream space, and I have never thought about it carefully. Does this future really exist?
A big uproar. Lu Sheng rose from his last moments and went to this height now. Dream space is his greatest reliance. It is no exaggeration to say that if there was no dream space, now Lu Sheng should still be a confused ordinary person, or staying in a bad martial arts university, living a life like a salted fish. Maybe like Lu Qiming, joining the army, the future is uncertain. It can be said that the dream space created everything about Lu Sheng. It gave him strong capital, and 344, level 9 martial saint. It may not be impossible to try to kill and kill. 1. The most powerful person in the world cannot lift himself up by pinching the back of his neck. Gods can create the world, but cannot create a god as great as he himself.
So no matter how powerful the algorithm in dream space is, it cannot calculate the huge and complex itself into the algorithm. If you do that, it may lead to the self-destruction of the entire dream space.
Lu Sheng remembered when he had just come into contact with the dream space. At that time, his future did not include the factor of dream space. It's precisely because this is a rule. So I have never thought about the reasons.
Of course, it may also be because of the timeline. The timeline I am currently in and the established timeline have some unpredictable variables, which leads to a completely different future direction. But if you explain it in a timeline, that dream space is too great, and it can capture the direction of different timelines at any time.
2 guesses. It is really too easy to verify which one is. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, and soon entered the dream space. In the dream space, Lu Sheng opened his light brain and issued instructions.
Retrieve Lingji Zhuangxue decoction, Yaoji Dan and Jean Ambergris latest prescriptions.
These 3 prescriptions are the only move Lu Sheng has made so far, the biggest change in the progress of this world. The result of the call appears soon. In addition to Lingji's Wangshu decoction, Yangji Dan and Jinenberg prescription both show insufficient permissions. Lu Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth and said nothing. Take your head down and check this newly modified prescription carefully. Lingji Zhuangxue decoction was taken after he stepped into martial arts.
The prescription that was not originally ranked has reached level 5 now. The effect is more than 1,000 times that of the original version.
But the entire prescription has become unrecognizable, and many unfamiliar ingredients have appeared and replaced. Lu Sheng picked an unknown component called Laning Saosu, and input it into the optical brain, but the result was,
theory exists, not in the present.
What's the meaning? It means that this kind of drug component only exists theoretically, is fictional, imaginary, and is in this world. To be precise, it is not available on this planet at all. Even the name is fake.
Does I want me to walk out of this star and go to the universe to search for it?
Lu Sheng showed a little speechlessness on his face. The prescription in front of him can be said to be priceless, but it can also be said to be worthless.
Very good, very beautiful, very. It's a pity that it's an attic.
Lu Sheng casually cut the prescription away with a calm expression. There is no need to continue. The answer is about to come out.
Actually, what I should have thought of is...
Lu Sheng glanced around, looked at the dilapidated and devastated street, and smiled with a self-deprecating smile.
Although it is only 3 prescriptions, it will have a certain impact on the next 10,000 years. It is impossible that the fate of the people in the entire base number 1359 has not changed at all. It turned out to be what it was, but now it is still what it is. The most ridiculous thing is...
Lu Sheng casually flipped through the current affairs news in the Fire Resource Library. The news date clearly showed that the 3 prescriptions he lost in martial arts for 300 years have won nearly 100 years of rest for the future martial arts civilization.
The time difference in the past 100 years has not changed even every grass, wood, brick and tile.
Lu Sheng shook his head.
I'm such a fool. This kind of a scam full of holes has only seen the truth until now.
Maybe it's because it's dark under the light, and it's because it's too trusting in the dream space. Lu Sheng stood up and jumped into the sky. Under the influence of mental power, he soared straight up. It rises all the way to a height that is enough to overlook the entire base number 1359. He has never seen the full view of base number 1359 from such an angle. Looking from top to bottom, the entire number 1359 is like an oversized, irregularly shaped giant bowl. The edges of the bowl are covered with notches and cracks. The bowl was filled with decay and silence. Lu Sheng's eyes were confused, like a lost wanderer.
That is, this is a future that cannot be saved at all. No matter what I do, how I do. This world. All have already died.
Lu Sheng suddenly felt a sense of air in his heart. This feeling is like... A group of scarred people came to a teenager and told him,
"Only you can save us, you are our savior."
They were willing to train this young man at all costs, and acted as if they had placed all hope on him. The boy also felt at ease about all this. Just like the group of people told him, "It doesn't matter, everything can be changed, as long as you become stronger, everything we lose can be retrieved." They handed all themselves to the teenager without reservation and died one by one in the ashes. The boy is growing rapidly and becoming stronger. When the young man consciously has enough ability, he can start to prepare for his mission as savior. Then I suddenly discovered. All of this turned out to be just a clumsy and kind lie. He is not the savior. He is just a seed. A seed of luck. That's it.
The Tender Plan. Is this the real meaning of the Tender Plan?
Lu Sheng slowly fell from the air, his expression a little bit muffled. He is no longer a savior. No need to bear a heavy mission. But he was not happy at all.
What exactly is the dream space? It's just a computer with storage and powerful deduction functions.
Lu Sheng didn't know. He looked up at the sky above his head. His eyes seemed to see the place behind him through the layers of gray sky.
Is there a starry sky behind it? Will there be another, a broken and silent planet like Wanyan martial arts?
Lu Sheng revealed the dream space. But there seemed to be more mysteries under the veil.
It is still necessary to continuously improve permissions so that more truth can be discovered.
After vaguely guessing part of the truth in the dream space, Lu Sheng lost only the sense of mission and responsibility he has always shouldered. The functions of Dream Space and Tender Resource Library have not been lost. In a sense, it even strengthened. Understand more deeply, so you can use it better.
A variety of prescriptions and exercises can still be optimized and deduced in a span of 10,000 years. I don't have to be too cautious when I'm afraid of changing the future as before, but I'm too careful. The life experience shown in the Tinder resource library is still of great reference value, and, after the word
future
is not bound by.
Lu Sheng stretched out his body.
I feel so relaxed.
At this time, Lu Sheng looked at the future, described in his personal information, and his heart was no longer fluctuating. Killed by the Jidao martial saint on the shore of Minghai? At the age of 20?
Stop kidding.
Lu Sheng shook his head, gently pointed his eyebrows, and chose to exit the dream space.
I am a man destined to be the god of martial arts. How could he die so easily? The extreme martial saint? What's that? Boom!
In my mind, the originally dim gray roulette with cracks appeared. All the cracks on it disappeared in an instant. The entire gray roulette rotates rapidly, and dozens of master's wheels on the roulette shine brightly, making the entire roulette look colorful and shining. In the hotel room, Lu Sheng, who was sitting on a chair, woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes clear and clear. Not only that, the whole person's temperament shows a feeling of being washed away and refreshed. The martial arts will that had been shaken by it had become stronger and stronger at this time.
Dream space is probably a parallel world similar to the development trajectory of my world. Although it turns out that there is no same timeline, some aspects are the same. They are all crises facing civilization by practicing martial arts. From the same world, it comes from a strange beast.
In other words, if the world's martial arts civilization does not develop well, it may end up like a dream space in the future. Therefore, the sense of responsibility on Lu Sheng's shoulders is still heavy.
This is a bit far away, so I'd better think about how to solve it.
3:45. The whole army exercises martial arts, and all the stars enter the venue. 2. Above the blue sea, the azure sky spreads out like a big curtain, the flocky-shaped flowing clouds are like summer, and the sea breeze blows the waves.
Dada dada.
An armed helicopter appeared on the curtain. Then, the fighter plane soars in the sky, like a rebellious eagle. Battleships sailed out like arrows breaking through water. There are also small white sailboats, dense but neat and orderly. On each sailboat is a strong naval man with a high spirit. The military competition in the entire military region of Longhua, a grand event, is slowly beginning. This martial arts performance uses more than tens of thousands of drones and underwater cameras, supplemented by satellite surveillance, and achieves almost all-round surveillance broadcasts without blind spots. Above the waves of Minghai, several super-large broadcast screens have been set up. Through the large screen, the scenery tens of hundreds of kilometers away can be seen clearly and slightly. In the era of the rise of martial arts, technology has begun to play a role in the years and years. Suddenly, white waves rose on the sea's surface, and dozens of figures came from the waves in the southern waters. The aura of these dozens of figures was extremely powerful. The chi and blood were like a furnace, and the essence and smoke came straight into the sky, and the wind could not dissipate. The waves evaporated into white mist beside them. Their feet were sinking below the water surface, and their bodies were driven by inexplicable momentum, and moved forward rapidly. The group of people was led by a young man wearing a blue combat suit and holding a light golden halberd. The white waves under his feet surged more than 10 meters above sea level, extending to both sides to dozens of meters. The whole person rushed over on this amazing white wave wall, revealing his handsome appearance and slender and well-proportioned figure, just like the legendary sea patrol Yikshaw in ancient times.
I am a general of the southern military region. On one of the most massive and advanced warships on the sea, someone recognized the identity of the young man.
Li Yao ranked on the general star list. On the deck, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform sighed. This battleship almost brings together 1/4 of the big-name figures in the entire Dragon area. Standing at the forefront, 5 military marshals stood with their hands behind their backs. The one click behind is more than 10 military generals. There are many generals and stars behind them, which can be said to be a gathering of stars. The star group of military generals from the southern military region appeared, and the marshals of the southern military region and several generals all showed faint smiles on their faces. The military headquarters are integrated, but there is still a certain competitive relationship between the major military regions. The stronger and brave the generals in their own military region are, the more glorious they are in their face. The appearance of the southern military patrol Yao was like a fuse, and then a torpedo exploded in the northern waters. More than a dozen figures of human beings were as sharp as dragons, breaking through the water, causing huge waves dozens of meters high. The leader was a man over 2 meters tall, and had dark skin all over his body. He stepped on the water surface, and exploded balls of white waves on the sea surface, as fierce as a ferocious black shark that broke through the waves and penetrated the water.
Northern Military Region General Star.
There are also extraordinary figures in the western waters. As a woman, half of her body hangs under the sea, like a sharp blade, cutting the sea flat and breaking through the waves. The appearance of each General Star Group member will cause the naval athletes on the sea to roar like a tsunami. In the era of the rise of martial arts, the style of scientific and technological arms gradually faded, and the heroic posture of personal martial arts can actually arouse fanatic worship. Just as the generals of several military regions were competing for their magnificence, fighter planes passed by in the sky. More than a dozen figures fell from the sky. These figures burst out with brilliant white light in the air, like meteorites falling from the sky. With a boom sound, it hit the sea level in the middle. The sea level suddenly sank, and unparalleled waves were ripped out around it. The generals who appeared in Fong Qian at this time burst into strong splendor in their eyes, and they took a step forward suddenly, and there was also an unparalleled qi, force field and momentum rising on their bodies. The momentum that burst out from them turned into an invisible huge force, pressing back the huge waves that rushed from the middle. This is true for all three parties. The scene was like a big hand formed by three parties, trying to press down the wind and waves that broke out in the middle. But the next breath,
boom!
A huge and invisible pillar of air surged into the sky. This air column cannot be seen by the naked eye, but it can capture traces at its edge. Among the white waves, there is only a calm wave in the air column, like an absolutely vacuum area. Even when the sunlight shines in, it shows a slightly distorted visual effect. This is the effect that can only be shown if the martial arts spirit is so powerful that it is extremely amazing. All the generals of the three military regions changed their faces. They clearly felt that there seemed to be a terrible force in the center that was about to break free and could not control it. He simply took a few steps back and dissipated all the auras around him. The invisible air column was no longer bound, and a bang exploded completely.
Boom, 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 boom.
The central waters present a downward giant bowl-shaped depression. At the edge of the giant bowl, violent force stirred up waves dozens of meters high, and the stars and navy around retreated one after another. When the wind and waves gradually subside, everyone saw a vast and boundless body walking out of the waves step by step in the air. A young man with short hair like a needle, and a face like a knife, and a knife cutting an axe. The young man is 1.9 meters tall, has an ancient bronze skin, and his eyes are as bright as stars. In every move, he exuded a powerful aura of domineering and arrogant look down on the world. When the generals of the three military headquarters saw the appearance of this figure, their pupils contracted slightly, and their faces were calm. And those onlookers, when they saw this person, they all burst into almost fanatical cheers. The sound of mountains and tsunamis gathers into a word on the sea.
Eastern Emperor.
The Eastern Emperor defeated the sky in the East. Central Military Region. More than one general is comparable to a general.
Is this person Dong Patian?
On the highest warship, many generals were also staring at the young man who appeared out of nowhere.
He should already have the qualifications and combat power of a general, right?
0 please flowers 0. Someone asked, but several generals from the Central Military Region laughed and said nothing. Dong Patian's strong appearance seemed to show his identity as the Star Emperor, which shocked countless people and pushed the atmosphere of the entire military exercise to a new. Suddenly, a general on the deck spoke in confusion.
All 4 generals appear. Why don't you see the generals in the East? The Eastern General Star has already appeared, but the momentum is not obvious.
Someone replied casually.
Indeed, there is a missing one top General Star in the East who can be the leader. The General Star who is just the leader is slightly inferior. I heard that there was a genius of Liang in the East. Why can't I see it today? Maybe it has appeared, we just didn't pay attention.
The generals were talking softly, and the voices were heard, which came into the ears of several generals and marshals in the East.
Why didn't Lu Sheng come?
The marshal of the Eastern Military Region looked slightly dark, and he turned his head and whispered to ask Yu Xinghai behind him. Yu Xinghai smiled bitterly and replied,
I don't know. I arrived at the military headquarters a few days ago, and then hid in the room and went into seclusion. I don't know how to send someone to disturb me, so I can only let him go. I never thought that even the whole army would not have such a big deal of martial arts exercises. In retreat?
The marshal of the Eastern Military Region thought for a while and said,
Then let him go, don't disturb him.
The news of Lu Sheng running for 8,000 miles, 346, the breath of water, 18 immortals. 3. In the past few days, Lu Sheng has called almost all the resources he can call. Borrowing Yu Xinghai's power, a large number of level 8 heteromyeloid fluids were recruited in the Central Military Region. After practicing without sleep, in just a few days, the number of immortal cells of Lu Sheng increased by 4 more.
Although there is a gap with a predetermined goal, at least there is still time, and I can continue to do it during martial arts.
There are still more than 10 bottles of level 8 different marrow fluid left. After all absorption, the number of immortal cells should be increased to 20. The main reason is that immortal cells always like to grab food. Every time a new compatriot appears later, they will come up to collect a wave of entry fees. Such rules have led to the increasing amount of energy required for every immortal cell born in Lu Sheng. Of course, there are benefits. The color of the new immortal cell is light golden, and this guy is brilliantly golden, made of pure gold, completely resolutely positioned the boss. The immortal cells lined up behind it gradually faded.
Even so, the future predicted by the Tender Resource Library has changed.
Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. Before coming to participate in the martial arts performance, he took a look at the personal information in the Tender Resource Library and the future trajectory. After the number of his immortal cells reached 17, the original
Yuninghai Jibin was killed by the martial saint of overcoming martial arts at the age of 20.
Has been transformed into seriously injured and escaped. Resurrection 3 years later, challenged the Jidao, and killed the Jidao martial saint on the holy mountain. The name is Tenquan, under the sky. Return to the earliest future trajectory.
So isn't life just coming out like this?
But Lu Sheng looked up at the blue sky, and a stir in his heart arose.
Seriously injured and escaped. This future is not what I want.
Lu Sheng sighed softly and lowered his head. At this time, the 5 military regions generals entered the venue. This military exercise of the entire Long Kingdom has officially begun.
This military exercise will be based on merits as the final accounting standard.
A general-level figure from the Central Military Region took a step forward, and the vigorous voice spread all around, echoing like thunder on the sea.
In the process of martial arts, all generals and stars can attack each other, and the loser loses half of his merits, and the winner. Don't kill anyone. No. Violators will be immediately disqualified from performing martial arts, and will be subject to corresponding military penalties. The performance of Wuzong lasted for 3 days. Now!
The central general paused and said majestic,
Please perform the martial arts star. Please perform the star in martial arts.
On the sea, countless naval athletes chanted in unison. Although there was no fighting drum beat, there were many warships and artillery fires. The huge momentum vibrates the sea and cleanses the sky. Members of the General Star cluster of the 5 major military regions stood up in this vast momentum and ran towards the sea abyss cave in front of them. All drones and underwater cameras have begun to operate, spreading throughout the sea. The whole army exercises martial arts. The rules are very simple. Kill strange beasts and fight against colleagues. The military exercises in the entire military region. The 5 military regions' generals were like dragons entering the sea, and the sky was the first torpedo to be hit hard, like a large torpedo. The generals and stars of the Eastern Military Region were originally planning to follow Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng disappeared in a flash and entered the water quietly. The sea water exceeded Lu Sheng's head, but it was isolated by an invisible layer of force a few meters away from the whole body. That is the role of the Master's power field. This is basically the case with all the stars entering the water. Lu Sheng wore a special underwater combat suit today, with the inner wheel knife installed in the scabbard and carrying it behind his back. The outer wheel knife was broken into thousands of small pieces, packed in many pockets all over the body, and it was also close to the outside of the skin. 12 bottles of level 8 alien marrow fluid were tightly tied around Lu Sheng's waist like a grenade. Lu Sheng came down, and was not fighting for martial arts. Lu Sheng couldn't stop diving, his mental power dispersed in the water, and he could clearly detect the positions of the stars. In the abyss, the generals and stars who emitted a bulk force field were as conspicuous as light bulbs in the dark. All 60 or 70 light bulbs dive quickly in one direction. After diving for thousands of meters, a large area of darkness suddenly emerged in the sea. Black shadows rush out from the darkness, quickly attacking the generals. Lu Sheng was following the large army at the beginning, but then he quietly left the team alone. He shook off the underwater camera that had been following behind his butt, and even the Grandmaster's force field was restrained. The surging sea water sticks to the skin, bringing a slight cold feeling.
Natural respiration method
operates. Lu Sheng initially used internal breathing, but not long after. All the pores in his body opened, and a steady stream of fresh oxygen was infused into his pores.
Water breathing method.
Lu Sheng's eyes lit up slightly, but he was not surprised. He had long understood the breath of ice, and now it is natural to quickly understand the breath of water. The 3rd level of emptiness and brightness. Entering the 3rd level of Kongming state, Lu Sheng's elemental control ability level immediately reached 2 levels. The breath of water that had just realized immediately soared to a new height, and even more wonderful changes took place.
Underwater breathing is easier in freehand, the pressure brought by sea water is almost gone, and you even have the ability to control the water flow.
Lu Sheng tried it a little, and it felt quite good. Underwater combat is a difficult task even for top generals and stars. The crack in the cave deep in the abyss is already several thousand meters underwater when you walk to the crack. If you go deeper, you can reach a depth of 10,000 meters.
Before the rise of martial arts, the ultimate diving depth of humanity's top submarine was only more than 10,000 meters. With a depth of more than 10,000 meters, the hydrostatic pressure will exceed 1 ton.
For top generals with a combat power of more than 10 or 20 stars, a ton of pressure is really nothing. But this is a ton of pressure in the water, with no blind spots in all directions, and it is still always there.
If there is no master's power field, even the 8th level Grandmaster will not last long in the water, let alone fighting.
Moreover, due to the pressure under the sea, the strange beasts in Hyuan Cave are generally stronger than those of the same level as those in the surface caves. His own strength was greatly weakened, and his opponent's strength was greatly enhanced. As one drops and one rises, you can imagine how difficult it is to perform martial arts throughout the military this time.
It will be much better after mastering the breathing of water. I guess even if I dive to a depth of 10,000 meters, my strength will not have a great impact.
Lu Sheng thought, like a slender black fish, swimming flexibly to a coral reef outside the crack of the Hyuan Cave. There are dozens of top generals who help him attract hatred, and this place is relatively safe. Lu Sheng swept his mental power briefly, swam to a coral bush, and suddenly reached out to grab it inside. Grab a smooth, thick and long tentacle and pull it out hard. A super large octopus that was more than 10 meters long was pulled out of the coral cave by Lu Sheng. This octopus looks particularly ugly, and has many deformed parts of its body. It is estimated that it has eaten too much blood and flesh of the alien beasts near the cave, and has been alienated by the alien beast genes. The ugly octopus had more than a dozen tentacles dancing wildly, opening its mouth, revealing a bit of black and fine teeth, and was about to bite Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng had no expression on his face, and his right hand shook slightly. In the 4th level of martial arts, the terrifying shock force followed the tentacle in his hand, and instantly spread throughout the ugly octopus. The huge octopus suddenly felt like it was electric. 347. First and last, heartbeat deep in the C4. In the Ninghai Sea, several helicopters landed, data, and hovered above the sea. Figures jumped from the helicopter. Walking on the sea is like walking on the flat ground. After a few breaths, I went to a small island near the sea. The island is not big, there are no people, and there are coconut trees that can be seen sporadically. After the helicopter sent the people there, he quickly left, leaving only the people on the island. There are 32 people in total. Everyone has huge chi and blood, and the invisible force field is unfolding all over their body, and they are all the 7th level master. Among them, the 4 people were like human-shaped fires, or small nuclear reactors. Just standing on the shore, there will be almost endless heat waves discharged from the whole body. In this small area where the 4 people stood, even the waves could not be approached. The sea breeze brings tides, which retreats dozens of meters away from the 4 people, forming a strange protruding and dry area on the wet coastline. It's amazing and terrifying. One of the 4 had an ordinary figure, and a middle-aged man who looked like an old farmer. He glanced at the 28 people behind him, counted the number of people, and said lightly,
"Let's wait."
The 28 masters, or sects, nodded silently and sat down on the spot without any disdain for the sand, soil, and gravel on the ground. The 4 of them stood on the edge of the coastline, looking at the endless sea in front of them, and communicating casually.
"But just one general star, why do we need to go all out to the 4 symbols of the Great Tao and the 28 constellations? The adults are a little tired and mobilize. 0.03.
A tall and toned young man among the 4 said. The young man's appearance is not prominent, but his eyebrows are several times thicker than ordinary people, and they fly slanted into his temples like a flying knife. The eyes are also extremely sharp and bright, as if there is a knife in your pupils.
Can fight the Dark Club alone. The only woman of the 4 spoke. Women have a good appearance, a light look, and a slightly thin lips often pursed, giving people a sense of perseverance.
The Dark Club. A middle-aged man standing on the north side, with a gentle look, a kind-hearted look, and a black Shongshan suit, showed a look of surprise on his face.
I had a fight with that crazy woman once, and she almost broke her defense. Still have some strength. The comprehensive combat power should be around 70 stars, which is equivalent to us. I heard that I am only 20 years old. I am really a peerless monster who has appeared in martial arts every 300 years.
The young man with thick eyebrows raised his two sharp eyebrows and sighed in surprise.
So this time we went out, not all for him. Mainly the Provincial Army.
The old farmer-like man said lightly.
It's easy to kill a Lu Sheng, but there are too many experts in the military.
The three of them nodded slightly, and a little solemn expression appeared on their faces. Although the military headquarters does not have a sea god, there are many mainstays. If the 5 marshals, dozens of generals, and some veteran masters hidden in the military headquarters gather together, they may even have to give in to the martial saint. No matter how powerful the martial saint is, it is impossible to kill all the military masters. Even the real god of humanity cannot stand in the air, and there are always roots that take root in the land under your feet.
The military headquarters has been thinking about cultivating a real level 9 strongman for more than 200 years. This son is so talented and well off. If we want to kill him, the military will probably do whatever it takes to protect him.
The honest man on the north side said worriedly. The old farmer said,
Don't worry. We just need to surround Lu Sheng. The pressure on the military headquarters will naturally be blocked by adults. Sir, too?
The old farmer looked at the sea level in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and whispered.
The military headquarters has been looking forward to a 9th-level martial saint for more than 200 years. The adults lost their beloved son in that battle. I wanted to continue the bloodline, but I had been waiting for more than 100 years. If you don't know, it's fine. The hope I saw was extinguished. Even the martial saint on earth, he will get angry with the devil.
The old farmer sighed softly by the sea breeze, and the 3 people beside him were all silent. In the Ninghai, on the sea in the middle, countless warships and sailing ships surrounded. An alloy martial arts arena covering an area of thousands of square meters not far from the general stars entering the water was quickly built. At this time, there were 5 generals and officers at the level of the master, and officers competed with each other. The top general star performs military general for 3 days. Although the process is monitored by satellite and underwater cameras in real time, the real thing that determines the final martial arts performance will still have to wait until 3 days later. Haiyuan Cave is dangerous enough. If you still have to be careful of your robes, it will lose the true meaning of martial arts. It is an illegal military exercise rule, and at worst it will be taken to the military court. The competition for merits still has to be carried out on the water. The stage has been set up. During this gap, some ordinary generals and officers under the generals will perform martial arts. Just be the appetizer for the final martial arts show. The ring was very lively, but many people's eyes were mainly focused on the large screen in the air. The most common ones on the big screen are a tall and majestic body. He held a long alloy sword in his hand, and even if the master's power field was more than 10,000 meters under the water, he could still stretch out more than 1 meter of waterless space around him. With a single sword, you can shoot dozens or even hundreds of meters in the water. Cut out vacuum knife marks. This alone is beyond the rest of the generals and stars. On the real-time merit statistics ranking next to the large screen, this figure that is as sharp as a dragon is also ranked among the top. East to the sky, merits, 1.58 million. The number of more than 1 million is seen, so many military generals are pounding their eyes. It took more than 1 million achievements to enter the underground cave this time. Even if the alien beasts in Haiyuan Cave are more meritorious than alien beasts of the same level, they are amazing enough.
How many strange beasts have to be killed in a short time? This Dong potion. I'm afraid it already has the combat power of a real general.
Some people kept making marvelous sounds. It's no wonder they are like this. Real-time merit statistics list, ranking, and this gap continues to magnify.
He dived deeper than others, was under greater pressure, and encountered stronger strange beasts, but he killed faster, which was incredible. The gap between the other people and Dong Patian is just like the difference between the kitchen knife and the battle knife. The most important thing is, Dong Potion seems to be less than 50 years old this year.
Thinking of this, many people have complex expressions on their faces. A general under 50 years old. It's really amazing. Even in the history of the entire military headquarters of the Long Kingdom, there have not been many. Just as the generals were talking to Dong Patian, suddenly someone pointed to a name on the list of meritorious deeds and made a surprising sound.
Hey, this general star in the Eastern Military Region. Why hasn't he changed his merit value from the beginning to now? It's always 0.
It is also eye-catching with Dong Potion's name. The real-time merit list. Lu Sheng, merit value, 0.
I remember this name. It is the Genius General Star of the Eastern Military Region, and it ranks on the General Star list.
I haven't seen Jiang Xing when he entered the venue before. Could it be that he didn't come? Impossible. How can you make it to the list without a name? Call out his communication watch monitoring.
Yes. Soon, an absolute dimness appeared on the big screen. It was barely recognizable that there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the water, his eyes closed. Now many generals and the war zone commanders' faces became strange.
He is resting?
Many eyes 660 were cast to the seats, where the generals and marshals of the East
248. Wake up, break the water, and come out. 1. Bang. Another sound that sounded like a heartbeat. This time, Dong Patian saw it very clearly. The sound is indeed coming from the direction of the coral reef.
Yes.
It's for viewing. Water patterns that are difficult to catch on the naked eye are heard from the coral reef, indicating the location where the heartbeat sounds come.
What?
Dong Potion's eyes flashed for a moment. He temporarily put down his thoughts of going out immediately, and began to walk step by step towards the coral reef. As he kept getting closer, the rhythmic heartbeat became more and more obvious. Bang, bang. Once again, the ripples in the water under the sea became more and more obvious. It spreads rapidly around. The ripples of water flowed through, and some swimming fish immediately stopped moving, and then silently burst into bloody fireworks. Blood attracts more underwater creatures, and then more blood flowers bloom silently. This scene seemed particularly strange on the dim seabed. If ordinary people see it, they will probably be scared to their faces pale. Dong Patian didn't care, because he is Dong Patian. Central Generals.
After today, we will be the generals of the entire military headquarters. Dong Potion has absolutely strong self-confidence. But I have to say that Dong Patian was also a little uncomfortable when this heartbeat sounded. Dong Patian suddenly remembered an ancient martial art that he had read in ancient books. It is said that you can use the sound and rhythm of the heartbeat to hurt or even knock the opponent's heart, killing the enemy invisibly. But this requires the user, martial body, chi and blood, martial arts realm, to be at one or even several levels higher than the opponent. When Dong Patian saw this martial arts, he looked down upon it and felt that he was extremely useless. Since you have strong opponents in all aspects at several levels, why should you be so troublesome? It is not much more enjoyable to just take action to erase them. He was surprised to see someone using this skill in the depths of this abyss.
It's not necessarily a human. No, it's absolutely impossible.
Dong Patian reached out and gently pressed his heart, and said with a firm look,
except for the 9th level martial saint, who can surpass me in terms of martial body and chi and blood. Will the martial saint hide in this dark sea abyss cave? Of course not. I guess it was some terrible beast, or maybe it was something else. Dong Patian took a deep breath, contracted the force field around his body, barely suppressing the rhythm of his heart. He slowly clenched the alloy sword in his hand and adjusted his whole body to the extreme. Step by step, unswervingly walked towards the coral reef. The dim and dull seabed, the outlines of the chaotic coral reefs, looked like a dormant beast. A strange heartbeat kept ringing, and ripples scattered. It seemed to be indicating that the giant beast was slowly awakening from its sleep. Dong Potion finally approached the coral reef group. Following the diffuse patterns of water waves, he found the source of the heartbeat. It was a black entrance to the cave. Even the eyesight of the top sect of Dong Potion could only vaguely see a huge black shadow lying inside. Is it a strange beast under the sea? This thought came to Dong Potion's mind, and the black shadow rushed out in a flash. His eyebrows raised slightly, and the long alloy knife in his hand slashed out like lightning. Pure white sword light is like a waterfall. This knife seemed to be slashed on a piece of tofu and cut it effortlessly. A large mass of dirty blood scattered in front of him, and the ugly octopus covered in tentacles struggled to die. So easy? Dong Patian was stunned for a moment, and soon realized that he had made a mistake. The heartbeat is still there, and it seems heavier and jumps faster. 2 rays of light burst out from Dong Potion's eyes, and a trace of hostility flashed across his face. I want to see what is it, hiding here for trouble. Dong Potion's body was filled with energy, and his whole body seemed to turn into a burning white fire meteor, jumping into the cave. The alloyed long knife opens the circuit. The white light of the chi illuminates everything in the cave. There is nothing strange about it. Only in the depths of the cave, there seems to be a human-like shadow sitting quietly cross-legged. And those heartbeats came from the figure. There are water ripples everywhere in the cave. Finished. Dong Potion's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached, wanting to see more clearly. Just as Dong Potion approaches the figure and the fiery energy is about to illuminate the entire figure. In the dark cave learning corridor, a pair of brilliant golden eyes suddenly opened. Swish. In an instant, the entire cave's science seemed to turn into daylight, as if infinite light was radiating from the figure. Dong Potion's pupils suddenly shrank, and a handsome and cold face reflected in his eyes, which seemed to have a familiar young face. He still has no time to do anything. The young man in front of him had already appeared in front of him like a ghost, staring at him coldly. His neck was pinched with a strong force. Then the next second, boom! The coral reef exploded, and a figure was tying his back, and he was choked and rose rapidly towards the sea level. Boom! On the calm sea level, a figure suddenly broke out from the water. The loud noise attracted the attention of countless people, and they looked towards the sea. The stars are out. Boom! 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 Soon, more and more agile bodies broke out from the water under the sea. Each of them is a top general in major military regions, with a well-proportioned figure and extraordinary momentum. They each walked out of the sea with cold weapons in their hands, and a strong body of water vapor and murderous aura. The soldiers and generals watching were all excited. Someone started shouting, "This is a celebration of the warrior's return, and also a demonstration of the arrival of the real martial arts show." East Patian. A handsome young man holding a long halberd looked at the large screen in the distance, the conspicuous name at the top of the list of meritorious deeds. His face was ugly and mixed with a little shock. The other generals are almost the same. After coming out of Haiyuan Cave, everyone's. The name of Dong Potion. East possessed the sky, merit value, 7.5 million. 7.5 million. Compare rankings. Damn, this guy is still human?
A general who participated in the martial arts performance cursed.
We are not as good as his digits. Damn, there are any merit values of 0?
Suddenly, a general star pointed at the list of meritorious deeds and shouted. The others' eyes moved down and fell on a name, and they were immediately happy.
Good guy, that's true. Reciprocal. Many people heard the conversation between the stars being broadcast. A rather strange look appeared on his face, which was a kind of expression of trying hard to hold back his smile. Many people turned their attention to the generals and the commanders of the war zone in the Eastern Military Region. I really slept for 3 days. These 3 days count down. Out of the spirit of humanitarian care, the large screen has to cut the other person's picture several times a day. As a result, every time I am sleeping with my eyes closed, or I may be practicing. Anyway, I haven't moved it. If the communication watch hadn't shown that the other party's live signal was still there, people outside would have been afraid that he would have died. The faces of the Eastern Military Region were quite ugly. The Marshal of the Eastern Military Region was slightly better, but his face looked a little gloomy. Lu Sheng's talent and strength are beyond doubt, but he originally hoped that Lu Sheng would make him look better in the Eastern Military Region in this military exercise. As a result, this kid, Jing, was busy embarrassing him. Yu Xinghai and others were almost speechless, and they really couldn't figure out what Lu Sheng wanted to do. As for the Eastern generals and other Eastern generals who participated in the martial arts performance, they all looked shocked, ashamed and puzzled. Lu Sheng is a recognized general in the Eastern Military Region. I thought he might hit this martial arts show. Unexpectedly, it reached the countdown. The joke about Lu Sheng soon passed by. 249. Star Vein Diagram. I want to break the altar and do something to attack the sky. 2.
In the process of martial arts, all generals and stars can attack each other, and the loser loses half of his merits, and the winner.
Before the martial arts exercise, the rules of martial arts exercise announced by the military headquarters still echoed in his ears. Dong Potion's merits were suddenly cut in half, and they were originally ranked last. The reason is about to come out. Lu Sheng and Dong Patian encountered underwater, and Lu Sheng defeated Dong Patian.
How is this possible?
Some people couldn't help but mutter to themselves. This sentence also expresses the voices of many people in the audience. The military general and commander on the deck of the highest battleship. The generals and stars standing on the alloy martial arts arena. His eyes were all staring at the list of merits on the big screen, looking at the name Lu Sheng, with an incredible look on his face. Only the generals and generals of the Eastern Military Region had their eyes lit up, and they were full of energy. In an instant, I felt like I could see the moon bright when I could protect the clouds. Here comes. Finally here. That's the rhythm. Their East District Liang. We are about to start exerting our strength.
I have objections.
Suddenly, a general from the Central Region stood up and spoke with a serious expression.
I question the rationality of this victory or defeat judgment. Address.
He is also a general in the Central Military Region.
Dong Potion's strength is obvious to all. I don't think that a person who hides in the abyss and sleeps for 3 days with his eyes closed can defeat Dong Patian.
The Central General was honest and said loudly,
I suspect that the judgment mechanism was wrong. I suggest waiting for Dong Patian and Lu Sheng to come out and do it again.
This person hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed, 157.
Look over there.
Everyone looked in the sound, and their faces suddenly showed a shock. I saw blue waves shaking at the sea level in the distance. A sea suddenly rose high, as if something huge was about to emerge from underneath. The next moment,
boom!
A huge water column more than 10 meters thick exploded from the seabed. The terrifying impact force caused stormy waves, and even the slightly closer marine alloy martial arts arena shook violently. Countless people changed their faces, and didn't know what happened. It was faintly vaguely, as if I saw a dark shadow flying up from the bottom of the water. Crazy. The huge waves caused by the terrible impact hit, and a heavy rain fell on the sea. Numerous drones flocked to gather. Soon, the heavy rain stopped. The sea area was shrouded in a layer of misty water vapor, and the sunlight shone directly, and 7 colors of rainbow light drooped. Everyone's eyes widened. Finally, see clearly. I saw it above the sea, among the mist and rainbows. A handsome young man hovered in the air. He pinched a tall man's neck with one hand, and held it in his hand casually, looking at this side, with a calm expression. Everyone's pupils shrank violently. The drone faithfully broadcast this scene to the huge screen in the air. Everyone can see clearly. The figure who was being held in his hand like a young man was squeezing his neck like a garbage. It was the central general, who appeared as a king, and looked down on the heroes before. Well, on the deck of the highest battleship, several central generals, who had just spoken up to raise objections, their eyes widened and their bodies couldn't help but take a fierce step forward. Click! The deck made of super alloy has been trampled into several pits. The same is true for the performances of the generals and stars who are on the martial arts arena, especially Liao Gaotianzong. These military generals from all parties, who regard Dong Patian as their biggest opponents. Dong Patian is known as the Eastern Emperor of the Central Military Region, but his light covers more than one central region. Dong Patian occupies the general star list. He was like a mountain, a dark cloud, covering Liao and others' heads and pressing on them. Let them grit their teeth and practice hard, and want to surpass them at all times. But it is such a brilliance, a legend, a mythical character. Now it is like a bag of garbage, and is being carried in my hands at will. A slender and powerful hand was pinching Dong Patian's neck tightly. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free even a little. This scene has an unparalleled impact on many people in the field. Boom! It seemed as if something was falling in their hearts. A god fell down. A new god is rising. 5 new immortals. They occupy Lu Sheng's limbs, and one in the heart. This was his sudden inspiration. He has been. But while practicing in the depths of the abyss, he suddenly thought of it. What would happen if immortal cells were moved to other parts of the body? The result surprised him. These immortal cells that enter different body parts greatly developed the potential of the immortal body of the star. The star patterns that had previously disappeared in the flesh and blood skeleton were awakened by the divine glow of immortal cells. With immortal cells as the node and the immortal cell cluster at the Yintang shrine as the center, a golden star vein diagram is constructed in Lu Sheng's body. When Lu Sheng takes action, this dazzling star map will light up. The 22 immortal cells were instilled with the power of the star's immortal body as the focus point, and burst out with a terrifying power that Lu Sheng could not have imagined before. I guess just one punch can easily reach more than 100 stars. This is a kind of improvement and optimization of the power system. The immortal cells that are born in the future will continue to embellish and perfect this star vein map. It's me who possesses treasures without knowing them. Immortal cells come from star immortal art. But the star immortal body is something that even Wang He, the founder of star immortal art, never possessed. There is no one to guide Lu Sheng in the road ahead, so he can only explore and study it silently. Now he has achieved some success, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment arises from the bottom of his heart. From now on, I have absolute confidence. With the same strength, the glory that star immortal art blooms in my hands will be more brilliant than Wang He. Lu Sheng's foundation of martial arts comes from the inheritance of the 3 11th level powerhouses. This inheritance is a great fortune and a great shackle. At this moment, Lu Sheng finally stepped out to get rid of the shackles, greeting and congratulating.
Based on the 3 major 11 levels, we will definitely transcend the 3 major 11 levels. This is the path I will take in the future.
Although this practice only added 5 immortal cells to him, the total number of immortal cells reached 22. But the benefits brought to Lu Sheng are unprecedented.
The predicted future has also changed again.
While he was tying Dong Potion and rising from the seabed for thousands of meters, Lu Sheng also entered the dream space.
Dong Patian?
Is there a sleep when you hit me? I looked at the future predicted by the Tinder Resource Library. Not much change. It can also be said that the change has been quite big. From being seriously injured to escaping from injury to escaping. One word is missing, but the meaning is very different.
It's a pity. This is not the future I want either.
Lu Sheng thought calmly, looked down at the man who had struggled hard under his palm for a long time, and suddenly a little surprise appeared on his face.
You are Dong Patian?
Lu Sheng blinked his eyes. When he broke through the barrier, he only knew that someone disturbed his practice, so he thought of teaching the other party a lesson. Unexpectedly, it was so coincidental that it was Dong Qingxua's brother Dong Patian.
Forget it. I've been fighting, but I can't be polite to meet him next time.
Looking at Dong Potion's eyes again, Lu Sheng felt a little guilty in his heart. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and simply pinched Dong Patian into his hand and fainted. Throw it forward casually.
Bang!
The tall and burly Dong Potion fell heavily on the alloy martial arts arena on the sea, and a slightly sunken mark was smashed on the table. The bang also made everyone's chests. 250. Raise the flag for Luzwa, the wind. Clear the field with one punch. 3. Lu Sheng was in the air between the mist, above the rainbow bridge, looking down at the 67 top generals and stars below. Under the blue sea and blue sky, warships are like forests. The dense white sails, and countless generals and soldiers did not make any sound. Everyone looked stunned, looking at the figure standing proudly between the sea and the sky, and wondering what words to express their inner thoughts at this moment. Someone stepped out and stepped heavily on the floor of the alloy martial arts platform, making a loud boom. Break this peace between heaven and earth. This is a handsome young man, with a slender figure and a long spear. He looked solemn, slowly raised the spear in his hand, and then thrust hard.
Boom!
The fiery white energy that was as bright as fire squirted out of his body, mixed with the essence and wolf smoke above his head, and rose to nearly 10 meters high. The handsome young man clenched his fist with his left hand, and pounded heavily on his right chest, making a muffled sound like a drum. He shouted with his arms raised.
Sun Huanyu, Eastern Military Region, raises the flag for Luzwa.
Sun Huanyu of the Eastern Military Region raised the flag for Luzwa. The surging sound echoed between the sea and the sky under the calm, and countless people's pupils shrank slightly. But they didn't wait for their reaction.
Boom! Boom!
On the alloy competition arena, 10 top generals and stars who participated in this martial arts performance took off together and walked forward. Everyone was like Sun Huanyu before, urging his own energy to the extreme and shouting,
Raise the flag for Luzwa! Raise the flag for Luzwa!
11 top generals. 11 faces with high spirits, full of admiration and almost fanatical faces. The sound of beating the chest is like a war drum, and the energy is intertwined like a battle flag that is frightened by the wind.
Raise the flag for Luzwa!
The majestic sound of the 11 top chunks rolled like thunder, echoing between the blue sea and the blue sky. Countless people looked moved and their eyes widened. shocked so much that I almost forgot my words. The next moment, a soldier on the white sail shouted, "Wind!" Immediately afterwards, more sounds rang. "Wind! Wind!" All the naval soldiers were excited and raised their arms and shouted, "Wind! Wind!" Countless sounds gathered together to form a sound like a tsunami. Wind! It seemed that strong winds really occurred on the sea. The winds and clouds were surging, and the sea waves were shaking. In a moment, the atmosphere of martial arts was directly pushed to an unprecedented. In the era of martial arts prosperity, there were bravest men of the three armies. We must treat each other with the highest military courtesy. 11 top generals from the eastern military region looked almost fanatical. They wantonly urged the blood and blood of their bodies, and the blood pills in their hearts and mouths rotated like flying, making the white chief flag more and more vigorous. They are top generals and stars, but at this time, they are willing to condescend to the soldiers in front of the Lu Sheng formation. I just want to vent all the grievances I had accumulated in my heart before and tell everyone. There is Li Yao in the southern military region, Gao Tianzong in the northern military region, and the Eastern Emperor Dongposhan in the central military region. Their eastern military region. There is also God, a god who conquered the entire eastern general star zone with his own strength. Now, he came, like a sun rising in the east, shading the stars. Liang in the East District. On the highest deck, the generals and war zone commanders were moved by the generals at this moment. The 5 military marshals sitting upright also shone in their eyes and stood up. Yu Xinghai stood behind the East District Marshal, his old face turned slightly red due to excitement. The majestic and extremely shocking scene in front of him reminded him of the scene when he was a general and participated in the military exercises. Lu Sheng is located in the center of the tsunami of the mountains and tsunami, surrounded by countless pairs of hot eyes. His mental power enveloped the audience, and he felt an inexplicable momentum between the sea and the sky gathered towards him like a wave, stacking layers. Under this momentum, the 22 immortal cells in the body were particularly active, emitting unprecedented golden light. Is this the so-called general trend? Lu Xing wanted to use the military generals to cultivate invincible momentum, and what he wanted was confidence, fearlessness, and an indomitable state of mind. Now, he felt the real benefits amid the shouts of countless soldiers raising flags. Lu Xing seemed to have grasped something, and he had many more insights in his heart. His eyes were shiny, and there was a strange light flowing. A voice that can only be heard by yourself is murmured. Xiao Ji, how do you think I can lose? Why can I lose? After saying that, Lu Sheng took a step forward. The whole person appeared in the alloy martial arts arena in an instant. In front of him, there were more than 50 top generals with a dazed look on their faces. Lu Sheng's eyes swept away. These top generals and stars who were inexplicably shocked woke up one by one, and their aura rose. Lu Sheng punched the 56 people in the direction. Inside the body, the newly formed Venn diagram of the star suddenly lit up, and a strange wave came out. The right fist that Lu Sheng blew emitted golden waves that could be seen with naked eyes, like substance. This wave of light seemed slow and fast, like the shape of water droplets falling from the eaves into the puddles, with a sense of peace and tranquility. As you move forward, the air is stacked by folds and twisted into shape. After the first rain fell into the pond, after just a few breaths, it is the stormy waves. The top generals and stars who were closest to Lu Sheng almost subconsciously raised their hands to resist. As they acted, the waves had quietly swept by. Several people flew backwards silently. The top generals later showed a look of horror on their faces, and the chi was induced to the extreme, lifting up the cold weapons in their hands. I want to resist the sweeping of this terrifying wave of light. But under the waves, brilliant sparks kept splashing from their cold weapons, making a harsh sound like the collision and friction of weapons. Then the cold weapon bent into a bow shape, and a huge force attacked. Then, like the previous few people, he flew backwards and coughed up blood in the middle. The remaining people on the competition stage looked moved and quickly retreated. But the more you retreat, the more the golden waves expand, and the great power contained on them continues to overlap. Like a solid golden ring, the edges of the ring are as sharp as a knife. Even the air is about to be cut open, an indescribable horror.
It's up to the top!
The kilometer platform retreated to the edge in a flash. There is no way to retreat, so I can only bite the bullet and go.
I don't believe you can be so strong.
Southern Military Region. A body of energy gathered on the long halberd, emitting a slight throbbing aura. He used a halberd as a knife and slashed hard towards the golden ring.
Clang!
The halberd rings confronted, making a crisp sound like a ring of pendant rings. Then the condensed energy on the long halberd was shattered layer by layer, and a look of disbelief appeared on Li Yao's handsome face.
How can this be? Puff!
0 please flowers. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by a ring and flew out wildly. 2 powerful auras that were almost inferior to him were burst out from both sides of Li Yao. But after the golden ring swept over, the 2 auras were broken in the waste and extinguished. Figures flew into the sea and fell to the sea. From Lu Sheng's punch to the golden waves sweeping. The whole process seemed long, but it only took several breaths. The huge competition platform was already empty. In addition to the generals of the Eastern Military Region, who cheered for Lu Sheng on banner, only Lu Sheng was left. Lu Sheng had already closed his fists and stood there, his expression calmly. If someone pays attention to it, 251. If I want him to die, he will die. The martial saint arrives 4. The general trend became even more obvious. Emptiness and brightness. Most of them were attributed to the 22 immortal cells in his body. The rest merges into the immortal body of the star. The blood pill in the heart and mouth absorbs the least amount, but it still grows rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye.
This is the power of humanity that affects the general trend of heaven and earth, and the feeding and gift of natural and cosmic energy.
Lu Sheng thought something. He glanced around and saw countless crazy and excited faces. At this time, he was in the real attention of everyone. It is these people's admiration that makes him the center of this blue sea and blue sky, and an existence like the protagonist. Let countless cosmic natural energy milk swallows return to their nests.
If I could always have this trend, be in the center of the world, and enjoy the indoctrination of this natural cosmic energy at all times, how terrifying would the progress of immortal cells be?
Lu Sheng's heart pounded, and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Then, I thought of it again.
The 3 9th-level martial saints in the Dragon Kingdom are always praised and worshipped by hundreds of millions of people. How much benefit should be obtained?
Lu Sheng suddenly realized. He is currently in the world of
373.
In the world that has been in the 300-year-old martial arts world, although the martial arts inheritance is not strong. But like Tan Zhongyu, Xiao Ji and others, their strength may not be much weaker than the level 9 martial arts saint who has been in the dream space world for 10,000 years. Because in this era, they are one of the few strong people standing at the top of the world. Just like the gods on earth, enjoying the general trend of civilization. After thinking about it this way, the strength of the extreme Dao martial saint may be above Lu Sheng's expectations. But Lu Sheng was not panicked and frightened, but became excited.
That's better. The opponent is not strong. How can I show that I am stronger? Only by achieving the ultimate adversity can I prove that I am stronger than people like Wang He and Duan Yifeng. Only then can I get rid of their shadows, break free from the shackles on my body, and completely walk out of my own way."
At this time, Lu Sheng's expression moved and he suddenly looked up and looked in a certain direction. He saw 32 figures coming through the waves, and a faint murderous intent lingered on each of his face. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. "Here comes. Good to come. The 4 symbols and 28 constellations of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall are all here, so Zhao Ji must be here." Lu Sheng's mental power radiated to the surroundings, sweeping through the sky and the ocean. He is looking for traces of the existence of the extreme Dao martial saint. He was extremely eager for this battle. He can't wait to try how hard the bones of the martial saint level powerhouse are.
"If you can kill a level 9 martial saint, then you must. It's so cool."
The 4 symbols of the Jidao walk on the sea, like walking on flat ground, with an astonishing speed, far exceeding an average water speedboat. The 28 constellations followed closely behind the 4 people, like shadows. There were many warships in the distance, and there were shouts of tsunamis roaring and thunder. Even if it was more than 10 kilometers away, you could feel the fanaticism that almost made the sea area boil. The young man with eyebrows narrowed his eyes, and stared in that direction for a while, and said in surprise,
"That boy seems to have just captured the entire military exercise of the military headquarters."
"With his strength, it's not difficult to do this,"
the woman with a firm face replied. The middle-aged man with a kind face looked slightly calmer, looking at the man in the head with an old farmer-like temperament.
"We will kill it under such circumstances, and maybe we will be attacked by the entire military. Just that's what it is."
The man who looked like an old farmer said lightly,
"Don't kill Lu Sheng when he was most radiant, and don't kill him when the military headquarters thought that there was the most hope of a level 9 strongman. How can we relieve the pain of adults' expectations for more than 100 years, and the pain of missing children?"
The 3 of them thought about it and nodded. At this time, more than a dozen drones and helicopters flew into the sky. There seems to be a gaze locking them. The old farmer glanced casually, disregarded his concern, and said lightly,
"Go, wait for the action, remember to fight quickly. Don't worry, Qilong. We 4 symbols join forces."
Behind him, the young man with a knife eyebrows grinned and stretched out a finger.
"Just 1 breath is enough."
The sound of mountains and thunder in the sea lasted for several minutes before gradually calming down. Countless eyes gathered on a figure, making its light shine like the scorching sun in the sky at noon. The 5 military marshals on the deck of the highest battleship were all glamorous. At this time, there is no longer a relationship of competition or not between major military regions. Military headquarters are integrated. Use dozens of top generals to become a level 9 martial saint. There is no more cost-effective deal in the world. At this time, someone hurriedly walked onto the deck and whispered a few words in the ear of a general. The general stepped forward, and the news was uploaded layer by layer. Soon, all the 5 military marshals showed surprise on their faces.
"The 4 symbols of the extreme path and the 28 constellations? What are they doing here?"
As the eyes of the 5 marshals flashed, 32 figures appeared on the sea surface. He walked towards this side at an astonishing speed. 32 level 7 masters and 8 level grand masters all appeared, and the scene was still spectacular. The attention of the soldiers and generals on the field was immediately attracted. Soon, 32 people appeared in the center of the sea. The leader is an old man with dark skin and thin and wrinkled hands and cheeks. If it weren't for the terrifying chi and blood emitted from his body, his extraordinary temperament, anyone who sees him at first glance will probably think that this is an old farmer who has just walked out of the field.
Qilong.
A military marshal took a step forward, squinted his eyes, and looked at the old farmer on the sea, and said,
"Today, our military headquarters will practice martial arts. What are the people from the Jidao Martial Arts Museum doing?
Jidao Qinglong had no expression on his face and said lightly,
We are here to take the head of the military demon star Lu Sheng.
The voice of the Jidao Qinglong was not loud, but it was easily spread on the sea surface and clearly entered the ears of almost everyone in this sea area. The sea surface is turbulent, but huge waves are stirring up in everyone's heart. Several people, including 5 military marshals, stepped forward and 2-foot-long splendors burst out from their eyes. Except for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's expression was as calm as before. He lowered his head slightly, and his mental power was walking through his whole body inch by inch, every inch of flesh and blood, every inch of meridians. He is searching. Find the perfect state that is best for killing.
Kill you 2 scumbags in Jidao Martial Arts Hall, and you're still willing to give up, right?
On the highest battleship, the spirit of the sky surged into the sky. That is the majesty of a martial-level strongman.
I really think there is no one in the military headquarters.
With the support of the huge military force, the momentum emitted by the 5 military marshals was constantly expanding zero. It even stirred up the wind and clouds, and even the sky was a little darker. The calm sea began to rise, as if it was about to start getting angry. Faced with this amazing power, Jidao Qinglong looked calm.
Wrong. If I only die in the Jidao Martial Arts Hall, I will naturally not pursue it. But this demon star, the wife of the martial saint, and the unborn descendants of the martial saint, then it will have to be paid for by humans' lives.
As soon as the Jidao Qinglong finished speaking, the people present showed a look of shock and expression on their faces, and they all looked at the figure. Kill the wife of the martial saint, the child of the martial saint. How brave do you have to dare to do such a sensational thing? True and false. Even the 5 military marshals showed a glimmer of surprise and frown.
352. I was so excited that my body couldn't stop trembling. Mowing the grass. 1. Before the first year of martial arts, science and technology flourished. At that time, it was the world of hot weapons. An ancient martial arts master with a high level of cultivation is amazing. He breaks big stones with his palms and walks through the eaves and walls. No matter how powerful it is, it cannot withstand a small bullet. Human beings advocate the power of science. Technology has helped mankind to accomplish many incredible great achievements, and to go to heaven and earth, which is something that humans cannot do with their own thinness. At that time, power was higher than boxing. But cracks appeared in the sky and the earth, and terrifying alien beasts appeared in this world, and the proud hot weapons of human beings gradually lost their effectiveness in front of alien beasts. The limits of human body are broken, and the development trajectory of civilization is shifted. Enter the temple. Fist is power. The powerful warriors continue to catch up with the height of technology, setting one feat after another that seemed incredible in the past. A powerful martial artsman guards a city, a state, a region, and even a country with one person's strength. They replace certain positions that were originally idols. Let people's respect and belief have a real and concrete goal. There are also people who have reached the extreme of martial arts, master all kinds of incredible magical powers, break everything, compete with the sky, reflect myths into reality, and become the true God who walks on earth. The God of the world in the new era is the martial saint. This is not an exaggeration. In fact, in many places in the world, the 9th-level martial saint, who is the national guardian god, will be invited to the temple, be worshipped by ordinary people, and worshipped by incense. Even within the group of warriors, the name of the martial saint is praised by millions of people. Like the sun and the moon in the sky, it is high above, and its light shines everywhere, guiding future generations to move forward. And now, on the coast of the Ninghai Sea of Long Kingdom, a martial arts saint, the god of the human world, has arrived. The power of the 9th level Martial Saint covers this vast sea area. The wind stops and the water stops, and the sea's surface is as calm as a mirror. All the lights in the world were attracted by the golden human form. He naturally became the center of heaven and earth. Countless soldiers and generals and officials knelt down involuntarily, like ordinary people kneeling in front of the statue of the temple, and worshipped. The marshals of the 5 military regions and many generals also slowly hit the ground with one knee. Lower your head and bow. But on his back, he seemed to be carrying a huge mountain of thousands of feet. Before, they could compete with Jidao Qinglong and never give in. Now, after the arrival of the Jidao Martial Saint, that breath was directly dispersed, swallowed back, and blocked in his chest. The closer the strength of martial arts is to that level, the more you can feel its majesty and terror. It's like the more you explore the starry sky, the more you are shocked by the vastness and breadth of the universe. The military headquarters can deal with the Martial Saint, fight for power, and even make the Martial Saint give in. But that depends on the general trend of the entire Dragon Kingdom and the entire nation. It depends on the overall focus. It does not mean that the military headquarters can really compete with the Martial Saint and bet a hand. This is like ordinary people can unscrupulously typing on the internet and squirting ZF on the keyboard. The crowd was infuriated and the public opinion was surging, and ZF could really give in and even bow his head. But you asked a senior official from ZF to find your house through the network cable to see how many people still have no broken spine, and dare to straighten their backs and point at the other party's nose and curse. One truth. This is what the senior military executives at this time felt. I originally thought it was just the 4 symbols of the extreme Tao and the 28 constellations that mobilized the troops. Who would have thought that the extreme Martial Saint would come too? As the Jidao Martial Saint arrived, countless generals and soldiers from the military headquarters knelt down on many warships. An inexplicable momentum enveloped this sea area, and everyone seemed to have a stone pressing on their chests, which made them breathless. But one of them didn't kneel. No rituals were performed either. The figure stood on the martial arts arena built by alloy plates. The rest of the people left, leaving him alone. He stood alone in the center of the ring, his head slightly lowered, and his body seemed to be trembling slightly. The golden human figure, who could not see clearly, stood in the sky with his hands on his back, staring at the figure indifferently. He looked at it for a while, then said lightly, "Go!" On the deck of the highest warship, a military marshal suddenly looked up and blurted out with excitement, "Wu!" But he just spit out a word. The golden human figure in the sky turned his head and looked at him. There was a gaze projecting on the faces that could not see clearly, falling on the opening military marshal. The latter was as if struck by lightning, and his body tilted slightly backwards. Then take a deep breath. Lower your head. No more words. Yes! The 4 symbols and 28 constellations who were kneeling on the sea responded together, then stood up on the sea and walked towards the martial arts arena. 32 people walked on the sea level, unconcealedly releasing the cold murderous intent all over their bodies. The lower-level soldiers looked confused, but the senior generals and officials all looked ugly one by one. On the deck of the highest warship, many military generals and commanders watched this scene. Some people looked blank, some people were furious, and their hands were clenched tightly. The 5 marshals had no expression on their faces, but the deck on one knee kept sinking and collapsing. There was fire in their eyes. I held my breath in my heart, couldn't vomit or swallow it. It blended with the fire, almost making my chest explode. An unprecedented peerless general, and a proud son in the military headquarters. In the past 200 years, the most hopeful genius, who has become a martial saint, is now like a death row prisoner standing on the execution ground quietly waiting for the arrival of his disciples. It's just because of a sentence from a level 9 martial saint, so, damn it. But they could only watch. I watched the military headquarters' greatest hope that the long-awaited military will be about to be extinguished.
This is why the military headquarters will do everything to train a level 9. There is no real top-level powerhouse in charge, and once someone breaks the face and turns the table over, what are the 3,000 masters, hundreds of sects? What general, what marshal? All of them can only be reduced to a joke.
The 5 military marshals watched them steadily, their expressions becoming shrunk little by little. The 4 symbols of the great Tao stroll on the sea, without any rush. Since the adults have already appeared in person, the military headquarters will bow their heads. Then they naturally must demonstrate their extreme majesty.
I looked down on him too highly.
The young man with eyebrows like a knife looked at the figure standing not far away with his head down, his figure trembling slightly, and a smile appeared on his face.
His courage is broken. Kill him, you don't even need a breath.
The woman walking beside him said lightly.
Sir, even the entire military headquarters must kneel down, and the 5 marshals must bow their heads. It was normal for him to tremble, so much that he was afraid.
The group quickly approached the alloy martial arts arena. At this time, the figure standing on the deck suddenly stopped trembling. He raised his right hand and gently held the golden handle of the knife behind Shaw. The 4 symbols of the great Tao were all in one go, then returned to normal immediately.
Ha! He actually wants to resist? Interesting.
The young man with a knife eyebrows grinned and his feet accelerated a little. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes, his body stretched, and he made a sound of metal and iron clashing. The old farmer like Qinglong reminded,
Bite quickly, and do not damage the majesty of the extreme road. Rest assured.
The young man with a sword-browed step was calm, and his every move exuded a strong aura of confidence. 353. OK, I will start killing the saint next.
2. If you wait until the Jidao martial saint takes action personally and wants to kill someone, you may not have a chance.
So hurry. Must be fast. Lu Sheng had almost nothing to reserve. May the flow of the wheel sword, the 4-level sword technique, the way of killing, the romantic flow of the new moon god, and the 10 complete martial arts. Inside the body, 22 immortal cells shine brightly. The Venn diagram of the star is completely lit up. The qualitative change of qi is carried over to the murderous intent of the killing martial Saint Gu Xian, who has killed for nearly 100 years. It burst out along the blade of the inner wheel knife, turned into a golden sword light that was so pure that it was swept across. This knife includes nearly 80% of Lu Sheng's strength. Like an iron rule, laws and orders are carried out. Life and death are clearly distinguished. The so-called 4 symbols of extreme Taoism are even stronger than the dark club that Lu Sheng killed before. Under this knife, it was also a crisp piece of paper blocking the cutting knife. They are split one after another. Only one person lives in the 4 symbols of the Great Tao, the 28 constellations of the extreme path. All of them became corpses when Lu Sheng appeared from the other end of the sea with the inner wheel knife in his hand. On the sea behind him, already full of floating corpses, countless limbs and broken arms are suspended on the sea surface, and a large number of blood-colored pearls rippled with the blue waves. A dead and silent Shura field. If you look vertically down from the sky, you can see a red glow spreading rapidly on the blue sea. The Grandmaster is powerful, and has a much more vital power than ordinary people. It is logical that I shouldn't die so thoroughly. But the murderous intent contained in Lu Sheng's sword was too strong and pure. The moment the sword light cut into their bodies, the murderous intent had completely destroyed the vitality in their bodies. The extreme blue dragon at this time is the best example. Jidao Qinglong stood on a sea with one foot, His face as dark as an old farmer was pale at this time. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with incredible fear and horror. Blood flowed down from the wound of his broken foot and dripped into the sea. The martial arts strength of the super top chunks is not even able to control muscles and stop bleeding. It is conceivable how terrifying the murderous intent contained in Lu Sheng's sword is. From Lu Sheng to the 4 symbols of the Great Tao and the 28 constellations, they are almost destroyed. I only experienced a few breaths in between. Those soldiers, generals, etc., that were watching the previous second was still feeling frustrated, indignant, unwilling, and sad that the son of the peerless genius in their military headquarters was about to die. I can't bear to see the blood of the star who is brave enough to splash in the sky. The next second, the clans were settled. The result was completely different from what they expected. It was Lu Sheng who waved his butcher's knife and killed everyone. The 4 symbols of the extreme path plus the 28 constellations of the extreme path are almost dead. Everyone in the military headquarters was stunned and blinked, wondering if they had read it wrong. The generals on the deck and 5 marshals stood up from the ground in a frightened manner. His eyes stared at the calm and indifferent figure in the center of the sea, and he could hardly believe his eyes. There is no matter where the martial saint is on the side. Even the light golden human figure standing in the sky with his hands on his back took a step forward. Although I can't see his face clearly, but everyone can feel it clearly. This extremely powerful martial saint, who is high above and overlooks all living beings. At this moment, I also felt a moment of loss of mind. Lu Sheng didn't care about so much, and his eyes instantly locked in the remaining extreme blue dragon. Opportunities are fleeting. Wait for the Jidao martial saint to react. Want to kill all the things again? There is no chance. Lu Sheng's figure dissipated like a bubble of light and shadow. Jidao Qinglong felt something, and his face immediately showed a look of horror. He stepped on the sea with 1 foot. The violent force stomped out a huge pit more than 10 meters deep on the sea surface, splashing water. Jidao Qinglong's body soared into the sky like a cannonball, towards the position of Jidao martial saint. He shouted, "Sir, save me!" 2 pillars of light that could be seen with naked eyes suddenly burst out from the golden human figure in the sky. A sound like the might of heaven echoed between the sea and the sky. "Your Majesty, how dare you!" The golden man was like lightning, flashing rapidly towards the direction of the escaped azure dragon. Every flash spans more than 10 kilometers. With a few flashes, it was already close to the extreme blue dragon. The golden human figure and the extreme blue dragon were like 2 streams of light that were eager to meet, approaching quickly. But just when the 2 were about to meet, and the distance was only a few thousand meters away, the figure of the Jidao Qinglong suddenly freezes. His pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the golden human figure that was so close to him. Her lips were trembling slightly, and she struggled to say a few words. "Big, human, save." I haven't finished speaking. A red bloodline emerged from his neck. Then someone appeared quietly behind him. He stretched out a hand and gently grabbed his hair. "Lift up." Puff. The blood column fountain jumped up. Lu Sheng held a knife in one hand and grabbed Jidao Qinglong's head with the other, holding it high. He grinned towards the golden human figure that had stopped flashing and was still moving in the air, revealing his white teeth. "Zhao Ji, your dog, has been killed by me." "Zhao Ji, I have killed all your dog." Relaxed with a bit of teasing words, echoing between the sea and the sky. The people in the military headquarters were stiff and staring at the figure with a stare blankly, as if countless electric currents were rolling across his body. Even my body couldn't help but tremble slightly. 2 words popped up in their minds. Crazy. The golden humanoid stood high in the sky, and his hands were no longer behind him.
He quietly looked at Jidao Qinglong's face that was frozen in shock, fear and incomprehension before his death. Why am I dead? Why am I dead now, Lord Jidao Wushu? Why can't even the martial saint save me? Why? His eyes finally fell on Lu Sheng. Very good. The golden human figure slowly opened its mouth. His outline quickly became clear at this moment. The originally blurred figure gradually changed into facial features and clothes. In just a few seconds, a figure with a pretty face, like a boy, appeared in front of Lu Sheng. In addition to the body, it is also a light golden color. All kinds of details are blurred. He is almost the same as normal people. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up and he said, "Is this the projection of will that you have been praised by billions of people and enjoyed the incense on earth? Martial arts?" Lu Sheng can also project the will, so he is quite familiar with the methods used by the Jidao martial saint at the moment. From the beginning of the Jidao martial saint, even the expression of the face cannot be transformed. The will projection technique in crystal visualization is much more brilliant than that of the Jidao martial saint. However, the techniques used by the extreme Dao martial saint and the spiritual power contained in the projection of will make Lu Sheng amazed. The Jidao martial saint ignored what Lu Sheng said. His calm and indifferent eyes fell on Lu Sheng and said lightly, "I have been around for almost 100 years. I have not been so angry." "Then you really have a good temper." Lu Sheng threw away the head of the Jidao Qinglong in his hand and smiled at the Jidao martial saint. The eyes of the Jidao martial saint flashed, and the next second he disappeared. Then he suddenly appeared in front of Lu Sheng and slapped Lu Sheng with one palm. This palm was initially ordinary. After it was shot out, and invisible veins floated in the air. The air flow on the sea surface suddenly emerged, and the sea water below suddenly lifted upwards. The palm of the Jidao martial saint seemed to be the center of a vortex, emitting an unparalleled super-suction force, pulling 354. Legend has it that the 5 realms, I should use a pair of flesh fists to break the clay sculpture's divine fetus. 1 out of 5. Under the blue sky, the blue waves roam. The breeze blew over the sea, rippling ripples, blowing clothes and swaying like flags. On the white sail deck, a kneeling soldier looked around, and suddenly gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. Then, more and more soldiers and generals stood up, and the scattered momentum was like sparks, igniting little by little, and began to slowly reunite. Marshals of the 5 military regions, generals, commanders, generals, and top generals. His expression was stunned. They were shocked, confused, nervous, and eager. Their bodies were slightly tense. In their eyes, and under their bodies, there seemed to be an inexplicable emotion surging, and there was a tendency to become increasingly fierce. Where countless eyes meet 2 figures, one in the sky and the other standing on the sea. The former has a weak expression, a ethereal temperament, and a figure that is between illusion and reality, like a god who is high above and overlooks all living beings. The latter was embarrassed, but his eyes were extremely bright, and an unspeakable aura rose from him, cleaning the sky. At the intersection of the 2 eyes, there seemed to be countless sparks splashing in it. This is a peak that intends to break the sky. All the people want to challenge the gods. The people who crawl on the ground start a battle to fight against the conquest in the high sky. Something inexplicable in the air was ignited. The Jidao martial saint had no expression on his face, and his eyes were like a glacier that had not changed for thousands of years. Interesting. He spoke gently, and his figure disappeared. The reappearance was less than 10 meters away from Lu Sheng. Ping Ping stretched out his left hand, and reached out to Lu Sheng below to grab it. The left hand becomes a grab, and there is a whirlpool in the palm. The general trend of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of kilometers was affected, and hurricanes rose on the sea for no reason.
The hurricane blows from all directions, bringing out bundled like ripples visible to the naked eye on the sea, and even some white sails and warships parked on the sea were blown. Even light is included. Lu Sheng's robe was swelling. The circle of sea water around him suddenly collapsed, but the sea surface under his feet raised upwards. In his eyes, the 5 fingers of the extreme down martial saint are like 5 towering white pillars into the sky, with an extremely majestic temperament. Although it is close at hand, it seems like standing above the 9 heavens, descending the sky fire and thunder. The grab of the Jidao martial saint is more than 10 times stronger than the previous palm. This is simply incredible. It's like there is no upper limit to power. It can be stacked infinitely.
So this is level 9. Is this the martial saint?
Lu Sheng's eyes were twinkling like stars and his lips were pursed. Facing the unparalleled terrifying suction force in front of him, his shoulders swayed slightly. In an instant, the muscles on Lu Sheng's body flowed like mercury. With a little struggle, he easily broke the attraction wrapped around his body. Before the eyes of the Jidao martial saint could appear in his eyes, Lu Sheng's figure was shot out like an arrow. The direction of the laser shooting is not next to it, but in front. Don't advance but retreat. Lu Sheng took a sudden step forward. He suddenly appeared in front of the Jidao martial saint, less than 1 meter away from the Jidao martial saint, and almost looked close to him. Then an unprecedented momentum surged into Lu Sheng's body. This momentum was aggravated, like a dragon breaking free from the shackles, instantly breaking through the invisible bonds in the air and moving to the sky. In another moment, he fell back without missing a trace, all of which belonged to Lu Sheng's right fist. Inside the body, 22 immortal cells are extremely dazzling. Every branch of the star vein diagram is lit up. An unprecedented terrifying power floated on Lu Sheng, and the sun seemed to rise in his eyes, extremely brilliant. The right fist seemed to have become a black hole. When it was slowly shot out, a terrifying wonder appeared. At the sea surface under Lu Sheng's feet, countless sea water gathered, stacked, and condensed. Raise high and protrude upward. It has a steep and majestic appearance, as if an extremely huge rock is slowly rising from the sea level. There is an invisible flow of water between heaven and earth. Arrives suddenly. The flowing passionately splashes down. The great momentum of heaven and earth originally controlled by the Jidao martial saint broke a huge crack, and all came into Lu Sheng's punch. The face of the Jidao martial saint finally changed. A little touching appeared on his face and eyes. He turned his grasp into a palm, and then turned his palm into a fist. He captured a large number of heaven and earth forces, and faced Lu Sheng's right fist without any fancy. The 2 fists intersected and had not touched yet. There was already an invisible throbbing sound, spreading throughout the audience. The expressions of countless onlookers changed drastically, and a shocking light burst out from their eyes. But these lights are not as good as those in Lu Sheng's eyes. Tracking back to this light, it was the gray roulette that slowly rotated in Lu Sheng's mind. On the roulette, under the magical form of the divine whale, and the magical form of the killing sword.
Tianshui Xingyan crushing fist.
Lu Sheng's. Within 10 steps, Lu Sheng's fist. Stronger than a knife. In the dream space. On the broken street, a figure ran and fled like a light. Behind him, dozens of powerful figures pursued him relentlessly. With loud bangs, gray fireworks exploded on the broken streets, and earth and rocks splashed. The pursuit of the fugitives one after another was like destroying the house. Wherever they went, the base number 1359 was full of messes. Just as the pursuer's speed is gradually slowing down, and he is about to give up. Sudden! The fleeing figure suddenly stopped and turned back like a pinball. On the way back, hundreds of shadows separated from him, from different angles and directions. Counterattack. Dozens of figures, who had originally developed the intention to retreat, instantly surged and rushed up suddenly. The two groups of figures were like two torrents of steel, rushing together.
Boom! Boom!
The terrible explosion continued to sound. After a moment, a figure and dozens of figures stood on both sides, standing quietly. There is no place in Lu Sheng's body that will not be injured. He stood staggeringly like a completely broken rag doll. But Lu Sheng's face showed an inexplicable joy. He grinned and said to himself,
"Sure enough, this method is feasible. One life is exchanged for another life. Anyway, I can be resurrected infinitely. Earn!"
After saying that, Lu Sheng fell down with a bang. At the same time, among dozens of figures opposite, an old man with a thin body and a snow-white beard shook left and right, and his body weathered quickly like sand and disappeared. Finally, it turned into a thick black gas, pouring into the position where Lu Sheng's body fell. Dozens of figures with one person were given up and stood silently for a while, then turned around and returned to their original positions. Qianshui rocks flow. The strongest fist should be like the flow of water in the sky, breaking down all the rocks and mountains in the world. Collection Founder Level 9 Martial Saint, 4th Level Boxing Master Chuan. Time returns to the present. In front of Lu Sheng, the battle with the destined of the Jidao Martial Saint was prepared not only for a few immortal cells. 0. Lu Sheng's original boxing realm has reached the 4 realms. After gaining the inheritance of Gu Pingchuan's boxing skills, the founder of Qianshui Xingyan Shulu, the boxing realm has risen to a height that is almost comparable to swordsmanship. The peak of the 4th realm. Lu Sheng learned from the beginning of martial arts. Fist is also the most basic weapon for warriors.
Fist is the beginning of martial arts.
This sentence suddenly appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. In a fight with an unprecedented strong enemy like Jidao Martial Saint, Lu Sheng was under unparalleled pressure, and countless inspirations in his mind burst into collisions. NX 355. The spine is not bent. Is this the feeling of beating the Martial Saint? 2. The 5 military marshals shook slightly, and the expressions on their faces were indescribable. The generals, commanders, generals behind them, and the generals who participated in this martial arts performance were also shocked and shocked. A sentence that Lu Sheng said suddenly popped up in his mind.
"I want to break the altar and do things to attack the sky."
Now they suddenly understood the true meaning of Lu Sheng's words. He had known that the Jidao Martial Saint would come, and he had already prepared a battle with the Martial Saint. Lu Sheng really did it. He shattered the will projection clone of the Jidao Martial Saint with his pair of flesh fists. Although it is just a projection of will. But it's done.
An unprecedented feat.
One of the military marshals murmured. Martial arts has been on the rise for 300 years, and any level of adversity has occurred. But level 8 versus level 9? Never before. It was a chasm that ran across the world. But now, this gap is inclined to be crossed. An indescribable glory burst out in the eyes of the 5 marshals.
"What should we do?"
A marshal spoke. The other 4 people's eyes flashed, and they suddenly turned around and issued several orders. The great general,
660,
was shocked, but he quickly took a deep breath and responded in a deep voice.
"Yes."
Immediately afterwards, warships displayed on the sea slowly started to operate. A pipe muzzle extends from the front end and sides of the warship, and the military formation starts to sternly. It seems to be waiting for something. Lu Sheng is waiting too. He looked up at the sky, his mental power radiating to the world. His brain was running rapidly, absorbing the gains brought by the punch just now. Many experiences were constantly integrated into his boxing realm, breaking through the shackles of the 4 realms, and advancing towards another wonderful realm. Even Lu Sheng didn't expect that the gains from this battle would be so huge. The boxing technique unexpectedly broke through to the 5th realm.
The 4 realms are the realms. What are the 5 realms?
A sudden light of inspiration appeared in Lu Sheng's mind, and he seemed to have grasped something. At this moment, the skylight suddenly changed. It suddenly became dark. The clear sky is clear and cloudless, but suddenly there is a scene of wind and rain coming. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He shook his body gently. Light golden metal pieces rushed out quickly from his combat uniform and under his clothes. There are a lot of golden blades, hundreds or thousands. It is hard for Lu Sheng to hide so many fragments in one. These golden blades gathered over his head and quickly combined into the true appearance of the outer wheel knife.
Here you come!
On the deck of the highest battleship, the 5 marshals' eyes flashed for a moment, and their expression became solemn. Not long after, a figure appeared in the dim sky. This figure appeared, and the whole world seemed to have light immediately. He is the real only one. At this moment, countless people in the field once again showed the urge to kneel down and bow down again. But at this moment, a warship on the sea level below suddenly trembled fiercely.
Boom!
The barrel roared. A dark blue shell rushed into the sky at a speed that the naked eye could not capture. But it was gently grabbed by one hand. The figure in the sky lowered his head, and a beam of eyes shot down. After countless distances, it fell accurately on a soldier in military uniform. The latter's face turned pale, and his body trembled. But before the figure in the sky could do anything,
boom! 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 Boom!
Then, all the warships on the sea pointed the gun barrels on the ship at the figure in the sky, and countless gun barrels roared and roared. The shells rushed into the sky, although they were all stopped, and they were all suspended around the figures. It is dense, like a swarm of bees. But it does not affect the excitement below it all. The 5 marshals clenched their fists, and the eyes were filled with excitement and madness. They didn't expect that these mere human shells could cause any damage to the martial saint. All you need is to show an attitude. The military's attitude towards Lu Sheng.
Blow me hard.
A military marshal gritted his teeth and said,
Go to fuck you, Marshal Saint.
The altar is broken. The backbone of the dragon part has been bent for too long. It's time to stand up. Even if it will break it. The general trend. As the artillery fire roared, Lu Sheng clearly sensed it. The previous collapse of the military is slowly reuniting.
Clang!
Behind me, countless golden blades have been completely combined into a huge golden sword wheel. He shook casually, and the inner wheel knife penetrated into it. The eyes of the huge golden sword wheel were lit up.
Don't let this situation go away again.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward. This step spans countless distances in an instant. Step. The situation has reached the sky. He instantly appeared in front of the figure in the sky. The true body of the extreme martial saint in a white long gown is revealed. It looks similar to his will projection. He looks like a teenager, but his hair is snow white. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes contain the vicissitudes of time. I have to say that my personality is so full. The gaze of the Jidao martial saint was constantly falling on Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw the biting murderous intent from it. The sound of artillery fire below was still continuous, and shells rushed to the sky. But as long as you approach the Jidao martial saint within 10 meters of the body, you will stop quietly and hover in the air. The Jidao martial saint stared at Lu Sheng coldly, and suddenly waved his sleeves casually. All the dense shells all flew backwards. In an instant, countless fires bloomed below. On the vast sea level, warships exploded and flames rose. The sound of artillery fire stopped suddenly. On the sea, warships can be seen sinking, and a large number of white sails are wrecked. Many sergeants with lower martial arts strength were engulfed by flames or floated in the sea.
They all died because of you.
The Jidao martial saint looked at Lu Sheng and spoke coldly. Lu Sheng stared at the sea level under his feet and looked up for a while. There was no guilt and self-blame that the Jidao martial saint wanted to see in his eyes, but instead 2 balls of burning flames.
No!
Lu Sheng shook his head, his face shining with strange light.
They are warriors, soldiers with unbreakable spines. You are a person like you who hide in the temple and pretend to be a ghost, and you won't understand.
Lu Sheng smiled slightly and said,
You don't need to understand.
As he said that, Lu Sheng's thoughts moved. Below, the huge golden knife wheel rotated and soared at high speed. In an instant, he jumped into the sky, and the golden glow on his body was dazzling, like a scorching sun. It gives people a cold feeling. Lu Sheng raised his hands. There is a gap between the 2 palms. Just held the huge golden sword wheel. Then, towards the direction of the Jidao martial saint, swinging the sword with both hands, and slashed it hard.
Pray to the heavenly wish to the wheel of the sword.
In an instant, the already dazzling golden sword wheel shines brightly, and spins even more crazy. Induced an unparalleled cutting force, and the invisible knife wave cuts the void with a trace of black mark. He appeared in front of the Jidao martial saint without even 1,000th of a blink of an eye. At some point, the Jidao martial saint raised his hands, and formed a posture of clamping his palms, clamping the high-speed rotating knife wheel in the middle. But even so, the knife wheel still moved forward little by little. The inheritance of the Supreme Spiritual Mind Master's combat skills from the next 10,000 years of martial arts is not so easy to follow. The sword wheel and the blade edge were cut through the martial saint level force field around him layer by layer, and continuously advance. The face of the Jidao martial saint showed a slightly moving look, and a deep surprise appeared. Lu Sheng didn't want to give him a chance to breathe. With his body moving, he had already punched the Jidao martial saint towards the fist of the 5 realms. 356. Rules of boxing are difficult to explain to you, a country martial saint. 3. The extreme martial saint casually slapped the sword wheel of the Qitian Vow wheel, which was about to be exhausted. His white shirt has not changed. It's just that the force field around the body is in a broken state. Although the force field cannot be captured with the naked eye, it can still be seen from the changes in light. The original Jidao martial saint had a full aura. Now it looks like a rotten apple, bumpy. The weakest part of the force field is even only a few centimeters. Almost a little bit. Lu Sheng can touch his true body. Pity. The Jidao martial saint took a deep breath and took a step forward. In just a moment, the martial saint force field around him completely recovered as before.
It's over. It's my turn.
The body of the Jidao martial saint turned into light, and in an instant it appeared in front of the flying Lu Sheng. He gently beat Lu Sheng. A terrifying suction power came from the palm of your palm, and it was about to touch Lu Sheng. The latter broke free from his attraction, like a swimming fish, and disappeared. The Jidao martial saint frowned slightly, his body flickered, and he caught up with Lu Sheng again. But whenever he is about to hit Lu Sheng, he can be avoided by Lu Sheng's slightest.
4 rounds of body technique?
The Jidao martial saint's eyes flashed, his face was expressionless, and he stopped chasing. His figure shook slightly. The next second, the entire sea area became dark. It is even darker than before, as if it comes from daytime to dusk. But looking into the distance, outside the momentum of the extreme Dao martial saint, there was still a bright sky. Unbelievable. The extreme martial saint completely turned into a light source. The general trend of the entire C05 domain was triggered by it. The sea water below surged upwards, rising higher and higher. Everyone present felt an indescribable heavy pressure, which was heavy on their hearts. It is more than 100 times stronger than the low pressure before the storm, making people feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, countless light spots appeared in the sky. These light spots gathered towards the extreme Dao martial saint. Points connect lines, lines and lines intertwined, gradually weaving outlines a huge human figure hundreds of meters high. The human figure has 4 limbs and torso, and has a blurred face, but it can vaguely recognize the appearance of the extremely Taoist martial saint. The entire human form was fully presented, shining brightly, like a giant of light. It reminds people of the giant god in ancient mythology. The true master of the extreme Dao martial saint is the heart of the giant god.
Martial arts. Dharma image.
Below, the 5 military marshals could not express complicated expressions. Such magical powers that reflect myths into reality are the real power of the 9th level martial saint. What is the god of the human world? This is the god of the human world. So what if you are at the top level 8 chunk? It doesn't take a pair of hands to kill enemies. No matter how much energy is, can it extend hundreds of meters? And the martial saint level powerhouse, the martial arts and magic figures that are hundreds of meters high, even the 8th level sect. In such an existence, he is like a real ant. A level 9 martial saint powerful man let go of his hand. It probably takes less than a day to destroy a 2nd and 3rd tier city. It's no exaggeration. The eyes of the 5 marshals flashed quickly, and someone began to grit his teeth and whisper,
"Think of a way. You must protect Lu Sheng." I see how you can escape."
After the martial arts and Dharma image was sacrificed, the human and Dharma were combined into one, and even the voice of his speech was like thunder rolling in heaven, containing natural majesty. He stretched out a hand and grabbed Lu Sheng. Although it is huge, its movements are not limited to clumsiness, but it is much faster than when the Dharma image has not been sacrificed. Lu Sheng still needs to avoid his figure. The giant face's hand surged and grabbed him in his hand.
Insect.
The Jidao martial saint was muffled and snorted coldly. His right hand was clenched tightly. Below, the eyes of many military soldiers who witnessed this scene with their own eyes also shrank violently, and their hearts seemed to be grabbed.
Collapse.
A military marshal suddenly stepped forward and stomped a large piece of alloy deck. But before they could be nervous for a long time, a hint of doubt and surprise appeared in the towering and tall martial arts eyes. The next second, I heard only the crunch sound. Everyone saw it. The clenched right fist of the Jidao martial saint spread out from inside bit by bit. The eyes of the Jidao martial saint flashed, and his right fist continued to tighten. 2 forces stalemate.
Boom!
A fist that was dozens of meters tall and flashed with white light exploded into countless light spots. Lu Sheng walked out of the white light in the sky.
Ultraman, right?
Lu Sheng's upper body's combat suit was torn and only a few strips of cloth. He simply pulled it away casually, revealing his almost perfect body. A large piece of his chest was deeply sunk, and it was shocking to see. But Lu Sheng didn't care at all and took a deep breath. Crack. The sunken chest was forced to hold it up again. The strength of the star immortal body is revealed. Even if he is a level 9 martial saint, he will slap him to death with one palm. It's impossible.
Very good.
The cold light in the body of the Dharma saint's Dharma image was pounding, and he said lightly,
"If you can kill you in one go, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart."
Lu Sheng laughed.
"How did you say this now?"
Lu Sheng's eyes turned gray, and his expression quickly became calm and indifferent.
"I'll wait. How can you swallow it back if you want to beat it?"
The last word was said, and Lu Sheng's eyes turned completely gray. This is a wonderful color. Represents unknown. Represents mystery. It represents the beginning of everything. It also represents the end of everything. the state of the god of martial arts, enter. After Lu Sheng entered the state of a martial god, the inspiration he had been pursuing before jumped into his hands in a very obedient manner. All sublimation and transformation are natural. A wonderful light flashed in Lu Sheng's gray eyes. He sighed softly.
I'm so stupid. I can clearly see the correct answer directly. I have to deduce it myself to solve it. Are you unhappy with cheating?
At this time, the Jidao martial saint had already attacked him again.
Hoo-hoo.
The huge arm of 100 meters brought out strong winds, tearing the air, and even the sea under oneself was shaking huge waves hundreds of meters high. The general trend between heaven and earth was pulled it will by him just like dough. The 5 fingers, as thick as a white jade pillar, easily tear out black marks in the air, bringing out a terrifying throbbing aura. This is the real power of the martial saint. With every move, it drives the endless trend of heaven and earth, moves mountains, and fills the sea. It's no longer a legend. But this is like the giant hand poking out from the picture scroll of the gods. But it is useless in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng walked towards the Jidao martial saint with a calm expression. The giant arm of Dharma appearance came to him and penetrated directly through his body. Lu Sheng's figure is as strange as a slide.
4th realm body technique. The 4-realm body technique in the state of the martial god is the real 4-realm body technique.
The Jidao martial saint showed a little bit of surprise in his eyes. He raised another giant arm of Dharma Eye, but before he could take action with his other giant arm of Dharma Eye, Lu Sheng had already punched his Dharma body first. There was a strange white light pounding on this punch, as if following a mysterious trajectory. It's like a natural success. It is not enough to describe it as a wild horn stream. If you have to describe it in words, it is Lu Sheng's punch. Grasp the veins of heaven and earth.
Bang!
Compared with the body of the magic phase hundreds of meters high in the Jidao martial saint, Lu Sheng's fist is simply insignificant. One punch hit the body of the Dharma image, which is no different from a grain of dust falling on it. But this dust, 357, the true potential of immortal cells, divine flame, death.
2 minutes left.
Lu Sheng was calm and looked at the Jidao martial saint flying backwards ahead, and casually said,
Killing you is enough.
In the state of the god of war, Lu Sheng's abilities in all aspects have been upgraded to a true limit that can be reached in theory. Add to the 5 realms of boxing. Level 8 to level 9. Is it too much? Lu Sheng felt that it was not an exaggeration at all. His body moved and suddenly appeared beside the Jidao martial saint. The Jidao martial saint is still in a state of trance and confusion that was forcibly blasted out of the body of the Dharma image by Saint Lu. Lu Sheng was not polite to him, and raised his hand and hit him in the face.
Stop being white, right? The god of the world is right? Sotobre is full, right? You're the one who beats you?
Boom. Following the boxing technique of the heavenly vein, he punched the Jidao martial saint in the face. The invisible martial saint level force field filled with the body of the extreme Dao martial saint. It was easily broken under this punch.
Bang!
The extreme martial saint flew out like a ball. Lu Sheng follows like a shadow. Punch again.
Bang!
Another punch. His movements were not fast, but each punch followed a certain trajectory and followed a certain truth between heaven and earth. His fist is the Dharma. His fist is the rule. The Jidao martial saint was beaten into a pig's head by Lu Sheng's 2 punches, and his elegant and graceful posture was gone. A burst of anger erupted in his eyes, and he waved his arms, intending to resist. His power stirred up the general trend of heaven and earth, and the way he fought was in trouble in Lu Sheng's opinion. Lu Sheng continued his beating with ease. With a certain revenge mentality, Lu Sheng deliberately tried to greet the saint's head and lower body. The extremely powerful martial saint screamed. This is the beginning of martial arts. Lu Shengchu takes martial arts. Now he beat the martial saint up and broke into the fifth realm first, which became his biggest reliance on boxing at this time. One end and one end, one call forward and one respond. It's like a wonderful cycle of reincarnation. Lu Sheng continued to beat the Jidao martial saint for a whole minute. In the fifth realm of boxing, in the state of the martial god, Lu Sheng is much higher than the extreme martial saint in the realm of martial arts skills. The two of them fought each other in close combat, and the Jidao martial saint was not even qualified to carry shoes to Lu Sheng. During this period, the people from the military headquarters were stunned. They have fantasized about countless tragic endings in their minds. I never expected. In the end, the tragic character turned out to be the extreme martial saint. Not only did Lu Sheng fight in adversity, he also pressed the 9th level of martial saint and beat him like a sandbag. Everyone looked at the scene in the sky, and the light began to bloom in their eyes, becoming more and more intense. Sparks of fire. It was a mess, covered with the wreckage of warships. Every military officer straightened his back straight. There is a thought rolling in everyone's mind. God. From now on, their military headquarters also have their own gods. On the deck of the highest battleship, a military marshal turned around and faced everyone behind him. He smiled, his eyes flashed with a bright light, and he said, "Just remember today, our military headquarters will usher in an unprecedented bright future." Bang! Lu Sheng doesn't know. I didn't continue the attack, so I stopped. First, the duration of the martial god state is only one last minute. Secondly, because Lu Sheng felt that it was time to end this meaningless attack. Ho h h h h h h h h h h h h h h. The Jidao martial saint stood hundreds of meters away from the Lu Sheng, and his whole body was in pieces. One head swollen into a pig's head, green and purple everywhere. It has long disappeared from its previous demeanor and style like a god in the world. The chest of Jidao martial saint was fluctuating violently, and his eyes were staring at Lu Sheng, with resentment and anger in his eyes. He was about to explode. He is a 9th level martial saint, and has been a god of humanity for more than 100 years. Billions of people praise it. Billions of people respect it. Now he is beaten by a mere 8th level in front of countless people. The majesty of the martial saint is gone. At this moment, the extreme martial saint hated Lu Sheng to the bone, and wished he could eat his flesh and blood alive. What is the pain of killing a wife and a child? It is not as painful as if he was humiliated at this moment. You deserve to die. Jidao martial saint spoke with gritted teeth. Lu Sheng looked indifferent. You are about to die. Hee. The Jidao martial saint smiled coldly. There was energy flowing all over his body, and in the blink of an eye, the injuries on his face quickly disappeared. After a few breaths, the whole person completely returned to his original appearance. He even had a rosy face and bright eyes, and his condition was not damaged at all. So what if your skills are strong? The Jidao martial saint also saw that Lu Sheng could cross the gap between the 8th and 9th levels by relying on his skills that could be called Tongxian, far beyond his martial arts skills. I didn't talk about shock and jealousy. The Jidao Wusheng stretched out his body and spoke sinisterly. You don't know how powerful the 9-level martial saint is. I am connected with heaven and earth. My power is almost endless, and my martial body has been watered by the general trend of heaven and earth for more than 100 years, and has long reached a height that you can't imagine. How can you kill me with that little bit of strength? Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head. You are from the countryside. You are really from the countryside. He didn't know how powerful the 9th-level martial saint was. He has even seen the power of a level 11 strongman. Wait until I will kill you completely with my next move.
Lu Sheng said lightly. I see if you can still laugh. The pupils of the Jidao martial saint shrank slightly. Suddenly, an inexplicable throbbing rose from the bottom of his heart. That is the warning sign conveyed by the martial arts intuition of the 9th level martial saint. A strong intuition told him that Lu Sheng's next attack. It will have the power to truly hurt his body. You? The Jidao martial saint was about to say something. Lu Sheng had already punched calmly. Broken void. In the ultimate state, Lu Sheng's ultimate move, he once said, when he really uses this move in reality, his hands should be covered with the blood of the martial saint. Use the blood of the martial arts saint to bathe hands. That's now. The wind stops, water stops. In an instant, Lu Sheng was the starting point. More than 200 land saints appeared around the Jidao martial saint. Every Lu Sheng is lifelike. Every Lu Sheng is agile and powerful. In my mind, on the gray roulette, dozens of flames of martial arts will of different colors were burning. The true meaning of the 10 complete Master's Way. Interpret at this moment. More than 200 Lu Sheng took action at the same time. 3 kinds of martial saint skills, dozens of master skills, as well as many martial arts in the control realm, countless skills and abilities. It bombarded the body of the Jidao martial saint almost at the same time. The timeline is rapidly elongated at this moment. In Lu Sheng's eyes, the Jidao martial saint was like a ball of plasticine. All parts of the body have sunken and twisted. Bone chips and flesh splashes. When more than 200 Lu Sheng disappeared, all that was presented to Lu Sheng was a vague mass of flesh and blood. Then the general trend between heaven and earth stirs up, and the rolling energy forms a vortex, rushing towards this flesh and blood. The flesh and blood reappeared in outlines at a speed visible to the naked eye. The initial recovery was the head of the Jidao martial saint. The first thing that appeared was the mouth of the Jidao martial saint. The mouth opened and closed, and he spoke a hoarse and proud voice. Ha! Has it reached its limit? 358. Above level 9, the future god of the military headquarters, super shock. 5. The moment the Jidao Wuxing spit out the metal piece from his mouth and pinched it to pieces, there was a tingling sensation of being pierced by a sharp sword in the middle of Lu Sheng's eyebrows. An unprecedented warning sign. It is even stronger than the time before that he had cracked his martial will. 100 times. Lu Sheng had thought about what possible moves the Jidao martial saint might have. He thought of the previous rebirth of flesh and blood. But this is beyond his expectations. When Lu Sheng wanted to stop him, it was too late. Watching the metal card breaking in front of me, strange fluctuations coming out, Lu Sheng felt a little regret, powerlessness and helplessness in his heart. But soon calmed down. Since the journey is complete, then face it. But a cold murderous intent burst out in Lu Sheng's eyes. The extreme martial saint, you still have to die. A punch in the 5th realm that entangled the divine flames hit the forehead of the Jidao martial saint with no conciseness. No accident happened. The Jidao martial saint's head exploded with a bang, and the body that had just been reshaped melted like wax. Immediately afterwards, a golden figure, like broken porcelain, walked out of the melting flesh and blood in panic. A trace of divine flame was still wrapped around the human figure, and the whole person was constantly burning. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he was about to go up and punch. At this time, a strange throbbing suddenly came from the void beside him. Lu Sheng suddenly turned around. Intuition, the light and shadow in front of me were intertwined, and an illusory figure walked out. He reached out and poked at himself. Lu Sheng raised his fist, but his finger was gently imprinted on his heart. Bang! Lu Sheng's chest exploded directly. The heart exploded. Only one burning immortal cell is left remaining. Crack!
The power of this finger remains unabated, and the willpower contained on the finger rushes into Lu Sheng's mind. Number 763 is called indestructible, and the hardest crystal of the golden obsidian in the future will be visualized by human form with 10,000 years of martial arts. A deep fingerprint also appeared on the chest. Large patches of cracks spread around the fingerprints, and even tend to collapse. Lu Sheng was shot down directly by an indescribable terrible impact force. His body fell down like a meteorite. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he was in his bloody sight. He saw the martial spirit of the extreme down martial saint, which was like a broken porcelain, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared from the sky. There was also the illusory figure, who had hit him seriously injured with just one finger. The figure cannot see clearly, and his figure is tall and magnificent, as if it comes from the starry sky of the universe. The clothes he wore were quite strange, very different from the style of this world. Lu Sheng wants to see more. The illusory human figure has quickly faded and disappeared. It seems like it has never appeared. Then Lu Sheng fell heavily into the sea, and the terrifying impact still had no intention of stopping. His figure kept falling in the sea, falling. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 5,000 meters. He fell into the dark sea abyss cave. Across abyss beasts swam past him and wanted to pounce on him, but when they got closer, they were knocked into a tin of blood by the terrifying impact. Lu Sheng didn't know when it would stop. His star immortal body and 22 immortal cells in his body tried to repair the body's trauma, but the power of both was quickly swallowed up under the terrifying power of that finger. It seemed as if a surging fire was spreading on Lu Sheng's body, and his own power was the source of water. Now, it is obvious that there is not enough water. It is simply not enough to put out the fire. Replenish the energy. Lu Sheng moved his extremely painful brain and barely found a source of water. At the critical moment, I can't take care of so much. Lu Sheng raised one hand with difficulty and took out a small bottle of bone oil essence from a pocket on the side of his pants. Before he could open it, he swallowed it all in his throat. It was hard for him to even have a hard burst, and he could do this. Feeling the power of Saint Sorrow bursting out in the body, Lu Sheng used the last trace of control in the state of the god of war to control the 22 divine cells in his body to swallow this energy. As for whether immortal cells can do it, what variables will happen in the future, he didn't know. He only knew that when the fire was raging, sewage was also water and could also be extinguished. At this time, the light completely disappeared in front of Lu Sheng's eyes, and his vision began to become blurred. Lu Sheng wanted to take out his cell phone from his pocket and send a message to those close to him, but my body couldn't lift it up at all. Forget it, I won't die anyway, it should. Lu Sheng finally gave up this idea and slowly closed his eyes. The last thought that circled in his mind was, Grass Mud Horse. Why does this world have power above level 9? Be careless. Ninghai? At sea level. All the military officials, who had just witnessed a series of sudden changes, were stunned. A second ago, they were immersed in Lu Sheng's attitude and killed the extreme martial saint with one punch until they were dying. Their military headquarters already has a new god, and it is a god that exists above the 9th level. An unprecedented god. The military headquarters is about to have an extremely bright future. But the next second, then it will cause sudden changes. Lu Sheng was hit by the last trump card thrown by the Jidao martial saint and fell to the bottom of the sea, missing. Everything happened too quickly. They didn't react at all. Many people showed a deep confusion on their faces. They even began to doubt. Is everything I have experienced today just a dream? When I was suddenly surprised at some point, I was in the military camp. 5 military marshals took the lead in reacting. All generals,
everyone. All are launched in search for Lu Sheng's whereabouts. Immediately. Yes.
The order was conveyed quickly. The entire army took action, and countless officers entered the water, searching in the water, a carpet-like search in the water where Lu Sheng disappeared. 5 military marshals stood on the deck of the highest warship, staring deeply at the busy sea in the distance. The initial joy was no longer seen on his face, only a faint solemnity and worry.
Do you think? Lu Sheng, are you still alive?
A marshal suddenly spoke. Several people were silent for a while, and someone answered.
In the past 300 years of martial arts on this planet, the youngest and most infamous son of a genius. You can kill the martial saint at level 8 in adversity. This is destined to be like the sun in the sky at noon, and the person who shines the whole world suddenly dies. Do you believe it?
The marshal who spoke was extremely serious and shook his head.
I don't believe it anyway. A person like Lu Sheng, even if he dies, he will not die here in this case.
There was a marshal who agreed. The rest nodded slowly.
That's what happened today. Transfer it.
A marshal's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he said word by word.
At least, the senior figures in the entire Dragon Kingdom must know. Today, the Supreme Martial Saint was defeated by the future god of our army, Lu Sheng.
The next day, a piece of news quietly spread to the circle of senior figures in Long Country. Lu Sheng, a peerless genius in the military department, was in a weak age. He killed the Jidao Martial Arts Hall in Ninghai. Defeat the Jidao Martial Saint, and the Jidao Martial Saint escapes from death. In an instant, the whole circle was sensational. Countless people were shocked. I don't know how many people crushed teacups and seat armrests. If the first half of the news is a magnitude 10 earthquake, it is shocking. The last half of the news. It was like a nuclear bomb thrown in front of him.
Boom!
The whole person was numb and fainted. The defeat of the extreme Martial Saint in Ninghai. Martial Saint. That's the Martial Saint. The extreme Martial 359. I'll give you a face, right? I'm the Saint of Warrior? 6. This pain is almost unbearable. He couldn't help but hold his head in his hands, and curled up on the ground. A large amount of red blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, like a blood-colored snake, winding around his fair body. This process lasted for more than half an hour. During this period, the boy didn't know how much blood shed, and almost completely dyed the surrounding ice and snow. After the pain weakened slightly, he slowly put down his hands holding his head. The whole person was panting violently, and there was no trace of blood on his cheeks. The boy struggled to get up from the ground, his muscles trembling. He was so injured. The body of the Martial Saint, who had been raised for more than 100 years, was completely destroyed.
Fortunately, I exchanged a bottle of melting divine liquid last time. Otherwise, even if the martial arts soul escaped, I would not survive if I had cloned my subordinate body that had been prepared for a long time.
But even so, he was still in a state of perseverance. It is not that easy to change the martial body. The merge of God liquid can only eliminate the barrier between his martial soul and this auxiliary body. The adhesion between the soul and the auxiliary body must be slowly cultivated. This process is very long. Even at the peak of the great Dao Martial Saint, it will take 10 years or even longer to finish all this. After the end, the strength will drop by at least 30%. Not to mention, the martial arts soul of the Jidao Martial Saint is still on the verge of breaking. It is like a candle in the wind, and there is a possibility of complete annihilation at any time.
Lu Sheng.
When the Jidao Martial Saint remembered this name, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. But in addition to hatred, there are more shock, horror, and deep fear that penetrates into the bone marrow. The older one is, the more afraid of death. The Martial Saint is no exception. especially the old antiques like the Jidao martial saint, who survived the battle between dragon and lion. He remembered the process of being repeatedly ravaged by Lu Sheng and having no power to fight back. And the last punch from Lu Sheng. That kind of terror that is wandering between life and death. The Jidao martial saint is still sweating all over when he thinks about it. If it weren't for the life-saving talisman he had last sacrificed with the martial will of level 10 strongman, there would be no possibility of escaping back alive. It is hard to imagine that he was a level 9 martial saint who could be forced to such an extent by a level 8.
Monster, non-human.
Even the Jidao martial saint is over 200 years old, and he can't find a word that can accurately describe Lu Sheng.
How can a genius of this level appear on our first level resource star? There is such a terrifying strength at level 8. If it is level 9, wouldn't it be possible to directly walk out of the planet? And he should be dead, right? It must be dead.
Jidao martial saint shook his head and said with a firm tone,
No matter how strong the level 10 strongman is, no matter how strong his combat power and skill are, he is essentially level 8. How can the martial body survive without being condensed by the general trend of heaven and earth? Even at the peak of level 9, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured even if you don't die.
The Jidao martial saint couldn't help but feel ache when he thought of this. The life-saving talisman with the martial will of level 10 strongman was exchanged for more than 100 years. The original idea was not to save your life, but to use this to comprehend the Tao of level 10 and seek the opportunity to advance to level 10. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. And it is used on a mere 8-level opponent. It's just a big deal.
The inheritance control of low-level resource stars is too strict, and it will not be easy to allow a strongman who exceeds his own control to be born. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to use this method to peak at the 10th level.
However, these things are meaningless to the extreme martial saint now. Thank God for his current appearance to survive smoothly and restore his strength to half of his peak. Martial body transformation martial spirit was severely damaged. What else can I talk about at the level 10? The Jidao martial saint thought, and his mind began to sting like a knife, and his 7 orifices began to bleed wildly. He stumbled and rushed to a place, finding a square black suitcase under a huge rock beside the Tianqi Lake. Take out a few bottles of potions from the suitcase and pour them into your mouth quickly. After drinking the medicine, he slowly calmed down after a while. He grabbed a handful of snow on the ground and wiped away the blood on his face. The cold snow slid across his cheeks, giving him a slight stinging feeling.
I haven't felt this weak feeling for many years.
Jidao Wuxing took out a set of clothes from his suitcase and put them on randomly. Then he stared at the suitcase for a while, glanced around, and said to himself,
I can't stay in this place anymore. Sooner or later someone will come to me.
I have to find someone to protect me. Tan Zhongyu, Lin Jingwe.
The eyes of the Jidao martial saint flashed, and he was a little confused between the two names, and soon made a choice.
The rest should be enough for his protection. With his personality, he should not be able to take advantage of the situation.
There is no way. The 4 symbols and 28 constellations under the command of the Jidao martial saint died in this battle. Now he doesn't even have anyone to use. Although the Jidao martial arts hall is powerful, his real confidant is the Jidao 4 symbols and the 28 constellations and the others below. No one dares to believe whoever knows what ulterior motives they have. The safest way is to find a reliable tree to shelter from the wind and rain immediately. He is at his weakest time now. Once the news of the battle in Ninghai is out, God knows how many people who smell the blood will come over. After all, a legacy of a 9th level martial saint. It's enough to make more than 90% of people tempted. Maybe even foreign forces will come and join in the fun. The Jidao martial saint packed up his things and had no nostalgia for all the things on the Tianmai Peak.
Even at this moment, the bodies of his dead wife and children were buried under the Tianchi Lake. I hurriedly got off Tianwai Peak. Once a martial saint, he could cross countless distances with just one thought, and only a few breaths left from Tianwai Peak. Now that I hiked down the mountain, I realize how difficult this road is. Achio. The Jidao martial saint sneezes hard, wrapping his clothes tightly with both hands. His whole face is so cold that his face is blue and purple, his whole body is trembling, and his snot is almost flowing. How come why did I choose such a place as a place for meditation? And I haven't prepared a winter clothing yet, so I'm frozen to death. His body is too weak, not even the strength of the Grandmaster realm. As he walked along the way, he almost froze him to death. 0. The key is that his soul was injured, his brain was still hurting, and he felt like he was bleeding from his nose again. Jido Wushin walked down in a daze. I don't know how long I've been away, but suddenly, swish, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of me. The extreme martial saint was clever and looked up suddenly. I saw 2 tall and burly men standing in front of me and looking down at me from a high position. The 2 of them had blood as if they were burning the stove. The ice and snow all over their bodies melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were all martial arts masters above the level 7 master. Boy! One of the 2 men had a national face, staring at the Jidao martial saint, and said coldly, "Did Tianwai Peak come from here? What are you calling me?" The eyes of the Jidao martial saint narrowed, and a cold light burst out, and a noble temperament that looked down on the world and looked down on the people all over his body. But when he said it, he was suddenly shocked, etc. Something is wrong. He seems to be no longer a martial saint. Oops! The Jidao martial saint quickly looked up and suddenly found that the 2 masters in front of him were all staring at him blankly. 0. Can you be scared by my momentum? The Jidao martial saint was delighted. Sure enough, even if my strength is not there, the pressure of the martial saint for more than 100 years still exists. 360. The martial saint was crippled by him. I'm a big deal. 1. A building near the sea. The shape is cylindrical, and the whole body is bright and white, looking like a pile of white jade. Yuju building. How was this trip to Beishizu? I heard that the scenery is very good, and I have never had the chance to go there. A tall woman with a ponytail tied to her hair exposed her smooth and plump forehead, fair skin, and a tall figure, holding a cup of hot coffee, stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window near the sea, whispering casually while waving the sea breeze. She asked about the man sitting next to a white desk, facing the computer in front of her. The man has bright facial features, thin lips, and have focused and calm eyes. His white shirt and frameless glasses make him look a bit like a workplace elite. But the solid forearm muscles revealed under the cuffs give people a feeling of calming down the beast. When you are promoted to level 8, I can take you with you next time. The man's fingers were fast, and he made a crisp, duh sound on the keyboard. Level 8 is not that easy. Do you think everyone is your Sheng Yujia? The ponytail woman curled her lips and walked over, curiously looked at the man's computer screen. She saw a large paragraph of text and data descriptions, as well as something similar to maps. It makes people dizzy when they look at it, but all of this has quickly become rich and perfected with the sound of the man's 970 typing on the keyboard with both hands. It seems that this trip has gained a lot. The woman blinked and spoke. The man tapped the last button, stopped his hands, took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows, shook his head and said, "How can you get anything? It's just a routine. You have been running around for more than 10 years. What are you looking for adults? Can you tell me?" The woman asked curiously. The man thought for a while and said 2 words. Nanjing.
Natural crystal?
The woman blinked and her eyes fell on the computer in front of the man.
What is that? Stop reading, you can't find it online.
The man explained.
Energy crystal is a crystal with the highest energy content in a unit, which can also be called an energy source. This kind of thing is extremely rare and precious. Currently, there are only a few known output places, and they are shared by countries around the world. I have traveled almost half of the planet in the past decade just to find a new energy crystal output for adults.
So awesome, the woman said in surprise.
Is it helpful for martial arts?
Yes, but it is only useful for characters of the same level as adults.
For level 9, energy crystal is not only a precious cultivation resource, but also a currency.
The woman's eyes were bright, and she felt as if the door to a new world was slowly opening in front of her, making her feel indescribable surprise.
By the way, are these secrets really okay to tell me?
The woman suddenly looked alert and said,
You won't tell me that you will destroy my mouth immediately. Hee hee.
The man couldn't help laughing and shook his head and said,
You've watched too many movies. Although this is a secret, you have to know sooner or later. I'm just telling you in advance. The World Grandmaster competition is about to begin in 1 year. You must go and participate, so someone will naturally tell you about Ninjing. The World Grandmaster competition is also related to Ninjing. It was originally a regular event created for the distribution of energy crystals. Each year, each country sends its own master-level strongmen to compete, and determines the share of the martial saints of each country according to the final ranking of the competition. That's what happened.
The woman was smart and quickly thought,
Since there is competition among the martial saints of various countries, then there should be competition among the martial saints of their own country, right? Nature.
The man nodded and said,
This is also the meaning of our Minjiyutang's existence. It is like the 4 symbols of the Jidao martial saint and the 28 constellations. There are also hundreds of disciples who surpass the martial saint.
The man said, sighed softly, and said helplessly,
Sir, the youngest among the 3 martial saints in my dragon kingdom, and the shortest time to become a saint. Our Minjiyutang has been established the shortest time and has the thinnest foundation. There has always been a big gap between the overall strength and the power that surpasses the martial arts hall. Almost every time the energy crystal is distributed, the adults have the least share. The most extreme martial saints are, and the second is to surpass them. This is also the reason why adults have always been eager to find a new energy crystal production place. It's better to increase revenue than to reduce expenses.
The ponytail woman felt the heavy pressure on the shoulders of the man in front of her, and her expression became complicated, just thinking about how to comfort the other person. Suddenly, an email popped up on the computer screen in front of the man. The ponytail woman turned her head tactfully and pretended to look at the scenery outside the window. A few seconds later,
boom!
A huge explosion came from the side of the ponytail woman, and all kinds of fragments exploded flying everywhere. The ponytail woman was shocked, and the coffee in her hand almost spilled, so she quickly turned her head. I only saw the man who had spoken patiently to her before, and was standing still, with an indescribable strange expression on his face.
What's wrong?
The ponytail woman was confused. The man turned his head little by little, looked at her, and spoke in a low tone.
This World Grandmaster competition, the share of the adults is finally not the least. Why?
Women don't understand why.
Because,
the man said in a quiet tone,
the 4 symbols of the Great Tao, the 28 constellations are destroyed, the Great Tao martial saint is injured and dying. The Great Tao lineage is over.
What? The woman's eyes suddenly opened wide. Her expression was as incredible as a ghost.
Really? Is this news reliable?
The man did not answer, but said with a strange expression,
You must not guess who is the person who did these things? Who?
The woman asked. The man's eyes flashed, and he said word by word.
It is the young man who offended the Jidao Martial Arts Hall when he asked you to go to help, but he killed Jidao Tong Kueisheng with his own strength. Lu Sheng.
Buzz. The woman was hit hard, as if she was struck by lightning on the spot. His mouth was wide open, and his whole body was completely frozen in place, without moving. The coffee that was always holding in his hand also fell to the ground with a snap, smashing it to pieces. The man ignored her and walked out quickly.
I'll go to meet with the Lord and report this to him.
Soon, there was only a woman standing in the room. The sea breeze blew in outside the floor-to-ceiling window, blowing the ponytail woman's hair and clothes. She looked dazed and confused and murmured,
It's him. How could it be him? Lu Sheng.
Beyond the martial arts hall. In such a huge martial arts performance venue, many men and women wearing martial arts uniforms beyond the martial arts hall were performing martial arts. Under an old locust tree beside the martial arts field, there was a young man sitting lazily. The young man had a messy hair, a shaved beard, his eyes were muddy and unconscious, his clothes were dirty, and he was drunk, and he looked like a homeless man. 2 disciples from the martial arts hall, one big and one small, passed by. The young man who saw the depressed young man who was scattered with wine bottles scattered on the ground under the tree had a strong novel look in his eyes, and couldn't help blurting out,
Damn it, senior brother! Is this senior brother going to the path of drinking? I have read it in the novel, but I didn't expect that there is really someone like this in reality. We are really talented when we surpass the martial arts hall.
When the older disciple heard this, he hurriedly covered his mouth and said nervously,
What are you talking about? This one is.
The older disciple was halfway through, but he couldn't continue. He sighed and said,
It was someone who interrupted his martial arts journey and fell to this point. Break the martial arts route?
The young disciple opened his eyes wide.
The
older disciple glanced at the direction under the big tree in the distance. 361. Shocking guess, the tip of the iceberg of disaster. 2. When the Battle of Ninghai caused huge waves to the outside world, the military headquarters was still tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of Landing Saint in the Ninghai Sea. 2 figures stood on a warship, looking at the busy crowd in the distance.
The search range has been expanded to 100 kilometers of surrounding sea areas, and the search depth has reached 8,000 meters. There is no trace of Lu Sheng. Then expand and go deeper. I have entered the Haiyuan cave, and it may be a bit difficult if I go deeper.
The military marshal turned his head and glanced at the Navy general beside him and said lightly,
Do you think it is difficult for the military headquarters to train another strongman who is enough to kill the martial saint, or is it difficult to search for the cracks in the underground cave?
The Navy general looked shaking and said quickly,
I understand.
After thinking about it, I couldn't help but say,
Marson, should I recruit the General Star team? Or set up a successful mission to make this matter? If you have a large number of level 7 and level 8 generals to help, the progress will be much faster.
The marshal of the military shook his head.
Not for now. Try to block the news of Lu Sheng's disappearance first. Then his family and friends. Treat with the highest treatment from the military, and don't let them know anything about this. Let's talk about everything when Lu Sheng comes back. Yes.
After a simple exchange, the Navy general hurriedly left. Only the marshal of the military headquarters stood alone on the deck, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the sea level in the distance. His eyes were 06 farther away, and there seemed to be a light flashing slightly in his eyes.
The hope that the military headquarters has been looking forward to for more than 200 years will not be extinguished like this. It will definitely not.
While countless people searched the sea with carpet style, The sea level is 30,000 meters below. Deep in the Hyuan cave, a little golden light illuminates the darkness. The golden light was so abrupt and conspicuous deep in the dim and sun-deep cracks that it could easily attract the curious guy. One of the ferocious beasts, which are about 20 meters long and huge in size, swaying gently towards the position where the golden light is blooming. The giant whale-like strange beast swam quickly to the location where the golden light was. It opened its mouth and turned up half of its body directly, revealing the spiral serrated teeth below, like an extra-large meat grinder. The giant whale beast sucked hard at the position of the golden light, and a terrifying suction force immediately came from the center of the meat grinder. This suction directly forms a whirlpool sea at the bottom of the abyss, and tens of thousands of tons of seawater pours into it. The golden light was pulled and moved quickly. Just as the golden light was about to be absorbed by the vortex, the originally hazy and mysterious golden light with a bit of color suddenly changed. In an instant, it became violent and cold, with fierce flames. It was like pulling away the beautiful disguise on its body, revealing the cruel nature below. Two long black tentacles suddenly emerged from the golden light. Tentacles are like guns, and with the effect of suction, they penetrate the oral wall of the giant whale and beast with spiral serrated teeth. It is easy to penetrate deeply. Up and down. Then he started sucking like a pump. Roar. The giant whale and beast were in pain and roared. The suction force from their mouths suddenly stopped and turned into terrifying sound waves, spreading outward layer by layer along the sea water. The two black tentacles covered with scales remained unmoved, and were still firmly rooted in their mouths. The flesh and blood essence is visible to the naked eye and transmitted back through tentacles. And the giant whale beast quickly shriveled. In just a dozen blinks, the terrifying 8th-level beast nearly 20 meters long turned into a piece of flesh and gradually drifted away along the water flow. The two black tentacles that had absorbed the essence of flesh and blood slowly retracted, and their movements were satisfactory and lazy. With the dim golden light, you can see the full picture of this top undersea predator. It has a head like a young man, with fair skin and handsome facial features. Every hair and every inch of muscle is as perfect as the creation of heaven, and has a thrilling male beauty. But when you reach the chest position, the beauty comes to an abrupt end and is cut off with one knife. A huge wound entrenched on the chest. The entire chest cavity was opened, revealing the empty space inside. A little golden light was alone in this empty space, and all the golden light came from it. Going further down, it seems a bit scary and disgusting. At the bottom of the chest wound, countless black granulations were growing wildly. These granulations are like living creatures, growing and withering. A force entrenched in the chest wound easily kills the activity of these granulations, which is also the reason why the wound cannot completely heal until now. Go down further. It's a completely monster body. A fist-sized eye grew on his lower abdomen, and his feet were replaced by two tentacles covered with black scales. Its masterpiece was its previous masterpiece to hunt level 8 beasts. These two tentacles flexibly wandered in the abyss, using the golden light of the chest as bait, searching for the next predatory object everywhere. The extremely beautiful upper body, and the terrifying lower body. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a product made up of angels and demons. I've developed a little in the direction of Cthulhu. Lu Sheng looked at his whole body and said to himself, his situation is simply terrible now. The golden obsidian human figure in my mind was fragmented, and the huge wound in my chest could not heal, because he drank the half bottle of Saint of Saint. His lower body was completely alienated. He became like a half-human and half-monster now. If we use one sentence to describe it, it is internal and external troubles, and the ground is full of chaos. Lu Sheng has a good mentality. At least, he still survived. Successfully survived twice in the attack of the level 10 strongman. Crossing 2 major realms, he is only 8 levels, and can survive the killing moves of a level 10 strongman, and it is not considered dying, so he could only be said to be seriously injured. It's really amazing.
There are traces of a level 10 strongman in this world.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, and he tried hard to recall the appearance of the level 10 strongman who injured him.
Looking at the style of clothing, it doesn't look like people from this world or this era.
Lu Sheng speculated that there were level 10 strong people in this world, either from a place outside the land under his feet, or it is a character from a long time ago.
Before the first year of martial arts, it was the era of pure science and technology, and there was never any information about ancient martial arts civilization. Otherwise, the present would not have been considered as the first year of martial arts. Then there's only... Lu Sheng thought about it carefully. A powerful man from an alien planet, a higher martial arts civilization. This is a very high possibility.
From the appearance of a strange beast to the rise of martial arts, it has only been a few hundred years. Martial arts starts from the beginning where even the 3rd level powerful people don't have a starting point. When the 9th level martial saint powerhouse appeared, it took less than 100 years to go through. I didn't think anything about this when I saw this in textbooks before. Now think about it. Is this development speed too fast?
Just imagine, now that all routes from level 1 to level 9 are indicated, it is so difficult for the world to give birth to a level 9 martial saint. Not to mention the beginning of martial arts, the journey is arduous, and everything is about to explore and move forward in the dark.
If a person from a higher martial arts civilization helped to open the martial arts journey, then everything would be explained.
Someone teaches, and no one teaches are completely different concepts.
Then why should the higher martial arts civilization help start the martial arts journey?
Lu Sheng's brain was running fast, and he quickly thought of the key to things.
Extraordinary beast. The invasion of strange beasts is the beginning of everything.
Imagine that when a weak technological civilization is invaded by powerful creatures from another world, the entire civilization will
362. Bud the world of martial arts and respect the title of Wu Zhu. 3. This guess made Lu Sheng's 2 tentacles on his lower body a little out of control. He quickly grabbed a passing level 8 beast and absorbed it. Looking at the unlucky octopus-like monster-like beast with 2 3-headed heads pierced by his 2 tentacles. It was like drinking yogurt. Gulagulugu quickly faded. Lu Sheng's empty chest cavity calmed down a little. The wound in the chest cavity closed slightly. This is also the reason why Lu Sheng thinks it is pretty good now. Thanks to his alienated lower body, he has been preying on the strange beasts in the cave, which has a continuous source of energy. Although the remaining power of the level 10 strongman on his chest is as solid as a rock, it will be a day when you polish it a little bit. And it seems that because he is in the cave now, the power of the rules has become much weaker, and there has been no sign of apoptosis in the alienated cells.
If my guess is correct, the dream space should be a similar battlefield for the alien beasts. The duration of the battle situation and the intensity of the battle situation are much longer and anxious than the current world, and eventually fell.
Compared with dream space, the battlefield in this world can only be considered a new life.
I just don't know whether the dream space is divided into different corners of the universe or the battlefield under the invasion of the same strange beasts in different universes.
At this time, a strong feeling of strength suddenly arose in Lu Sheng's heart. Only by becoming stronger, strong enough to get out of the planet in reality and dreams. Only by guessing the division of battlefields and dream spaces can we obtain verification one by one. Become stronger. Nature begins with recovery. Lu Sheng looked inside, looked at the mess everywhere, took a deep breath, and said calmly,
"Then, from now on, let's reorganize the old mountains and rivers."
Close your eyes, and Lu Sheng entered the dream space. He was not worried about the dangers he would be in the Hyuan cave after he fell asleep. The biological instinct of alienated cells is too strong. Even if he does not take the initiative to control it, his innate aggression and destructive instinct will drive him to constantly prey on all living things around him. To give a simple analogy, it is Lu Sheng, who was driving in an alienated state, was also practicing while sleeping. Oh no, to be precise, it is hang up to heal the injury. In the dream space, Lu Sheng's figure appeared on the broken street. His mental power was damaged, and even when he entered the dream space, he felt a little weak. In this case, it is obvious that it will not be shown if you want to go to Woodwan Street to find someone to change your life.
First, harvest some memories and repair the spiritual human form.
The golden obsidian human figure in Lu Sheng's mind is like a broken crystal craft. The chest was broken and cracks were spread all over the body. If you want to repair it, it has to be said to be a very big project. Fortunately, he has a dream space to continuously obtain spiritual energy, and also crystal visualization. The repair speed is probably not too slow.
It's actually good to break it. It's just right to take advantage of this time that the golden obsidian human form will be transformed into an amethyst human form.
Lu Sheng grabbed the black knife left by Gu Xian, the saint of killing martial arts, and walked towards a nearby street. Mental attacks cannot be used in a short period of time, so they can only be harvested with a knife. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but think of the internal and external wheel swords that he lost in the battle with the Jidao martial saint. It was almost made of all secret gold, and I don't know if the people from the military headquarters had put it away for him. If he really lost it, he would feel distressed. Lu Sheng shook his figure and appeared on the uncleared long street. After sweeping the mental power, he confirmed that there were only 2 7th level and 1 8th level on this street, and rushed up directly. The black long knife flipped gently. The corpse was covered with blood, and the murderous intent was gushing out. It was like a sickle cutting wheat, and the zombies on the long street fell down one after another. Even 2 of them are the 7th level masters and 1 8th level master. The zombies on the entire long street turned into black smoke and gathered in Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng then cleared 2 long streets. A total of 5 levels of master wills and 3 levels of 8 major martial arts wills were harvested. Now there are 50 different martial arts wills on the roulette of Lu Sheng's 10 comprehensive martial arts master. It should have been more, but some of them were too weak and the same as the will of the master, so he simply combined them into one category. Because of the blessing of more and more martial arts will, the gray roulette representing the master Lu Sheng Shirkwan has also become much larger. The plate was about 3 times larger than it was at the beginning, like a sundial lit by divine fires.
When you reach 100 types, will there be a qualitative change?
A wonderful guess came into Lu Sheng's mind. Feeling the long-lost swelling between his eyebrows, Lu Sheng stopped harvesting and returned to the starting point. Place the long black knife on your knees and start practicing the
crystal visualization method.
With closed eyes, a large amount of memories were transformed into pure spiritual power and poured into Lu Sheng's mind. While looking at the memories of every deceased, Lu Sheng guessed the truth behind the disaster in the dream world. He repaired the broken and cracks in the golden obsidian human form little by little. This project is cumbersome and huge, but Lu Sheng had to come patiently. The inland saint didn't want to go out for a short time. He is now like this, and when he goes out, he will probably scare many people.
When the injury recovers, eliminate the alienation characteristics before going out. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to check the information of the Tinder resource library.
Lu Sheng suddenly thought of this, and hurriedly took out his brain. Although he is basically sure now, most of the future of his world in the Dream Space 10 resource library is fabricated.
But
The information it stores itself is real. Those martial arts inheritance, those potions and formulas, and those information about the real world that it does not know how to collect and integrate. It is still very helpful to Lu Sheng. Still a treasure. And the key to opening the treasure is permission.
Retrieve my profile. Retrieval.
Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Life. Martial arts June 297 Martial arts. Lu Sheng was too lazy to read the above information. I glanced at the middle part of my life experience. Yuninghai seriously injured the Jidao martial saint, and disappeared seriously. He returned 3 years later. Kill the Jidao, defeat the martial saint Lin Zhenghua, defeat the martial saint Tan Zhongyu.
The martial saint of the extreme Dao is not dead.
Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. Before he fell into the deep sea, he vaguely saw the martial arts soul of the Jidao martial saint escape by turning into light. At that time, he felt that he was not dead. Now he has been verified that he is indeed not dead.
It doesn't matter. It's going to die sooner or later. Even his martial body was destroyed by me. Even if he was lucky enough to save his life, he would still be an old dog who survived.
Lu Sheng thought calmly. Keep reading. Entering to level 9 at the age of 25, he is the youngest martial saint in the history of martial arts, with the name Shirkuan. Trying to fight the world, it is invincible. At the age of 30, he established the Shenwu Pavilion to spread the world of martial arts, and made great contributions to the development of human martial arts civilization. If you ignore age and other things directly, Lu Sheng mainly looks at the text behind. It is roughly no different from the previous experience of the martial saint. The only difference is the establishment of the Saint Martial Arts Hall, and the experience of building the world of martial arts.
It coincides with my thoughts. Did it capture the fluctuations in my mind?
What Lu Sheng is most curious about now is the way of collecting information in dream space. Based on the information deviation of Liansu's pregnancy before, he still hasn't figured out how this thing obtains information resources.
Strange, it was previously known as Under the Sky. Lu Sheng thought and continued to look down.
363. Pushing the Ancient Times, the Magic Performance Myth. Level 12 Level Exercise? Superior Magic. 4. People's Historical Evaluation, 10 stars. Tinder Resource Library Permissions. Level 10. Lu Sheng's body trembled slightly, and a look of joy appeared on his face. As expected, Wu Zhu didn't call him in vain. He was previously known as Super 9 and
Under the Sky.
Now the title of Wu Zhu has been upgraded to 3 levels in a row, reaching the height of level 10. Based on past experience, the 7th level authority is open to the
7th and 8th
road. Then level 8 is the
8 gene and 9th.
Level 9 is the
9 gene and 10.
Level 10 is the
10 gene and 11. From now on, I will open all the roads from level 9 to level 11.
Lu Sheng's eyes were burning, and he directly issued an order to Guangwang,
calling out all the 11th level exercises in the 10 resource library.
9 chapters of martial arts appeared quietly in front of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's heart completely relaxed. Sure enough, all the methods in the 10 resource library already open to him completely.
There are actually 9 11th level exercises.
Lu Sheng read it one by one.
The story of immortality of stars.
Crystal visualization.
Natural breathing method. Divine lighting of the Pluto Sutra.
And
praying for heavenly wishings.
The first 5 articles are all learned by Lu Sheng. The last 4 articles. Lu Sheng looked at the creator and suddenly felt refreshed. It actually comes from Wang He. The only level 11 killing martial arts he has learned is
praying for heaven wishings,
which comes from Duani Feng, a strong man at the 11th level. The power of the Qiqian Bao Wheel Sword is undoubtedly So far, it is still in the cold weapon martial arts mastered by Lu Sheng. Even the sword technique he is using now is simply the superficial of praying heavenly wishing wheel of the sword, because he has always been using the killing Taoist control he inherited from Gu Xian's Qi Tianwan Ju to flower the way of the sword, and Gu Xian. To be honest, he is simply an abandoned disciple who prays for heaven and wishes. The essence of the flow of the heavenly wish wheel is not mastered at all. It is already so powerful that you can imagine how terrifying the killing martial arts that can be level 11 are. Lu Sheng had even fantasized about it in his heart. What he knows at present are 3 11-level powerhouses: Wang He, Duan Yifeng and Yang Yizhou. What kind of killing martial arts are they good at? If he learns all of them, he will be like mastering 3 level 11 killing techniques at the same time. Now, dreams come true.
5 seasons of boxing. Legend has it that in ancient times, between heaven and earth, in addition to spring, summer, autumn, and winter, there are also when infinite light and heat will burn the mountains, rivers, and the earth, and all living beings will die in the heat. Heaven and earth are reduced to ovens, burning everything.
So this so-called
5 seasons of boxing
is to trace the ancient times with boxing techniques and reproduce the terrifying landscape of 10 days on the same day.
Shit. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Boxing pushes to ancient times, and Dharma performs myths. This is how powerful boxing is. The idea alone must be beyond any martial arts skills Lu Sheng had learned before.
No wonder Sheng's master skill is called 10 days, and the heavens. It turns out, Wang He's boxing technique originally means 10 days, and the heavens.
Lu Sheng couldn't help but remember what he had obtained from Sheng. He can still recall Sheng's inspiration burst out with joy and excitement after seeing Wang He punch. He once thought Sheng had not learned a trace of Wang He's fur. Thinking about it now, it is not the case. At least Sheng understood the true meaning of a hage in Wang He boxing. Although he couldn't copy it all, he at least tried his best. Just like a child. The two are indeed incomparable. But the latter's spirit is also worthy of respect.
If Sheng is given another 100 years, he may not be able to achieve even higher achievements.
Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart, then continued to look down. He thought he could see the most mysterious Yang Yizhou's killing martial arts among the 3 11th level powerhouses in the last 3 11th level powerhouses. The expression after reading it was like this:
eyes closed, face.
The last 3 articles of 11th level exercises.
The first chapter of the Inner Universe. Inner Universe. The second chapter of the Inner Universe.
Lu Sheng, the founder of the 3 martial arts, is indeed Yang Yizhou. Do you want to say it has anything to do with the martial arts of killing? It really makes a little bit more involved. Lu Sheng read all the contents of the 3 exercises, and his head hurts a little. I feel like I read the
Xinhua dictionary
from beginning to end. But the general idea is to understand. The content of these 3 exercises mainly talks about how to build the inner universe. There is also the connection between the outer universe and the inner universe. What are the benefits of successful construction of the inner universe? There are a lot of possibilities that may be. It's completely a theoretical exercise.
Like the divine light of the Pluto Sutra.
The author has not fully practiced the theoretical exercises. The key grade is still terrifyingly high. Any of the 3 articles above, middle and lower are 11 levels, and the 3 are integrated. Go straight to level 12.
Good guy, this should be considered the deduction process of the 12-level road, the prototype of the 12-level road?
Lu Sheng didn't know either. Anyway, every time he reads Yang Yizhou's martial arts descriptions, it is the same as reading a heavenly book. It's like a liberal arts student. If you ask him to listen to science courses, his brain waves are completely incompatible, and he can only listen in a fog. I'm talking about it. If we can really achieve the inner universe, it's indeed a killing of ancient and modern times. What martial arts can be more cruel than using a cosmology to hit people? Lu Sheng put these 3 skills aside and was about to wait until he was stuck at level 11 before taking them out and studying them slowly. Too difficult. Put the difficult things to do later. 5 seasons of boxing is enough to surprise Lu Sheng. His boxing skills have already reached the legendary 5th level. The 5-level boxing technique is combined with the 11th level boxing technique. God knows how powerful it can burst out. I don't know if I can punch a martial saint kid with 1 punch, or even challenge the 10th level above the level. Lu Sheng is still resentful of the level 10 strongman who injured him. After reading the martial arts, Lu Sheng thought for a while and ordered Guangnao. Call out the entire contents of the fire plan. Your permissions are insufficient. Lu Sheng was not too disappointed, as expected. I guess I have to wait until I upgrade my authority to level 11, and the layer of lies gauze outside the dream space will be completely torn apart. Lu Sheng ignored it, and focused on checking the content of the Martial Saint chapter of his 3 cornerstone skills. The next step is to be promoted to Martial Saint, mainly to understand the specific process and principles of the 8th and 9th Jin dynasty. Then take a look at the follow-up arrangements for the 3 rituals. First of all, it is naturally the story of immortality of stars. After reading the Martial Saint chapter, Lu Sheng has a thorough understanding of the 8th Jin and 9th festival. It's similar to what he thought before. The 3 essence, energy and spirit are completely melted into one furnace, and then communicate with the world. Use the general trend of heaven and earth to forge your own martial arts imprint, and build the martial arts phenomena. At this point, the gap between warriors widened again. The difference in Dharma appearance will directly lead to the strength gap between the martial saint and the martial saint. According to what is said above, the martial arts and magical appearances of level 9 warriors are also divided into grades. The most intuitive distinction is made based on the height of the first birth method. 364. For Faye's Spiritual Realm Cloak. Issue of Alienation 1. I looked at the follow-ups of Crystal Visibility and Natural Respiration Method. Crystal Visualization is still smooth and stable. Each stage has its own visual objects, which are upgraded and progressed. The visual object of the 9th level, Crystal Visualization, is a crystal named Bona Crystal. This is a kind of dynamic crystal. Countless constituent molecules in the crystal are in motion all the time. Presenting on the whole is a wonderful crystal that emits shaped waves from time to time. A magical matter that is both scattered and aggregated. Lu Sheng used his light brain to search the fire resource library, and the result was still theoretical and theoretical. But is it really just a matter that exists in theory? Lu Sheng looked up at the dark and gray sky above his head, and there was a light flashing in his eyes. Not necessarily. He felt like the leading actor in Truman World. After tearing open the studio's curtain, God knows what kind of world is next. Self-heating breathing method gave Lu Sheng a small surprise. The content of the 9-level Martial Saint chapter actually added an attacking martial art for the first time. It is called the 4-Phase Spiritual Realm Cloak. This name made Lu Sheng stunned. What's the thing? 4-Phase Spiritual Realm Cloak? Is it a martial art or a cloak? After reading the entire chapter of Lu Sheng, he couldn't tell whether this martial arts was a boxing technique, a palm technique, a knife technique, or something. 311 levels. Lu Sheng stared at Yang Yizhou's name and bit his teeth creaked, his expression being both frustrated and helpless. Why did you get into such a riddle? Can't you do a good job of inheriting it? A complaint from a poor student who did not want to be named.
A great harvest. Lu Sheng was already full of healing schedules, becoming more and more fulfilling. Lu Sheng did not delay, and began to practice in great detail. Next, Lu Sheng basically hid in the dream space, harvested memories, repaired spiritual human forms, and practiced the newly obtained 11th level method. I occasionally wake up and see if my lower body is lazy or in trouble in Cthulhu. The sea of this cave is dark, and there is no sun. Time flows by like undercurrents, silently. After 1 month. Above the Ninghai, the old man Huafa in a marshal's uniform stood on the sea, looking at the blue sea as blue as a mirror, with expressionless face. A big man in an underwater combat suit held a long alloy knife, and walked out from the sea with a covered body of water vapor and blood, and quickly walked to the old man.
Marshal, is there any clue? Without.
The big man shook his head.
The search range has been expanded to a radius of 200 kilometers, and the cracks in the Haiyuan cave have also been explored in depth to nearly 20,000 meters. Still no trace of Lu Sheng is found.
The Eastern Military Region Marshal's eyes flashed. He nodded and said,
"Continue to search."
A look of hesitation flashed across the man's face, and he opened his mouth to speak. But in the end, I still didn't say the words in my heart. Just say, yes, and then dive into the deep sea again. At sea level, the tall old man stood with his hands behind his back, and no expression was seen on his face. Eastern Military Region. In a tightly guarded manor villa, a middle-aged couple in simple clothes sat in the yard, surrounded by soldiers in a straight posture, and a beautiful woman in military uniform and a cool and handsome spirit. There was a small table in front of several people, filled with various refreshments. In front of them were 2 figures fighting, every movement and one still. Jingja is a bald man with a blue scorpion tattooed on the back of his neck and ears, and a fierce look on his face. The bald man stood still. A figure surrounded the bald man and continued to attack, like a snake entangling a big tree. No matter how this figure attacks, the bald man can block it lightly. Obviously, the gap in strength between the two is quite huge. After a while, the attacking figure leaned back and jumped backwards, landing steadily on the ground. It showed a tall girl, 16 or 17 years old, with a youthful look on her face.
No more fights. Uncle Bald is worthy of being a master. It's hard for me to even let him move half a step,
Lu Qing has said helplessly. Next to it, the 2 maids quickly brought the towels and tea. Lu Qing quickly took it and whispered, "Thank you." The bald man grinned and said,
"Miss Qinghe is excellent enough. She is worthy of being Lord Lu's own sister. It took only a long time since she entered the stage of refining muscles and bones. At least I am not as strong as yours at Miss Qinghe's age."
The bald man said the last sentence seriously and sincerely, as if it was true. Lu Qinghe raised his 2 willow leaf eyebrows, as if he was quite happy. But then I couldn't help but speak.
"Bald uncle, do you know when my brother will come back?"
The bald man's eyes flashed for a moment, and he shook his head and said,
"How can we, the lower-level generals, know about Lord Lu's whereabouts? But I think it's probably going to be soon. Miss Qinghe, Mr. Lu, Miss Dong. I'll leave first, Miss Qinghe. The white dough will come tomorrow. You can prepare in advance."
After saying that, the bald man turned around and left. Lu Qinghe curled his lips and said nothing. He turned around and returned to Lu Dahai and his wife, grabbed the snacks on the table, and stuffed them into his mouth.
"Brother, it's really a mission. I've been doing it for so long, and I'm going to play with us. It's almost 2 months. Zheng Yufan couldn't help but speak.
Yes, Xiaoxing's mission has been launched for too long.
Dong Qingxue, who was standing beside him, said,
"Auntie, in the military region, you usually have a mission. It is normal not to come back for a few months or even half a year. Don't worry too much. No matter how busy you are, you should send a message and call back. It's been 2 months, and there's no news at all.
Zheng Yufeng complained. Lu Dehai next to him said,
Hey, don't worry if you don't understand. Ren Qingxue said it a long time ago. There are no signals in many places where Xiao Sheng went to. How can I call you if I don't have signals? As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Xiao Sheng is now a general, and there are countless soldiers under his command. Can he still hold a mobile phone every day like Qinghe? Dad, you said to me again.
0. Dong Qingxue watched the three of the Lu family chatting, and a smile appeared on her face. Turning his head, there was a faint sadness wrapping around his eyebrows. The phone in my pocket vibrated slightly. Dong Qingxue quickly took it out to check it out, but the light in her eyes quickly dimmed. I stared at a chat avatar that had not been moved for a long time, with a dazed look, not knowing what I was thinking. 2 thick black tentacles wrapped around the beast with a length of nearly 30 meters, covered with black hair, and a fish tail and 3 monkey heads, sucking in big mouths. The latter's 3 heads opened wide, and a shrill and painful sound wave was emitted from his mouth. After a moment, the 8th-level beast, which was considered a small overlord in Haiyuan Cave, completely turned into a skin, stirred by tentacles, and scattered in the sea water. The black tentacles retracted with satisfaction. Compared with the previous one, the 2 black tentacles were much thicker, almost as thick as a water tank, and the black scales were shiny, so full of energy and fat eating. Tentacles were moving upwards, a watermelon-sized eyeball swaying, searching for the next predation target in the dark. Going further up, the chest that had originally broken through a big hole was completely closed and covered by dense black scales. The trauma has almost healed, and the 5 internal organs have grown again. Lu Sheng looked at the part below his chest and finally began to feel uncomfortable. In the past month, with his alienated lower body, he could completely eliminate the remaining power of the level 10 strongman who remained on his chest. Trauma. It's considered healing. The mental injury is still far behind. Not even 1/10. Mainly, 365. If you are noisy, you will be hit by the space in the abyss. 2. The fluctuations of consciousness dissipated silently. Lu Sheng had no expression on his face. This situation was obviously not the case for him. This Haiyuan cave is similar to the several earth caves he has been to before. There are consciousness of strong people from another world deep in the cave. Perhaps it was because Lu Sheng had been staying under the Haiyuan cave for so long, and he looked very qualified. Half of the body has been alienated, and it is obvious that it is a good seedling. This guy would run out from time to time to discuss Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng is almost used to it. Go out of Haiyuan Cave and try to cultivate single alienated cells in the state of the God of War. Lu Sheng made up his mind and swam upwards. The 2 tentacles on the lower body were reluctant, and the eyes on the belly looked pitiful and reluctant. Obviously, he was quite dissatisfied with Lu Sheng's behavior of breaking up the couple and preventing them from throwing into the deep embrace of consciousness in the sea abyss cave. Lu Sheng had a black line at the end, and he became more and more determined to get out. If you stay here, God knows what will happen. The 2 black tentacles swung hard, and Lu Sheng rushed up like an arrow breaking water. There are still 22 immortal cells in Lu Sheng's body. However, the immortal cells originally located on the 437 on both legs were squeezed into the chest by alienated cells. The 22 immortal cells were dim and looked a little empty. It is because I haven't received energy replenishment for a long time. Most of the energy predated by alienated cells is used to heal the wound, and the rest is eaten and wiped away by themselves. Go out of the sea abyss cave, solve the problem of alienation, and then reshape the immortal body of the star. I will still be a hero in a month.
Lu Sheng was thinking. Suddenly, the immortal cells on the eyebrows suddenly came with waves of alertness. The mental power emitted also found the source of this warning. Deep in the cave below, an extremely huge shadow was rushing towards him quickly. Lu Sheng's pupils shrank slightly.
Level 9 level alien beast.
Boom! The abyss below me collapsed layer by layer, and the sea water irrigated backwards. A short vacuum and waterless area appeared at the bottom of the sea at a depth of 30,000 meters. An unimaginable terrifying suction came from below. Within the range of mental power, there were all level 7 or 8 beasts that were roaring unwillingly and sucked down by this terrifying suction force. Lu Sheng's body also fell down. He didn't look back, but he could see a super large vortex with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters under his feet. This scene is like the bottom of this Hyuan cave is leaking. How big should a strange beast that can cause such a terrifying scene? Lu Sheng didn't know. Because his mental power was swept over, he was also sucked and twisted by the attraction of the super vortex, and he could not find out the whole picture. It could only be roughly judged from the outline of the shadow. This level 9 level alien beast. The size is at least over 1,000 meters.
The level 8 strange beast is only tens of meters high, and level 9 is dozens or even hundreds of times that of level 8.
Without even having the shock, Lu Sheng crazily activated 2 black tentacles, and the 22 immortal cells in his body bloomed, and his mental power was released. Driven by the 3 forces, the whole person broke away from this suction force and continued to climb upward. He is not in full swing now, he can only escape and cannot fight. I don't know how many meters deep this abyss is, and God knows if there are any other level 9 below. What if a few more heads appear? Lu Sheng didn't want to be injured or injured. Swoosh, swish, swish. At this time, countless blood-red tentacles suddenly shot out from the super-large sea eye vortex below. Each tentacle has sharp teeth and suction cups, like a living thing, and they are all caught at Lu Sheng.
Wipe!
Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows, and then he understood what was going on. The goal is him. It was obviously the fluctuation of consciousness deep in the cave that was making trouble. A month of temptation failed. Seeing that he was about to leave, he planned to stay, right?
The melon is not sweet.
Lu Sheng raised his eyebrows, and a violent aura rose on his face. His arms were flapped, like 2 heavenly swords, slashing transparent sword waves visible to the naked eye in the sea. The sword waves slashed on the blood-red tentacles, and the latter broke one after another. Just like mowing grass, large tracts fell to the ground. Buzz! Angry sound waves came from under the sea. Boom! The suction force below suddenly stopped and turned into a powerful momentum and rushed up. Lu Sheng changed his palms to slap them, and slapped them out, and used this momentum to jump up at a faster speed. In a vague way, you can see. In the depths of the abyss, there seemed to be a huge shadow outline that looked like a suction cup to emerge quickly.
Stop sending it. See you next time.
Lu Sheng took a deep look, turned around with a calm expression, and immediately wanted to completely get rid of this pursuit. But just the moment he turned his head, but his pupils contracted violently. I saw a gray suddenly appearing in front of him. This gray area is not big. It could barely accommodate him alone. Lu Sheng had no time to react, and rushed into the gray area in a flash. Wait for Lu Sheng's figure to disappear. The restless sea abyss immediately calmed down. The level 9 strange beast quietly retreated, and the water flowed deep under the sea slowly eased. Everything seemed to return to its original calm. Only the gray abyss gap was quietly suspended in the water. The shape is like a big mouth that is open, with the corners of the mouth rising, as if it is silently mocking something.
Call!
Lu Sheng rushed out of the abyss. When he stopped, he was still confused. Depend on. He was actually fooled by the fluctuation of consciousness deep in the Haiyuan cave. The pursuit of level 9 strange beasts is simply a pretext. That guy's real purpose was to trick him into the abyss. Lu Xing's face twitched for a moment, forcibly calming down his inner shock. He scanned the surroundings. This is a rather weird place. The space is not big, and the upper and lower part are all in a misty gray color.
There is a thin air.
Lu Sheng tried to take a few deep breaths and found that he could barely breathe. He turned around and looked for the crack that came out of the abyss. But I suddenly found that the place was flat and there was no crack. The entire space is integrated, with no gaps.
Abyss space.
Lu Xing's eyes flashed, his face slightly calmed down.
I'm in trouble now.
Lu Sheng approached the gray around him and reached out to touch him. I felt like my palms touched a layer of elastic diaphragm. Use force. The diaphragm spreads outwards, and the gray color becomes lighter. Lu Xing vaguely saw that all around him were filled with similar gray spaces. One by one, like bubbles still in the glass.
It's true that the space of the abyss is small, far from reaching. Lu Xing now knows why no one who entered the abyss space has come back. The way back disappeared after coming in. Even if there is no danger here, I will be permanently lost in these countless gray bubbles.
No, it's not right.
Lu Xing narrowed his eyes and rejected his thoughts just now.
It's not that I'm gone, but somewhere else, but I didn't find it. There must be a crack in these gray bubbles that have gone back. Otherwise the level 10 level 11 powerhouses in the dream space would not be able to return back and forth at all.
The question is, how to find the cracks in the back of the abyss.
Lu Xing supported the gray diaphragm to the maximum, and everything he saw was gray bubbles of all sizes. There is also a black area between the bubbles, and I don't know if there is any danger. I don't know which gray bubble the way back is hidden, but it's undoubtedly a needle in a haystack.
There may be slim hope for ordinary warriors, but it may not be for me.
Lu Xing's expression was calm, and he quietly entered the state of the martial god. Then reach out and gently point it on the middle of your eyebrows. Inside the body, 22 immortal cells immediately ignited. 366. The head is facing the blade, just like cutting the spring breeze. Alien cells are sublimated. 3. Lu Xing tried to use mental power when he just entered the abyss. But I found that with his current mental strength, it was extremely difficult to enter and exit the gray bubble diaphragm, and the distance to extend it was much shorter than usual. There are no few gray bubbles to detect at all. This is also one of the reasons why he chose it with intuition rather than using his mental power to find the direction of the crack in the abyss. It is appropriate to use will projection to judge danger now. The projection of will is much more real than the simple mental exploration, and all 5 senses are combined. The mental power, hardly, passes through the diaphragm of the gray bubble, and then turns into a little golden light to aggregate in the outside of the bubble. After a while, a light golden human figure appeared outside the bubble. It is different from the will projection condensed by Lu Xing before. The human figure has become much lighter in color, and the gold is mixed with purple patterns. This is because Lu Xing's mental power has not yet been restored, and part of the golden obsidian human form has been transformed into an amethyst human form. The will projection clone floated in the black void, bringing various feedback to Lu Xing.
No air exists, no gravity, the distance to reach the next gray bubble.
The will projection walked a distance, and walked to a gray bubble near. He stretched out his hands, and tore the gray diaphragm outside it with force.
It's much larger than what I visually perceived, but not too far, within reach of what I can achieve.
After exploring it clearly, Lu Xing had nothing to hesitate about. He reached out and teared open the diaphragm in front of him, and he jumped out.
Natural respiration method.
Runs naturally in the body 07, and internal breathing brings a constant stream of fresh oxygen. With full projection as the anchor, weightlessness is not a big problem for Lu Sheng. He successfully arrived in less than a minute.
Then the next one.
Without stopping, Lu Sheng continued to approach the direction that the immortal cell intuition brought him step by step. Everything seemed orderly. It's like a progress bar leading to the end, advancing little by little. 20%, 30%, 40%. Lu Sheng didn't know how many gray bubbles he had passed through. He only knew that he was getting closer to the end point in his intuition, and the joy brought to him by the immortal cells became stronger and stronger. During this process, due to frequent use, Lu Sheng's proficiency in mastering will projection is also rapidly improving. It was a surprise. Just as Lu Sheng passed through a gray bubble again, one step closer to the target end, the 22 immortal cells in the body suddenly shook. At the same time, it was stinging like a needle. Alert! Lu Sheng looked up suddenly. The eyes looked out through the layers of gray bubble diaphragms. In the vast black void, gray bubbles in the distance suddenly trembled violently. A black shadow accompanied by a huge fluctuation of consciousness that Lu Sheng could not describe in words. It spreads rapidly toward this side. Wherever the shadow passed, those gray bubbles exploded one by one. Lu Sheng could almost make up for the sound of puff puff, bubble bursting in his mind.
It's him! He's here!
Lu Sheng's heart trembled violently. He was sure of it just a glance. This shadow is the guy who existed in the depths of the Haiyuan cave, who could not deceive him, and then used a level 9 alien beast to force him into the abyss space. Shit! Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and he absorbed all the thin air in the entire gray bubble. His eyes were quiet. Without hesitation, he tore open the gray bubble diaphragm in front of him and rushed forward. 1, 2, 3. Lu Sheng is getting closer and closer to the target's end point. He always feels that this is the end point, but he always finds that it is the next one. But the direction he was moving forward was the same as the direction where the black shadow came. The two got closer and closer, and soon they were about to meet. Lu Sheng quickly shuttled through the gray bubbles like a swimming fish. In front of him, black shadows were used like a tide, and large patches of gray bubbles burst. The shadow quickly came to Lu Sheng. The rolling waves of consciousness fell, with a little inexplicable joy.
Finish, you!
Call. An indescribable hand popped out from the shadow, and quickly grabbed Lu Sheng. There was no emotional fluctuation on Lu Sheng's face, and his eyes were calm. From beginning to end, his movements did not delay for a second, nor did he look up at the black shadow. Mountains collapse in front of them, but their colors remain unchanged, and deer rises on the left, but their eyes do not instantly. Put your head against the blade. It's like killing the spring breeze. He broke into ashes, and his two black tentacles danced wildly, and he took the initiative to pounce on the indescribable big hand. It looks like a wanderer who is extremely eager to run into the embrace of the mother. Swish! An invisible knife wave slashed through the black void, and the two black tentacles broke at the same time. Lu Sheng sank into the gray bubble. The gray bubble squeezed and deformed the next moment, and then shattered in the hands of the indescribable black shadow. And at this time, there is only a gray crack that is more than a half-meter long inside. It was like a laughing mouth, twisting in the void, silently mocking. As originally, he tricked Lu Sheng into the gray crack. Amazingly similar.
Boom!
The indescribable hand hit the gray crack hard, causing ripples. Ripples spread, and countless gray bubbles exploded.
I will eventually find you!
He and the black shadow roared up and roared. Call. Lu Sheng suddenly rushed out of the crack. The surroundings are cold and backflowing sea water. Still in Haiyuan cave. Lu Sheng's eyes flashed, without any hesitation, and his mental power pushed him, and his whole body rushed up like a cannonball. On the calm sea, glaciers float quietly.
Boom!
The tranquility was broken, and a figure as sharp as a dragon broke out from the water. Lu Sheng was suspended in the air, and the sea water dripped down his hair and body. After Lu Sheng came out, without hesitation, he punched hard at his lower abdomen.
Bang!
Before the huge eyeball on his lower abdomen could react, he directly exploded. He reached out to the depths of the exploded eyeball, and Lu Sheng pulled out the entire eyeball.
That is my body, and I must follow my will. Otherwise...
A cold light flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes, and he squeezed the remains of the black eyeballs.
Just go and die.
He doesn't care if he has some small thoughts about alienating his body on weekdays. At the critical moment of life and death, how dare you betray him and surrender to the enemy? This is really unbearable. If you can't even control your own body, then what martial arts will you practice? In the body, 22 immortal cells ignited a flame, and the vein map of the broken star's immortal body began to grow again and continue. The alienated cells were killed, and turned into rolling energy to feed back the 22 immortal and Star War bodies. After Lu Sheng's own will join the battlefield. This is simply a war without any suspense. Not to mention, even the power of the rules began to work at this time. Lu Sheng's entire lower body was wailing, and countless alienated cells ushered in the doomsday.
If you don't want to die, just retract me. Condensate. Transformation. Sublimation.
Lu Sheng kept passing his will to those wailing alienated cells, and the light in his eyes was even brighter than the morning star. This is an unprecedented attempt. Lu Sheng really wants to know, when alienated cells embark on the path of immortal cells, what kind of existence will be born? Can it resist the erasure of the rules? Lu Sheng watched helplessly, the alienated body in his lower body quickly shrinking and rotting. A brand new human body belonging to the immortal body of the star grew out. The two immortal cells that once belonged to their feet fought for this battle, charging into battle, purifying large 787 alienated cells. At the end of the road, Lu Sheng repeatedly forced and brainwashed the few remaining alienated cells.